This is a magical world of card games. Everyone has a chance to awaken their talents and create cards based on their own worldview. Some people wield charcoal pencils to draw rabbit-eared creatures. Others excel in mechanics to create combat mechas. Upon awakening, I created the Hoi card and instantly defeated all players of the same level. As someone who crossed over, I bring with me the mythical worldview of the Dragon Kingdom. As the countdown ends, the globally unified awakening moment arrives. My consciousness trembles violently, my mental power surges, opening up the heavenly palace space. After a moment of induction, I boldly extend my right hand, and an ancient brush hovers above my palm. Due to my family background and health issues in my previous life, I have experience in line drawing and traditional Chinese painting. Taking out the prepared materials, I begin crafting a card for the first time. The crafting formula for most cards involves materials, a blank card with materials for the main card, and additional cards with worldview cards. Using 2 material cards is the optimal number for crafting cards, as adding more online is not only pointless but can also make the card's energy too chaotic, affecting its strength and stability. As for worldview cards, they are special cards that do not merge during card crafting, but leave their mark on the card. Cards with the same worldview, under specific circumstances, have a chance to trigger hidden connections, granting the card additional enhancements or skills. Therefore, when creating cards, one will try to integrate their deck with a worldview, making it easier to achieve synergistic effects during use. In addition, blank cards are divided into multiple levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, crystal, and the mysterious god-level realm. Except for the god-level realm shrouded in mystery, the other 7 levels have been clearly announced. Black iron cards possess 1 skill, and with each subsequent level, an additional skill is gained. Now, someone may ask, can I create an extraordinary black iron card that can snap half the universe out of existence? The answer is no. Firstly, in order to reach such power, the materials required for crafting go beyond black iron. If forcefully inserted, the card will only explode. Secondly, whether in crafting or using, the mental strength needed for these cards is immeasurable. Having just awakened, I can only create a black iron tower for now. Across the vast land, under the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, rare and strange creatures, monsters, and ancient tombs give birth to countless fantastical beings. As the final stroke falls, a delicate worldview card lands on the desk. On the front, like a cut painting, it displays a corner of the primordial land with an iceberg, and at the center, a prominent and unique auspicious cloud serves as the exclusive worldview emblem. The auspicious cloud will appear in this card series, activating hidden bonds. The back of the card does not show the black iron texture but instead a smooth, jade-like surface, a unique characteristic of worldview cards. Regardless of level, even if I ascend to higher levels later on, I can still use this worldview card. Then, I took out the meteorite card and the 5-element stone, rippling under the guidance of the world checkpoint, quickly merging with the blank card, and a compass card appeared below. The item formation compass is of black iron quality, with a 5-star skill 9 palaces Bagua array, actively generating Tai Chi into 2 forms. The 2 forms give rise to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols create the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams transform into 6 generations, and the 4 hexagrams cycle endlessly. Infinite changes, capable of trapping or killing enemies. This is the collaborative card I prepared for myself, capable of both offense and defense, with distance controlled by mental power. I pondered over it for a long time for him. The reason why the 5 elements Bagua is like this is because the true strength of a card lies in how the user operates it, rather than just the appearance of the card. The card determines the lower limit, the card master determines the upper limit. The same card can have vastly different effects in the hands of different people. One of the most famous examples is the shadowy demonic cat. In the hands of its card maker, this high attack, low defense card did not have a high win rate, quickly falling out of favor, only to be customized by a single-blade prison card master. Winning 100 battles, gaining fame with 1 move, this uncertainty is the charm of card battles. Taking a short break, after my mental power has recovered, I begin to create the second card. After making several rough sketches according to the design, a brave archer with a bent bow appeared on the card surface, with a masculine face and a robust body, showcasing an extraordinary large bow at a glance. There's also the most striking golden eyes, sharp and fierce like a wolf and tiger. The character Hoi is of black iron level quality, with a 5-star skill, intense sun gaze, which is passive. It works within Hoi's line of sight and also within his range. Even the most intricate sword can be deadly. Can you guess if darkness can escape his gaze? Originally, I intended to follow the traditional marksman path, specializing in Hoi's advancement. However, due to some dissatisfaction with the bow and arrow materials card, I transferred the higher potential of the Radiant Sunlight to the main materials card, hence acquiring this skill. Under the control of the world levels, all archer cards made by card makers are almost automatically considered sharpshooters. In gaming terms, shooting arrows is like the basics, whether hitting the target every time or shooting from 100 steps away. Skills, on the other hand, are like ultimate moves, which is where card makers differentiate themselves. While other card makers rack their brains to design skills like ice arrows to increase damage, I, following ancient mythology, incorporated the ability to shoot the sun into the world levels, turning it directly into a passive skill. Finally, I used spatial buttons in Cloud Iron to create a storage ring card. After making the cards, I put on my helmet and entered the new net. The new net is the spiritual projection of this world, almost equivalent to reality. Many card makers and card wielders come here to conduct card tests. Upon entering the dueling arena and understanding the rules, I eagerly burst myself and quickly found my first match. However, the opponent, this naive young man, only managed to say please guide me. The next moment, he was shot by Hoyi's arrow and vanished into stardust. The audience was in an uproar. This guy is amazing, he could draw cards in sequence. Many veteran silver card masters couldn't do it that fast. There are also those who fear nothing, raising their right hand high, asking, "Can you have a match with me?" Originally, I was just testing the cards. I was willingly gloomy, but even if I took it easy in the following rounds, these opponents almost instantly defeated me. I felt like I had become a newbie trainer. Regrettably, I exited. The new king took off his helmet, planning to rest and find suitable opponents in a few days. However, he suddenly noticed a disturbance in the stone sea, and his mental power surged sharply. After it stabilized, the interior expanded more than twice the size of the heavenly palace space. I dumbfoundedly realized that I had already reached the peak of bronze. Usually, those who can advance within 3 to 7 days after awakening are called geniuses. They already possess the potential to advance to divine level. However, this only represents potential, and not all geniuses can cross the final step. As for those big shots who advance in less than 3 days, they undoubtedly have stepped into the divine realm, with a success rate of 100%. I went to the cash market as if on a well-worn path, bought the necessary materials, and when I came back, in less than half an hour, I upgraded the original 3 black iron cards. They were upgraded to bronze cards. The method of upgrading cards is the same as making cards. The original card can directly serve as a material card. As for the skill settings during card upgrades, there are generally 2 design directions. One is to guide all skills for a second increase, while the other is to fully support a key skill. In general, card masters will choose the latter option. From the perspective of proficiency, always adjusting the skill intensity may lead the card master to miscalculate the damage at critical moments. After all, a card master has more than one battle card, and it's understandable to make mistakes with too many. Looking at the skill intensity, the concentrated use of energy can make key skills more intense, enhance burst damage, and thus secure victory. Considering that excessive balance equals mediocrity, I chose to go with the flow. After upgrading the old card, I also prepared 2 new cards. The Formation Compass, as a collaborative card, plays a role in displacement control and soft defense during battles. The only card that truly bursts with damage is the Hoi card, so in order to prevent damage points targeting me, a secondary output must be provided, hence the emergence of the Fire God Zhurong card. Whole body in flames. Hair ablaze. Character, Fire God Zhurong. Bronze quality 5-star skill, July Flowing Fire, actively summons flowing fire to descend from the sky and inflict damage on the enemy. Active Heaven and Earth Furnace, I have the Supreme 9 Heavens Fire, where all desires for fire are extinguished, extraordinary and unattainable by the ordinary, Lu transcends through the furnace. I am radiant with joy, the Heaven and Earth Furnace is by far the most satisfying skill I have had. Using fire as a furnace, forging elixirs to trap and kill enemies. The refined elixir can also restore the appearance of a card. Not only do I kill your card, but I also restore it. It can be said to kill and destroy one's heart. Without a doubt, this will be the key skill of the Zhurong card. As for the other card, apart from the water god Gong Gong, there is no other possibility. Especially since my original intention in integrating the world levels was to form bond skills. On the card surface, there is Gong Gong with a human face and snake body, looking very irritable. Gong Gong, a bronze-level character with a 5-star quality skill Shangliu Fuyu, actively summons subordinates Shangliu and Fuyu to join the battle. The raging flood is unleashed, with underwater stone veins. The power of the flood is something no one wants to experience. After the completion of the 2 cards, the crucial step is to align them with the Worldview cards, placing them side by side and intertwined, connecting the Heavenly Palace in pairs. In the next moment, 3 cards shine with white light, the auspicious cloud symbol in the upper right corner also flickering mysteriously. After about a minute, the light subsides, revealing additional bond skills on the Zhu Rong and Gong Gong cards. Added a bit of bond skill. Bojo Shan, when Shu Rong and Gong Gong appear simultaneously, triggers a special effect of water and fire incompatibility. Can summon Gujo Shan, isolating the two, with Gujo Shan acting as a pillar. While present, it absorbs damage for all friendly units. When it collapses, it inflicts the same amount of damage previously absorbed onto the enemy. Success! This is a miraculous world of cards. Everyone has a chance to awaken their talents, creating cards based on their own worldview. Some hold charcoal pencils to draw rabbit-eared beastlings. Some are adept at creating combat mechas through mechanical expertise. And I, upon awakening, created the Hou-Yi card, swiftly defeating numerous opponents of the same level. I, who have crossed over, thrive with the mythical worldview of the Dragon Kingdom. Ninth Hall, this child really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just awakened and already at the Silver Bureau. Do you think this is a game? Seeing the opponent relentless and intending to retreat, I decided to give him a taste of reality. In the moment when Hou-Yi launched his great attack, I ambushed with the horse, the arrow leaving the ball like breaking a cocoon, while I myself disappeared at the same time as Hou-Yi. After all, the opponent was affected by the illusion. In a panic, he still managed to offer a card to escape this disaster, with the huge beast standing in front of him, just about to respond in kind, but he found that I had already disappeared from the original spot. Where are you looking for me? The voice came from behind. This person's heart suddenly jumped, unable to command the giant bear to block the arrow, and was hit directly in the chest by the arrow. The whole person turned into starlight and disappeared. In this duel, the bronze-level player Su Chen emerged victorious. As the current player has chosen to continue the challenge, the next silver-level player should get ready. The duel will continue in 1 minute. The audience finally understands that this student is not here to joke around. This is a promising talent among this year's male stars, already reaching bronze level so quickly. Amazing, bronze even defeated silver. You can't say that. The person just now was careless, not prepared. Most of the audience believes that the silver player just now was the opponent of Xiao Chao, which led to the misunderstanding. Only with the dead loyal friends who came with me, Tang Wei and a few audience members, believing that I relied on my own strength, Tao Ran was very honored to realize this. When he was clearly ready but still played a bit later than me, cracks in confidence began to appear. These cracks, after the arrival of the first, second, third, and fourth swords, split into a spider web. The pressure in his heart continued to soar, until Tao Ran suddenly remembered that this bronze-level player had only used 2 skills so far, while 2 cards have at least 4 skills, completely breaking his mindset. Amidst the uproar, my concession caused a huge stir in the audience seats. The fact proves that a genius who can advance to bronze in just 1 day is a genius anywhere. I think that Wang Yuan are in danger. Certainly, this newcomer hasn't even used up all the skills yet, and has already defeated 2 silver-level players. Don't know where those little monsters popped up from. You guys are really out of touch. They became famous this morning. The guy who even challenged several dueling arenas in a row as the tower, unexpectedly advanced after not appearing for a few hours. In a fleeting minute, Wang Yuan were transported to the dueling platform, unwilling to accept it, saying, I will use my strength to tell you, silver is silver, even if you are a genius, the gaps in between are not easy to overcome. As the match began, I once again took the lead and played the tower card. The Hou-Yi tower connected with my soul, and the spiritual arrow shot through the air. Then the whole person, under the 9 palaces Bagua formation, quickly turned from the front gate to the tower gate. Raining. A vine sprouted from where I stood just now. Wine Yoha is a plant-based tower master. At the start of the match, he had already summoned vines to lurk. This move has defeated many opponents for him. Seeing the sneak attack fail, Wang Yoha quickly offered up a diamond wood to protect himself. The emerald veins seemed to gleam with a metallic sheen, the branches extending almost 360 degrees without blind spots, shielding him. Simultaneously, the earliest vines that appeared began to spread wildly on the stage. In the audience seats, sharp-eyed individuals could see beneath the lush branches and leaves. The sinuous branches were covered with thorns emitting a faint green light. Obviously, Wang Yoha wasn't talking nonsense. He had thought it through. The reason he lost so easily was due to the low flexibility of his cards. Against my agile movement and intense shooting, he had no chance of winning. But I'm different. With endlessly growing branches providing all-around protection and offense, how could you not attack me? Wang Yoha, full of confidence, believed he had already won. I see green all over the stage, indicating a good setup. Next time, you won't escape. As soon as the words fell, A strange creature transformed into twin dragons appeared on the dueling stage. With fire axes all around, as soon as it landed, a huge fire spread, instantly burning all the vines and branches. Even if Wang Yoha offered up a water spray, it would be of no use. The fire of the fire god Zhu Rong is heavenly fire, not easily extinguished. Amidst the flickering flames, I calmly stand in the Ken position and send my opponent to the Li gate. Ken represents water, Li represents fire. With this final move, Wang Yoha completely vanishes from the duel stage. This duel is won by the bronze-level player Su Chen. The familiar system announcement resurfaces, refreshing the duel stage, with no trace of the fiery battle that just took place. Thunderous applause fills the venue as I win 3 rounds in a row. I lose interest, cancel the match, and step down from the stage. Su Tongwei gives a thumbs up, simply saying awesome. One duel follows another rapidly on the stage. Some players, upon realizing they are in a stalemate, promptly choose to surrender. Curiously, I ask Zhou, a nearby audience member, I didn't put my full effort into it. I heard that the duel arena isn't about calculating win rates. The audience member, a middle-aged graduate, is well versed in this place. What you're talking about is the seasonal tournament, which won't start for over a month. After apologizing, I return to my seat. The college entrance exam is in a month. It seems the seasonal tournament will wait for students to participate after the exam. As I think, excited cheers suddenly erupt around me. I look up to see a boy with hair covering his eyes standing on the duel stage. What's happening? Who is he? Su Tongwei curiously asks. I know. I watched his match yesterday. They say his name is Lone Wolf, a friend excitedly replies. Is he really that amazing? Su Tongwei asks, somewhat surprised. Yes, that's right. The person continued, after awakening last year, the Lone Wolf couldn't find a suitable deck until he accidentally encountered a card this year, which made him stand out. On the stage, the Lone Wolf has already started the duel competition, with the fierce beast attacking, exuding the hunter's characteristic caution in its dominance, occasionally unleashing highly aggressive skills. The frozen flame power poem persists. The visual impact is intense. And the Lone Wolf's opponent couldn't escape the ambush either, quickly falling in defeat. The audience's reaction is very enthusiastic. It seems that the Lone Wolf has attracted a large number of fans on this 2-month road to a comeback. Lone Wolf, with the audience chanting his name. The Lone Wolf didn't step down, continuing to stand in the center of the duel stage, waiting for the next opponent, while Tangwei started to goad me. Isn't it about time for this to end? Shouldn't you step up? Don't tell me you're scared. Provocation doesn't work on me. I gave him a cold look, but my moves were honest. Operating on the panel, I looked around and found a rare suitable opponent. In a flash of white light, I appeared on the duel stage. The audience erupted in cheers instantly, a popular card master, a rising star today, satisfying their appetite. However, compared to me, who may be a flash in the pan, it's clear that the Lone Wolf, with a fan base, has a louder cheer. Only Tangwei, with that small group of audience members, persists in cheering for me, creating momentum on stage. A hint of surprise flashed in the Lone Wolf's eyes. He had already received a system prompt that his opponent in this match was just a bronze level, who had awakened only yesterday. He hadn't expected a bronze level to appear so quickly. However, if they thought he would go easy on them, that would be a huge mistake. The match began, with a sudden flash of white light, as Hoyi's arrow pool shot towards the Lone Wolf. The Lone Wolf's reaction speed was almost on par with the appearance of Hoyi's shadow, executing a mid-air somersault, intercepting the incoming attack. In the next moment, under the pressure of the attack, 3 fierce beasts with skin like bronze and bones like iron leaned forward, supported by Gao Wei, closing in on the enemy. I immediately used the compass card to turn Hoi behind the Lone Wolf, and another arrow was shot, but was blocked by a returning silver wolf. Indeed, beast-type cards also inherit the keen animal instincts, a kind of intuition comparable to a sixth sense, which had helped them climb to the top of the food chain. In the world of cards today, consciousness cannot be underestimated. Seeing the enemy attack unit move away, the other 2 fierce beasts took the opportunity to attack. I calmly summoned Zhu Rong, the Fire of July. Fist-sized bone fragments densely fell from mid-air, repelling the attacking fierce beasts. They dodged left and right, but still got hit accidentally. The scorching fire of July instantly burned the fur of the fierce beasts, eliciting painful cries. The Lone Wolf tactically retreats, then summons a card, conjuring a one-eyed sheep onto the duel field, its white fur emitting a warm glow. In the blink of an eye, the injuries of the fierce beast seem to heal, clearly indicating it's a healer. Following the strategy of targeting healers in group battles, I activate the 9 Palaces Bagua formation, relocating the one-eyed sheep out of the protective circle, almost delivering it to Jerome. A suspicious fire forms a furnace, swiftly drawing it into the furnace top. Covering it, only faint sounds of pained sheep bleats emerge. My reaction was too quick, almost capturing the one-legged sheep the moment I saw it, catching the lone wolf off guard, then swiftly offering 3 cards to attack Jerome, intending to save the healer. The overlooked Hoey wields the sun-piercing bow, shooting arrows of condensed light powerfully, where 2 arrows bring down a fierce beast. The lone wolf now truly understands my tricky aspects. The potent attacks aside, the iron disc in my hand is the most headache-inducing, with agile maneuvers for cavalry assaults, while my own return to base always seems a step too late. The lone one-eyed one, waiting in vain for reinforcements during the charge, falls silent, the furnace opens, and a brown pill lands in Jerome's hand. I have a new experiment for Jerome to ingest, immediately surprised to discover the potency of the pill is sufficient for Jerome to use the heaven and earth furnace again, without the need to release her own spiritual power. This move allows me to consume less when using the Zhu Ron card, which means I can focus more energy on other cards, making things simpler. The lone wolf was horrified to find that his fierce beasts were being pulled into the furnace one after another, refined into elixirs, swallowed down, and then that strange furnace appeared again. Although the cards would reassemble in the heavenly palace space after death, witnessing his cards die one by one was not a pleasant feeling. Swearing in disbelief, the awesome Tang Wei took the lead in shouting, "The boss is too powerful, this card is invincible, it's really messing with the mentality. It's one thing for the card to be killed, but to be refined as well." The lone wolf's mentality did collapse indeed. Amidst the chaos he couldn't come up with a solution. In a daze, the mournful cries of the remaining 2 fierce beasts startled him, so he hurriedly conceded. I immediately switched back to the card. After all, I'm not a devil, nor do I have a liking for mistreating cards. I'm not sure if the lone wolf is really more powerful than others, or if I got too carried away myself. I found that the consumption of this duel far exceeded the previous 3, so I didn't plan to continue. Amidst a gaze filled with admiration, I calmly sat down beside Tang Wei. The young cards these days are truly remarkable. Not only do they advance quickly, but the crafted cards are also so powerful. Many of the audience are fans of Mu Chang. My outstanding performance not only captured their hearts, but also quickly reached some enrollment office teachers. I didn't know at the time. After a while, when no suitable opponents appeared, I took Tang Wei back to school to continue training. 1 month after awakening, the college entrance examination is approaching. We must seize every moment to advance as soon as possible in order to apply to a good university. Don't be fooled by the blue star card masters. In reality, only a few can continuously advance, while most people are stuck in the bronze level for life, taking one step at a time, not to mention reaching the divine level. Therefore, freshmen with divine potential are treated as high-quality blood and are directly admitted to the top academy's special class. As the director of admissions at Qingnan University, Lin Yuwei rarely intervenes personally. After all, Qingnan University is the only institution in Huagua that can compete with Beiyuan University for top rankings, so it does not lack support. But exceptional students and geniuses with divine potential cannot be generalized. Almost the next second after receiving the news on the news website yesterday, Lin Yuwei rushed over without stopping. I thought it would be a sure success by seizing the opportunity, but I had to decline as I also had to wait for a friend to enter the special class. Lin Yuwei began to doubt life as a whole. Who would delay the opportunity for direct admission for a friend? We're not a couple. Can't a friend advance to bronze during the awakening period? Then I won't go to the special class. After making mistakes, he knew he couldn't give up. Advancing within 3 days of the awakening period is equivalent to being directly admitted to the divine level. He definitely won't give up. So, Lin Yuwei moved into the school guesthouse, and Tang Wei enjoyed the same enthusiastic treatment as me. Meanwhile, Beiyuan University also received news during this period. Dear students, Beiyuan University is the pride of Huagua. We have the best faculty, the best environment, and generous scholarships to help you better explore your potential. Who says Beiyuan is number 1? Clearly, our Qingnan University had a higher ranking last year. Soon, you must believe me. Take a look. This is our school's official website. I've always heard that the 2 major universities are at odds, but seeing them fight for Shangyuan with my own eyes, the scene where things almost came to blows between Shitong and Chuanjian's factions was truly shocking. Xinnan and Beiyuan kept offering generous terms one after another. On the 5th day of the awakening day for Tang Wei's promotion, Xinnan received 2 enrollment contracts. It seems Qingnan is more sincere. Lin Yuwei smiled proudly. He was genuinely surprised. I thought I was just watching the tigers fight from the mountain, intending to compare the conditions offered by each university. I never expected it was just out of pure friendship. The key is that Tang Wei really succeeded. It's like a 2-for-1 deal, which got Lin Yue so excited he almost danced. Then he carefully supervised both of us as we packed our bags and went to register at Qingnan University with him. This is a magical world of cards. Everyone has a chance to awaken their talents and create cards based on their own worldview. Some people draw rabbit-eared bird beasts with charcoal pencils. Others excel in creating combat mechas with machinery. I awakened and immediately created the Hou-Yi card, easily defeating a group of players at the same level, only because of the crossing over, bringing with it the mythical worldview of Dragon Country. There are only 28 students in the special class, not even half the number of a regular class. There are already small groups forming in the class, gathering in 2s and 3s. The most eye-catching figure in the crowd is a blonde girl, seemingly of mixed race, with deep features that make her stand out in the crowd. That's Wang Wei. Seeing my gaze shift over there, the person sitting at the back table warmly introduces. I heard she came up from Qingnan University affiliated high school, very talented, promoted on the 4th day of awakening. What's so special about the bronze? My brother, Tang Wei, proudly puts his arm around me the next day. Fortunately, the noisy chatter in the class didn't attract too much attention. The person at the back table brightens up. Impressive Asian god, I'm called Xiao Xiao. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. Xiao Xiao is fair-skinned and chubby, making people feel lucky. In just a few words, we've already hit it off with me and Tang Wei. Suddenly, a boy sits next to Xiao Xiao, speaking in a very low and mysterious tone. Information gathering progress 40%. Xiao Xiao responds in cooperation. The boy gestures for a few people to look in the direction of his finger. The largest group of people are those who came up together from Qinlan affiliated middle school. Their key figure is Wang Wei, said to come from a good family background, a tower builder of the base type, promoted on the 4th day of awakening. Over there, the twins are named Luoyu and Luoyu, both are collaborative nurturing tower teachers, and both awakened on the 5th day, but one's affinity is for butterfly types. One is of the plant type. The most reclusive one, he points to the back corner, Hesha's single-blade tower teacher, the affinity type is not yet clear. Seems to be from Beiyuan City, don't know why he didn't go to Beiyuan University, and instead came here to Qingnan. The boy's name is Ho Hao, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. In just a few simple minutes, he let everyone know about his gossip attribute. Skinny Monkey is still not satisfied, heard that the most talented student in our class, even promoted on the 2nd day of awakening, but unfortunately, the dragon is elusive, no one has seen him these days. Sure, Xiao Xiao smiled and said, have you seen a beast now? Ho Hao quickly shifted his attention to me. The master of the wisdom cards is seeking a call. I am a master of the imperial cards. When can I customize a card for you? It's okay, I didn't refuse the offer, it's just business. The atmosphere in the class is very cheerful, with chatter rising and falling. The class teacher, finally, arrived a bit late. He strode to the front of the platform, lazily sat down. I'm sure you all have a basic understanding by now. Card teachers have a national competition every year. Each school will have a team composed of 7 elected members and 1 substitute to compete, a total of 8 spots. Hope you all can strive for it. Now, let's start the class. Hijuos clapped his hands. A card beside him suddenly becomes a round-headed robot, with a propeller lifting him into the air, starting to distribute engravings from the first seat. Meanwhile, he has already written down a few big words on the blackboard. Law of conservation of energy. In this world, the law of conservation of energy has been applied in various aspects. The strength of one's spiritual power determines how much energy material cards can be activated. The amount of energy in material cards must correspond to the level of blank cards that can contain them. The strength of the card determines the strength of the skill it can support, and it must be controlled by one's spiritual power. This is the first lesson of cards. To prevent students from using materials or cards beyond their capabilities, a card explosion not only absorbs materials but can also potentially affect the Heavenly Palace or even the Stone Sea. On the podium, Hasua Temple gives a brief explanation before dismissing the class, informing everyone that the afternoon classes will be conducted within the Star Network, so there's no need to go to the classroom in person. After lunch, I lie on the bed, put on my helmet, enter the Star Network, and adjust the location to the corresponding Handsome Men University. With an almost 1:1 replication, it seems like this place has become a second university. Walking on the street, one can see magical creatures following students everywhere, dreamy unicorns, swift mounts, and sturdy mechas. The adorable and cute pets have no legal restrictions. Almost all students gather their cards around them to compensate for the inability to summon attacks in reality, a sense of loss accompanied by the cards. Suppressing my impatience, I head to the classroom with a sense of anticipation, where it is also filled with card creatures. Back in school, Xiao Xiao's pencil holder was a cute red umbrella with white dots. Standing at just over 20 centimeters tall, with small hands and feet, it ran around on the desk looking adorable. Beside it, a group of fascinated eyes watched. I weaved through the crowd and sat in my seat, propping my chin with one hand, smiling as I used a finger to knock down the little creature. Then, bewitched by its innocent eyes, I asked, "Would you like to sing with me?" The little mushroom lifted its umbrella cap and looked at this strange human. Red umbrella, white handle, after eating, lie down together, sleep together, then bury together, fun lyrics paired with a lively rhythm. The more I sang, the brighter the little mushroom's eyes became. It tried to keep up, but unfortunately, its language system didn't activate, so it could only go goo 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 continuously. However, this didn't affect the nature of the little mushroom, as its swaying body kept singing. There was no issue with pitch accuracy. It was a mushroom with a talent for singing. Cards could control you with psychic power. Instead of dealing with a mushroom, it's better to call the card itself and have it control the singing mushroom. The class teacher, for some reason, entered the classroom at some point, stood at the back to watch, and couldn't help but speak up now. Hearing this, everyone looked at Xiao Xiao with anticipation. Xiao Xiao, wished I could be shot with a gun, blushing, squeaked out, "I'm tone deaf, why me?" The disappointed young man walked to the platform and gestured for everyone to return to their seats. With a flash of white light, the familiar air control robot appeared by his side, but he remained silent. The robot clicked its tongue, as if bestowing a chapter, and lazily stated, "Decided the lesson." Everyone learned to control the cards with their mental power. The dialogue robot seemed to be a platinum-level card, with more intelligent responses. He tried to cover his mouth, but unfortunately, the right to speak was still in the hands of the owner. Extremely provocative, isn't it? No way, a college student shouldn't need to be called to speak. Someone had already toughened up, and Gisu finally let go of the robot Yuzun. The noble personally finished the last sentence, summoned the card, and began to hope that you could enter the special service class. Not too bad. Considering that flames could easily cause adverse reactions, I dramatically summoned Hoi. Hoi was tall, clad in full body armor, and is one of my most frequently used cards. Those who were well informed already knew that I was the top of the special service class. The appearance of Hoi caught the attention of a few people. However, everyone focused on working hard to meet the requirements within the specified time, and then shifted their attention back without paying too much attention. Fortunately, the special single-person scanning table was not crowded, allowing it to accommodate more than 20 people comfortably, with giant cards. I attempted to use my mental power to control the vocal cords of Hoi. While I could control the cards in battle before, it was merely issuing specific commands, as the cards themselves had a full set of action settings to assist. Compared to that, controlling the voice is a more delicate manipulation. On the first attempt, I couldn't help but make a sound on my own, while Hoi just opened his mouth. Fortunately, such phenomena were happening one after another in the class at that moment, with various embarrassing scenes, but I wasn't that obvious. However, after a brief attempt, Hoi quickly made intermittent sounds, then was able to speak complete sentences quickly. In the end, he seemed like a complete being. His tone was extremely natural, as if he was lying to himself. Compared to me who achieved the goal quickly, Tang Wei had a hard time progressing. The reason probably lies in his bunny girl voice being too soft. When he used his mental power to control, even if he didn't open his mouth, there was a strange sense of empathy. Just the suspicious red cloud on Tang Wei's face made me increasingly think he was abnormal. I paid special attention to the few people brought up by Shou Hoodie. Wang Wei's card was a soldier, speaking in a straightforward manner. The purple-blue butterfly of Luoyu was surrounding the cactus of Luoying, not knowing how to land, and already starting to grumble. The quietest one was still He Xiaowu in the corner, as the card he summoned was a red tassel spear, fundamentally eliminating the possibility of speaking. So he could only bury his head and sleep deeply. Waswosi on the stage was already impatient. "It's been so long and still not done, you guys are the worst group I've ever led." After finishing speaking, Hasua immediately took a few steps and luckily, it's the special edition after all, for those who can advance during the awakening period. The mental power potential itself is not low, even if not yet proficient, stumblingly completed Hasua's set goal. "You can barely pass, next we will move on to the next content." The robot appeared again, emitting a blue light from the goggles, seemingly scanning. Soon everyone disappeared on the spot and arrived at an empty field. While the classmates were looking around, Hasua had already taken out a chair and sat down. "This is the training ground I applied for, and most of the future courses will be held here. The rest will be in the classroom we were in earlier." Next, Hasua briefly mentioned the approximate course arrangement, surprising everyone that it's mostly practical card training, without cultural classes. In Hasua's words, cultural classes are almost like reading textbooks. "Do you want me to read the textbook to you as well?" After just a few days together, I have already clearly felt the homeroom teacher's capriciousness. Fortunately, the overall direction is reliable. At the beginning of the school year, the class applied for materials from the school, which are subsidized here. We can buy the desired material cards at half the market price, and the material cards are more comprehensive, with even some niche materials available. That's all for the digression. I've made it clear, won't repeat it. Your task now is to fully attack my teaching robot. If you can hit it, you win. Class is dismissed for today. Please note I said everyone together. Regardless of the intention behind it, whether to spur or inspire, there is no doubt that he succeeded. Those unfamiliar with him instantly reached a consensus, taking out the cards meant an all-out attack. It's all about baptism by fire. Even wishing for it, he was within the map range. Unfortunately, he had great foresight, or one might say learned from past mistakes, and had already moved himself to a safe zone. Sitting on the sidelines watching the show, the wide-scale attack turned the once clean training ground into a thick cloud of dust. For a moment, it was unclear if the attack had landed. As the dust settled, the original position of the teaching robot was empty. After a persistent search, it was discovered that he had ascended to a high point, looking down on everyone. The rigid features of the machine made the sarcasm evident, as if saying, "Come at me." The skilled card user with flight capabilities already regarded him as the master of the cards, directing hatred towards him with an attack from above. Others displayed their unique abilities, some from a distance, some with extended attacks, but unfortunately the robot was too agile. Even without counterattacking, he kept shifting positions, attacking with the spear of the pen against the shield of the pen, causing the students to senselessly turn on each other. Someone has vanished into the star network, needing to wait 5 minutes to respawn. It's hard not to believe that Hesu Temple is playing games with them. I'm holding off for now. I immediately used the 9 Palaces Bagua formation earlier. The robot was restricted in range, hoping it could face the attack, but it was easily broken through. But when you think about it, after all, there's a difference of 3 levels. The strength of the cards is like a huge gap. The robot broke through the 10,000 mark, maybe without even realizing it. It broke the formation. Only outside the battlefield, Hiswosi, who was watching the battle, looked at the compass in my hand with some surprise. The battle awareness possessed by platinum-level cards allows them to respond well to these bronze-level cardists without the need for control. Originally, he was sitting securely on the fishing platform, but unexpectedly, the robot suddenly moved within the attack range, going round and round, and it was only by his command that the formation was broken. Of course, the superb combat cues were almost instinctive, and the students didn't pay attention at all. In that extremely short time, even I thought my strategy didn't create any ripples. In fact, Hiswosi was secretly admiring, truly deserving of being the top genius of this generation. As a class teacher, Hiswosi naturally has mastered the basic information of everyone in the class. He also knows the effects of the few cards I often use, and even the video of me in the duel arena some time ago has been passed on to him. However, unless the cardist discloses the details of the card, others are not allowed to inquire. So, Hiswosi only knows that the compass card has teleportation skills, but he doesn't know there is also a maze effect. But ordinary formation skills are simply impossible, causing his teaching robot to be like hitting a wall, going around in circles and unable to come out, relying on overpowering strength. Hasua Temple doubts that if this card can match the level of the robot, this assessment might have ended before it even began. His 5-star skills are interrupted in the stars. When it comes to the quality of cards ranging from 1 to 5 stars, although the information is shared, most card makers can already make starting cards reach 4 or 5-star levels. But sometimes, the difference between 5 stars and 5 stars is even greater than the difference between 1 star and 5 stars. Obviously, my card is outstanding even among 5-star ones. Hasua, I look forward to witnessing it. It seems that this year's national championship will finally be Nan University's turn. Thinking about how Baiyuan has been competing with him for 3 years in a row, as the head of the special criminal class at Nan, it's itching with resentment, as most of the school team members are his students. Also, with him as the assistant coach, defeating Baiyuan is no different from defeating him. Seeing the hope of turning the tables arriving, Hasua is naturally overjoyed. I'll have to treat Lao Lin to a drink someday, to actually bring this promising talent under Baiyuan's nose. Realizing that I am starting to observe and strategize, Hasua, who has made up his mind, shifts his focus to the others. Teammates are also important in team matches. Wang Wei is one of his most familiar students. This kid even declared back in high school that he would join the Chinan school team directly and lead everyone to victory. Many people thought he would be the top of this special class, but unexpectedly, Suchin suddenly emerged. Fortunately, even if he can't be the captain, this kid still has hope as a vice captain. King Wei is seated on the throne, constantly interpreting the sand table in front of him. His cards perfectly align with the actions on the sand table, currently besieging the robot. The robot is teleporting, and several soldiers are moving accordingly. It seems like it's a targeted skill. King Wei is a base-type card maker with his unique philosophy. He believes that even if he doesn't move an inch, he can still achieve a decisive victory off the field. A good card maker like him, why bother with direct combat? This is true style. Respect and understanding are given to this. With so many years of teaching experience, he has seen it all. There are many talented individuals. Moreover, a card maker should have their own unwavering abilities. King Wei's troop cards are quite strong, almost managing to attack the robot a few times. However, currently, the most powerful attacker on the field is still Potion Hisho. The inspiring factions encounter with the card poet has always been a popular event in the card poetry arena. Unfortunately, this circle is mostly passed down through families or master-disciple relationships, making it hard for outsiders to access. Hisho is also famous in the inspiring circle, known for the young family spear. As a closed-door disciple wielding a red-tasseled long spear with great power, even standing far away, one can hear the sound of the wind breaking. The twin sisters Luo and Luoying also have remarkable strength. The former specializes in butterfly-themed cards, which are dreamy and mysterious. They gently flutter their wings with a magical rhythm, like invisible tools for the robot. The latter is a man-eating flower, hiding deep emerald crystals, devouring everything in its path. The performance of other students is also good. After all, they are students from the Special Operations class. However, it is inevitable to follow Hisuachi's instructions, being attracted by that little mushroom tumbling around the field. It's too cute. Hisuachi firmly believes that if Sher Xiaoxiao takes the little mushroom to participate in the card beauty pageant, she will definitely win first place, regardless of whether you think freshness, beauty, and cuteness are the essence of justice. Just as Hisuachi's attention shifted, I finally found the best opportunity, Nizhang Zhirong. The robot's casually evasive skill retreated, and suddenly heard a metal collision sound. The next second his vision was overwhelmed by the firelight. Clearly, his card had caused him trouble since he advanced to gold, but the robot still sensed it. His whole body was melting at a visible speed. What's going on? The robot hastily used spatial skills, but panicked to find that all skill judgments had failed. He had no power to resist, gradually turning into a pill. Before losing consciousness, the robot realized his carelessness. This turned out to be a judgment skill. As I activated it, Zhirong appeared, and others finally discovered the existence of this card, while the robot at that position had disappeared without a trace. This is a victory. Several classmates used exploration skills to confirm that the robot was no longer on the training ground, and everyone looked at me with admiration. During the battle just now, those who saw me unprepared thought I was the first to admit defeat, secretly looking down on me. But who knew that I would turn the tables with a single move? Wow, that's amazing. I didn't notice at all just now. There was actually a card waiting there. Is this the key? The key is that they directly dealt with the platinum level card. Wow, is this the strength of a pro player? Crossing levels is just basic operation for them. Realizing the cards are reassembling in the celestial space, I'm already dumbfounded. I didn't ask you to attack, you directly killed me. Is the platinum level card rigged? Card manipulation, player analysis, undeniable. To solve the platinum level card so easily, luck plays a big part. However, Hisos doesn't intend to go back on his word. After all, this test of his is purely to observe the student's abilities and performance, even if I didn't succeed. He will also let go without a trace in the end. But the death of the robot inevitably leaves him with mixed feelings. Calmly announcing the end of class, Hisos disappeared without a trace, having just experienced teamwork and victory, giving the students a common topic. Quickly bringing each other closer. Where did you go? The student who unfortunately died 5 minutes ago is back online, realizing they seem to have missed something. Ah, that's really unlucky. I reckon if you hold on for another 10 seconds, you'll see the teacher's robot. Got it, got it. Is it what I know? That person was really shocked. Isn't victory just about attacking? You guys actually exceeded the mission, so strong. Of course, let me tell you, the situation was tense and unclear at that time. Just as our situation was deteriorating, a tall figure stepped forward and uttered, "Don't worry, I will take action." A seemingly relevant yet seemingly irrelevant absurd story unfolds in the words of this student. Once again, I became the center of attention, but fortunately, I am accustomed to my cooperative card. Indeed the right choice. This time the compass card stood again, though the credit was ultimately reaped by Zhirong. But undoubtedly, without him, this battle would not have been so easy. Flowers are not flowers, mists are not mists, coming like a fleeting spring dream, going with 4 moves without a trace. This is the advancement to the bronze card. The second advancement I made for the town's compass, locking in victory on the first appearance. After the excitement, several people agreed to go to the materials room. The materials room is one of the benefits provided by Chinnan University. Even without applying for the 4 special classes, it is much cheaper than the market price outside. Additionally, it offers a wide range of types due to school research. When signing the enrollment contract initially, one of the terms was that during their time at the university, they could receive 3 free material cards at each stage, which would be used sooner or later. This time we came to pick out some. Although called a materials room, it is actually an entire building, with the bronze level on the second floor. It is further divided into various areas of different sizes. In line with the orc worldview, they headed to the area of animal bones and fur. Sure, Xiao Xiao and the monkey soon had a general direction and went their separate ways. I took a stroll around, feeling the happy dilemma of choosing. As my thoughts churned, I had an idea and took a step towards the Beast Valley area. Tang Wei was surprised to see me. "Are you also planning to make beast cards?" he asked. "I saw several humanoid cards in front of you and thought that was your worldview." Thinking of the worldview card images that Huasher saw that day, he suddenly realized that there were indeed many strange exotic beasts on the tower, even more than the proportion of humanoids. Nervously, I planned to create a Kuanping from the picture. Kuanping is well known in the Dragon Kingdom, and people have always aspired to it. The most famous of them is Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering. In the Northern Sea, there is a fish called koan. Koan is so huge that it can't fit in a pot and transforms into a bird. It is called Pang, and Pang is so massive that it needs 2 barbecue racks. Ugh. Anyway, as a top-tier exotic beast in the classic of mountains and seas, the Kuanping is unparalleled in both strength and significance. Su Chen kept comparing and ultimately chose a set of fish bones and a set of Pang bones. Since they were rare materials of high quality, if he had to pay for them himself, he would probably lose most of what he earned from the previous customizations. Fortunately, he only needed to use 2 free slots now. When he returned from the transaction, Tang Wei hadn't made up his mind yet and was even thinking of going downstairs to pick out black iron grade materials. Su Chen was very puzzled. "Are you serious?" Tang Wei thought he was very clever. "Don't you think it's perfect to upgrade step by step from black iron cards? Each time you can choose materials with different attributes, and the range of skill settings will be more comprehensive." "I don't think so." Su Chen finally realized that Tang Wei hadn't looked at the textbook he had sent, and reminded him that is the fluctuation guidance card needed to perfectly integrate the internal energy of the cards when upgrading the Tiangong space. "According to your idea, it's fine for us to be at a low level now, but when we reach a high level, it would be strange to have cards that don't explode without fluctuation fusion time and time again." "Oh, I see." The idea that had just come to mind died in Tang Wei's mind. And the potential of low-level materials simply cannot compare to that of high-level ones. It's just for the convenience of perfect fusion that we can step-by-step advance to later stages. Su Chen couldn't bear it anymore. "Go back and self-study all the textbooks for me." He doesn't want us to occupy our classroom time with reading textbooks, but that doesn't mean we don't need to self-study after class. Under Su Chen's restraint, Tang Wei obediently selected materials on the second floor. Back in the dormitory, he also conscientiously read through the textbooks that he had planned to let gather dust. Su Chen went to the card-making room that was standard in each dormitory. The card-making room was not large, but it was well laid out. As soon as Su Chen entered, he smelled a refreshing scent. The walls here were special, like pepper walls, infused with special spices to help card makers concentrate. In the middle was a table and a chair, with nothing else around. Standing at the table, Su Chen took out the Tiangong, then skillfully took out the material card, blank card, and worldview card, and in no time, a card with a fish body and bird wings appeared in front of him. Beast, Kuanping, grade, bronze, quality, 5 stars, skill, mimicry, active, unable to contain, simply unable to contain. Kuanping has 2 forms, normal and Peng transformation, with a huge volume that can be used for mimicry activities. Free roaming, active, writing the righteousness of heaven and earth, controlling the 6 energies, wandering endlessly. For the free roaming skill, Su Chen referenced a purification skill from a game in his past life. Today at the training ground, he noticed that many people had control skills. The first lesson involved students and teachers battling, and there would surely be student-to-student matches later on. He had to prepare in advance, of course. The next day, the weather was fine. In the Star Network, it was always spring-like, putting people in a good mood. Su Chen rode a fish to class, landed at the door, and the Kuanping immediately shrank its body and floated beside him, emitting a buzzing sound. It swam left and right, curiously surveying its surroundings, finding everything fresh and unconsciously drifting further away from Su Chen. Then suddenly realizing, it darted back behind Su Chen, sheepishly nuzzling his shoulder with its beak. Self-taught skill in ingratiating without a teacher. Because of the greater and purer energy contained in the materials used, the Kuanping seemed to have a higher level of spirituality compared to the previous cards. As Su Chen took his seat, the Kuanping's attention was quickly drawn to the small mushroom at the back table, trembling as it approached, delicately sniffing its scent. Goo goo. The little mushroom waved its small hand lightly, greeting in a friendly manner. It had interacted with most of the cards that appeared in the class and had learned quite a bit of social etiquette. For example, the waving gesture could be used for both hello and goodbye. It seems they get along well. Sure, Xiao Xiao smiled. Just as they felt satisfied with the first meeting of the two cute creatures, Kuanping suddenly opened its mouth and swiftly swallowed the little mushroom in one gulp. Stop! Su Chen hurriedly pried open Kuanping's mouth. To their surprise, the little mushroom showed no panic, exploring curiously inside, because this was Kuanping's mimicry, and the actual space inside its mouth was far larger than it appeared. The little mushroom seemed fascinated by this and began measuring with its small hands. Unable to count, it spread its hands out and gestured to Su Chen how big it was. Goo! Goo goo! Buzz Kuanping blinked innocently. Su Chen awkwardly withdrew his hand and then patted Kuanping's head. Be good, be careful not to accidentally swallow anything. It's okay, once the card has imprinted the spiritual mark, it will be connected to the heavenly space, and the energy will return and gather immediately upon death, Sure Xiaoxiao explained calmly, allowing the little mushroom to move around inside Kuanping's mouth. After all, cards don't have saliva. Tang Wal chuckled beside them. Is this Kuanping? It seems different from what I saw before, not the same one? It was an image of a fish-bodied bird with wings, and because he had never seen such a mythical beast before, even though it was just a brief encounter, it left a deep impression on him. Perhaps Aunt Lin's loving education that day was also one of the reasons. You'll know in the future, Su Chen retorted. What about the cards you made? Dang 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 dang, the little brain axe shines brightly on stage. Tang Wei summoned on the spot, and a round-headed little tiger with wings on its back ran out, flying through the air. Perhaps due to its feline nature, the little brain axe didn't even have time to react, immediately targeting the big fish, but unfortunately, Kuanping fiercely flicked it away with its tail, causing it to fall flat on its face. The little brain axe lay in ambush on the table, still full of mischief, but after being flicked twice by Kuanping, it reluctantly covered its eyes, giving up on its mischievous thoughts, and its target mocked it the whole time, showing no sign of comforting it. As a non-card maker, Shouho had just sent the materials back home yesterday and wouldn't be able to receive the cards for a short time. Looking enviously at the scene, card makers are so lucky, unlike us spirit card users, who always have to go through a big circle to get the cards. Although he had just reserved a customized card with Su Chen, he had used the rare materials he received for free yesterday, and his family was only at a moderate level, so he didn't dare to waste them. According to the original plan, after sending them back home, his parents would contact a senior card maker to make the cards for him and then send them back. Su Chen, of course, couldn't say anything like why didn't you let me make the card, I could have delivered it on the spot, and just said, with your parents arranging it, this card will definitely be powerful. The bell for class rang. Hiswosi had been absent for a long time. The students began to discuss. Why hasn't the teacher come? Is there no class today? How is that possible, just after the awakening period? It's still the golden growth period with a surge in spiritual power. We even missed our holidays. How could they not arrange classes for us? Why do you all assume it's the teacher who didn't come? Maybe it's another teacher. Do we have other teachers? Without a class schedule or a class representative, we can't go check. I asked in the class group. Let's wait. After about 5 minutes, Hiswosi seemed to have seen the message, and angrily sent a voice message. Didn't I make it clear yesterday, or do you all have short ears? Training ground, training ground, training ground. Do I have to remind you several times? Roll over here within 5 minutes. Since yesterday, Hiswosi's teaching robot had directly transferred the entire class to the training ground, and after class, no one had paid attention, so they were all clueless about the specific route from the classroom to their own class training ground. Su Chen decisively pulled up the panel to check the map, then sent the route to the group. The training grounds are all in this location. Let's go there and then figure out which one is ours. Time waits for no one, and the students immediately took action. Some ran, some rode mounts, and some even had their cards use displacement skills, all showing off their unique abilities. No one wanted to find out what kind of trouble the capricious homeroom teacher would come up with if they didn't arrive within the specified time. Su Chen had intended to enlarge the Kuanping, but then heard Sure Xiaoxiao shout, "Quick, my dining cloth is a multi-person mount with a special flying skill. Turning around, Suchen saw the pastoral-style dining cloth Xiao had taken out floating in midair, large enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people comfortably. It had the vibe of a magic carpet. Suchen sighed inwardly and sat down neatly. Soon, everyone was ready, and Xiao controlled the dining cloth to swiftly head towards their destination. Little Mushroom sat in the center, while the Kuanpeng and Little Axebrain flew alongside. At this moment, it was class time, and there were few people around the campus, only their class running around, searching anxiously for their classroom. In the end, it was a classmate with exploration and reconnaissance cards who first discovered the location of the Hasu Temple, and the special class finally arrived within the specified time, rushing in a frenzy. "We're here," Hasu Temple sighed regretfully, and received angry glares from everyone. Indeed, this old man was quite mischievous, deliberately not informing them that the class was to be held on the training ground, just to find an excuse to make things difficult for them. "What are you looking at?" Hasu Temple lazily yawned. "I mentioned yesterday that most of our classes would be held on the training ground, which means the probability of me being here is greater than that of being in the classroom. The truly attentive students should have already figured it out and should have reminded me in the class group chat." As he spoke, Hasu Temple glanced disdainfully at everyone. Careless, everyone run 30 laps around the field. No one objected. The students of the special class were proud, and this time they had indeed not adapted to the situation of not having classes in the classroom at university, failing to think promptly. They didn't make excuses for their oversight, lined up voluntarily and started running, sticking close to the walls of the training ground without any intention of slacking off. Perhaps some did, but it was not the time to bring it up. 30 laps were just a warm-up, not even the main course. Next, Hasu Temple paired everyone with their own card and organized a series of games including but not limited to ball snatching, reaction tests, target shooting, etc. He strictly stipulated, success earns 1 point, failure earns no points, and not participating deducts 1 point. Although they didn't know what the points were for or their purpose, the students with top cancer decisively went all out. In the end, everyone lay exhausted on the floor, feeling drained of their souls. Tired, too tired. Harsh, too harsh. Hasu Temple was simply inhuman, not giving them a moment to catch their breath, and they could only numbly follow the arrangements, unaware of how time passed. Even in the Star Network, they could feel the gnawing hunger of reality. Fortunately, the enhancement from leveling up as card masters had made their bodies much stronger, or else they would have been forced offline. When their mental strength was exhausted, the cards were passively retrieved. In the later games, the number of participants dwindled, and the few who could hold on until the end were surprisingly the few individuals that Skinny Monkey had paid attention to that day: Su Chen, Wang Wei, Hasu Wu, Luo Yu, and Luo Ying. Tang Wei unfortunately stopped at the second-to-last game. After making the final mark in the teaching manual and handing it over to the robot for safekeeping, Hasu Temple walked over, looking down at this group of crawling creatures who refused to get up. "Since our class is a special class, we have to do something different, like this points system. Points will accumulate starting from this class until the school team recruitment begins. Only the top 10 students on the points leaderboard can sign up for selection. Your usual performance will also be considered as hidden points added in. Don't blame me for not reminding you." As soon as the words fell, most people bounced up with a radiant expression, eager to shine again. There was no hiding it. Pick me, pick me. The national competition, who hasn't fantasized about it during high school? It's more than just an honor. According to statistics, over 80% of active professional cardmasters on the world stage have debuted in the national competition. Once you participate and achieve results, it greatly helps in qualifying for the world stage. Besides Huagua, many countries also hold national competitions. Even if they are not interconnected, the national competition is equivalent to a global unified event. It shows the importance of Blue Star Card Masters. So Iswosi firmly grasped this group of young people and happily announced the end of class, walking out of the training ground, while the students remained in place. No wandering around. Tomorrow they have to attend class again. It's better to conserve energy to deal with the homeroom teacher's tough training when the time comes. Just starting like this, who knows if it's to set the tone or if it will be the same in the future. It's really a pain. Suchen lay on the bed, slowly taking off his helmet, staring blankly at the ceiling, and said to Tang Wei, who was also not moving much, "Are you going to buy food? Get me a portion." "You go, I can't even get up." Tang Wei responded half-heartedly. "I participated in an extra round just now, so I had less rest time than you." "What does that prove?" "It proves that you're more awesome than me. Today's training must be a piece of cake for you. I'm counting on you for dinner, bro." Gurgle. The two kept pushing each other back and forth, and when their stomachs started a duet, neither could convince the other, so they had to go out together to find food. A visible bond between brothers. Perhaps they had been procrastinating for too long. the cafeteria had already closed, so they had to go to the food street near the school to eat. The two walked unsteadily, passing by flower beds. They wished they could grab a few to eat, complaining about how Iswosi was so unreasonable, not even leaving them time for lunch. "Luckily we don't have class tomorrow morning. We'll have to eat our fill at noon." Suchin joked. Being able to train all day also proves the potential of our class. Ordinary bronze-level card masters probably can't hold on for this long. At that moment, they suddenly saw a few familiar figures ahead, who seemed to have spotted them early and were already waiting. The two hurried forward and found it was Wang Wei and a group of people. "Why are you guys coming out to eat so late?" Wang Wei asked. Suchin naturally felt embarrassed to say that they had been dragging their feet, so he made up an excuse. "I heard there are many delicious foods in the food street, so I wanted to try them." In terms of familiarity with this area, it depends on us, the group of us who came up from the affiliated middle school. "There's a well-known chain barbecue restaurant nearby, shall we go together?" "Sure." The group ran to the barbecue restaurant, but one table was not enough, so the waiter helped merge two adjacent tables. Tang Wei couldn't help but remark, "The service at this barbecue restaurant is quite good." It wasn't until later that they found out this chain barbecue restaurant was actually owned by Wang Wei's family, and they realized it belatedly. As the saying goes, the son eats the father out of house and home. A group of big boys ordered a large platter of barbecue, and as soon as the dishes arrived, they dug in voraciously, eating most of it. Only after filling their stomachs like hungry ghosts did they start chatting leisurely. Iswosi was once again brought up for criticism. "It's insane, I can't believe a teacher would teach for a whole day. He is famous for being a devil. Although he looks carefree on weekdays, being able to be the main coach of the school team, it can't be that simple. It's really scary, I'm starting to have psychological shadows." Suchen was more concerned about another point. "We've had classes with He for 2 days in a row, where are the other subject teachers?" Among the group, only Wang seemed to know the details. He explained, "Strictly speaking, it's not yet time for school to start. Haven't you noticed there aren't many people on campus? Most of them are senior students who stay on campus to work and study instead of going home." With Wang's reminder, Shuchen quickly understood, "So the teachers haven't started classes yet?" "Exactly," Wang confirmed. "If I weren't the homeroom teacher of the special class, he wouldn't have come to report to school. So, get ready because for the next few months, we will all be seeing Laohi every day." Someone felt like they were having a heart attack. "Oh my, spare me. Not having a vacation is bad enough, now we have to fall into the hands of the devil." "Who's the devil?" "Who else but Laohi?" the person said naturally, then turned around to see Hiswosi smiling ominously at them. Instantly, their soul felt scattered. Fortunately, Hiswosi was used to being teased by new students and didn't pursue it, so he left with his packed lunch. Phew! A group of boys patted their chests, breathing heavily. "Oh no, I'm doomed tomorrow." The person caught was from the affiliated middle school group, who had already made a strong impression on Hiswosi, wishing he would just disappear. "A toast to you." The others raised their iced colas in silent tribute to him. After chatting and eating skewers, a couple of hours passed. When they left the restaurant, the starry sky was brilliant, with neon lights shining brightly. The warm yellow streetlights resembled winding rivers, carrying them back home leisurely. A night of sweet dreams. The next afternoon, as soon as Shuchen logged in, he saw Hiswosi waiting with his arms crossed. The teaching robot made another dazzling appearance, holding a box for everyone to draw lots from randomly. Its round mechanical eyes scanned up and down, alert to prevent anyone from peeking. Anyone who lingered a bit longer would receive a lightning strike to their head, offering a free hairstyle change. One student had a typical explosive hairstyle and was coldly arranged to stand aside by Hiswosi. Some classmates couldn't help but laugh at the flamboyant explosion of curls, delaying for a few seconds. Little did they know that the next moment, another student joined the ranks of the typical ones. A lesson learned for those who came after. To avoid having the same limited edition hairstyle, the students behind quickly drew lots and left, taking less than 3 seconds each, emphasizing efficiency. The line kept getting shorter. As the class bell rang, the wooden lots were all distributed. Everyone noticed that the long wooden lots had one end painted in different colors. Shuchen's was bean green, and when he looked to the side, Tangwei's color was different, sky blue, but the same as another student. Immediately, they speculated whether this was for teaming up or battling against each other. At this moment, Hiswosi provided the answer. "Our class has a total of 28 people, forming 14 pairs. Today, we have a new rule with only one competition. After pairing up, everyone will fight each other. Every 10 minutes, you earn a point. The longer you last, the more points you accumulate until there's only one person or pair left. The top 3 pairs with the longest survival time will receive additional 3, 5, and 7 bonus points. If at the end, only one person remains, all bonus points go to that individual. If both members of a pair survive, they will distribute the points among themselves. As Hisoshi spoke, he gestured on the blue screen projected by the robot, outlining a few strokes, and some lively little figures started simulating the rules of the game. Childish and cute. However, Shuchen keenly felt his sinister intentions. Even in the team mode, the rules were filled with potential discord. But today's mode was indeed a good opportunity to catch up or widen the point gap. Because Hisoshi had only explained the importance of points after the previous day's event, many students who had saved their energy were now determined to catch up. And those who already had an advantage were not willing to give it up easily. The tense battle of today could already be anticipated. Based on the colors, Shuchen found his teammate, Hishowu. Both of them were the only ones who scored full marks yesterday, giving them a significant advantage over others. Wang raised an eyebrow enviously and said, "These two are exceptional today." Soon, someone chimed in, "How about we team up? Let's take out this sniper duo first." Before the voices could unify, Su Chen, with a calm demeanor, reminded, "We won't just surrender, and we don't know if the snipers coming for us are setting traps for others. Not only will they not last long, but they will also clear the way for others." The person's expression changed, casting suspicious glances back and forth, pondering whether Wang's words were intentional or not. The plan to cooperate ultimately fell through. Hisho silently stood behind Su Chen. Seeing everyone had understood the rules, Hisua said, "Begin." Suddenly, the surroundings transformed. The once empty training ground turned into a dense jungle, overgrown with thorns, seemingly endless and resembling a primeval forest. Everyone around had vanished. The wooden sticks in their hands transformed into wristwatches, displaying 2 small pea green dots that blinked, indicating the current positions of teammates. Additionally, there was a line of small text, points, 0. Su Chen hid himself in a tree, attempting to communicate with his teammates using the star network panel, but there was no response. He looked around, then felt the rough texture of the tree bark under his palm, somewhat surprised. Was this real? No. It felt entirely different from the last time they shifted locations. Was it an illusion? But if it was terrifying. For these novice card wielders, such a realistic illusion was impenetrable, and the distinction between a complete illusion and reality was unclear. As Su Chen was lost in thought, a classmate swiftly ran towards him from under the tree, accompanied by a spirit dog. "Jueyun, are you sure there's someone here? Why didn't I?" A sudden cold arrow struck. Before finishing his sentence, his fading figure dissipated into nothingness. Su Chen shook his head inwardly, thinking of themselves as hunters. They ended up becoming prey. After being hit by an arrow, he retrieved his Hoi card and changed positions again, wary of potential threats. He then activated a maze barrier card to shield himself and headed towards Hisho's location. The sounds of elimination echoed continuously in the forest, with 6 people losing their qualification in just a few minutes, some still stuck at 0 points due to the short time. When the 5-minute mark arrived, Su Min, who had just been eliminated by Su Chen, came back online, only to find himself back at the training ground. The classmates still in the game around him were either running or jumping in place, creating a bizarre scene. Hisua was off to the side, doodling. The eliminated participants stood at a distance. Although in the same area, everyone kept to themselves, as if in separate spaces. Su Min dared not make a sound, trying to get Hisua's attention. He quietly approached another eliminated classmate and asked, "Who killed me? I didn't see anyone around." "It was Su Chen in the tree behind you." "Oh, I see. No wonder I couldn't react in time. So, I was just heading to offer myself as a sacrifice." Su Min scratched his head in frustration, unable to express the explosion of emotions he felt at that moment. 0 points. After years of schooling, when had he ever received such a devastating score? He watched the events unfold in dismay. Various images floated about a meter away from Hisua, showing each classmate's perspective. Su Chen utilized his invisibility skill, but the faint shadow was still visible from the outside. He moved swiftly through the jungle, occasionally spotting other figures, slowing down to approach stealthily and aim for a decisive strike. In about 10 minutes, he eliminated 2 more people. However, luck was not on his side this time. His opponent had detection skills, so even with the maze barrier, Su Chen was a glaring presence in their eyes, though they couldn't pinpoint which classmate he was. Lin Yeyu pretended not to know, looking down at the dial and then looking around, as if trying to determine the direction. Suddenly, a gun-wielding mech appeared by his side, continuously firing towards the detected target. Fortunately, Su Chen was prepared, always holding the formation compass in his hand. After changing positions, he summoned the water god Gong Gong, and in an instant, a huge wave swept over, enveloping Lin Yeyu and his cards in water. Lin Yeyu could swim, but for some reason, the water kept churning, making it difficult for him to swim out. As he was about to run out of breath, he summoned his cards from outside the water, and two precise chains swiftly struck, wrapping around him and the mech, pulling them forcefully. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yeyu coughed up some water, with two cards standing guard in front of him. He looked up at the enemy, eyes wide open. It's you. Family, who would understand? After wandering in the forest for a long time without encountering anyone, he finally met a big shot, truly unlucky. Lin Yeyu felt like crying without tears, trying to struggle. Su God, let's form an alliance. My card's specialty is mechanical, with strong support abilities. I will definitely be loyal to you. The lower the posture, the more decisive the action. Seeing Su Chen listening attentively, two mechs suddenly attacked. While a golden armor appeared on him, Lin Yeyu was not just a defensive cardmaster, but leaned towards attack and coordination. He and the mechs split up, attacking Su Chen and his cards. Su Chen chuckled, dodging the lasers by bending his knees, testing the cooperation, right? I understand. He showed a look of sudden realization, and Gong Gong immediately summoned Shangliu and Fuyo, surrounding the opponent. The three of them were fierce and strange, exuding a villainous aura. Shangliu unleashed its 9 heads, Fuyo swung its sharp claws, and Gong Gong stirred up a storm. The surging flood poured in from all directions, seemingly engulfing even the sunlight. What was most dangerous was that the two summoned creatures kept tearing at the mech, scratching its metal skin, exposing the wires to short-circuiting due to water erosion. Realizing the mech was no match, Lin Yeyu quickly fled to a distance, planning to abandon the vehicle to save himself. However, just as he ran 3 or 4 meters, the scenery in front of him flickered, and he found himself back in the same place. Goodbye. Without further ado, Su Chen controlled Shangliu to bite down. Lin Yeyu eliminated, points, 2. The announcement echoed in the air, then everything fell silent, the surroundings becoming eerily quiet, without the rustling of leaves or the chirping of birds, as if everything had gone into hiding. Su Chen collected his cards with a sense of calm. Onlookers outside watched him pass by someone, even though the person was not aware and not killed, then they moved away to find a secluded place to regroup. Su Min exclaimed, Su Chen didn't see it? That's impossible, that person didn't use invisibility skills. He tried to analyze, then suddenly saw Hasu Temple give a meaningful glance, immediately falling silent, as he found the answer in his heart. Wow, just now it was so intense, why is everyone suddenly so tacit, starting to accumulate points by stalling time? Since that's the case, why not start earlier? Take me with you. There were several others with the same mindset, all observing from outside. As time passed, when everyone's points reached 5, the distant forest collapsed instantly, revealing a dark abyss with rugged rocks. The edges continued to crumble, inexorably forcing everyone to gather, like herding ducks. At the same time, the announcement began again. 1 person eliminated. Shi Xiaoxiao eliminated, points, 5. Shi Xiaoxiao, who was setting up mushrooms in a corner, fell into the darkness in confusion. Obviously, Hasu Temple had run out of patience, and he had unfortunately become the sacrificial lamb in the outer circle. However, to say it was unfortunate was not quite right, because this was not a random event. Hasu Temple deliberately selected the area where Shi Xiaoxiao was located. Not wanting to perform well is one thing, but if everyone just muddles through, how can training progress? Negative trends must be suppressed at the first sign. At this point, there were only about a dozen people left in the field. Su Chen continued on his way, the 2 small green dots on the dial were already very close. From the beginning until now, He Xiaowu hadn't killed anyone, even though others fought fiercely, he remained unfazed and unmoved. It was as if he was passing through the whole world. If someone targeted him, he would counterattack, but he wouldn't pursue if the opponent retreated. He just looked at his watch and steadily approached his teammates. He Xiaowu. Hearing someone calling his name, He Xiaowu turned around to see Wang Wei sitting on a wooden stake with his legs crossed. Are you going to find Su Chen? A rhetorical question. He Xiaowu thought it was nonsense, ignored him, and continued forward. However, Wang Wei walked over, blocking his path, and said in a familiar tone, You're alone, I'm alone. Although we're not on the same team, we haven't found our teammates either. Why not cooperate? Besides, he only requires time. He didn't specify finding teammates. Even if you persist alone until the end, it's fine, you'll get all the points. His tone was sincere and earnest, as if he genuinely cared for He Xiaowu. Fortunately, He Xiaowu was not swayed. That's not right. Su Chen approached. You're the only one here who hasn't found a teammate yet. Wang Wei immediately showed regret, forced a friendly smile, and applauded. Congratulations, you found a teammate, looks like I can't linger anymore. He waved goodbye. Su Chen and He Xiaowu exchanged a glance and launched an attack in unison. Changing positions, the long spear swept across. Hey hey hey, where's the sportsmanship? Wang Wei, who was used to getting things easily, was now facing a tough opponent in a card battle, and with Su Chen's formidable strength, it became even more challenging. Card after card was summoned, and Wang Wei quickly felt overwhelmed, retreating while fighting. The battle seemed one-sided, but Su Chen faintly felt something was amiss and quickly pulled his Xiaowu back. Wang Wei, are you letting me go? Thank you, he said as he tried to escape. Su Chen held onto Yi Xiaowu, watching as Wang Wei, who seemed eager to leave quickly, didn't get far after a few steps. Soon, Wang Wei also felt powerless and asked in confusion, how did you figure it out? Su Chen was somewhat speechless. Using this bait was your biggest mistake. They wanted to confuse the enemy, so they should have appeared weak and harmless, but they chose someone so powerful. The key was that it lacked sincerity. Wang Wei, feeling indignant, said, I think my acting was pretty good. Su Chen ignored him and shouted, are you not coming out? At his words, Luo Yu emerged from behind a tree, accompanied by a colorful butterfly that scattered iridescent scales with each flutter, subtly changing the surrounding vegetation. They were not teammates, just two individuals who happened to cooperate temporarily. In fact, they almost fooled Su Chen a moment ago, but having seen the reality elsewhere, the illusion of the trap seemed abrupt. It was unclear who made the first move, perhaps just a change in expression, and the four immediately engaged in a fierce battle, the sharp clash of blades and spears, the intense sound of fists hitting flesh. The commotion attracted others, including Wang Wei and Luo Yu's respective teammates. Thus, the recent alliance fell apart. Everyone engaged in a chaotic battle. Skills were used haphazardly, ultimate moves were unleashed, and in the end, regardless of teammates or not, all were seen as enemies except oneself. The diverse skills were like random blind boxes, and Su Chen inadvertently fell victim to a control skill. Seeing his limbs no longer obeying him, he immediately summoned the Kuanping. Free and unfettered. The Kuanping flicked its tail, a gentle light spread out, brushing over Su Chen's body, instantly dispelling all negativity. In the chaos of battle, one by one, figures disappeared, and standing at the end were the familiar 5 individuals. Su Chen and He Xiaowu were a team, while the other 3 had their own teams, but their teammates had already been eliminated. However, Luo Yu and Luo Ying, the twin sisters, stood together in perfect harmony on the side. In the end, only Wang Wei was caught between the two groups. The outcome was clear, the extras had to go first. Wang Wei, I'm just a scapegoat. The extra scapegoat was ganged up on. Even in his dying struggles, he couldn't escape the fate of being cleared out. He fell just one step away from the top 3 groups. The remaining 4 successfully qualified to share the extra points. Even without seeing the scene, Wang Wei could imagine their ugly faces, and in anger, he pounded the table, as if trying to break it in half, his meticulously styled hair now a mess. For against 1, I refuse to accept this. If he could retreat temporarily, he was confident he could come back and defeat them one by one. There was no way he could fail to even make it to the top 3. He wondered how those mocking friends would laugh at him. After 5 minutes of frustration, Wang Wei reluctantly logged in to watch the final results, determined to understand who the ultimate winner was. Personally, Wang Wei naturally supported the twin sisters Luo Yu and Luo Ying, not because of favoritism or gender bias, but mainly because he was eliminated by Su Chen, that despicable fellow, with a shot to the throat. Oh, wait, there was also Yi Xiaowu who stabbed him in the back. Luo Ying tied him up, and Luo Yu controlled him. Tired, destruction seemed like the only way. Star Network, illusion. Luo Yu appeared mischievous, her eyes gleaming as she sowed discord. You two are a team, if you split evenly, even if you get first place, you won't have as high a score as second place. So what? Su Chen remained unmoved. Human selfishness was inevitable, but it was also important to maintain good relationships with potential future teammates. He Xiaowu didn't respond, even though they hadn't been together long, everyone could see he was a closed book. So, Luo Yu was surprised, you guys aren't interested at all. Then have you and your sister decided who will score higher? Su Chen asked, after all, you're 2 separate teams. Of course, it's me. Luo Yu blurted out without thinking, realizing her mistake too late. Although they were twins, they had been competitive since childhood, fighting over toys and their parents' attention until recent years when things had improved. She had spoken without thinking. The more composed sister, Luo Ying, sighed helplessly. She wasn't angry. After all, Luo Yu always spoke before thinking, and she had gotten used to it. It was just that this time, Luo Ying felt suffocated by her sister's lack of intelligence. She didn't allow Luo Yu to continue. Talking won't help. Let's settle this with our skills. Several vines emerged from the ground, forming a dense net that surrounded Su Chen and He Xiaowu, blocking out the sunlight and revealing glimpses of butterflies dancing in the cracks. Dark shadows concealed the danger, enveloping the two. Su Chen quickly moved himself and he Shawu onto a tree. It was his first time controlling both of them simultaneously, so the distance wasn't far after the transfer. Luoying reacted swiftly, using a card that caused the trees beneath them to extend branches and attack. He Shawu swept his long spear, cutting off all branches within 2 meters, then without hesitation, he lunged forward with the spear. His weapon card had a sharp skill, easily breaking through Luo Ying's plant cards like tofu. Seeing He Shao's elusive movements closing in on Luo Ying, Luo Yu immediately summoned a golden phoenix butterfly to create a whirlwind to block the spear, but Su Chen shattered her rescue with an arrow from Hoi, narrowly preventing her from perishing first. In the end, Luo Ying broke free from the relentless attacks of He Suawu with the cost of a card. The four of them engaged in a fierce back and forth, move after move, countering each other, igniting the spectators' excitement. Luo Yu, come on! Luo Ying, keep it up! Su Chen is the most formidable. Martial arts are so cool. While Wang Wei almost dropped his jaw in amazement, are they really taking this so seriously? He stared in astonishment at Mu Ying, completely oblivious to the deathly gaze He Suasi directed at him. Ha, none of them are giving it their all, huh? It seems that mere points won't motivate these students who can easily secure a spot in the top 10. He Suasi stroked his chin, pondering a strategy. In the illusion, Su Chen shuddered inexplicably. He quickly surveyed the surroundings and noticed something amiss with He Suawu. It was as if he had consumed fake alcohol. Although a martial artist should have a stable stance, his steps seemed unsteady. Su Chen hurried to He Suawu's side and found a semi-transparent butterfly behind his neck. The butterfly was only the size of a finger joint, easily overlooked due to its translucent appearance. Concerned about its toxicity, Su Chen didn't touch it himself but had Zhu Rong burn it to ashes. Being in the forest, Su Chen refrained from using Zhu Rong excessively, fearing it might backfire. Luo Yu sighed regretfully as the card needed time to gather in the card space, varying based on each person's mental strength. However, she had used up all her mental energy accelerating the card gathering through consecutive battles, leaving her with no spare energy to speed up the process. In other words, this card had almost no chance of being played in this round. But it was enough. Just when Su Chen thought the problem was resolved, He Suawu was suddenly enveloped by a huge cocoon. Su Chen was taken aback, unsure if He Suawu was alive or dead. He checked his watch to confirm his location was still there. The massive cocoon stood 2 meters tall, looking exceptionally sturdy. Su Chen had to deal with the relentless attacks of the twins while trying to figure out how to rescue his teammate, inadvertently delaying the opportunity to save him. The cocoon cracked open from the inside. He Suawu slowly emerged from it, standing tall, with a sharp gaze, no longer looking disheveled as before. Without a word, Su Chen quickly retreated as He Suawu aimed the red tassel-long spear at him. For the first time, he keenly felt the power of martial arts. Each move flowed effortlessly like clouds in water. If he didn't possess the strength of a card master, he would have been defeated at first sight. Transforming into a pang with Kuanpeng wings, Su Chen withdrew from the battle, soaring into the sky, observing that He Suawu had yet to attack Luo Yu and her sister. He realized this wasn't random animosity. He replayed the recent events in his mind. Su Chen saw a butterfly mark behind He Suawu's neck as he circled around on Kuanpeng. He immediately used the skill Free Wanderer. It's useless, Luo Yu chuckled. This isn't an ordinary control skill. Indeed, although He Suawu struggled for a few seconds, he resumed trying to attack Su Chen. Beast, Phoenix Moth Butterfly, Level, Bronze, Quality, 5 stars, Skills, Larva Mark, Active, Mark the target, and you're my butterfly. Cocoon to Butterfly, Active, transform any target's body into an ally's unit, partially influencing their behavior. This process is irreversible and cannot be undone. To successfully create this card and maximize its effect, she even sacrificed the Phoenix Moth Butterfly's attack power. Luo Yu looked eagerly at Su Chen, feeling like victory was already in her grasp. Give up now, it's 3 against 1. Outside, there was a commotion, especially He Suasi, who was nodding repeatedly after writing Luo Yu's name in the teaching manual. Su Chen is in trouble now. No way out, move on to the next one. One was the top of the class, the other a martial arts card master. I thought they had it in the bag, who would have thought there would be a turncoat among them. Luo Yu's card is simply invincible. As long as the right people are chosen, the opponent's strongest forces can be instantly disintegrated. Then why did Luo Yu choose Heshu instead of Shuchen? Maybe it wasn't intentional, but a failed attempt? I remember that Butterfly seemed to be circling around Shuchen too. All was well when it arrived, but almost didn't make it back. It's a pity. Originally, only their group fought until the end, with the greatest advantage, but now it's been overturned. Life is unpredictable, things change in the blink of an eye. The surrounding students whispered incessantly. Wang Wei was also startled, then he began to gloat. This is what they mean by fortune's change, indeed. Earlier, it was 4 against 1, and Shuchen was the most ruthless, completely disregarding the camaraderie. Serves him right, now he's the one being targeted. Truly, the way of the world is full of twists and turns. Wang Wei was already eager to mock Shuchen when he came out. Luoyu and Luoying did not disappoint him either, showing no mercy in their attacks, seizing the opportunity to strike while he was vulnerable, not giving Shuchen any time to think of a way out. Riding on that strange card that transformed from a fish to a bird, after Shuchen controlled it in midair, they each used their own methods to shift the battlefield. Luoyu had butterfly wings on her back, Luoying stood on giant flowers, and Heshe moved through the air with cards that had no obvious features. The four of them engaged in a flurry of moves. If it weren't for the forest illusion set up by Hesuwa Temple acting like a different dimension, not extending beyond the illusion, the newly designated training ground would have been shattered to pieces. However, even with Shuchen's strong mental power, facing 3 opponents proved to be challenging. For the first time, one of his cards was broken. Hui tragically perished. Sensing the cards slowly condensing in the Tiangong space, Shuchen estimated the time. It should end in about 10 minutes at normal speed, but with mental power assistance, the time could be shortened. However, he had no spare energy at the moment. The relentless attacks of the 3 showed no signs of slowing down. If he didn't act swiftly, he would undoubtedly be defeated. There's no other way, Heshu, take care. Shuchen spoke vaguely, as Heshu had always been controlled by Luoyu. Their attempts to separate had all ended in failure, so he had to abandon his teammate. Not good, retreat quickly. Luoying vaguely sensed the danger and hurriedly warned Luoyu, but it was already too late. In an instant, the Kuanping under Shuchen's feet suddenly surged, where his figure was visible a moment ago. The next second, even the hem of his clothes couldn't be seen. Buzz, a ethereal buzzing sound seemed to come from the sky. The transformed Kuanping returned to its giant fish form, a body larger than a blue whale, creating an eclipse-like scene. Due to the enhanced vision from their advancement as card masters, Luoying and the others could only vaguely see the rough outline. The dim scene, as if the sky was sinking and the earth was collapsing, made people feel endlessly oppressed. What? What is this? Luoyu exclaimed in panic, her wings sparking. Before they could recover from the shock, the Kuanping crashed towards the ground. Boom! Stones shattered, trees broke, the heavens and earth split. The Kuanping ruthlessly crushed everyone, like a giant stepping on an ant colony, effortlessly and leisurely. The illusion quickly dissipated. Shuchen returned alone, while the other 3 were kicked offline by the Star Network, entering a 5-minute countdown. All the students were stunned, just a moment ago lamenting Shuchen's misfortune, and the next moment, Shuchen flipped the table directly. For a moment, there was complete silence. What kind of card is this? Why does it have 2 forms? And why is it so massive? They all thought the giant koan was the result of Kuanping's card using the skill of enlargement. Little did they know that this wasn't even its complete form. Kuanping's water strike spans 3,000 miles, and its formation commands 10,000 soldiers. To truly reveal the true form of Kuanping, even when Shuchen recovers his mental strength, he will still be far from his best condition. Among the crowd, Wang Wei discreetly swallowed his saliva. He was a forgiving person, so he didn't dwell on seeking revenge for that arrow to the throat. Of course, the most intense reaction was from Hesu Temple, who was completely lost in excitement. Just moments ago, he was full of praise for Luoyu, but now he decisively put her out of his mind and walked briskly to Su Chen's side, a look of contentment on his face. If Luoyu knew, she would surely curse silently. What a big fool. Hesu Temple patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Well done, I'll add 7 extra points to the first place for you. 4 points, Su Chen interjected. The other 3 points go to Heshu. He died a second later than the other 2. Hesu Temple's mind had been completely occupied by Kuanping just now, only aware that it had killed everyone in one go. Upon hearing this, he retrieved the previous image and enlarged it for confirmation. On the screen, Heshu was struggling to resist the control of the cards due to Su Chen's reminder. Perhaps because Luoyu was in a panic and fleeing, she relaxed her control, giving Heshu a brief moment of autonomy. In the end, he was lucky enough to be crushed a step slower by Kuanping's round body. Hesu Temple nodded. We'll wait for Heshu to come online and confirm the extra points distribution method on the spot. A few minutes later, all 3 came online simultaneously. After Su Chen and Heshu conversed, the latter had no objections. In fact, even if Su Chen hadn't given himself the points, he would understand. After all, in that situation just now, the order of death of the 3 could have been manipulated in secret. No one would find it strange if Heshu died first. In addition, Luoying received 5 points in second place, and Luoyu received 3 points in third place. In the video, it could be seen that Luoying's resilient plants allowed her to persist a little longer than her butterfly-like sister. 3 exciting days of the new school year passed, and just when everyone thought they had figured out Hasu Temple's habits, they were dismayed to discover, incomprehensible and dissenting, because he was not human at all. Which hell did this unchained devil come from? Or which mountain did the unrestrained monster come down from? In addition to a variety of training methods, Hasu Temple seemed to have gone mad and added a punishment system, including but not limited to doubling training, speed crawling, performing shows, writing post-training analysis summaries. In comparison, facing life and death situations was nothing. After all, they had cards, and the mental damage was the most soul-piercing. The torment from body to mind eventually led them to turn against their classmates. There was no mercy. Showing kindness to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Hasu Temple watched with satisfaction as the students of the special class gradually adapted to this high-intensity training, evolving themselves into perfect players. Even though they were teammates guarding each other in the previous class, in the next class, they were faster, more accurate, and ruthless than each other. And so, a month passed, and the college entrance examination arrived. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the exam season was over. The college entrance examination in Lunching was different from the past. In addition to written tests, there were also martial tests and card-making assessments. Only card makers participated. Some schools also conducted nationwide recruitment. As one of the top institutions striving for excellence, Nan University was no exception, so Hasu Temple, who worked overtime during the holidays, was once again at the forefront. The special class was given 3 days off because of this. In the boys' dormitory, the originally spacious double rooms were packed to the brim due to the overcrowding, and Su Chen's bed and chair were both taken. He had no choice but to lean against the wardrobe with folded arms, looking at Wang Wei, who was lying on the bed with a sense of entitlement, and sighed, "Young master, have you no shame? This is my bed." Exactly, where is the demeanor of a wealthy young master? Tang Wei pushed Lin Yeyu, who was squeezing his space, with all his might. "This is our dormitory. Do you animals know what an ugly act this is, occupying someone else's nest? Who cares about the dog's demeanor? My family is just an ordinary nouveau riche." Wang Wei shrugged indifferently, but still sat up straight, making room for Su Chen as he spoke. "Only those from prestigious families can truly be elegant. The card-making tradition of Lunching has been passed down for thousands of years, and the card-making families are deeply rooted, countless and immeasurable. After the First World War, many prestigious families of card-makers emerged, some of which have lasted for a century. Wang's family, a sudden rise, couldn't fit into those circles. It wasn't until Wang displayed exceptional musical talent, awakening his innate gift almost effortlessly, that his family placed high hopes on him, emphasizing his development to elevate the family's heritage. Fidgeting, Wang tousled his golden hair. "I heard that someone from the Wan family is coming to Nan this year." His information always preceded others, often with his father's influence. "Is it the Wan family I know?" Su Min, leaning on the chair back, sat up in surprise. "Who else could it be? Weird, isn't the Wan family rooted in Baiyuan City? Why are they coming to Nan?" The people present were all excited, gossiping. After all, the Wan family was a well-known cardmaker family mentioned in history books. Before their rise, Blue Star belonged to the era of cardmakers dominating with oppression, leading to peasant uprisings. Those familiar with history knew that although the commoners were oppressed at the bottom layer, once they rebelled, the foundation collapsed, and turmoil wouldn't easily subside. Initially confined to certain regions, like a spark meeting dry grass, the uprising spread rapidly. It escalated from a place to a city, then a country, eventually becoming the catalyst for the First World War, an unforeseen outcome. One side possessed absolute power, the other was the cornerstone. One side was lazy, the other fierce. One side was divided, the other united. One side was elite but few, the other vast in numbers. After countless lives were sacrificed, the card makers eventually compromised, and the exclusive positions of the card makers were opened up. The Wan family seized the opportunity during this war, reaping benefits and transforming into a prestigious card maker family. As discussions buzzed, they suddenly turned to another person from Baiyuan. "Hishou, isn't your ancient martial arts family also from Baiyuan? What's with the trend of talents moving from Baiyuan to Nan this year?" Hishou remained silent, regretting not firmly refusing when his roommate dragged him here. As for the reason, he would never reveal it in his lifetime. Eager for gossip, everyone was curious, but the Wan family's secrets seemed more intriguing, especially since Hishou was in their class. Secrets couldn't be kept for long. "Wang Wei, come on, spill the beans, don't make me kneel down and beg you." "Yeah, spill half the beans, no garlic with noodles." This curse was quite malicious. Wang Wei stopped teasing. "This matter has spread all over Baiyuan. Even if I don't say it, you'll know soon." "Do you know about the Dong family?" "Of course." Tang Wei rolled his eyes. "Who in Huagua doesn't know about the famous card maker family? It's said that both the main branch of the Dong family and a branch of the Wan family produced a card maker this year. The former has many card makers due to good genes, while the latter is rare. Somehow, the Dong family member targeted the Wan family member, insisting on a competition not just in card making but also in innate talent. The loser will self-destruct. Wang Wei clicked his tongue inwardly at the mention of innate talent, a card maker's foundation. Are both families allowing this nonsense? Su Chen furrowed his brows in confusion. If the news had spread widely, it meant the competition between the two had indeed taken place. Otherwise, if it was just a minor conflict, it wouldn't have caused such a stir. After imprinting the cards with their spirits, even if they died, they would reunite in the space. But innate talent symbolized by the innate gift was like an organ. Once destroyed, it couldn't be repaired. For the rest of their lives, that person could no longer be called a card maker. Even if they transitioned to a card maker, the trauma hindered progress. Using innate talent as a marker was the most severe competition among card makers, where even the deepest grudges might not lead to such ruthless actions. The Dong family and the Wan family had a long-standing feud passed down from their ancestors. The waters run deep between them, who knows what lies beneath. In the end, one family's card maker was destroyed on the spot. The waters were indeed deep, Su Chen thought to himself. Just from these few words, one could tell, a main family's card maker suddenly gambling big against a branch family's card master. No background information? Even a fool wouldn't believe that. At mealtime, the group headed to the cafeteria. Just as they left the dormitory building, they saw the protagonist of the earlier gossip. At the corner of the intersection, three people stood out. Hiswosi kept opening and closing a lighter cap in his hand, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, unlit. Standing beside him was a middle-aged man who seemed like a school leader, and a handsome young man. The middle-aged man exchanged a few words with Hiswosi, then turned and walked away, leaving only the young man. He seemed like he had just recovered from a serious illness, his face pale, standing next to Hiswosi like a pitiful victim of extortion. Hiswosi scratched his brow irritably, caught sight of Su Chen's group from the corner of his eye, and quickly waved, instructing, Su Chen, Wang Wei, this is the new student in our class, Wan Yun. Help him settle into the dormitory and get to know the situation in the class. Without waiting for a reply, Hiswosi hurried off towards the middle-aged man. Su Chen and Wang Wei exchanged glances. You two go ahead. Wang Wei and I will help him settle into the dormitory first, Su Chen said to Tang Wei and the others. Wan Yun hesitated. You must be going to eat, right? I'm sorry for the trouble, I can manage on my own. You go ahead, don't miss your mealtime. We can't neglect what Lao He instructed. Let's go, we'll find the dormitory supervisor. Wang Wei casually gestured, leading the way to the first floor. Earlier, when hearing the gossip, they thought they would encounter an easily riled hot-blooded youth who could stand against the Dong family, but upon meeting him, they realized stereotypes were misleading. Wan Yun showed no signs of being from the Wan family. Instead, he was extremely shy and introverted. When Su Chen and Wang Wei introduced the situation, he remained silent, only nodding repeatedly, clearly showing his apologies for interrupting their meal. Once the dormitory was arranged, Wan Yun insisted he had already eaten and urged them to go ahead. Watching the door close behind him, Su Chen signaled to Wang Wei with his eyes, and the two walked down the stairs side by side. Su Chen had never seen Wan Yun before his talent was destroyed. He didn't know what he used to be like, or his temperament, and couldn't empathize with the despair after his talent was ruined. But he could imagine how despondent he must be at this moment. It was his talent, his brilliance, his promising future, all cut short during this summer when he had just become a card maker. Su Chen couldn't help but feel sorrowful. What if it were him in such a situation? Having the luck of past memories, knowing of that brilliant civilization, yet unable to bring it to fruition with his own hands, what path would he take? Wang Wei remained silent as well. Both of them, as card makers, deeply felt the empathy. Where are you going? In the corridor, Shi Xiaoxiao and Shouho unexpectedly met them, each carrying bags of various sizes. Su Chen stopped. We're going to the cafeteria. Where are you going with all these things? Why not put them in your cards? It's troublesome to carry them around. Xiaoho replied, No, we'll take them out when we get back to the dorm. Then don't go, these are various delicacies we brought for you, from the popular shops in the streets and alleys of Qingnan City. Shi Xiaoxiao gestured with the bags in her hands. What about the others? I brought a lot. They've already gone to the cafeteria, Su Chen asked in surprise. All of this for eating? Looking at the numerous bags, it seemed enough for about 10 guys. Of course. Shi Xiaoxiao's face was full of lingering joy. I've been in Qingnan City for a month now, and I haven't had a chance to try the local delicacies. It's rare that our homeroom teacher gave us a break, so I took the opportunity to try more. I ended up buying too much and couldn't finish it all, so I packed it up to bring back. At this moment, Skinny Monkey pulled out his notebook. Dang, look, this is our day's harvest, a freshly baked food guide. I'll organize it and send it to the class group file later. Suchin couldn't help but laugh. On behalf of the organization, I would like to commend you all. It seems they are not blessed with good food, Wang Wei said while laughing and sending a photo over. Unexpectedly, the people who were clearly eating at the time started clamoring to save some for them. In the end, they hung the bags on the doorknob of their dormitory. Before Shi Xiaoxiao went back to rest in her room, she heard that a new student had arrived in the class and also sent a portion over. The temptation of food always triggers a sprint among students. Just as Suchin sat down to eat, Tang Wei hurried back without stopping, bursting into the room like a tiger snatching food. I'm tired of the cafeteria food, let me improve my meals too. This is what Shi Xiaoxiao brought back. Truly a food connoisseur, she knows how to eat. Slow down, didn't you just finish eating? Can you call that eating? That was survival, purely to avoid starving to death. I didn't even pay attention to what it tasted like when I stuffed it in my mouth. Tang Wei slumped in a chair with a fried chicken leg, almost shedding tears of happiness, and exclaimed, once I was young and naive, thinking that college was all about skipping classes, falling in love, and playing games. I never expected to encounter a fraud, pretending to be cool and relaxed, posing as an artist but actually a devil. A month passed, and the poor kids didn't even have the energy to go out for a decent meal. Alas! Talking about the past month, Suchin also felt lingering fear. Perhaps he had been too flashy in the early stages, attracting too much resentment. Later on, led by Wang Wei, they even formed a revenge alliance, almost causing him to be in deep trouble. Remember, that day's punishment involved dancing with their bottoms. How insane! Fortunately, he had a plan and managed to turn one person against them, disbanding their already suspicious alliance. The outcome of that day was Wang Wei performing a segment of electric but dance, quite rhythmic. By the way, I didn't expect that Wan Yun could actually enter the special class. Although Tang Wei sympathized deeply with the other party's experience, he still felt deceived. It was clearly agreed that there was a threshold for awakening and promotion in the special class, so how could someone enter after the college entrance exam? Su Chen explained, it's not strictly a privilege. Wan Yun dueled with the Dong family after promotion, but his mental strength declined after being destroyed by the heavenly artifact. Now that he has recovered, he is admitted along with the college entrance students. Worried about not being able to integrate into the group, Wan Yun voluntarily revealed some basic information. I see. Tang Wei still didn't understand, but even after recovery, he's only at the bronze level, while everyone in our class has all advanced to silver. With his mental strength struggling due to this incident, can he keep up with Lao He's devilish training? Su Chen shook his head, he has his own considerations. Alright, stop focusing on gossip, the material room is reopening, and we need to update our cards during this rare break. The school's material room had been closed for a while due to reconstruction, so even though they were silver card makers, they didn't have a single silver level card. Although material cards could be bought at the card maker store, they were not only expensive but also more advantageous at school. A silver level material card cost 2 to 300,000, and without discounts, upgrading alone would be a significant expense. Cards truly were money-sucking beasts. Su Chen calculated that luckily he had used the last free quota of the bronze level to exchange for blue star coins with his classmates, and now he had 3 new quotas for the silver level, or he would have gone bankrupt. Currently, he had 6 cards in hand that needed upgrading: the storage ring, formation compass, Hui, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and Koan Pang, with the conservative estimate of over 1 million needed, including the new ones to be made. Fortunately, he had made a name for himself in the special operations class, and many classmates had already placed orders, bringing in some income. After all, card makers spend a lot but also earn a lot. Su Chen's long-term plan was to first make a name for himself in the national competition and then open a custom card studio on the Star Network. Although card makers were few in number, there were still many across the country. Many card users had senior card makers they worked with long-term. Without some competition effect, it was hard to attract customers. Tang Wei couldn't help but comment on the side, "Old, he must have planned it all out, knowing that the school would drag us to be cannon fodder and squeeze us dry. When the holidays come, we'll find out we still have a lot of things to do. Is this a 3-day holiday? I clearly broke a bone." The materials room was initially established by the school as a benefit for students, but it gradually became one of the main means of attracting students. As it developed, its scale no longer matched its status. Therefore, this year, the school finally implemented a reconstruction project. The new materials room was large and bright, and the old name, or lack thereof, was abandoned. The principal personally put up a plaque, Ziyuan Building. Not seeking fame without a clear purpose, not seeking progress without a peaceful mind. It implied the earnest hope of Qin Nan University for its students. After reopening, Su Chen selected materials on the third floor and prepared everything before sneaking into the dormitory card-making room. First, he upgraded the cards. In the world of 4 to 5 star cards, his storage ring had a terrifyingly low initial grade of only 2 stars. If anyone found out, they would surely be shocked. However, Su Chen had his considerations. His habit of decluttering regularly meant he didn't have many things, so he didn't need a large storage space. He could divert more energy to non-space skills. Perhaps because as a storage card, its internal volume was small, which lowered the grade of the storage ring. After several upgrades, the storage ring had also undergone a transformation. Item, storage ring, 100 cubic meters x2, level, silver, quality, 4 stars, skills, manifestation attachment, active, biological charging. 1 section is stronger than 6. A small amount of mental power can stabilize the manifestation. Still life canvas, active, freeze time at this moment. Dimensional division, active, overlapping areas that can never be touched. It can be seen that Su Chen's basic settings were not for conventional storage skills. One skill allowed the card to maintain its physical form continuously to train mental power. Another skill ensured that items placed inside would not deteriorate even after a long time. The last skill finally had some relation to space, giving the storage ring another dimension. This card was strictly an experimental one for Su Chen, and he had already planned for the future, not following the traditional life card settings. Putting the storage ring back on his finger, Su Chen began upgrading the cooperative card, which involved most of his tactics and had a high priority. Item, formation compass, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, skills, 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation, active, illusion barrier, active, 1,000 machines guide the way, active, in the midst of 1,000 searches, suddenly looking back, that person is in the dim light. With over a month since the card was created, he had gained rich combat experience, and the pros and cons had been tested. The 9 palaces 8 trigrams formation had unpredictable changes in position. Once inside, unless one had overwhelming strength like the Isua Temple, they would be like a chess piece on a board, trapped and unable to escape, at the mercy of Su Chen's manipulation. This skill had made Su Chen the opponent that the special operations class students least wanted to encounter. However, it was not without its flaws. After getting to know each other better later on, Wang Wei once used Su Chen to move his own cards nearby, intending to replicate the situation where Zhu Rong harvested in the duel field. He used card locking skills, with the moved cards as reference points, instantly surrounding Zhu Rong with multiple cards in reverse, and finally beating Zhu Rong to death. This also served as a wake-up call for Su Chen. Some skills are double-edged swords. When used well, they are invincible, but if used poorly, they backfire. Being overly confident could easily lead to a misstep, being exploited by the opponent, resulting in a downfall. The battlefield situation changes in the blink of an eye, mostly testing the adaptability of the cardmaster during battles. As for the obstructing skills, it's quite simple, acting like a small illusion, concealing units within the covered area. However, this method can deceive the eyes and some detection to a certain extent, but if faced with cards specialized in detection, like Luoyu canceling attack power and fully stacking card control skills, the obstructing effect will be greatly reduced. No card can stand undefeated forever. Su Chen couldn't force it either. After reinforcing the 9 palaces Bagua formation with the newly integrated main energy, he added a detection skill. This was essential. Among the remaining 4 attack cards, Hoyi's card could be considered Su Chen's card veteran, with the initial passive skill Hunting Sun and Star Eyes, and the bronze upgrade skill Afterglow of the Setting Sun, passive after shooting the sun. Hoyi's arrows seem to carry the power of the sun, causing secondary burning damage to the target. This time, Su Chen finally found the right bow and arrow material card, so Hoi possessed his signature skill. Hoi shoots the sun, active, sun, go to the end of fate, I will extinguish your eternal flame. Due to the world setting, this skill could also attack other cards, but it had a special effect on the sun. When attacking sun-type targets, such as Scorching Sun, Blazing Sun, Golden Crow, etc., a judgment would be triggered. If the enemy unit was of the same level or lower, defense and damage would be ignored, leading to direct downfall. If the enemy unit was higher than Hoyi's card level, it would be determined by probability. There was an 80% chance of downfall for 1 level higher, a 50% chance for 2 levels higher, and only a 10% chance for 3 levels higher. Higher levels were immune. The sun had always been a symbol of great power, often incorporated into cards. Su Chen's move could be said to perfectly counter most of these types of cards. The bond skills possessed by Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were Su Chen's hidden trump cards, which he had not yet used in front of others. Their upgrade direction was also clear. Su Chen only added relevant enhancement skills Blazing Flame and Raging Torrent, focusing more on strengthening the core skills of Heaven and Earth Furnace and Raging Floods. Lastly, there was Koan Peng, which had almost become Su Chen's favorite, successfully surpassing all the previous card elders and becoming his favorite. However, in the current card deck situation, Kuan Peng was more in a supportive position because the mental energy required for this card to be fully utilized was too much. Once this card was misused, Su Chen would find himself in a situation of mental exhaustion. Kuan Peng had to endure for the time being. Beast, Kuan Peng, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, skills, mimicry, active, carefree journey, active, soaring in the clouds, passive, a young man has his own soaring ambition, aiming to be the best in the world. When Kuan Peng entered the field, friendly units would receive a rousing positive buff, increasing combat effectiveness as time passed, with a maximum increase of 20%. Kuan Peng's skills were mostly inclined towards support, but that didn't mean it lacked offensive capabilities. In fact, it never relied on any skills, to the point that Su Chen felt it didn't even need additional skills. This was a card that could be pushed forward directly as long as there was sufficient mental energy. Su Chen encountered a situation for the first time where the skill bar was not only sufficient but could be completely idle. He didn't really relax, choosing instead to improve the performance of his deck. Phew! 2 hours later, all 6 cards were upgraded. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, then got up and left the card-making room. Although he was now a silver-level card maker, his mental strength was enough to support him through the process. But he still made space for Tang Wei, so he wouldn't have to wait too long. It also allowed him to recover to a better state. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Chen leaned back in his chair, dozing off, constantly considering the card skills he was going to create. Even if he didn't like defense, he had to have cards that could withstand damage. Otherwise, this weakness would definitely be exploited by Wang Wei. Suatong had hinted that Su Chen would become the captain of the school team, with Wang Wei as his deputy. However, Wang Wei, who had always been in the spotlight at the attached middle school, naturally had his own ambitions. The national competition, as the best stage for professional cardmakers to debut, meant that the two wouldn't deliberately go easy on each other just because they played together often. That would be disrespectful to each other. Moreover, Su Chen wanted to establish his authority as captain. Performance on the training ground alone was not enough. Without showing their true abilities in a match, some would always think they had a hidden ace up their sleeve. After a while, Su Chen opened his eyes and made a decision. In the school selection, he had to defeat all these arrogant geniuses. Damn! Suddenly, a startled voice came from beside him. Who are you plotting against with that scary look in your eyes? Tang Wei left the card-making room, intending to show off his new cards to Su Chen, but was scared off by his gaze. With a change of heart, he swallowed his words. Tang Wei quickly jumped onto his bed, clutching his collar tightly, shouting desperately, "Give up, I won't surrender. My body must be kept intact for my future wife. Otherwise, how can the broken me deserve someone wonderful?" Su Chen, drama queen. Where should I throw this conspicuous bag of trash? I'm online and it's urgent. Back in the card-making room, Su Chen stood in front of the table, waving his divine pen. The flowing light blossomed on the tip of the pen, slowly outlining a deity with a bird's body and a human face, writing 2 dragons on a blank card. Although both were writing 2 dragons, he was different from Jerome, surrounded by lush foliage, full of vitality. Su Chen received the card and helplessly covered his eyes, only to see on the card, character, Wood God Jumong, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, skill, revival of all things, active, wildfire burns endlessly, spring breeze brings rebirth. Profusion of falling blossoms, passive, fragrant grass, falling blossoms, friends rejoice. All plants are soldiers, active, praise the wood god. You are the master of spring, the miracle of life. We will follow your will and eliminate all enemies. Looking at the last skill, Su Chen was speechless. Originally, he intended Jumong to be a pure healer. The first skill was good, a healing divine skill. As long as the card wasn't completely dispersed, it could be healed back to life even if it was close to death. The second skill didn't deviate from the goal either, a buff skill. As long as Jumong was on the field, friendly units could continuously increase their weak health. It might not be noticeable in the short term, but in the end, the health increased by profusion of falling blossoms might even exceed that of revival of all things. The third skill was actually good too, but he couldn't resist the temptation and added an attack skill. Fortunately, it was a powerful move. It just proved his saying once again, a leopard can't change its spots. Cough, scratch that, it's hard to change one's nature. Su Chen was an offensive player, so abruptly changing him was neither realistic nor safe. Excusing himself, Su Chen silently vowed, next time for sure. Taking out the second and third blank cards and the corresponding materials, he continued making cards. Everything was so familiar to him. Soon, a man with white hair, tiger claws, a snake entwined around his ears, 2 dragons on his shoulders, and an axe in his hand, along with a woman with a kind and gentle yet dignified demeanor, emerged vividly. Character, Jin Shinrusho, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, level, punishment, active, your sins are unforgivable, I shall deliver divine punishment. Golden Bell Shield, active, divine protection, provides a shield for teammates. Golden Cicada shedding its shell, passive/active, after the shield is broken, teammates trigger the Golden Cicada shedding its shell skill, leaving behind a cicada shell at the original location for Rusho to decide within 10 seconds whether to move to the cicada shell marker. Character, Tushin Hotu, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, skills, Earth Mother, passive, as the mother of the earth, Hotu continuously draws strength from the ground. Authority of the earth, active, transforming the landscape. 6 paths of reincarnation, active, embodied in reincarnation, presiding over the underworld. Both of these cards provide protection. Rusho leans towards a warrior type, mainly offering shields, and can utilize the cicada shell left behind after the shield is broken for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Hotu's skills are quite formidable. In mythology, Hotu has always been regarded as equal to the Jade Emperor, often referred to as the Empress of Heaven alongside the Jade Emperor. As a witch herself, Hotu cares for all living beings and bestows reincarnation upon them. As descendants of the Yen and Huang emperors, there is a natural affinity towards Hotu. Therefore, when Suchen selected material cards, there was a bias present. Similar to Kuan Pang, using rare material cards obtained through quotas allows for more energy to be utilized in creating this card, thereby increasing the skill intensity. The Authority of the Earth is a versatile skill for both offense and defense, while Earth Mother enhances her endurance. However, the most valued skill is the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation once led Hotu to achieve the status of a sage, and now Suchen is exploring its potential. Mythology is mythology, and cards are cards. Since it's a card game, there will always be limits and the possibility of being quickly eliminated. Suchen uses the 6 paths of reincarnation to offer the possibility of Hotu's demise. After Hotu falls, her soul continues to linger on the field, with half of her health restored, allowing all friendly units that perished during this phase to reappear as ghosts. One can imagine the scene when an opponent expends great effort to eliminate Suchen's cards, thinking victory is assured, only to witness all the cards return the next moment. Suchen is eager to deploy Hotu into battle. Calming his mood, Suchen takes out Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, placing them together with the 3 newly created cards, and suddenly, a celestial cloud symbol appears in the top right corner of all 5 cards, indicating a synergy. In a flash, a bond skill is slowly added to each card. 5 elements gods, active. The heavens consist of 5 elements, water, fire, metal, wood, and earth, interchanging to nurture all things. Although the 5 elements interact and restrain each other, when all 5 element cards are on the field simultaneously, they gain the endless vitality status, accelerating health recovery. Additionally, you can choose to activate synergy, which evenly distributes health and damage among the 5 element cards. While they still cannot reduce damage, don't forget that Hotu possesses the Earth Mother skill. With the addition of endless vitality, once these 5 cards are linked, it is nearly impossible to eliminate any of them unless subjected to a massive concentrated attack in a short period. With 5 cards, both offense and defense are covered, forming a perfect cycle. Thanks, buddy. On the last afternoon of the holiday, Tang Wei returned happily with bubble tea after visiting friends. Upon opening the door, he saw Suchen lying on the bed with his eyes closed, hands folded on his abdomen, in a peaceful posture as if in eternal rest. "What's up?" Tang Weiming suddenly threw himself at the head of the bed and cried, "Why did you leave so young?" "Go on." Suchen weakly waved his arm. During this holiday, he had been busy with making cards, just handing over all the customized cards to their respective employers. It had exhausted him, but the good news was that his flat wallet was full again. With ample funds, he could better handle the replacement cards during the school selection period. Oh, he also needed to buy a few clothes, as he seemed to have grown taller again recently. Suchen was mentally allocating various expenses when he suddenly heard Tang Wei ask incoherently, "Do you regret it?" "If back then, I don't regret it." Suchen interrupted Tang Wei's self-blame, closing his eyes, as if he could hear the other's erratic heartbeat in the silence. After a pause, Suchen's calm tone relieved Tang Wei's guilty emotions. "I had many choices, but I never made one, did I?" Unfinished words hung between them. Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he placed the milk tea in his hand on Suchen's face. "Come on, continue your life." Suchen was startled awake by the coldness and opened his eyes, taking a sip of the familiar taro milk tea. It tasted almost the same as the first time he had it on the Star Network. "Did you buy this?" "No." Tang Wei unexpectedly replied, it was Wan Yun who bought it. Although they had only spent 2 short days together, Wan Yun had already changed Tang Wei's initial bad impression. That's why, coming from a big family, it's different, courteous and easygoing, and most importantly, thoughtful. He bought milk tea for everyone, even asked me specifically what flavor you like. After a moment of thought, Tang Wei continued, although he seems a bit introverted, you can't blame him. It's all because of that Dong family. They know how important the Artisans Guild is to card makers, yet they still insisted on betting with Wan Yun. With such a situation, even the most cheerful person would become depressed. Su Chen looked at him in surprise, he's quite impressive. It seemed that he had quickly integrated into the group, showing that Lao He's concerns were unfounded. In fact, there were even more impressive things happening. When several dormitories gathered at the Star Network dueling arena, the skinny monkey who had been inseparable from Shi Xiaoxiao since the beginning of the school year had been replaced by Wan Yun. The two seemed to be having a great conversation, not stopping their chatter along the way. Retracting his gaze, Su Chen pointed to a suitable empty space, and the group sat down in a grand manner, attracting the attention of the audience, who couldn't even focus on the ongoing matches. These kids look really spirited. They've just embarked on the path of card makers, it's a time full of vigor. Those who come to this dueling arena must be students from nearby Nan University, right? Probably, I think I know that blonde one, he used to be a top student at Nan affiliated middle school. Wang Wei, I know him too. But wasn't he a candidate for team captain? Why does it seem like he's listening more to the gentle-looking guy next to him? Who knows? It looks like today's dueling arena is lively. Su Chen didn't pay much attention to the whispers around him, focusing on watching the matches on the dueling arena. The end of the college entrance examination marked the beginning of this year's season. However, they weren't solely here for the season. With the development of the national competition, an invisible set of unwritten rules had become established. Schools with special classes mainly selected students from those classes, while schools without special classes prioritized students based on their season rankings. After a rough selection process, they would then hold a school selection. Nan University was no exception. The class teacher recommended 10 students from the special class, who would then compete with the top 5 high school exam students, resulting in an elimination rate of nearly half, selecting 7 main candidates and 1 substitute. They were here to see if there were any future competitors. Because all the procedures on Blue Star are carried out on the Star Network, the national data is uniformly organized by special cards, and the efficiency is exceptionally fast. Almost right after the exam, the results are out on the back end. Then each school holds its admission process for those with admission exams, while those without admission exams first determine the cutoff scores. Electronic admission letters are gradually sent to all students' Star Network accounts. The admission process at Nan University started just 3 days after the college entrance examination, and the admitted students have already received notifications. Wang Wei shared some information on the side. Based on previous years, those who get into Nan will usually not resist sending their information over on the Star Network first, and then participate in the seasonal competition here in the duel arena. Although the rankings are straightforward, the specific performance is only assessed by the officials here. As soon as he finished speaking, several peers handed over their transfer tickets and made eye contact with them. Are you also new students at Nan? A girl spoke first, addressing Su Chen because most people were sitting around him. Su Chen nodded. More or less. Tang Wei, sitting on his right, couldn't help but boast a bit. Exactly, either you are or you aren't, what's with more or less? A man from the other group sneered, don't tell me you're from some nearby chicken university with the name of Nan City, daring to impersonate Nan University. Tang Wei was a bit annoyed, but considering he didn't explain clearly, he patiently said, yes, that's right. Now you say it, huh? The man clearly didn't believe him and turned to the girl who spoke first. Shall we, let's go ask around. What's with the attitude? Tang Wei stomped his foot. Su Chen put his hand on his shoulder and looked at the man. We are in the special class this year and have been studying for a month, so we can only be considered new students. Did I make myself clear? Special class. This surprised the group, and the man was left speechless and walked away dejectedly. Everyone knew that only those with exceptionally high mental potential, who are talented enough to advance during the awakening period, are eligible to enter the special class. Although these college entrance exam students could get into Nan, their qualifications were far inferior. After these people left, a girl who had been standing by watching approached. Can I compete with any of you? Are you sure? Tang Wei asked in surprise. Wang Wei glanced over, uninterested, and checked the current ranking of the season on the panel. The girl, named Gao Yaqiu, affirmed, I'm Gao Yaqiu, a college entrance examinee who will be starting soon. I overheard your conversation and just wanted to see the gap between us. Gao Yakio looked back confidently and openly. Suchen then understood that she was aiming for one of the 5 spots in the school selection. Regardless of the outcome, she had caught the attention of the special class and the assessors. A match against the special class would definitely be reported back to the school as data. She was a very capable and intelligent person. "I'll compete with you," Tang Wei didn't think much, willing to help this girl after the unpleasant comparison with the previous guy. 5th Hall, silver level match. Without needing to exchange account names, Gao Yakio sent an invitation to the nearest person, and Tang Wei, who had stood up, immediately received a system prompt and pressed the agree button. After the waiting time passed, both were transported to the stage, with 1 minute to prepare. Usually, this was the trash-talking segment, where some card masters would try to mess with their opponent's mindset. However, neither of them spoke. As the countdown to battle ended, Gao Yakio summoned cards from space with precision timing, quickly realizing what being in the special class truly meant. Although both were silver-level card masters, the opponent had stronger mental power, which meant they could summon cards faster. Even if the difference was less than a second, it already meant the opponent had the upper hand. The water arrow that was about to be released turned into a shield disc in front of her, torn to shreds by a pair of sharp claws. Splashes of water flew as the brave orc approached Gao Yakio at lightning speed, his muscular frame making her appear even more delicate, as if she could be split in half by his sharp claws at any moment. He really shows no mercy at all. In the spectator area, Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but comment, "He's been talking about wanting to be single for so long, and now that he has a chance, he shows no mercy at all." Suchen couldn't help but chuckle. "From what I know about Tang Wei, he probably hasn't thought that far ahead. Right now, all he's thinking about is winning. Focus on the battle," Wang Wei affirmed. A group of solo players mocked, while Lin Yeyu, with a different perspective, chose to remain silent. On stage, Gao Yakio reacted swiftly. Seeing the water splashing around and the lion-like orc soaked, she decisively commanded her giant earlobe fish to freeze him using a skill. With the groundwork of the previous water, a thick layer of ice instantly formed, trapping the orc in place. Even though Tang Wei used an invigorating skill, it still took him some time to break free, so he summoned another card to help him out. It was a rabbit-eared beast maiden. Swift and agile, she dashed forward before Gao Yakio's attack reached her, kicking the thick ice to create cracks. As soon as the orc had room to move, he exerted all his strength to shatter the ice block and then roared angrily at the detestable fish. Roar! The giant earlobe fish was left dizzy. Seeing this, a blue figure appeared next to Gao Yakio. A translucent jellyfish floated in the air, its dancing tentacles creating a beautiful melody. In the melodious song, the giant earlobe fish regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Tang Wei had changed his appearance, with long feathers tied around his head, wearing a beast fur cloak, holding a large bone in one hand and a human skin drum in the other. The two clashed. Boom! The ancient rhythm drowned out the jellyfish's sound, boosting the spirits of the two orc players on the field. The rabbit-eared beast maiden swiftly maneuvered behind, while the lion-like orc easily dealt with the fish. Gao Yakio quickly summoned a water prison to block the rabbit-eared beast maiden attacking from behind, but she failed to notice a stealthy green snake wrapping around her ankle. By the time the pain reached her brain, the system had already ejected her from the game. The winner of this match is the silver-ranked player Tang Wei. The next match will feature. As the system announced, the snake transformed into an enchanting woman in a green dress, exuding charm and a playful smile. "Wow, this card is amazing," Lin Yeyu couldn't help but admire. He was immediately met with disdainful glances from those around him. "Using forbidden cards is illegal," someone reminded. Tang Wei collected his cards and returned to the audience seats. He only caught the last few words and asked in confusion, "What's illegal?" Su Chen repeated it calmly, his expression giving nothing away. However, his classmates felt uneasy. While Su Chen was usually easygoing, his immense strength and repeated victories in training made them subconsciously see him as a deity, a rare talent. Even cracking a joke in his presence felt like sacrilege. They never expected to hear such colorful language from him. The one who inadvertently started the topic was kicked a few times. Tang Wei looked puzzled. "I was competing on the dueling stage. If you don't cheer for me, that's fine, but discussing such things below the belt. Are you here to watch me compete or to show off? Using 4 cards to defeat your opponent, people might think you're not capable." Wang Wei shook his head. "Well," Tang Wei faltered, realizing he had focused on tactics and forgotten that a swift and decisive victory would have been more stylish. A miscalculation indeed. He decisively changed the subject, saying, "But I never expected that we would have such absurd school rules. Is there really someone so crazy as to sabotage their own cards?" Tang Wei was indignant. Suchin tried to forget the day of awakening when Tang Wei hid in the studio drawing that sketch of a bunny girl, and said seriously, "Every absurd rule has its reason, just like some unimaginable school rules, there is always a sigh-inducing backstory." After a moment of recollection, Tang Wei suddenly remembered, "Oh right, I remember now. Our Nanqing High School also had a rule against bringing lighters to school because it was said that a senior student planned to burn exam papers secretly and ended up burning down the entire teacher's building by accident." With that, everyone found a common topic. Wang Wei chimed in, "Our affiliated high school also has a rule, no spanking." "Spanking, really? Ha ha, I knew it would be absurd, but not this absurd." Tang Wei burst into laughter. Su Min from the same school immediately added, "I heard someone accidentally mistook the principal for a classmate and spanked him. The scene was just unbelievable." "Ha ha ha, that's so unfortunate, they might get reprimanded for that." The group burst into laughter, but Suchin quickly intervened as it was a public area and others were watching a match. They settled down to watch the game, but soon found it boring. "These rookies are no match, it's not as exciting as the training matches arranged by Lao He. You're comparing them to the school team coach, who are you embarrassing? If this is the level, we don't even need to gather information on competitors, anyone in our class could defeat them easily. Let's go up ourselves, show them what a real card battle is." "No, I'd rather see Su Chen and Wang Wei battle it out." "Great idea." Unable to resist the temptation, the two agreed to a duel before the school selection. Su Chen and his group attracted a lot of attention as soon as they arrived, with many spectators looking forward to their performance, but after a long wait, only Tang Wei took the stage. Just when they thought all hope was lost, there was a sudden turn of events, and the somewhat famous Wang Wei and another seemingly crucial figure were suddenly transported to the stage. The atmosphere immediately became lively. The assessors hidden among the crowd quickly put aside their work of scouting talents and started recording videos. Although in the students' eyes, Master Hasua had always been the one teaching them in the special class, the school actually had a dedicated special class analysis team that collected, processed, analyzed, and planned their information. Only during the later stages of the competition would some of them step forward and take on coaching roles. On the duel stage, the countdown began. 30, 29, 28. Wang Wei felt his blood boiling. "Finally, a chance to have a real showdown. I've been holding back because I noticed you hadn't upgraded your cards, didn't want to win unfairly." 15, 14, 13. Suchin smiled calmly and said, "I don't mind, actually." He seemed to say nothing, yet everything at the same time. Wang Wei sensed the underlying message, implying that no matter what, the outcome would not change. "Underestimate me, but it will come at a cost." 3, 2, 1. Wang Wei was born into wealth, talented, excelling in playing the violin since childhood, showing extraordinary talent, and successfully becoming a cardmaker on Awakening Day. Everything had always gone smoothly for him. Even though sometimes the expectations of his father and family made him feel suffocated, he willingly accepted this responsibility. The path ahead seemed clear. Become a cardmaker, enter the special class, become the captain of the school team, win first place nationally, and eventually embark on the path of a professional cardmaker, bringing glory to the family. Everything was planned perfectly. However, at the first crossroads, he encountered the biggest variable in his life. Wang looked at Su Chen opposite him, his eyes filled with a fiery fighting spirit. Even though the odds were against him, even though his father had not blamed him but instead comforted him upon knowing, he would not give up. Why should he give up? He had talent, he had worked hard, he had resources. What was he lacking? Until the very end, nothing was certain. Beep! The starting whistle pierced the sky, signaling the beginning of the battle. Both sides quickly armed themselves, with Wang setting up a sand table in front of him and Su Chen holding a formation compass in his hands. With a strong push of his fingers, the models transformed into warriors forming a serpent formation to launch an attack. They looked identical on the outside, but their skills varied greatly. A slight mistake from the opponent could lead to a fatal error due to misremembering. Wang saw Su Chen using two cards named Zhu Rong and Gong Gong of water and fire attributes, attacking from both sides in a pincer movement, with an archer card positioned in the back row for support. Fire blazed from the left, water surged from the right, incompatible elements surrounding his cards in a precarious situation. He quickly adjusted his pieces, and the 5 warriors vanished from sight. Seeing the enemy disappear, Su Chen astutely used the new skill of the formation compass, 1,000 machines guiding the way, to explore their location. It was as if the fog lifted before his eyes, revealing Wang's 5 cards closing in from behind, aiming directly at him and the nearest Hui in the back row. Knowing that Wang was unaware of his ability to detect traces, Su Chen seized the opportunity. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong appeared to be searching, but were actually preparing a powerful move. As Wang's cards launched their full-scale attack, Su Chen and Hui vanished in an instant, replaced by a mountain peak inscribed with the words Mount Buzhou. The mountain automatically absorbed all the warriors' attacks, leaving Wang with no time to react, despite sensing the danger. His explosive attack was indeed powerful, reaching the limit of what Mount Buzhou could withstand in a mere breath. Mount Buzhou collapsed with a thunderous roar. Just as Wang thought he had only wasted his mental energy, he suddenly noticed his 5 cards rapidly losing health. The damage was identical to the skill he had just unleashed. It was a counterattack. Wang was stunned. In the blink of an eye, all 5 cards were defeated, completely catching him off guard. In his plan, they should have lurked and then struck deep into the enemy's territory, disrupting Su Chen's rhythm even if they couldn't eliminate him directly. But now, it was his own rhythm that had been disrupted. Both Wang and Su Chen felt a sense of regret. Su Chen had attempted to transfer Wang himself from the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation, but Wang's base card seemed to have a defensive skill that thwarted his control. Wow! The audience erupted into a commotion. Many spectators turned to those beside them, asking, what just happened? How did a mountain suddenly appear, and the stealthy cards ended up attacking themselves? I have no idea. What kind of cards are those? It's a shame we can't see their faces up close. What are you daydreaming about? Which card master would reveal their core deck? If everyone knows the card information, where's the fun in the unknown? Isn't playing with open cards good? I think it's quite interesting. Where were we? Aren't we amazed that Qin Nan has produced such a formidable newcomer? Right, I must go cheer at this year's national competition. The consecutive years of being the runner-up are almost driving me into depression. Compared to the audience's confusion, their classmates knew exactly what had happened. Sure, Xiao exclaimed excitedly, this is the bond skill, right? I just saw Zhu Rong and Gong Gong trigger a linked special effect. Yes, Wan Yun murmured softly, her eyes filled with melancholy, not wanting others to notice. Tang Wei was also very puzzled. Damn this guy, he actually kept the bond skill hidden for so long, a whole month, not even a hint was given. Suddenly, I felt that the trump card I wanted to keep secret became embarrassing. Lin Yeyu admired Su Chen on the field. Incredible, water and fire are naturally opposed. How did Su Chen design such a worldview that can make these 2 cards have a bond skill, and such a powerful skill at that? A counterattack move, the stronger the attack, the more miserable for oneself. He suddenly shouted towards the stage, Su Chen, you are my god. Crazy, you bootlicker. Su Min pushed Lin Yeyu, then shouted, Su God is awesome. The group had a strong reaction, only He Shouwu silently doubted in his heart. Why would he suddenly reveal his trump card in a not even formal season match? Perhaps it was because he had an even more difficult trump card as a backup. Fortunately, he didn't voice his speculation, otherwise it would have caused an uproar among these people. I concede. Wang Wei decisively pressed the surrender button. Using his mental power, playing his cards, after 5 cards were defeated, facing Su Chen who was almost unscathed, it was very difficult for him to turn the situation around. However, it was not a complete loss. At the very least, this bond skill was exposed, rather than being helpless during the school selection. In the audience seats, after watching the entire duel online, Gao Yaqiu was stunned. Is this the strength of the special class? She suddenly felt defeated. After receiving the admission letter from Qin Nan University, she had been working towards the goal of joining the school team, and although she had only advanced to the bronze level the day after her awakening period, failing to enter the special class, she had not been lax. On the contrary, during this month, she had almost squeezed all her time to train herself. She thought she was not far from the special class, but witnessing their true strength this time, it was like they were from 2 different dimensions. Fortunately, Gao Yaqiu was a resilient girl. She quickly adjusted her mindset, knowing that she didn't need to compare herself to the special class at the moment. First, she had to solidly pass the season matches and secure a spot in the school selection. While Gao Yaqiu was planning her short-term goals, she didn't notice that behind her, the assessor was sharing the video in his hands with the work group. It sparked a flurry of replies. Among the coaching staff, the assessor crazily mentioned Yisuosi. It seems that the head coach has not yet pushed Su Chen's potential to the limit. I suggest increasing the intensity. He's already at the silver level, yet he hasn't even used the powerful bond skill of the initial bronze card. Yisuosi seemed busy and didn't reply to the message. Someone else added, maybe it's a new design? Everyone. The assessor was completely speechless. Do you even know what you're talking about? If your mind isn't clear, you can be kicked out to calm down. Soon, someone agreed, kick him out. Who has the authority to do it? He doesn't deserve to be in the same group as us anymore. Noble and aloof. JPG, kick him out, kick him out. The person quickly retracted, sorry, I haven't seen a bond skill in a long time, got confused. Don't be like this. Does anyone else have something to say? Bond skills are products guided by the worldview and cannot be designed casually, otherwise everyone would have them, who wouldn't want an extra skill. They cannot be classified as rare. When making cards, the background is directly operated according to the worldview. If a bond is triggered, the skill will be activated immediately, and cannot be remedied later, upgraded. The most difficult part is that the worldview is made first, and the subsequent card designs must strictly follow the worldview. If it is forced, even if the card does not break during production, the strength of the skill after its birth will be affected, weak and unstable, only to become a useless card. In this situation, the appearance conditions of bond skills must also be met simultaneously. 1. In line with the worldview. 2. Deep intersections in the background stories between the cards. 3. Indispensable for the worldview. i.e., having a driving force for the worldview. This places extremely high demands on card makers, requiring the entire worldview to have rich background stories from the initial design stage to reserve card slots. Of course, if card makers want to remake worldview cards, it is not impossible, but they must also transfer the previous cards collectively, moving as a group. But what if there are new adjustments in the future? Do we have to start over from scratch each time? With all this effort, it's better to strengthen the skills of the cards themselves rather than insist on additional bond skills. It's a typical thankless task. It's easy to see why bond skills have become so rare. Even if they don't have very strong effects, just the occasional appearance of one can be eye-catching. Moreover, the bond skill displayed by Su-chen this time is so dominant that it directly secures victory in one move. Among the group, Lan Xinling envies and resents, exclaiming in frustration, at Hiswosi, I'm going to kill you. It was supposed to be my turn to lead this time. You stole my student. How many years will it take for me to encounter such a genius again? Give them back to me. The examiner gloats. Oh, what a coincidence. Our head coach suddenly had the whim to play as the class teacher this time. Another examiner chimes in, Lan Xinling, I remember you were initially happy not to lead the class. If only you knew what would happen today. It's all about fate, we can't force it. Soon, someone has a bright idea. I want to apply to substitute for Hiswosi in the special class. +1 for Hiswosi. Plus ID number for Hiswosi. Lan Xinling retorts, the few of you above, please roll away smoothly. It's clearly my turn. Hiswosi, you must compensate me. You bastard at Hiswosi. In another part of the principal's office, feeling his phone vibrating like crazy, Hiswosi takes it out, opens the group chat, and sees a series of mentions. After casually scrolling through, he understands what's going on. He smiles knowingly and nonchalantly replies, it's not easy even with a group of geniuses as students. Then he directly blacks out the screen, no longer concerned about the chaos in the group after his Versailles-like display. The next day, Star Network. Rarely not teaching on the training ground. Returning to the long-lost classroom, the classmates strangely felt a hint of happiness. Sure Xiao mumbled while leaning on the table, in just a month, no matter what I do, I can't lose weight. I've actually lost 10 pounds. The skinny monkey coldly corrects the data, 9.5 pounds. Sure Xiao pretends not to hear, turning her head back. They were originally in the last row, but now there's an extra table, and Wan Yun is sitting there. We've been having classes on the training ground all along, only had one cultural class. The class teacher told us to study on our own privately. After class, I'll go with you to get a set from him. Wan Yun's delicate face shows a faint smile. Okay, thank you, Xiao. The atmosphere between the two is particularly harmonious, contrasting sharply with the gloomy-faced skinny monkey. In front of them, Su-chen asks in confusion, what's going on? Jealousy, Tang Wei replies, unable to hold back a shiver, I can't stand it. A grown man and a university student, acting so childish. Su-chen chuckles lightly, indeed, you're different. Tang Wei proudly puffs out his chest, of course. After a while, Su-chen casually mentions, by the way, I'm going out with Wang Wei tonight, you can go back to the dormitory by yourself. Tang Wei immediately feels remorseful, you actually have other dogs behind my back. When he comes to his senses, without Su-chen needing to say anything more, Tang Wei feels embarrassed on his own, it's not what you think. Everyone quiet. At this moment, Hisua Temple let a person in, a woman with grape-ink-dyed hair, dressed very stylishly, and looking slightly mature. Just when everyone thought it was another prank by Wan Yun, Hisua Temple introduced, this is your subject teacher, Lan Xinling. The classmates were almost jaw-dropped. Su-chen untimely remembered the male student who kept talking about the wild university yesterday, suddenly feeling that it wasn't quite accurate, not a scam, but rather Qin-Nan University was competing against it in the opposite direction. As the head of the school's key special class, not only was Hisua Temple not well-groomed, but now there was a teacher who stood out even more. Can you believe it? Which one is more outrageous in the end? Hisua Temple just went through the motions, and after the bell rang for class, only Lan Xinling was left standing at the platform in the classroom. She looked younger and more energetic. Unlike Hisua Temple's lazy and powerless appearance, she was full of passion as soon as she spoke. "Hello, everyone, I am your subject teacher, mainly teaching courses related to material cards. Material cards are very important for both card makers and card users because they are essential in the card making and upgrading process. I wonder if any of you have experienced the frustration of not finding suitable material cards on the market. Maybe something similar, but just a little different." Lan Xinling was accustomed to walking around while teaching, and at this point, she happened to pass by Su Chen and tapped on his desk. "Have you ever encountered this?" "Not yet," Su Chen replied. "I see." Lan Xinling then asked others, "Have any other students encountered this?" After a class, Su Chen always felt like he was called on a lot. Even Tang Wei, who was careless, noticed. "Do you know Teacher Lan?" Su Chen tried to remember and confirmed, "I've never seen her before." "I see, it's hard to forget such a unique hair color." Tang Wei concluded, "It seems that teacher he has mentioned you to other teachers quite a bit." High school students gradually went to Qinnan University to register and start classes. However, for the special class, besides having more people in the dormitory and having to line up at the cafeteria, there seemed to be no impact. Not until Lan Xinling, the subject teacher, brought about significant changes. Although there was an extra class, it was nothing like Hisua Temple's rigorous training. It was practically a welfare period, so the students shouldn't expect too much. Therefore, Hisua Temple naturally couldn't stand it and emphasized, the arrival of the college entrance examination students means that the school selection is also approaching. "Are you all so relaxed?" Some students knew that their points couldn't get them into the top 10, so they didn't care and remained indifferent. Some students held hope but were disdainful. "I really don't understand why we have to wait for these people. Even if they are given 5 spots, hasn't their performance during the awakening period already shown everything? Their potential is not as good as ours, and they started professional training a month later. How could they possibly grab a spot?" Although arrogant, their words were not unreasonable, clearly voicing the thoughts of many. Hisua Temple remained non-committal, watching as the deadline approached, and seeing the school of fish that had lost their desire for points, he felt that it would be nice to have a few catfish at this time. Fortunately, even though they were contemptuous in words, the students regained their enthusiasm in action. After all, the more spots the regular class squeezed in, the more it proved their incompetence. The season's competition would take several months to end, so the school selection naturally couldn't wait that long. 2 months later, the national competition had already begun. If they had to wait until then, the daylilies would have gone cold. The assessors were constantly monitoring the data, and after just half a month, 5 people stood out. Among them was surprisingly Gao Yakyu, who had a chance encounter with Su Chen and the others. After being struck, she was spurred on, and her performance in the season's competition was remarkable, catching the assessor's attention first. At the same time, Hasu Temple also announced the top 10 on the points table during the special class session. As each name was called out, the person would stand next to them to gather. Su Chen, Wang Wei, Luo Yu, He Xiaowu, Luo Ying, Tang Wei, Ling Yeyu, Su Min, Shen Qi, Shi Xiaoxiao. When the last person was called, many in the class showed incredulous expressions, surprised that he was included. Even Shi Xiaoxiao himself was stunned, hesitating to take a step forward. Wan Yun applauded for him, and seeing him hesitating to join the group, she quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Shi Xiaoxiao muttered softly, "There were a few cooperative matches where I relied on my teammates to score high." "So what?" Wan Yun said impatiently, "The spot is given to you as your opportunity, seize it." With that, she gave him a push from behind. Shi Xiaoxiao took a step forward under the force and then continued without deliberately stopping. Hasu Temple didn't rush to leave with the group, instead calling for Lan Xinling to substitute and addressing the remaining students in the class. "You are not lacking in excellence, just limited in spots. Besides, the national competition is not the only one. There are several other competitions in Huagua waiting for you to conquer. I hope that all awards will be won by our special class students. Can you do it?" "Yes." The students were suddenly filled with enthusiasm, their voices echoing loudly. "All right." Hasu Temple finished motivating them and left the classroom to Lan Xinling. "Next, this class will be taught by Teacher Lan." Even young teachers who could enter Qinnan University had their own expertise, and in theory classes, Lan Xinling's knowledge had already gained recognition. Therefore, there were no objections from the students when she took over the class. On the contrary, after Hasu Temple left, she was warmly welcomed by the students, who sang joyfully, "Finally, we've been waiting for you. Luckily I didn't give up. Happiness comes not easily." The devil had finally left, and life was getting better. Amidst the singing, Lan Xinling chuckled, amused, truly living up to being the head coach. The place Hasu Temple was taking them to was very close, just around the corner. It was a training ground he had specially requested to shorten the distance for managing both ends. The 10 people lined up in a row, and the 5 students who had been waiting inside the training ground were immediately awed by their momentum, their limbs stiff with surprise. Finally, Gao Yakyu stepped forward first, and the other 4 reacted. Hasu Temple waited for everyone to line up and finally spoke. Whether you are from the special class or the college entrance exam students, you have earned the right to stand here through points. But at this moment, all previous points are reset. At the same time, I hope not only the points are reset but also the identities of special class and college entrance exam students, because from now on, you will each fight on your own, and everyone else is your enemy. Another teaching robot appeared next to Hasu Temple, projecting a screen in front of them. He continued, everyone will compete one-on-one with each other, gaining a point for a win and no points for a loss. The top 8 will be selected for the school team. This is the battle schedule. Suchen carefully observed the table on the screen, with 15 people competing in a total of 105 possible arrangements, fortunately divided into only 14 matches per person. However, this was not something that could be completed quickly. Hasu Temple arranged for the competition to take place over 7 days, with 15 matches each day, meaning each person would need to compete in 1 to 2 matches daily. Today, Suchen was up first, being in both the first and last groups. Hasu Temple didn't start immediately but continued to explain the rules. One-on-one, each person can use a maximum of 10 cards, and don't even think about cheating, assuming you can get away with it because no one will notice. In the national competition, there will be referee cards specifically monitoring, and if any violations are found, you will be banned from competing for 3 years. Only enrolled students could participate in the national competition, and a 3-year ban meant being shut out. The 15 people solemnly vowed not to lose their integrity. Suchen secretly counted his cards and was surprised to find that he couldn't even cheat if he wanted to. Even with the storage ring card, he only had 9 cards. Fortunately, Hisuo Temple was unaware of this. He had always thought that the reason he only needed to use a few fixed cards to win each time was due to the huge gap in strength between him and his opponents. Therefore, he kept a few cards hidden up his sleeve. Although that wasn't entirely wrong. In the first round, Suchen happened to be matched against Gao Yakyu. He remembered that she had used a large earlobe fish and a jellyfish, most likely with aquatic characteristics. So, at the beginning of the battle, he summoned Gong Gong. Gao Yakyu was cautious. She had watched Suchen's matches and knew that their strengths were like heaven and earth, so this match was about showcasing her own style. Seeing Suchen only use 1 card, she didn't feel underestimated but rather relieved, thinking she might not lose too badly. Gao Yakyu summoned 6 cards in one breath, including a fish, a jellyfish, and a dolphin. The azure light followed them like shadows, stunning to behold. The synergy provided by the cards made them agile in the air. Following orders, they swarmed towards Gong Gong. Yao Yakyu knew these were water-type cards from that day. Although she was puzzled why her water-type cards were being provided with water sources, she still planned to swim towards Gong Gong and attack simultaneously. Little did she know, Gong Gong's water was like a flood. As soon as these cards entered the water, they were tossed around by the turbulent waves, losing their sense of direction. Sensing the danger through the cards, Gao Yakyu quickly tried to retreat using his skill, but the next moment, a golden light shot from behind Suchen towards her forehead. She had been too focused on the movements of the cards, neglecting the crisis she exposed herself to. Suchen calmly said, a qualified card master should keep an eye on all sides and listen to all directions, and should never make themselves an easy target. As the time limit ended, Gao Yakyu returned to the Star Network feeling lost and disheartened. While another round of matches was already underway in the training ground, everyone was focused on the battles, but she felt inexplicably ashamed. She calmed down offline and realized her mistake. The deep impression of the huge gap in strength had led her to overlook the fact that Suchen's victory that day was not just due to powerful skills but also crucially because of his tactics to lure the enemy. She had only thought about being overwhelmed by the opponent's card strength, focusing too much on the battle situation and the opponent's card intentions, neglecting that the card master was usually the key to winning card battles. Frustrated and wanting to bang her head, Gao Yakyu took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and prepared for her next match against Hisuo Temple. She then redirected her attention back to the arena. In each round, the special class not only had a numerical advantage but also an exaggerated winning rate, defeating all the college entrance examination students with a 100% success rate. Setting aside all emotions, Gao Yakyu analyzed seriously and gradually seemed to understand something. Too obedient. Suchen hit the nail on the head. In fact, this was quite obvious. Leaving aside the cards, after all, cardmasters could customize cards from veteran cardmakers, so the strength was there. These college entrance examination students seemed unable to break free from the high school rhythm, being overly disciplined. Even after experiencing the season's competition, when facing the transformation of the special class students who had been tempered by Hisua Temple, becoming more ruthless one after another, they appeared obedient, like the purest white rabbits in the world. Toss out a bit of bait, and they eagerly take the bait. You're the darkest of all, always playing people around in circles. Tang Wei mercilessly exposed his facade, handing him a pack of melon seeds. Wang Wei reached out, saying, "Give me a pack too." He had no more rounds today and was feeling quite content. Since the snacks were already divided, Tang Wei simply took a bag for himself. After all, there was no need to clean up after finishing the melon seeds. With a light flick of his fingers, the melon seed shells turned into starlight as they fell, disappearing in an instant. A group of people sat there eating and drinking, looking relaxed, which made Hisua Temple itch with impatience. He decisively appointed a robot as the referee and easily stepped onto the field himself. "You guys are so comfortable, with chairs and snacks. Give the old man a seat and show some respect to your elders." Hisua Temple squeezed in. Only the robot was left standing still, daring to be angry but not daring to speak, as if the flames under its feet had all dimmed. Not far away, someone couldn't help but ask, "Can you bring these things to class in college? Are there any specifications, like only being able to bring a wooden stool of this size and height?" He gestured as he spoke, with a serious and rigorous attitude. "Gao Yakiyu. I don't know, don't ask me." In the center of the training ground, one competition followed another, and unconsciously, they reached the final group. This was probably the most anticipated showdown of the day. Even Hisua Temple deliberately arranged it for the last. Su-chen and Tang Wei stood at opposite ends of the area, looking at each other. Su-chen spoke first. "I didn't expect it to be almost 2 months since awakening Tiangong before we had a chance to compete." Tang Wei laughed heartily. "Yeah, but I've been looking forward to it for a long time." When the countdown ended, the two quickly left their original positions, and the next second, their card attacks landed back at their initial positions. Growing up together, their friendship made them understand each other very well. Even their habits became similar. For example, Su-chen liked to attack, and Tang Wei did too. This time, Su-chen didn't unleash the 3 big moves, Zhirong, Ganggang, Hui, but rode on the Kuanping with the formation compass, leaving only Rook-elect to start the battle. Tang Wei had already used his priest card at the first opportunity. Seeing Su-chen's forces on both land and air, he immediately used the Black Hawk Beastman to disrupt the opponent, focusing mainly on the card on the ground, planning to focus fire and eliminate it first. With a thought, the drum in his hand sounded bang bang, and the rabbit-eared beast girl, snake woman, and lion beastman shot out like arrows, surrounding the enemy. However, even facing 3 cards, Rook-elect remained unfazed, diverting his attention to Su-chen in the air and casting a golden bell shield over him without panic. He then calmly met the axe with his own. Rook-elect was the god of gold and also the god of heavenly punishment, riding a dragon and wielding an axe, his voice thunderous. What's the harm in facing 3 opponents alone? The punishment skill was occasionally activated, and Tang Wei not only failed to find an opportunity to kill Rook-elect, but the Black Hawk Beastman in mid-air was also played with by the Kuanping, breaking its wings and falling heavily to the ground, momentarily unable to create a clone. So he decisively stopped holding back, summoning a few more cards, one of which was a bird-beak doctor who quickly used skills to treat the Black Hawk Beastman. Another was the queen bee who summoned a swarm of bees. The swarm tactic almost overwhelmed Rook-elect. In midair, Su-chen lightly patted the Kuanping's head, and its enlarged figure came crashing down like a giant hammer, intending to crush this ragtag group to death. Fortunately, Tang Wei had seen that video of the Kuanping and promptly teleported the cards to his side. The Kuanping landed with a bang, but didn't hit anything. Buzz, the Kuanping shook its head discontentedly, feeling a bit wronged. Su-chen patted it a few times, and it regained its composure, swaying its tail back into the air. At this point, there were more people on its back. Rook-elect had long been transferred over by Su-chen using the 9 Palaces Bagua formation. He propped his chin in distress. Knowing too much is not good in this case. Tang Wei had already understood the mechanism of the formation compass and directly used cooperative card summoning skills to leave the formation lonely. However, Su-chen chuckled and reminded, "Tang Wei, do you want to check your cards?" "What?" Tang Wei looked panic-stricken at the cards, because he knew that although Su-chen had been using tactics one after another, he had never concealed any actions with lies. Surely enough, he found many grass seeds in inconspicuous places like the hems of all the card clothes and shoe heels. However, before he could clear them out, a figure appeared instantly beside him, Zhu Mang. He was elegant and refined, like an ancient nobleman, with lush branches at his fingertips exuding vigorous vitality. Yet, despite the genteel appearance of these cards, they were deadly when played. In an instant, the grass seeds grew rapidly in the wind, transforming into sincere soldiers who fervently shouted praises to the wood god while wielding their butcher knives against the nearest enemies. Individually, their combat strength might not amount to much compared to complete cards. However, when they united as a force, determined to take down the enemies even if wounded, coupled with the close proximity, Tang Wei's team was thrown into disarray, distracted and making mistakes. Fortunately, Tang Wei understood that this was a good opportunity for Su Chen to target him, sacrificing several cards to still protect most of his cards, or else he would have been in real trouble. Unfortunately, it was not easy to deal with all the grass soldiers. Tang Wei's lineup had become so bleak that it even made the audience feel heartbroken. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the back of the kunping, supporting his chin with a fist, looking down slightly. He gazed at the exhausted Tang Wei and the few cards of small cats beside him, a smile playing on his lips. "Let's end it here today, your mental strength is probably running low." "No need," Tang Wei insisted. "As you wish." Facing his best friend, giving it their all was the best way to treat each other, so Su Chen nodded in agreement when he saw Tang Wei's determination. In the next moment, Zhu Mang was transferred away. At this point, his minor injuries had completely healed due to the falling petals of Zhu Mang, and he was back in his prime state. Since Tang Wei had failed to deal with him under siege before, now in a state of being outnumbered, he was unable to defend himself. Zhu Mang effortlessly harvested the battlefield, axing down one child after another, soon placing the axe at Tang Wei's neck before retracting it. Su Chen explained, "Class is almost over, let's skip these last 5 minutes." Only then did Tang Wei nod. When the two returned to the team, familiar faces looked at Tang Wei as if welcoming back a hero. Wang patted Tang Wei's shoulder. "Impressive, you actually held on for so long." Su Min, Lin Yeyu, and other former victims all agreed, "Well done, hero." Their actions seemed to be welcoming a warrior who never gave up against evil forces, uplifting even if they didn't triumph. Su Chen on the side weakly commented, "This is too much." The special class members had no doubt that Su Chen would emerge victorious. Even if his new cards were astonishing, he remained steady. The 5 high school students were different. Although the duel seemed back and forth, it was clear to the discerning eye that Su Chen had been in control the whole time. Tang Wei had never escaped his grasp from start to finish. The magnificent cards, the spectacular battles, and the endless tactical successes captured their admiration. Now, they all looked at Su Chen with admiration, thinking to themselves, "If only I could be that skilled." They all thought in unison. Back in the dormitory, the other boys in the class couldn't help but curiously ask about the school selection content. But gossip had its tricks. This was not the time to ask Su Chen. His answers were sure to be brief and to the point. Su Chen thus enjoyed some peace and quiet. As he sat down, his right hand habitually rested on the table, his index finger unconsciously tapping, tap, tap, 10 cards. Remembering what Hesua Temple had said about the usage limit, Su Chen knew he had to make at least 2 more cards, as the storage ring could not be used in card battles. What to do next? For a moment, he was once again caught in the dilemma of selection, constantly pondering where the weaknesses lay or which areas he had not been able to address. "I don't know why, but suddenly I remembered the scene of customizing my first card." He sat up straight at once. Yes, he hadn't made any cards specifically for supernatural abilities yet. Su Chen quickly decided on his target, Bai Wuchang. This was a mythical figure well known to the people of Longhua. It is said that these two were originally mortals. Bai Wuchang, whose real name was Xia Baiyan, was known as 7th Master, while He Wuchang, whose real name was Fan Wujiu, was known as 8th Master. Xia and Fan became sworn brothers from a young age, with a bond as close as siblings. One day, the two of them walked together to the South Tai Bridge in Fuzhou, Fujian. As it was about to rain, 7th Master asked 8th Master to wait for him while he went home to get an umbrella. Unexpectedly, after 7th Master left, a thunderstorm broke out, the river surged, and 8th Master, unwilling to break the appointment, was drowned due to his short stature. Shortly after, 7th Master returned with the umbrella, only to find 8th Master missing. Overwhelmed with grief, 7th Master hanged himself on the bridge pillar. After their tragic deaths, the King of Hell recognized their righteousness and appointed them as Wu Chang, responsible for capturing souls and administering death. In mythological stories, the appearance of these two brothers was among the most prominent, truly top-tier characters. With his mind made up, Su Chen went to Ziyuan Tower to purchase the appropriate material cards and quickly entered the card-making room. Bai Wuchang had a smiling face, tall and thin, with a pale complexion and a long tongue sticking out. His official hat bore the words "bringing wealth at first sight." He Wuchang had a fierce countenance, broad and stout, with a small face and a black complexion. His official hat read "Peace in the World." Their images appeared in many literary works, and Su Chen could almost draw them with his eyes closed. In just a couple of hours, 2 cards were freshly made, one for each of them. Character, by Wu Chang, rank, silver, quality, 5 stars, skills, life of prosperity, passive, a person who smiles often will have good luck, even in the afterlife. Morning staff, white, active, blessings for future generations, filial sons, and virtuous grandsons. Soul capturing rope, white, active, good souls will have blessings of longevity and prosperity. Character, Hei Wu Chang, rank, silver, quality, 5 stars, skills, peace in the world, passive, the end of science is theology, and the end of destruction is peace. Morning staff, black, active, misfortune at home, discipline with a stick. Soul capturing rope, black, active, evil souls will face real consequences. In the original mythological setting, Bai Wu Chang and Hei Wu Chang symbolized yin and yang, with Bai Wu Chang representing yang absorbing yin souls, and Hei Wu Chang representing yin absorbing yang souls. Here, Su Chen made some adjustments, considering that cards are often gender-neutral entities. Regarding their skills, Bai Wu Chang leaned towards enhancement, while Hei Wu Chang leaned towards attack, reflecting their respective natures. They also had a bond skill, soul capturing fate, active, if the king of hell orders your death at 3, who dares to keep you until 5? When using this skill, Bai Wu Chang and Hei Wu Chang are in a state of borrowed path, unable to be locked onto or attacked. They can choose any enemy unit to be eliminated. This skill can only be used once per hour and cannot rely on mental power to reduce its cooldown. This was Su Chen's 3rd bond skill creation, and the only one with an active attack, a powerful effect that could turn the tide even in a disadvantageous situation. However, opponents also had countermeasures, as fallen cards could use mental power to speed up their revival. Perhaps, just as a card was defeated in one moment, it could reappear in the next. This tested the cardmaker's ability to control the situation and timing. As the saying goes, no card can remain undefeated, and likewise, no skill is without a counter. Su Chen was satisfied as he stored the cards back in the heavenly workshop. Upon leaving, he found Tang Wei had already returned to the dorm. Got another order, huh? Tang Wei asked. Su Chen replied, more or less. It was just his own order. To avoid upsetting his friend, Su Chen decisively blurred the subject-object relationship. The next day, after breakfast, Su Chen and Tang Wei put on their StarNet helmets and headed to the school's designated training ground, almost thinking they had gone to the wrong place. The vast training ground appeared completely new. The central area was brightly lit, surrounded by a new fence, and above, a large screen was suspended, currently displaying live footage of curious individuals entering the field from different angles. What's going on? I have no idea, it was like this when I arrived. This setup looks so professional, like a real competition arena. There are even spectator seats on the side. Could it be that someone will actually come to watch our practice matches later? Early arriving students explored every change with curiosity. Buzz Kuanping witnessed the real-time display on the full screen and couldn't contain its excitement, emitting an urging buzz. Shuchen lightly chuckled and gave permission, causing Kuanping to joyfully run to the center of the field, shaking its head and body in delight. Seeing its eagerness to perform, others made way, and Kuanping, feeling unrestrained, spun in place before suddenly leaping up as if breaking free from the water's surface. Its fish-like mouth turned into a sharp beak, its fins transformed into wings, soaring high into the sky, flapping and circling. The full screen dutifully magnified this scene, capturing even the details of the feathered scales. Everyone present couldn't help but applaud in amazement, admiring its magnificence and deeming it extraordinary, while also admiring the cardmaker's boundless imagination. Birds and fish take different paths. I never expected Shuchen to combine 2 different species into one, creating such a magical card. Not just Kuanping, weren't those cards from yesterday also products of ingenious ideas? Indeed, like plants in nature, allowing a third party to carry seeds to distant lands, Shuchen is remotely watching as Tang Wei brings danger closer to himself. I feel like I won't dare to recall cards casually in the future. Meanwhile, Shuchen, the center of attention, was captivated by Kuanping's restrained flight, silently making a decision to take it to the seaside during a holiday and truly experience Kuanping's journey at sea. After a few circles in the air, Kuanping returned to Shuchen's side. The field was still too small for it to fully enjoy. As its beak touched Shuchen's palm, a dazzling light flashed, and Kuanping transformed back into a card, returning to Shuchen's mind. Coincidentally, Hisua Temple came online at that moment. The training ground had been rearranged overnight by him, as they were all virtual items that could be easily manipulated. He inspected the changes, shook his head in satisfaction, and summoned a luxurious high-end coach seat in front of the spectator stands. Hisua Temple then sat down contentedly and called out to the students to join the audience seats. Don't be nervous, This is just to give you a preliminary experience of the atmosphere of a real competition, so that you won't falter due to mindset issues when it's time to perform. Once everyone was seated, he continued, the school has selected you with great fanfare. Even if you didn't make the final cut, you can't just come here for nothing. You must gain something from this. This was why they were here early in the morning instead of attending regular classes. It was like the head coach had started a private training session. Subsequently, Hisua Temple played the video recorded by the teaching robot the day before on the full screen. The plan for these days is to analyze real battles in the morning and continue with competitions in the afternoon. I sincerely hope that some of you can grow a brain. The video fast-forwarded. In the footage, the duel between Shuchen and Gao Yakio had reached the point where the latter rushed her card deck into the floodwaters. Hisua Temple paused the video at this moment, leaned back in his chair, and turned his head back. I want to know what you were thinking at that time. Were you afraid you wouldn't be able to reach others' skills by rushing into them directly? Gao Yakio's face had turned red with embarrassment, feeling socially dead. She stammered in response, barely audible to those present, my cards are aquatic creatures, and water has a beneficial effect on my card deck. After receiving the explanation, Hisua Temple reluctantly nodded in agreement. Alright, everyone remember, don't poison the water against Gao Yakio in the future. He is knowledgeable in giving advice. Gao Yakio was about to suffocate like a fish out of water. However, it was not over yet. Soon, she was depicted in a scene where she struggled to break free from the undercurrent of the flood, only to be shot through the brow by Su Chen. Hiswosi praised, what an unmoved target. Put. Several classmates couldn't help but burst into laughter. But before long, the smiles vanished from their faces. Hiswosi's sharp analysis was like a thorn in the back, and the power of his sharp tongue made people feel ashamed. Only Su Chen managed to escape unscathed, earning and show no mercy evaluation. Of course, it couldn't just be sarcasm. As the head coach of the school team, besides pinpointing the issues directly, he would also help analyze the key points to focus on for each skill and how to design tactics suitable for one's own deck. After one round, the students gained a lot. Having gone through hardships together, at noon, 15 people agreed to have a meal together and chose a small but affordable restaurant near the school. To cater to various tastes, they suggested each person order a dish. After all, the plates in Qingnan City were not large, so there would be no waste. At the dining table, everyone chatted happily, and Hiswosi once again became the bridge for communication among the students. After all, cursing teachers at school and bosses at work seemed to have become the fastest way to bring people closer in social interactions. Unbelievable, I felt like even my breathing was wrong just now. Su Min, in sorrow, borrowed a cola to drown his sorrows, downing 3 cups fiercely. Who said it wasn't? Lin Yeyu patted his shoulder and sighed deeply. It's not like that. Tang Wei pointed to Su Chen beside him. But I'm used to it. He has always been the teacher's favorite, a treasure in their hands, the little pride that never goes wrong. Rhymes come naturally to him. Wang Wei laughed. Why aren't you a card maker in the music category? Tang Wei pretended to be regretful. He's just too outstanding, can't help it. Painting, writing, music, there's only one natural talent. Being versatile is also a sin. They were boasting to the point of exaggeration. On the other side, Su Chen was fully focused on dipping the spicy beef tripe in water, with a bowl of clear water already floating with chili oil in front of him. Luoyu, who thought it wasn't spicy enough, reminded him, there are non-spicy dishes, just ask for them if you want, don't be shy. No, Su Chen chuckled and drank a cup of clear water. This level of spiciness is more delicious. He was the kind of person who was both bad at cooking and loved it. Perhaps tired of bland food, now that he was healthy, he wanted to try this kind of challenge. In stark contrast, He Xiaowu, who grew up in Beiyuan City, also didn't eat spicy food but kept a respectful distance from dishes floating in red oil. Luing noticed this contrast and suddenly remembered, in today's rounds, it seems like there's a match between you two. Su Chen nodded, locking eyes with He Xiaowu. The two were friendly, but to others, there seemed to be a hint of gunpowder in the air. Like fate, even if the world changed, the inheritance of civilization underwent earth-shattering changes, this magical land still nurtured the theories of yin and yang and the 5 elements, as well as the intangible cultural heritage of ancient martial arts. And due to the inheritance of card families, ancient martial arts had never declined. Today, with its unique charm, it had knocked on the door of international card battle masters. However, people from the ancient martial arts circle were not common. In his life, Su Chen had only met He Xiaowu for so long, and that was because he had come all the way from Beiyuan for unknown reasons. Knowing about their upcoming match, Su Chen kept brainstorming tactics in his mind. He was too easy to target, with all cards focusing solely on the target, yet he was also hard to target, with several cards stacking up, creating a thick-blooded humanoid weapon. Although in the previous team battles, Kunpeng easily packed him and the twin sisters off, Su Chen knew that was because He Xiaowu was controlled like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, unable to escape smoothly. In the afternoon, the points match resumed. In such a professional setting, many people unconsciously straightened their posture and behaved restrained during the battles. Under the high-definition close-ups, they all seemed to carry the burden of being idols. It wasn't until Isua Temple ruthlessly criticized them that they finally regained their scattered thoughts, focusing entirely on pulling and tugging the battle line against their opponents. Su Chen sat in the front row of the audience, occasionally catching sight of familiar cards. His custom card business was thriving in the special class, and even among the 10 selected individuals, there were cards crafted by him. At this moment on the field, in front of Luo Ying, there was a small, cute green pea shooter with twinkling black gemstone eyes continuously shooting pew pew pew, successfully breaking through the opponent's defense with an intense barrage and ultimately clearing the field for the Venus flytrap. Hisua Temple spoke, and the robot recorded. Luo Ying's points increased by 1. Next match, Su Chen vs. He Xiaowu, unprepared. Soon, the two of them stepped onto the field and stood at their respective starting positions. Faced with his taciturn opponent, Su Chen naturally couldn't initiate a provocation. The two remained silent, waiting for the countdown to end. Beep! At the sound, a cold light flashed, and He Xiaowu swiftly rushed forward with his gun, the sharp blade cutting through the air with a clang. The speed was so fast that it seemed like one could see after images. One moment he was here, the next he had leaped several meters ahead. During this process, his body was enveloped in silver armor, leaving no trace except for the 5 cards he had used, displayed in the upper right corner of the full screen. Seizing the opportunity, Hisua Temple explained to his classmates, the professional referee card has specific monitoring skills. It can detect any movement because even with these intangible special cards, using them generates mental fluctuations. He tapped lightly, to prevent anyone from harboring any illusions. That would truly bring shame to Qin University. On the field, Su Chen faced He Xiaowu head-on. Through formation shifts, the cards instantly clashed face-to-face with He Xiaowu. The close distance made it difficult for the long spear to unleash its full power, but Su Chen's axe was swift and fierce, aiming for the neck, attempting to make his opponent taste what decapitation meant. Fortunately, He Xiaowu had practiced martial arts since childhood, with extremely quick reflexes. He dodged a fatal blow with a backward flip, adjusting the distance to the most suitable range for the long spear to excel. The spear was king, inch by inch stronger. Now, Su Chen found it challenging to use his punishment skills due to the short axe, relying on occasional formation shifts to evade He Xiaowu's attacks. Su Chen wasn't foolish enough to engage in direct combat with He Xiaowu, so he summoned Hou-Yi to join the battle. The bowstring taut, waiting for an opportunity to release a cold arrow. He Xiaowu not only had to deal with Su Chen's formation-assisted attacks but also intercept sporadic shots. Luckily, his agility and mastery of various gun techniques were exceptional. It would be difficult for anyone else to withstand such pressure. This couldn't go on. He Xiaowu pondered constantly on how to break the deadlock. After a while, he feinted a shot, and suddenly 4 clones appeared on the field, breaking through Su Chen's defense and heading straight for his position. Even as Su Chen kept shifting, He Xiaowu, the closest and indistinguishable, would always be the first to approach, locking onto his target the moment it was within the skill's release range. Once the skill was locked, no matter where the target appeared, He Xiaowu would be transferred there as well. Su Chen was like a fish on the chopping block, waiting for He Xiaowu to make his move. No way! Tang Wei stared in disbelief, his palms sweating, starting to worry about his friend. Wang Wei was equally surprised that He Xiaowu had managed to push Su Chen to this extent. What's going on? Why isn't he using other cards? Could he really be in trouble? His emotions were complex. He both hoped someone would break Su Chen's winning streak and wished it would be himself. For a moment, he didn't know which side to root for. Everyone held their breath, watching the situation unfold. Even with reinforcements from Rook-elect, Su Chen was still pierced through the heart by He Xiaowu's shot. Ah! Many people sighed in regret in unison. However, just when they thought the battle was over, Hou-Yi, not far away, not only did not disappear with the card, but instead pulled the bowstring taut. The dazzling golden light seemed to absorb all the sunlight, piercing through He Xiaowu from behind, shattering his armor and directly piercing through to Su Chen in front. He Xiaowu's face turned pale. What? Despite the rejection of the Star Network, before being kicked offline, he struggled to look ahead and finally saw Su Chen's true identity before disappearing. Ru Shou. In the audience, more than a dozen people stood up in silence, their emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster, leaving them unsure how to express their excitement. He Xiaowu had no more time to go offline. They saw it though. Ru Shou, who had come to assist, had turned into Su Chen. He had switched identities in the chaos, and because the two were standing too close, Xiaowu, even after being shifted, could not perceive the subtle difference. At the same time, the formation compass returned to card form, held by Su Chen at his lips, as he lightly recited, "Flowers are not flowers, mist is not mist." The key to the illusion skill had always been the first sentence, not "nowhere to be found." This exciting duel took away all the heat, and the following matches were all lackluster in comparison. Tang Wei wanted to help Su Chen understand, but knew that coordinating with the card was crucial, so he shouldn't ask too many questions. Su Chen, however, handed the card directly to him. Tang Wei hesitated. "Is it okay?" Seeing Su Chen about to roll his eyes, he finally took it, but the next moment, "What the heck? What Tai Chi gives birth to the two elements? What flowers are not flowers? Mist is not mist? What seeking him thousands of times? Su Chen, are you a riddle person? What are you all talking about?" Wang Wei was drawn over and immediately noticed the skill description on the card, his mouth twitching. "Su Chen, you are good at keeping secrets, even from yourself." Luo Ying could relate to this and said, "The cards I customized for Su Chen are the same. The effect is very satisfactory, but when I got them, I was completely clueless. It took my sister and me half a day to figure it out." She had no expression, but there was an inexplicable sense of bitterness. Saying she was clueless was an understatement. In fact, she was initially in a state of collapse, never expecting that one day she would have to do a reading comprehension exercise with a card. Unfortunately, her literary skills were quite average. But fortunately, there was a surprise after analyzing and practicing, discovering hidden uses for the skills, making them more flexible and effective in tactical supplements. It could be said that buying it was a win. Hearing this, Su Chen awkwardly touched his nose. "I'll pay attention in the future, or I can include a user manual." Chinese is profound and concise, with different punctuation changing the meaning, capable of puns and homophonic analysis. He was quite enjoying himself. But customers are gods, so if there are suitable suggestions, he must make adjustments. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, the final match ended. Liu left the field, and Shuosi announced the end of class, so the students began to leave one after another. After hesitating for a while, Shi Xiaoxiao stayed in the Star Network, planning to find a place for additional training. The training ground was not suitable for public spaces. He couldn't help but sigh. He, who used to be carefree and plump, had recently been troubled by many worries. Although Wan Yun advised him to seize this opportunity, he knew deep down that his chances of winning were not high. He was no longer on the edge of danger but completely out of the line. He could still suppress 5 college entrance exam students for now, but winning was becoming increasingly difficult, as everyone was striving hard. Without more training, his hopes would probably become even more distant. Leaving the classroom building, Shi Xiaoxiao began to look for a secluded and spacious place. Along the way, she passed by a small grove and found Wan Yun there. At this moment, in front of him stood 2 exquisite half-sized wooden puppets with brown-black skin texture, crescent-white long hair, and wearing matching but different colored cake skirts, holding hands and looking very cute. Before Shi Xiaoxiao could greet them, the 2 small puppets suddenly emitted the same light. "This is a bond skill." Shi Xiaoxiao quickly recognized the meaning of this special effect, feeling surprised that Wan Yun had also created cards with rare skills. Remembering that the other party's Tiangong had been destroyed, she couldn't help but feel more regretful for him. If only Tiangong could be restored. Lost in thought, he was noticed by Wan Yun, who collected the card and approached, asking, "Xiaoxiao, what brings you here?" "I'm looking for a training ground. Did I disturb you?" Shi Xiaoxiao scratched the back of her head, intending to apologize. Wan Yun smiled faintly, his pale face almost transparent in the sunlight. "No, I'm training too." "Do you want me to accompany you?" He paused, "But I'm only bronze level, so maybe not." Shi Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head. Being a card master isn't all about winning levels. "Maybe that bond skill you just used could defeat me in an instant." Wan Yun chuckled. "It's just a telepathic support skill, not as exaggerated as you think." The divine angel prayed with clenched fists in the sky, bringing down the divine decree. Golden holy light scattered from its pure white wings, granting believers a new life while the sinners would be purified. Suddenly, dark chains descended from the sky, like a prison that trapped him, entwining his limbs and dragging him to an old cross. Soon, a man with bat wings appeared, mercilessly tearing apart the angel's body, turning it into stardust in an instant. Unexpectedly, the stardust did not dissipate but transformed back into a white cocoon. When it emerged again, the angel had shrunk from 6 wings to 4. Knock, knock, knock. In the dormitory, Su Chen and Tang Wei were watching a video of an international professional cardmaster tournament when a knock on the door interrupted them. Su Chen opened the door and saw Shi Xiaoxiao. As he let her in, he asked, "What's up?" "Just came to chat." Shi Xiaoxiao sat down and noticed the paused video. "Did I disturb you guys?" "No, just a replay." Tang Wei waved his hand. "Su Shen, Do you think Tiangong can be restored? Sure, Xiao had been thinking about this question since training with Wan Yun, unable to sleep with it on her mind, so she came over in the middle of the night to chat. You've got me stumped. Su Chen understood immediately that Sure Xiao was asking on behalf of Wan Yun, but he had no answer to this question either. Any physical ailments could be treated with cards, but Tiangong seemed to be a soul-given innate skill, and so far, no method of healing had been found. Even with so many divine-level card masters in Huaguo and even across the Blue Star, this issue remained unsolved, not to mention Su Chen was just a silver-level card master. Sure, Xiao also knew this was a far-fetched idea, but she still held on to hope. If I could create a food card that could heal Tiangong when eaten in the future, that would be great. Su Chen didn't dampen her spirits and encouraged her. Everything starts from nothing. Maybe you really can be the one to turn 0 into 1. Okay, I'll work hard. Sure, Xiao perked up. I suddenly feel much better. Thank you for listening. Sure, Xiao's visit was just a brief interlude. After she left, the video continued playing, but the two soon started looking for other videos. They're all bird people, Tang Wei muttered. Finally, they found a video of a Huaguo player and started watching. Sharing the same cultural background made it easier for them to gain insights, as they wanted to see if they could learn something from professional card masters. Meanwhile, Wang Wei continued to practice on the sand table. Luo Ying and Luo Yu were sparring with each other. He Xiaowu was dancing with a spear in the martial arts arena. Gao Yaqiu was contemplating tactics while looking at her notes. Different people in different places were all striving in their own ways towards the same goal. Some rise, some fall. The biggest change brought about was that the duration of the daily competitions kept getting longer and longer. Even if one side seemed to have the upper hand, the other could still struggle for a long time, occasionally resulting in a situation where the weak triumphed over the strong. And so, the time came to the 7th day, where everything would be settled on this day. At this point, Su Chen was leading by a wide margin on the scoreboard, with a perfect record of 14 wins, only needing to face Wang Wei, arranged to be the last match by Hisuosi. Wang Wei had 13 points, also with a perfect record, but still had 2 matches left to complete. The situation of the other participants, whether high or low in points, could already be analyzed. Su Chen, Wang Wei, He Xiaowu, Luo Ying, Luo Yu, and Tang Wei, these 6 had already secured their spots in the school team, leaving only 2 positions for the remaining participants to compete for. However, excluding those far behind in points, only Shi Xiao, Lin Yeyu, and Gao Yaqiu had a chance. The scorching sun filled the sky, fiery clouds turned into mountains. In the midst of the scorching summer, with the blazing sun overhead and the lingering dryness in the air, people's emotions were fluctuating, especially the students selected for the school team. Today was the 7th day of the selection, where the final results of the school team would be determined. Throughout the morning, several people were restless like monkeys, including those who had already been eliminated. By the afternoon, Hisuosi arrived late, and the points competition finally began. The first pair to compete was Gao Yaqiu and Lin Yeyu. Their points were very close, slightly higher than Shi Xiao, and the outcome of this match would directly determine who would be the first to strive for a breakthrough. The former, only when classmates gathered to chat did they realize that she was actually a card maker, but due to her worldview being the ocean world, she inadvertently had an aquatic attribute. The latter, although a card user, as a special class student with high spiritual talent, and having been trained by Hisuosi for a long time, had already developed a sharp mind. Each had their own strengths, but Lin Yeyu had the advantage overall. Even though card makers were rare, in card battles, they could only customize cards for themselves, while if a card user had connections, it could also be effective. However, the outcome was unexpected. Gao Yaqiu was a resilient person and a keen learner. During the competition, not only did she withstand Lin Yeyu's fierce attacks, but she also seized a fleeting opportunity, using a tactic inspired by observing Su Chen, and emerged victorious, becoming the only high school student selected for the team, leaving the other 4 feeling proud, their hands clapping until they were red. At least they didn't all fail completely and could be thankful for the experience. Next, after several rounds that were becoming more like exhibition matches with no suspense, Lin Yeyu and Shi Xiao took the stage. On the full-screen display, Shi Xiao appeared very nervous, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead in the virtual star network, like the gentle breeze of spring. Before the match, Shi Xiao kept encouraging herself to emulate Gao Yaqiu and strive to win against the odds. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Although her small mushroom spores were intimidating and her other cards were toxic, she was unlucky to face Lin Yeyu, who had mechanical attributes, an invisible advantage. In the end, Lin Yeyu ranked 8th, and Shi Xiao 9th, regrettably eliminated. After these rounds of competition, the selection of the school team was now complete. However, the students were still full of anticipation because Su Chen and Wang Wei, both undefeated, would have their final showdown. A captain would also be born from this. Hiswosi favored Su Chen but would not directly select him as the captain. In card battles, the winner rises while the loser falls, following the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak. There was no room for compromise based on the categories of card makers or users, nor on the distinctions of levels. The school no longer wanted to shout friendship first, competition second. What good relationship could there be between Beiyuan and them? God knows. Under the official account of the national competition in recent years, Qingnan University has always been referred to as perennial second place. This year, they only want to rise to the top. At the beginning of the competition, Wang Wei was very aggressive, deploying several cards to create a large army of over 20 people, with banners flying and a fierce momentum like a tiger. In the audience, Shi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "It's the first time I've seen Wang Wei with such a grand formation." When the outcome was uncertain, he was anxious, but when he was eliminated, he relaxed, looking even more at ease. There was disappointment, but he had a premonition earlier, so he didn't dwell too much on sadness. Tang Wei, on the other hand, had no worries at all. With each victory, his confidence in his rock-solid abilities grew stronger, almost cheering, "Jiwen is the strongest, forging your brilliance." Luo Yu was also having fun, joining in the cheering, her sister unable to stop her. Yao Yakio laughed heartily on the side. On the field, Xu Chen was amused, but it was not a time to be distracted. He focused, observing that Wang Wei's cards not only had more mounts but also wore bronze masks, exuding a sense of intimidation when their eyes met. "Do you really think you can beat me?" Xu Chen thought to himself. But he wouldn't show any mercy. In an instant, the 5 elements god formed the 9 palaces Bagua formation, surrounding the enemy. Wang Wei sensed trouble and reacted quickly, immediately planning to break through by focusing all his efforts on one person to create an opening. With successive displacement skills, Zhurong was the first to bear the brunt. He chose him because Zhurong was Xu Chen's most commonly used and most familiar card, and because Wang Wei had once killed Zhurong, he was confident he could end the confrontation quickly. However, what Wang Wei didn't anticipate was that with the presence of 4 other cards, Zhurong had the ability to regenerate, making it not so easy to deal with. Zhurong, protected by the diamond shield, used the July fire, resisting fiercely and drawing all attention. On the other side, Huta's skill was ready, and the once flat and hard ground suddenly transformed into a basin surrounded by strange peaks. Then came the flooding waters and the raining fire, launching a full-scale attack with no escape routes. It was a brutal war. After the skills ended, Wang Wei's army was in disarray. However, no one thought he had lost just yet. As one of the only 2 with a perfect record before the finals, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. The soldiers may have fallen, but their spirits remained. The fallen cards did not disappear completely, their duplicates merged gradually, forming a giant undead general with hollow eye sockets emitting a dim blue-green ghostly fire. He didn't pay attention to any specific card but stared directly at Xu Chen. As their eyes met, Xu Chen immediately sensed danger. The bronze masks from earlier had merged, enhancing the effect of the intimidation skill. In an instant, a huge bone sword came crashing down. Xu Chen couldn't move, but luckily his mental strength was not restricted. In a flash, he activated the golden bell shield just in time. When Wang Wei's attack landed, only a cicada shell was left behind. This was the passive effect of the cicada shedding technique. The 2 exchanged moves back and forth, with grand gestures that made the spectators' hearts race. In the coach's seat, Hisua Temple went from leaning back to standing up, clenching his fists, almost wanting to shout out loud, "Steady! This is almost like the national competition regional finals." With this kind of strength before the training camp, could the head coach of the Qingnan team really lead the team to a worse position? Hisua Temple was extremely grateful that Xu Chen was recruited into Qingnan. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be losing a key player. He understood that without the healthy competition that drove them to strive for better, Wang Wei would still be strong, but might not have performed as brilliantly as he did today. Not only Wang Wei had such changes, in fact, this year's batch of school team members are overall much more diligent than previous years. In these 7 days, Hisua Temple heard more than once about their late-night extra training sessions. Coach Hisua Temple was extremely excited, and at the same time, there was no stopping on the field. The undead general was clad in chainmail, a huge sword with a sharp edge, imposing and untouchable. Despite just a skeletal frame, the iron-blooded and resolute warrior spirit was still fierce, with the same heroic bearing. He was summoned by Wang Wei using the military soul summoning skill, combining several cards into his form, inheriting most of his power and skills, far exceeding the silver level limit. Ordinary damage couldn't even break his defense. Especially troublesome was his intimidating passive skill. Su Chen needed to constantly monitor the enemy's movements, but once his attention was focused, he was easily controlled, only able to summon Kunping occasionally to give him some breathing room, keeping Kunping busy. Fortunately, he was not at a disadvantage. The flexibility of coordinating cards was hard to restrict. No matter how high the opponent's damage, if it didn't hit, it wasn't effective damage. And exchanging multiple cards for one undead general also meant a gap in defense. Su Chen naturally chose to go directly after Wang Wei. In fact, card master battles were much like chess, a series of maneuvers leading up to the final checkmate. It didn't take much effort, or rather, Wang Wei didn't struggle much either, a swift punishment slashing across. Immediately, Su Chen understood why Wang Wei had been so negligent in defense. He was surrounded by a faint glow, then emerged unscathed, while a deep, visible wound appeared out of nowhere on the undead general, unfortunately not fatal. It was a transfer injury skill. This was tricky. Originally planning to test and have the Grim Reapers directly take Wang Wei away, now there was no way. The skill transferred directly to the undead general when used on him. However, strictly speaking, the undead general was not considered an enemy unit. This meant that the skill either failed to take effect, or only separated a fragment of a card from him. Although Wang Wei was unaware of the existence of the Grim Reapers, they somehow managed to counter this powerful bond skill. For a while, the two fought evenly, but neither could overcome the other. Wang Wei's confidence soared. After countless days and nights of sand table simulations, it finally paid off. Like a hungry wolf pouncing on a rabbit, he counterattacked with all his might. Then he discovered that cutting cards, when 5 cards formed a bond, the damage was evenly distributed, none could be killed, and they recovered quickly, cutting Su Chen. Besides the array transfer, there was also the golden cicada shedding its shell. Not a drop could leak through. Wang Wei, more cunning than a fox with 3 burrows, the opponent didn't even need to prepare a den in advance. Feeling somewhat helpless, he had to quickly come up with a breakthrough. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Unconsciously, the undead general once again locked onto Su Chen, transferring with him to the side of Hutu, with peaks blocking the way ahead and behind, making it convenient for him to pursue. Little did he know that this was a burial spot carefully chosen by Su Chen for the undead general. Boom! Before Wang Wei could react, the mountains collapsed in an instant. Even though the undead general was imposing, he was far from the peak, and under this sudden change, he was as fragile as paper. The sharp sword energy abruptly stopped. The teleportation skill couldn't escape such a wide-ranging attack. He was directly buried alive. At this point, the central training ground had been completely reduced to ruins, with broken walls and devastation everywhere. Finally, the big guy was taken care of. Kunping happily hopped onto the ruins, as if trying to solidify the rubble, not giving the undead general a chance to rise again, even though he had long turned into nothingness. Su Chen thought to himself, even a horse's skin wrapping a corpse was ultimately pitiful. This could be considered a decent burial. 2 peaks. How could it not be decent? Across from him, Wang Wei sighed, "You're really slippery." This time, it was completely hopeless. The undead general's power required immense mental support, far more than Su Chen's, leaving him weakened. Moreover, with his strongest card fallen, he was unable to gather strength or use cards. Now, apart from the base card, Wang Wei only had 3 cards left, making it difficult to turn the tide and balance against his opponent. Su Chen chuckled, "I can't just stand here and let you attack me." In the audience, Gao Yakia subtly glanced at Isuosi, who was focused on the field without turning back, relieved. Although Wang Wei's frustration was evident, he continued cautiously activating the Thousand Mechanisms guidance. Indeed, this cunning individual, like a lotus seed, never gave up struggling. While distracting with words, he secretly used new cards with ambush and teleportation skills. This familiar feeling reminded Su Chen of their last duel in the arena. Clearly, Wang Wei remembered too, with a lingering fear. One card was meant to ambush Su Chen, while the other 2 aimed to restrain Zhirong and Gonggang. The bond skill engraved with Mount Buzhou was truly unforgettable. Being hurt by the enemy and having one's own skill backfire was even more painful. Su Chen didn't give Wang Wei a chance. With the match dragging on, and most of his mental strength depleted, he unleashed a series of moves before his opponent could react. With Rook Elect, Zhirong, and Gonggang's ultimate moves, the silver-level cards were no match for the previous undead general. Rook Elect's instant teleportation punishment, Zhirong's hidden furnace on the path, and Gonggang dragging the opponent into a maelstrom while summoning the 9-headed snake to encircle them. Wang Wei, drained of mental strength, couldn't turn the tables. Quickly resolving all the cards, he had nowhere to transfer the damage and was forced offline. The audience erupted in applause. Even though it was expected, witnessing this scene was exhilarating. He was their school team captain, leading everyone under the banner of Qinnan University to the national competition stage. They cheered for the victor, congratulating his triumphant return. Su-chen descended the stage slowly, and behind him, Huta restored the training ground to its original state before transforming back into cards in his hands. When Wang Wei returned, Hiswosi stood up to announce the results, his usually serious expression rare to see. Today, this year, the school team selection has ended perfectly. Su-chen will be the captain, Wang Wei the vice-captain, Hishawu, Luoying, Luoyu, Tangwei, Gao Yakyu as the main team, and Lin Yeyu as the substitute. The 8 school team players are assembled. Another round of applause, everyone excited. Wang Wei walked up to Su-chen, extending his hand. Please guide me more in the future. Captain. Su-chen was taken aback, then smiled lightly as he shook his hand back. Let's work hard together, vice-captain. Others silently watched this scene, perhaps a shining moment in their future memories. He then asked Su-chen to say a few words. Stepping forward, Su-chen looked at everyone with determination and declared, Xinnan school team, #1 in the country. His gentle smile turned resolute, naturally exuding a domineering aura that infected everyone. Wang Wei, Tang Wei, Luo Yu, Gao Yakyu, all shouted in unison, Xinnan school team, #1 in the country. The entire training ground echoed with their voices. The week-long point match selection for the school team finally came to an end, and the 15 individuals returned to their normal class routines. Additional teachers were added to the special class, teaching theoretical knowledge such as card skill balance, appreciation of historical god cards, and practical lessons on mental training. School team members also had to keep up with their academic courses. Even though participating in matches and exams could earn them extra points, these courses still carried significant weight. However, all their practical lessons were now under Hiswosi's guidance, as he needed to balance between the special class and the school team in the future. Fortunately, the school team had only Gao Yakyu who was not under his own supervision, making coordination easy. In addition to changes in practical classes, the team had extra early morning and evening training sessions, each lasting an hour. It was said that a month before the national competition, all academic classes would be suspended for a closed-door training session. Therefore, Su-chen and the others decided to work hard this month, self-studying all textbooks and applying for early exams before the training session. Everyone worked tirelessly, squeezing every bit of time like a sponge, busy as spinning tops. Tangwei, the lazy one, was disgruntled and wanted to slack off, exclaiming, failing a course is no big deal, who hasn't failed a course in college? Unfortunately, he was promptly suppressed by Su-chen, and when Tangwei called his parents to share the good news, Su-chen threatened to report him, leading to the signing of the following unequal treaty. Party A, Su-chen, Party B, Tangwei. Today, Party B promises to study hard in the future and never fail a course. If violated, Party B will be responsible for all dormitory hygiene during college and running errands for Party A. After hanging up the phone, Tangwei picked up his copy of the agreement with trembling hands, feeling like crying but unable to shed tears. Luckily, the reward money given by Uncle Tang and Aunt Lin for joining the school team provided some comfort, balancing his emotions. Let's do this, haha, let's all work hard together. On that day, Hisua Temple, the school team members, and the school website administrator gathered in the meeting room to discuss website promotion matters and finalize details for upcoming material shoots. Also present was Lan Xinling. According to her, I have applied to be an assistant coach for the school team, and I believe the appointment notice will be issued soon. As she spoke, she gave Hisua Temple a threatening look. However, Hisua Temple paid no attention to her. The atmosphere between the two was quite strange. Perhaps it involved privacy, and no one present was eager to pry into it, silently skipping over that topic. The administrator distributed the materials in hand, saying, these are all promotional matters and past cases. However, the principal hopes for a change this year, with new team uniforms for a fresh look and good luck. Based on Hisua Temple and the analysis team's report, the Qinnan leadership had high expectations for this year's national competition, with increased funding and human resources compared to previous years. The website promotion department also received the news. The principal's suggestions were to be followed. Moreover, Su-chen, after looking at photos of past school teams, couldn't appreciate the red and blue color scheme of the uniforms. After some thought, he directly turned the papers with images face down, showing clear rejection on his face. Wang Wei, on the side, bluntly commented, so ugly. Although others didn't say much, it was evident from the unanimous approval of the uniform change proposal that the decision was made. The task of redesigning the uniforms fell to Hisua Temple, who was both the head coach and a card-making artist. With a casual demeanor, he quickly sketched out styles for both male and female uniforms. They were sky blue sports attire paired with white, not particularly innovative but refreshing and comfortable. Su-chen and the others had no objections. This shade of blue was suitable for both genders. Lan Xinling, flipping her ash-gray long hair, remarked, we're all college students, why go for such youthful designs? Each of these trainees is better looking than the other. If they wear uniform-style uniforms, they will definitely attract a lot of fan support. Hisua Temple disagreed. They are card artists, do they need to attract fans with appearances? As long as they have skills, even without any fan support, they can still win awards. Lan Xinling countered, does it hurt to have both? Attracting fan support gives trainees more motivation. Besides, why not use an advantage when you have one? The two sat at opposite ends of the long table. The others in the middle watched their exchange, shifting their gazes left and right like a swinging pendulum. In the end, Lan Xinling successfully persuaded Hisua Temple to change the design. After making some revisions, Hisua Temple, feeling impatient, slumped in his chair and preemptively declared, in case Lan Xinling pushed further, let's just go with this. If it doesn't work out, we'll all wear big underpants together. Before Lan Xinling could object, several girls from the school team chimed in unison, no way. Big underpants, really? Hisua Temple scratched his chin, awkwardly smiled, and said, ahem, just kidding. Then he displayed the design on the screen. How about this? If you're not satisfied, I can make adjustments. The new version featured gray uniforms, not too formal with black, to avoid being too dull or too flashy. The tops were short-sleeved, and if it was cold, students could wear jackets. Female students had the option of skirts or pants, depending on their preference. The administrator generously suggested, let's make both skirts and pants. Girls might want to change styles spontaneously. Since it wasn't coming out of their pockets, the proposal was accepted on the spot. The distant principal's voice came through the intercom, achoo. With all arrangements settled, the meeting dispersed. Su Chen and the others had just come to cast their votes and understand the arrangements. Their full cooperation would be needed once the uniforms were ready. During this period, there was a slight hiccup. Lin Yeyu, a local from Qingnan, lived close by and took the opportunity to visit his family to share the good news of joining the school team. However, after a night of discussion, his parents advised him to give up the spot. While the national competition was prestigious for Chinese university students, being a substitute was not ideal. If Lin Yeyu could beat his classmates to make the school team, it proved his talent was exceptional. Instead of being a substitute, he could participate in slightly less renowned but still prestigious competitions and win awards. This suggestion left Lin Yeyu conflicted, but he understood his parents' concerns. Both options had their pros and cons. It was up to him to decide if he wanted to lead or follow. Besides, other competitions, though not as grand as the national one, were still prestigious. After days of contemplation, Lin Yeyu submitted his resignation from the team to Hisua Temple. Hisua Temple respected his decision and offered the spot to Shi Xiaoxiao, asking if he wanted to be a substitute. Shi Xiaoxiao readily agreed, never forgetting his initial intention to bring culinary cardistry onto the national stage, especially at such an important event as the national competition. Thus, the transition between them was swift. Fortunately, the information had not been announced on the official website yet, otherwise, there would have been speculations of foul play. After providing his clothing measurements, Shi Xiaoxiao couldn't contain his excitement. Who would have thought that he, after a series of unexpected events, would make it into the school team? He eagerly shared the news with his parents and friends, receiving enthusiastic feedback. His dorm mate, Ho Hao, immediately pulled out a thick booklet from the drawer and handed it to him, saying, here, this is information about the national competition. Consider it a discount for being roommates. Despite their previous disagreements, they were still roommates, seeing each other every day, so they had reconciled long ago. Shi Xiaoxiao took the heavy booklet gratefully and said, thank you, Ho Hao. Days passed in an orderly manner, and Su Chun found himself immersed in a fulfilling university life. Every day started with early training, followed by classes, evening practice, and self-study. When he was notified to gather for a photoshoot, he paused for a moment, then remembered, oh right, the team uniforms were distributed yesterday. The uniforms were not overly fitted, but the cut was good, making the young athletes look poised and refined. Because of the scorching weather, Su Chun didn't wear his jacket, casually draping it over his arm. He arrived at the intersection near the dormitory with other members and then headed to the school's publicity department. The publicity department consisted of headquarters and branches. The former managed the official website, responsible for internal announcements to teachers and students, as well as guiding and maintaining the positive image and reputation of Qingnan University externally. The latter was like a school club, composed of students. Apart from occasionally following the headquarters' instructions, they had a high degree of autonomy. Their target audience was only students, but they had a high level of fan loyalty. The team's materials were naturally prepared by the headquarters. The photographers who came to shoot were all specially invited big shots who had previously won gold awards in photography competitions. However, there was a senior sister who was grabbed from the branch to work as a temporary staff member. She kept looking towards Su Chen. Just as Tang Wei teased him about being popular, the senior sister proposed an interview invitation. Our branch has launched a popular campus weekly magazine among students. Can we invite you, the team captain, for an interview? Sorry, I might not have time recently, Su Chen politely declined. In fact, even if he wasn't busy, he wasn't very interested in these things. The most straightforward indication was that despite being at Nan University for so long, he didn't even know about the weekly magazine. Sorry to bother you. After a few attempts, the senior sister couldn't persuade Su Chen. She restrained her disappointed expression and turned back to diligently assist the photographers. Today, the team had to take 2 sets of photos. The first set was for ID photos, used for competition registration and filling out related information. The second set was for publicity photos, to be published on the official website. With a simple click, the ID photos were easily completed, and they immediately proceeded to shoot the second set. They moved to a different studio and took turns posing. Naturally, Su Chen was the first. Perhaps because Su Chen appeared too gentle, the photographer kept taking photos from an upward angle to give the pictures a more imposing look. Fortunately, Su Chen had a clear jawline, otherwise, it would have been a disastrous angle. The final product was surprising. Whether it was due to the angle or other reasons, Su Chen in the photo exuded a sense of compassion for all living beings but with a cold indifference, exceeding the photographer's goal of showcasing his leadership aura. After all the team members had their individual photos taken, they also took a few group photos. Su Chen and Wang Wei stood in the middle, with the others positioned behind them, forming a V-shape symbolizing victory in the composition. After post-processing, these photos and basic information were posted on the official website and also tagged with their newly registered accounts. As a top university, Nan University had a considerable following. Once the news was released, it instantly attracted a lot of attention. Is this year's Nan University team really selected based on skills and not looks? Substitute, are you polite? Doesn't the captain seem a bit too gentle? You should see that upward angle photo. Wow, why does he suddenly look like a different person, exuding a dangerous vibe and a touch of refined delinquency? Why are you all focused on appearances? Haven't you noticed he became a bronze-level genius the day after awakening? Despite the banter, everyone knew that Nan University wouldn't deceive anyone. This captain must have won based on his skills. Even so, it was still shocking. There had been few geniuses who advanced within the first 3 days in recent years, and unexpectedly, Nan University had gained 2 this year. As they exchanged information about all the members, they discovered that this year's team surpassed previous years in qualifications, although their actual strength remained unknown. As the captain, Su Chen garnered the most attention. Those who followed his account after finding it on the official website left the rest of the team far behind, with Wang Wei being the closest. Only then did Luo Yu and the others come into the picture. After all, in the world of blue star cards, no matter how outstanding a face was, it couldn't match the popularity of a skilled card user. Conversely, a strong individual with less appealing looks would only be judged on their personality. But if both aspects aligned, it would be even better. The members of the Nan school team perfectly fit this point. After the official website was launched, the team's popularity within the school soared, with many supporters wanting to detour, observe, or cheer. Unfortunately, each member of the team was elusive, and no one had ever heard of a successful encounter. In fact, they were not at school at the moment, because shortly after the official announcement of the Nan University team, Beiyuan also made an announcement. Through comparison, the school found that the top members of Nan had a slight advantage, but overall, Beiyuan had the upper hand in terms of level, prompting the coaching staff to quickly decide on an early training camp this year. After all, this was the most hopeful team to win the championship, and everyone had high expectations. Before departure, although the time was advanced, Su Chen and others still followed the original plan and applied for the exam. Presumably, the teachers also understood the situation, and the difficulty of the exam was average. Even Tang Wei, who was lagging behind in grades, racked his brains to give enough points, allowing him to pass by a narrow margin. Tang Wei was happy to boast that he was a lucky child. Su Chen didn't mention his guess that hit him hard. This kid was about to burst. Even when they boarded the bus with the license plate number 66, Tang Wei was still ecstatic, looking as if he were in high spirits. Although the national competition is also held on Xinguang, why do we have to leave Nan for training? Can't we use Xinguang? This time, the well-informed Wang Wei was also puzzled, only saying, training is a secret weapon that each school prepares for the national competition and never leaks any information. Sure, Xiao shook her head, it's so mysterious. In the front row, Luo Yu grumbled discontentedly, how else can the card master improve? It's just constantly using cards to enhance mental strength, fighting each other to improve combat skills. We have to run so far, and we haven't even reached the skywalk yet. 6-6 is a good number, and 8-8 is also good. Today is not a good day. Beside her, Luoying leaned against the window looking uncomfortable, feeling a bit carsick even though she had taken motion sickness medicine, still feeling listless. After thinking for a while, Gao Yakia took out an orange from the card storage and handed it over. I heard that the smell of orange peel can help relieve nausea, you should try it. Luoyu thanked her, peeled the orange, and a fresh, slightly sour scent wafted through the air. Seeing Luoying's slightly relaxed frown, she took out a mask and covered the orange peel directly inside, putting it on her sister. The bus had a high center of gravity and good ceiling, which was indeed unfriendly to those prone to motion sickness. Seeing that the bus had been driving for a while without stopping at Hesu Temple, Suchen asked the driver, "Master, is there another bus carrying the head teacher and the others?" In the driver's seat, the driver did not look away, smiling kindly. "Yes, they are on the bus 88, on the skywalk, we can't see them." All the members. "Damn you, devil head teacher." Even He Xiaowo, who was usually silent, couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't we together? Is their bus crowded?" "I don't know either," the driver said with a smile. Suchen felt strange, but before he could grasp the fleeting clue, Tang Wei's excited voice interrupted him. "Look, the sea!" At these words, everyone looked out the window, only to see the shimmering sea with faint white sails floating on the surface, white waves crashing against the fine sand. The vast and magnificent scene involuntarily immersed everyone, leaving them speechless for a long time. Suchen couldn't help but think of Kuanping. It seemed that this training camp was in a coastal area, where he could find an opportunity to let it play in the same latitude and longitude on Xinguang. As the bus continued to drive off course, the interior gradually quieted down. Suchen closed his eyes and dozed lightly, the fragmented sunlight shining through the drawn curtains casting a faint shadow on his long eyelashes. It was unknown whether it was an hour or longer, but the bus made a sharp turn, gradually waking up the members. Suchen's gaze shifted slightly, seeing nothing outside the trees, the ground had disappeared, and turning to the other side of the window, a smooth mountain wall came into view. Winding mountain road. Where exactly were they headed? Various messy news flashed through Tang Wei's mind. He swallowed nervously and cautiously said, "Master, you're not planning to sell us, are you? I heard long ago that they used to sell college students in the mountain valleys." He couldn't help but tighten his collar. It was dangerous for boys these days too. Looking in the rearview mirror, they could see the driver, still grinning with his big white teeth. "How could I possibly sell you guys?" Before Tang Wei could breathe a sigh of relief, the driver continued, "You guys are worth more than money." Tang Wei almost choked. Seeing the others' expressions changing, the driver quickly added, "Just kidding, we're almost there, wake up and get ready to get off." 10 minutes later, the bus stopped by the roadside, and everyone hurried off without a word from the driver, who then vanished into the distance with a step on the gas pedal. "What's going on?" Luoyu clutched Luo Ying's arm in fear. It just disappeared on the road. I didn't see it wrong, did I?" Suchen quickly tested it, and then Kuanping appeared beside him, swishing its tail. "Card usage is allowed here." Knowing it wasn't a supernatural event, Luoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Wei said, "It seems like the school specially applied for a no-restriction area. They must have spent a lot on this." A no-restriction area refers to a place where card cages cannot be deployed or spell coverage cancelled, requiring layers of approval and the consent of the security department to enter. Connections and funds need to be in place. Su Chen immediately became vigilant, observing the surroundings. "Be on guard, since the training is in a no-restriction area, it means we might need to use cards." Sure, Xiao exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Losing connection in the star network means losing it forever. 5 minutes later you're a hero. Losing connection in reality means you're a hero 18 years later." "No way." Su Chen saw the tension rising and quickly reassured, "The school will definitely handle it properly. If something happens, they won't be able to escape responsibility." "Exactly, we're still on the official website. Shall we continue forward now? Let's go." Su Chen, as the team leader, led the way, with Wang Wei naturally taking up the rear. With night approaching, they had to reach the training ground before sunset. They didn't encounter any card monsters that they initially thought might suddenly appear on the road, but after a while, they found themselves back at the starting point. "So, is this a test of endurance?" Wang Wei used a scout card to explore the path ahead, but clearly, the card that had left from the front appeared from behind, and no anomalies were found. An illusion? This time, Su Chen took out the formation compass and used the 1000 machine guidance, but the arrow kept spinning in place. "Trouble, we can't break through Lauhi's illusion with our current level. We can only speculate on the exit or breaking point he left behind." The platinum level teaching robot was a card that Isua Temple always used in front of them, but it didn't necessarily reflect his true level. as this robot card might have been hastily created to assist in teaching due to his laziness. Moreover, even if it was truly platinum level, for their group of silver level card masters, it was still an unreachable peak. Su Chen looked at the flat road beneath his feet and pondered. Was this a test from the coaching staff? Or a show of power? On the other side, the coaching staff on the bus with the number 88 arrived at their destination smoothly through an unobstructed aerial route and made all the necessary arrangements. At this moment, they were all wearing matching white coats in a spacious room, facing a huge screen that almost covered the entire wall, playing real-time scenes from within the illusion. In the video, while other team members were taking out their cards to try to break the deadlock, Su Chen stood in place with a pensive expression. "What is he thinking?" asked a coach in charge of monitoring. Behind him, most colleagues were busy recording various data from various sophisticated instruments, detailing the mental power fluctuations of the school team members when using cards. They would need to analyze this data later to better design effective training programs to help the school team members quickly increase their strength. Su Chen had barely used the card for a total of less than a minute, which was not conducive to information gathering. Sitting casually on a nearby swivel chair, he swosey replied nonchalantly, "Who knows, maybe he has already found a clue." Seemingly idle, he sat with his legs crossed, only supervising as the head coach. Fortunately, this group of coaches had been his partners for several years and understood his habits, so they had successfully adapted to working with him. The coach questioned, "It can't be that fast. After all, it's your illusion card, experienced firsthand, as real as it gets. You used it to great effect in the professional card tournament. Nothing is impossible. They don't need to break the card, just find the way out," he swosey replied, not finding it particularly incredible, considering that he was the genius who had used a silver tier card to defeat his own platinum tier card. Although the teaching robot was made from scraps, it still possessed platinum tier energy and couldn't be easily defeated by just any 5-star silver card. He was confident that Su Chen's utilization rate of the energy within the card materials exceeded 90%, his estimate being conservative. The coach with a different opinion was trying to analyze the situation. He swosey pointed at the screen and said, "Don't underestimate the thoughts of a genius. You should know how brilliant and imaginative their world is." Turning back to the screen, Su Chen had already returned to the initial position where he had disembarked, walking step by step towards the spot where the bus had disappeared. This should be it. Su Chen looked around at the surroundings, compared them to the images in his memory, confirmed the location, and then walked towards the outer edge of the mountain road, standing between two trees, overlooking the edge. Unsure of the exact altitude, he looked down to see clouds swirling below, with mountains of various shades of green, brown, and gray, like flaws on flawless white jade, evoking a sense of regret. Wang Wei was the first to notice his movement and approached, asking, "Have you found something?" "No wind," Su Chen replied, his slightly long hair falling naturally on the side of his neck. Wang Wei was puzzled. "Wind?" "Mountain wind," Su Chen explained. "It comes and goes without a trace, formed by the movement of air and can create friction with various objects, gradually weakening. However, as the altitude increases, the friction with obstacles decreases, and the wind speed increases. But at an altitude above the clouds, how could there have been no breeze for so long?" Wang Wei suddenly realized, right, this is an illusion. Maybe it's not just blocking the way, even this mountain road is fake. We didn't enter the illusion when we got off the bus, we were already inside it from the beginning. The bus just exaggerated its turns, repeatedly making us subconsciously believe that this was the mountain road. Other members who had gathered around also heard the analysis and started commenting, "The coaching team really went to great lengths. I was afraid the car would accidentally drive off the road with those turns. The driver did a great job, no signs of deception. Since it was my idea, I should try it first. If it doesn't work as we guessed, we can always switch back," Su Chen instructed before taking a step forward. Instantly, a sense of falling engulfed him. He plunged into the clouds, surrounded by a white expanse, unable to see anything clearly, but soon his feet landed firmly, and the scenery around him suddenly changed. In front, a tall white building stood, nestled by the mountains and waters, offering a breathtaking view. The mountains were not high, more like hills. Turning around, the scene was the same as the winding mountain road they had just seen, almost as if they hadn't moved at all. This illusion not only deceived the eyes but also clouded their senses. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The coaching team not only made them believe they were on a mountain road but also intentionally designed the disappearing scenes. It wasn't just hinting at the exit location but also guiding the members to quickly realize that this was an unrestricted area, prompting them to use their cards. Once the door was opened, they would subconsciously think that the coaching team had set up a test for them to break through with the power of the cards, breaking free from conventional thinking. As expected, they immediately started trying to find the exit of the illusion using their cards one after another. After all, their training goal was to enhance their card skills, right? Taking the wrong first step easily led them into a dead end, trapped in a strange area unable to escape. In reality, they didn't need any cards at all. All they had to do from start to finish was to take a small step forward, and they could walk out of this seemingly unbreakable illusion. This test was aimed at their observational skills and the ability to promptly change their thinking when trapped in misconceptions. It tested whether the players had sharp judgment and adaptability when card battles reached a stalemate, rather than digging themselves deeper into a dead end. "What an interesting little game," Tang Wei said as they all walked out of the illusion. "So, we were just wandering around here like fools," he added, his mouth twitching as he looked at the illusion before them. "How ridiculous it must have looked from the outside," Luo Yu remarked. "Let's hope no one recorded a video of this." "Impossible, Lao he never holds back," Suchen said. "Do you like this welcoming ceremony?" Hisuasi invited them over near the entrance. "Welcome to the Qin Nan training base." "A unique ceremony," Su Chen commented. The base was large, with a series of buildings behind the tall one. Hisuasi first let them choose their dormitories, suggesting they rest for the night, especially since one member suffered from motion sickness. The dormitories varied in size, accommodating 8 people comfortably, whether in single or multiple occupancy. Except for 3 girls who chose to share a room, the rest of the boys opted for their own private spaces. After dinner, they each went back to their rooms to rest. Surrounded by green waters and lush greenery, the training base was located in a beautiful place, breathing in the fresh air, their minds seemingly expanding. In the early morning, accompanied by the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, the team members coincidentally gathered at the base's dining hall. This was thanks to the biological clock developed through daily early training, synchronizing their daily rhythms. Su Chen sat habitually by the window, feeling the morning light filtering through the mist and warming his body. In front of him was a bowl of clear porridge with a side dish, a dietary habit he had acquired from his grandfather in his past life. Tang Wei yawned and remarked, "The fog in the mountains is thick." He then stacked slices of toast together and stuffed them into his mouth, only to choke unexpectedly. Taking the milk Su Chen handed him, Tang Wei hurriedly gulped it down, swallowing with effort, a skill he had clearly mastered through practice. In stark contrast, Wang Wei sat across from them, calmly spreading cheese on his bread with a knife, accompanied by a steaming cup of coffee. The base's facilities and amenities were excellent, providing healthy and delicious meals that catered to everyone's preferences. Everyone had chosen their favorite dishes. After slurping the last bit of noodles, Shi Xiaoxiao put down her bowl decisively and said, "There is definitely a culinary card master here, at least one, and of a high level." In fact, they had already vaguely sensed this before. "Last night's good sleep left me feeling full of energy this morning, in an amazing state. Just now, a brief greeting with someone made me easily think of that dinner. Now, it's just a matter of sealing the deal by the food card master, Shi Xiaoxiao. Beside me, Dao Yaki has suddenly suggested, you might as well try to see if you can apprentice under them. Even if it doesn't work out, getting a few pointers would be good." "Great idea." Through Shi Xiaoxiao, everyone knew how rare food card masters were, especially high-level ones, usually hard to come by. So, they all agreed. Shi Xiaoxiao felt a bit excited but hesitated. Wouldn't it be bothering them? Su Chen put down his spoon and analyzed, "The coaching staff already knows your situation, so preparing in advance is very likely. Since we're in the restaurant now, it's worth a try. I can accompany you." Shi Xiaoxiao was convinced and said, "I'll go by myself, it feels more sincere that way." With that, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. He knew that his spot as a substitute was only because Lin Yeyu had voluntarily withdrawn, causing him to lag behind in the team. Therefore, he had to work even harder to catch up with the others. If one time wasn't enough, then 2 times, 3 times. Unfortunately, working in isolation was a difficult task. Although both his parents were food card masters, specializing in culinary arts and stuck at the gold level for many years, they couldn't guide him much. Finally encountering a high-level food card master today, he had to give it a try no matter what. Shi Xiaoxiao was someone who easily got tangled up in hesitations, but once he made up his mind, he was very determined. After a moment, he knocked on the door instead of barging in. Knowing that the kitchen was off-limits to outsiders, and being from a family in the food industry, Shi Xiaoxiao understood these taboos and patiently waited outside. After a while, just as he was debating whether to knock again, the door opened from the inside, revealing a man with a chef's hat. He wore a mask, revealing piercing eyes, and scanned Shi Xiaoxiao from head to toe, saying, "You're Shi Xiaoxiao?" "Yes, that's me." Surprised that the man knew him, before he could ask if he was the food card master, Shi Xiaoxiao recalled Su Chen's earlier speculation and couldn't help but feel excited. But before he could say anything else, the man closed the door, leaving only the words, "Come find me after you complete the task set by Laohi today." After everyone finished breakfast and cleaned up, they saw Shi Xiaoxiao returning looking bewildered. Concerned, they asked, "What's wrong?" Shi Xiaoxiao described what had happened earlier, feeling uneasy. "Why emphasize completing Laohi's task today? Is it incredibly difficult, almost impossible to succeed? I have a bad feeling about this." Tang Wei looked pale. The others felt the same. However tough it might be, they couldn't avoid it, so they could only wait for further instructions. Following the signs at the intersection, they headed to the training ground at the base for morning training. Since it was in a non-restricted area, they could use their cards and didn't need to return to their dorms to access the Star Network. The morning training mainly focused on tasks like instant card activation, precise attacks, agility, tailored by Laohi for each individual's abilities. Just follow the plan and complete it step by step. Upon arriving at the training ground, they were surprised to find Laohi waiting for them there. It was truly unexpected. Since the first morning training session, Laohi usually supervised remotely. With many surveillance cameras in the base, Laohi coming in person meant something was up. He distributed 8 wristbands to everyone. The bracelet is made of metal, with a band of varying thickness and intricate patterns on it, resembling a map of sorts. The team members followed Hiswosi's guidance to put on the bracelets one by one. Then, Hiswosi continued, "This is a monitoring bracelet. Besides being able to monitor your real-time physical condition, it also has protective capabilities and can activate the best course of action according to the situation. However, it won't react in case of injury unless there is a life-threatening situation. Of course, this is just one of the safety measures. The coaching staff will also arrange for personnel to constantly monitor your movements and safety issues, and the logistics department has various treatment cards." The more Hiswosi assured them, the more suspicious the team members became. So, what exactly was today's training about, and why did it involve life safety? Suddenly, the monitoring bracelet on the wrist started to feel hot. Lush trees towered in the mountain forest, and Su Chen hid motionless in the thick undergrowth. The sound of the wind rustling through the leaves filled his ears, interspersed with the chirping of unknown birds, while insects busily foraged in front of him. He disguised himself as a common plant, carefully concealing his presence as much as possible. In an instant, a sleek silver wolf appeared nearby. It crouched slightly on its hind legs, extended its front legs forward in a downward pounce stance, cautiously surveying the area. After a while, it hesitated and circled around, seemingly puzzled as to why it could smell its prey but not see it. After a while, it finally abandoned its hunting stance and turned away. However, just as it moved away from Su Chen's position, it suddenly lunged with its mouth wide open, its sharp white fangs viciously aiming for his neck. Fortunately, Su Chen quickly sensed the danger, shifted his position, and summoned Hou, who accurately shot an arrow into the wolf's throat. At the same time, the silver wolf's fur seemed to shimmer. Some defensive technique caused the arrow to lose its momentum, ultimately failing to pierce its throat completely, much to Su Chen's regret. The deep wound did not bleed a drop, but a burning sensation spread through his throat, as if it were being roasted over a fire, stirring up the wolf's wild nature. It suddenly howled to the sky, the sound piercing through the forest and soaring into the clouds, startling a mountain bird. Flapping their wings, a dozen wolves slightly smaller than the silver wolf emerged from the white light, surrounding Su Chen. This was the Wolf King's summons, often used in wolf card battles. 11 silver wolves either launched sudden attacks or besieged him, cooperating seamlessly to make up for each other's weaknesses and leverage their collaborative advantage. Cold ice pillars continuously rained down on Su Chen like dense droplets, but a refreshing coolness spread through the scorching heat, not dampening the intensity of the fierce battle between the two sides. Su Chen immediately switched Hou for Zhu Mang, using a tactic where every plant around turned into loyal minions, fearlessly fighting against the enemy. In the gaps, tree branches lashed out at the wolf pack, and wild grass occasionally tripped them up, presenting a united front against the common enemy. In no time, the wolf pack seemed to be repelled by the entire mountain, unable to hold on for long before dispersing into thin air. It was clear that the commotion was too significant. After breaking free, Su Chen hastily changed his position. And just 2 to 3 minutes after he left, a majestic tiger sniffed the ground, emitting a trembling roar that made nearby cards retreat. Confirming the scent, it began moving towards the direction Su Chen had departed. As the saying goes, distance creates beauty, and it seems to hold some truth. When viewed from afar, the swirling mist creates a picturesque scene. Experienced up close, the rugged terrain twists and turns. The untamed wilderness of the mountain forest, untouched by human footprints, lacked even a place to step, turning the once pleasing verdant landscape into a formidable obstacle, hindering their retreat at every turn. Suchin kept changing positions one after another, as he knew that if he stayed in one place for too long, hunting cards would soon track him down. Finally finding a moment to rest, he sighed deeply, recalling the scene from 2 hours ago. He had led the team members to the foot of a nearby mountain. "Instructor," he solemnly said, "in card battles, besides defeating your opponents, it's crucial to ensure that you are not defeated first. Today's training for you is simple: stay alive. A certain number of hunting cards have been scattered on this mountain, and no matter what means you use, you must survive under their pursuit until sunset. Stay alive." The group was instantly filled with fear, finding the statement chilling. "Fortunately, instructor," he added, "even if you fail, you won't actually die. Once your wristband activates or the supervisors pull you out, you are considered out of the game." He then went on to give a series of safety instructions. The reason for this troublesome exercise instead of the virtual training was that experiencing a crisis firsthand would better unlock their potential. Even though they knew their lives were protected, the instinctual will to survive was uncontrollable. After giving instructions, he left without any delay. The group left at the foot of the mountain, looked up towards the summit. Initially thinking it was just a small hill, they now found it too high and too vast to climb. With the long summer day ahead and at least 10 hours until sunset, they had no idea how many hunting cards of what level the coaching team had placed in the mountain. After discussing, they decided to take turns using scouting cards to conserve mental energy as much as possible to endure this long day. However, they underestimated Instructor He's ruthlessness. Without giving them any chance to cooperate, the moment they entered the mountain area, they were instantly scattered and exposed to the fierce gaze of the hunting cards. Luckily, the initial level was silver cards, and with the team's outstanding reflexes, the crisis was quickly averted. But there was no time to relax. The successive challenges seemed to have targeted everyone, leaving no room for respite. After 2 hours of torment, Suchin clearly felt the draining of his mental strength and knew that this couldn't continue. Having encountered golden level cards more than once before, although he had managed to escape narrowly, it didn't guarantee luck every time. If he encountered one when his energy was low, it would mean certain elimination. He also worried about whether Shi Xiao could endure. Suchin worried about whether he could meet the requirements of becoming a gourmet cardmaster. What he didn't know was that, although other members were also under attack, the frequency of his encounters was vastly different. The coaching team had matched the difficulty according to their strength data, pushing everyone to their limits, but for Suchin, the difficulty was skyrocketing. Watching from the monitor, Lan Xinling shook her head sympathetically. She was one of Instructor He's first batch of students and understood it all too well. Didn't she see how the previous batch of team members, who were not much older than herself, were initially trying to get along with the coach, only to be tormented to the brink of collapse in no time, leaving behind deep psychological shadows? Now, apart from herself, who stayed back at the school and became this devil's subordinate, spending every day with him, others avoided Instructor He like cats avoiding mice. Lan Xinling soon noticed Su Chen and Tang Wei rapidly moving towards each other, not even waiting to praise, truly childhood friends who share a deep connection. On the swivel chair, Instructor He instructed to continuously zoom in on the image. Zoom in, until it finally stopped at the rough dark brown bark of a tree, revealing a subtle signal. Looking at the other members who seemed to be taking action as well, Instructor He calmly ordered, "Have all the cards find the signal and change direction, leading each one to the front of the golden level cards." Lan Xinling, here he goes again. None of the school team members could see it, but a faint, intangible thread emerged from their bodies, one end tied to the monitoring bracelet and the other end floating in the air like a kite, connecting them to another person. It had no weight and wouldn't get caught in branches. Therefore, they were unaware. However, once the bracelet detected damage exceeding the red line, their injuries would immediately transfer to the other person, who would then resolve them. The people suspended in the air above the mountains and forests were the supervisors mentioned by Hasu Temple. One-on-one, they bore both protective and offensive duties. Yes, those continuously locating them with cards didn't use all their tracking skills but were initially placed nearby by the card holder. It was as if delivering takeout, with the frequency, quantity, and level all announced by the control room, and then they distributed the hunting cards one by one according to the list. At this moment, these people concealed their figures, their white coats fluttering slightly, watching as the members who were clearly intending to gather began to go in the opposite direction, step by step falling into the trap of the golden level cards. The head coach is truly full of tricks, the supervisor in charge of Su Chen muttered to himself. Forgetting to turn off the communicator, his voice was transmitted simultaneously to all earpieces. The channel immediately fell into an eerie silence. Ahem, what did you say? The head coach is just strategizing. To prevent the supervisor from continuing his nonsense, another supervisor who was on good terms with him quickly interjected. Fortunately, Hasu Temple always treated these remarks as if they were nothing, or rather, had grown accustomed to them. He was focused on observing the movements on Su Chen's side. The golden-eyed white-striped tiger crawled forward, its powerful limbs silent, steadily approaching its prey from behind. As it reached the hunting area, it suddenly pounced towards Su Chen from behind, its sharp teeth seemingly able to easily crush a person's skull with a gentle bite. Su Chen was on the brink of being devoured in the next second. At the critical moment, he keenly observed the shadow on the ground and instinctively teleported himself away. Unfortunately, the position he stopped at was still within 5 meters of the white-striped tiger, and taking a step forward would have him hit the invisible wall of air. In that brief moment of pause, the claws had already swiped towards his back, nearly reaching his bones. Su Chen couldn't help but grunt in pain as the sensation washed over him. He quickly summoned Rusu to block the white-striped tiger's next attack and had Sin Mang use the skill of rejuvenation. The disparity in life levels greatly reduced the effectiveness of the card's healing, but thanks to the enhancement from leveling up, Su Chen, apart from his somewhat pale complexion, appeared to be moving normally. From the torn part of his clothes, one could see that the bloody wound had left only a fading scar. Beside him, Rusu's golden bell had been shattered by the white-striped tiger several times, each punishment breaking through its flesh and skin, but in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. The situation was far more challenging than that. It seemed like a prison-like iron cage. No matter how they used displacement techniques, they couldn't get further away from the white-striped tiger, escaping from this close hunting area. Su Chen's heart sank involuntarily. This golden level card had clearly targeted him multiple times, indicating that this was the challenge the coaching team had set for him to overcome today. Thoughts raced back and forth in his mind as he pondered ways to solve it. Even though he was aware of the supervisor's presence, Su Chen couldn't rely all his hopes on others. After all, he valued his life greatly. It hadn't been easy to survive until now. Whether it was the experience of dying young in his previous life or the luck of being reincarnated in this world, it instilled in him a deep reverence for life. The current dire situation is due to the gap in levels between the two sides. None of his killer moves with his own cards are fatal to the white-eyed tiger, and the opponent's card master must have higher mental strength than himself. It is completely unrealistic to try to wear it down bit by bit. Only overlapping bursts of damage in a very short period of time can solve it. For the first time, Su Chen summoned all his attack cards. Within this narrow 5-meter encirclement, Hui, Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and the yet-to-be-deployed Hei by Wu Chang all surrounded the white-eyed tiger under the cover of illusions, ready to strike. Roar! The keen sense of the beast made the white-eyed tiger suddenly sense the danger. Although it didn't know where this little bug could threaten itself, it still activated its eye technique. In an instant, its sharp, godlike eyes turned completely white. In the void, it saw everything hidden, including arrows, furnaces, floods, a variety of attacks akin to a nuclear bomb explosion. Even as a gold-level card, this whole set of attacks would be fatal to the tiger. The white-eyed tiger frantically tried to escape the hunting space, but it was already too late. Ho-Tu had surrounded it from all sides with earthen walls. Since it couldn't escape, then no one should. Close the door and catch the tiger. The white-eyed tiger endured a continuous onslaught, dodging and attacking, finally tearing apart the bodies of several cards, appearing in front of Su Chen with flesh wounds, knowing that as long as it dealt with this human, all the cards would disappear along with the card master. Behind it, the fallen cards had already stood up again as translucent spirits. What kind of skill is this? Inside the control room, Lan Xinling was shocked, unable to understand why those cards, which were clearly not supernatural, could manifest as spirits. Moreover, they had already been killed just now. Hiswosi was also puzzled, immediately checking the data of the energy fluctuations monitoring beside him, then pointing to Ho-Tu. It's this card's skill. But even after discovering the source, everyone present still couldn't understand what kind of worldview could allow cards to produce such skills. After a while, Hiswosi, who had been active in professional matches the earliest, first thought of it. The Western King of the Underworld card seems to have the authority over death and can use ghosts, but those ghosts are just like evil spirits and cannot continue to possess the original card skills. Lan Xinling looked at the screen showing the white-eyed tiger being ambushed from behind, murmuring, "It's as if it has a second life." Rebirth skill? Hiswosi guessed following Lan Xinling's words. Indeed. As a powerful skill that can make cards reborn, the 6 paths of reincarnation was not yet complete due to level restrictions, only allowing the fallen cards to possess half their original strength in spirit form. And as Su Chen continued to upgrade and strengthen in the future, the maximum strength this card possessed in the worldview would also be unsealed. The coaching team was dumbfounded, marking Ho-Tu's card as a priority. On the other side, Su Chen, who had finally dealt with the gold level card, lay alone on the ground, panting heavily. Bottles of energy potions were continuously taken out from his storage ring and poured into his mouth. His once full mental strength was like an emptied water tank, even though the tap was always on. It had been a long time since this had happened. Since Su Chen had reached the silver level, his powerful mental potential had become increasingly apparent. Even though his classmates around him had all advanced to the same level, they couldn't compare with him in terms of quality or quantity. Therefore, he had never experienced depletion again. Unexpectedly, on the first day of training camp, before it even ended, he was completely drained. While Su Chen lay lifeless on the ground, his beloved teammates also shared the same hardships, collectively enduring Hiswosi's heavy burden of care and dedication, feeling both alive and on the brink of death. On the ground ran those who flew in the sky, those who swam in the water, and those who burrowed in the earth. The coaching team seemed to be simulating a real jungle hunt for them, with all the golden level cards being highly aggressive carnivorous animal cards. Fortunately, the coaching team was only pushing them to their limits, and the arranged golden level cards varied in strength, tailored to each individual. Some fought back fiercely, some escaped to their limits, and in the end, they made it through with some thrills and spills. Second stage. Listening to the instructions from Hiswosi transmitted through the earpiece, the unresolved cards were left behind by the supervisors, only to be replaced by another batch of cards. The weather in the mountains seemed to be unpredictable, as the sunny day suddenly turned into rain. It started off small, with the patter of raindrops like a soft murmur of a water village tune, easing the summer heat bit by bit, making it more relaxing. However, unexpectedly, it turned into a downpour, drenching everyone to the bone. The ground turned muddy, with a misty curtain of water in front of their eyes. The already rugged path became even more torturous, with every misstep risking stepping into a puddle or slipping on the mud. Su Chen, still not fully recovered mentally, persevered by walking to avoid the rain, soaked to the skin, his summer clothes clinging tightly to his body, stealing away his body heat. After walking for about 15 minutes, he finally stopped. He pushed his hair that blocked his vision behind his head, took out a machete from his storage ring, cut through the thorny bushes, and hid under a steep cliff. However, raindrops continued to trickle in at an angle. Su Chen could only stand in the only dry corner, unable to sit down, not even having space to stretch his limbs, so he leaned against the cliff and made do. They had encountered caves along the way, but during normal times, caves had to be approached with caution due to wild animals, not to mention the coaching team watching over them at the base. Su Chen didn't want to enter a cave only to deal with a continuous stream of hunting cards. And indeed, he wasn't just being overly cautious. Heshu, with outstanding combat skills, seemed to have outdoor experience, swiftly maneuvering through the bumpy mountain road, and was the first to find a cave to shelter from the rain. However, upon entering, he encountered a silver-level bat that swooped down on him. Just as he dealt with it, the cave entrance was surrounded by layers of cards. They weren't powerful cards individually, but their sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. It was fortunate that he was standing there, not summoning cards with his mental strength, still armed with his martial skills. Taking out the goosefeather spear that had been with him for over a decade from his storage cards, Hesher charged into the pile of cards, dodging a few moves and quickly escaping through a gap. Behind him, the cards pursued relentlessly. The hunting cards with ambush skills closed in on their prey step by step. Seeing no way to escape, Hesher had to exhaust the last bit of his recently recovered mental strength and use his clone skill. With the 4 clones leading away all the cards, Heshu, maintaining his invisibility skill, cautiously exited the area, then ran frantically, finally evading the pursuit. Hoot, hoot. Just then, a familiar sound came from under an inconspicuous tree. Hesha stopped and saw a common gray mushroom, which turned into Shi Xiaoxiao holding a small mushroom, excitedly exclaiming, "Finally, I've met someone." Without further ado, Heshu suggested, "Shall we go together?" "Of course. Will I be bothering you?" Shi Xiaoxiao hesitated. "No, it's fine." Hesha shook his head and took the lead. Meanwhile, Su Chen also saw Tang Wei running towards him in a stumbling manner. He shouted for help and, with sharp eyes, found Su Chen leaning against a brown stone wall amidst the deep greenery. Tang Wei ran over and said, "Quick, give me a healing skill. I never expected the hunting card to transform from a beast into a plant. I was caught off guard and got hit by it accidentally. It was a close call to escape. I didn't have enough mental energy left to summon the bird-beak doctor. It was a close shave." Tang Wei said as he rolled up his pants, revealing his calf pierced by thorns. "That card is deadly. The thorns it shoots out not only contain toxins, but the barbs that pierce the flesh make it impossible to pull them out." As he spoke, Tang Wei looked at Su Chen, who hadn't responded for a while, and asked, "What's wrong? Have you run out of mental energy too?" Su Chen wiped the raindrops off his face and sighed, "Yes, but I still have to deal with the hunting card. I can't let Zhu Mang waste his mental energy." You brute! Before Tang Wei could finish his accusation, he was swept away by a flood. Caught off guard, he was clawed in the chest by a lurking floating creature, and his shoulders and limbs were bitten by Xiang Lu. When he finally retreated to the other side, he saw that the wounds that had opened did not bleed at all, but instead revealed faint green roots and stems. It was clearly a plant card. Su Chen saw through Tang Wei's disguise as soon as they met. Tang Wei tilted his head in confusion and remained silent. Unfortunately, Su Chen didn't explain. Gong Gong and Xiang Lu joined forces to besiege Tang Wei, with the pouring rain becoming the most advantageous aid. The flood became even more turbulent. It seemed that the other side realized that maintaining their appearance would only waste energy, so they transformed back to their original form. It was a herbaceous plant with limbs, serrated leaves, and dense thorns underneath, which shot out like exploding ammunition. Just as it was about to attack Su Chen, Xiang Lu instinctively stepped in front. Jiushi roared, and as Tang Wei had described, once these thorns pierced the body, they were impossible to shake off. Xiang Lu's movements also involuntarily stiffened. Fortunately, this was Gong Gong's card summoning technique, so he was not affected, and a huge wave turned into a giant hand that kept tearing at the roots of the thorn card. Although the sharp serrated edges of the leaves were extremely sharp, they couldn't harm the giant hand formed by the flood. Soon, branches flew everywhere, seeds fell to the ground, and the thorn card, stripped of its thorns, turned into a fleeting light, dissipating into the sky above. The supervisor in the sky, puzzled by the return of the card, muttered to himself, "The chatterbox's catchphrase is 'you brute.' Did I miss something?" Especially when he saw his colleagues, all the hunting cards successfully disguised themselves as companions and infiltrated the members, launching surprise attacks from behind, he felt even more frustrated. It was supposed to be Tang Wei, simulated according to the common behaviors provided by the coaching team. Where did things go wrong? After a while, he finally realized that he had chosen the wrong person to disguise. Growing up with childhood friends could indeed make one let down their guard, but it also meant being able to detect anomalies that others didn't know about. He should have disguised himself as Shi Xiao Xiao, just like He Shou Wu did. What a mistake! It was more than that. The condition of that card was too good. Su Chen didn't believe that the coaching team was only targeting him. Regardless of the difficulty of the card, the training tasks were generally the same for everyone. If not for that, damn, it's hard to accept. I feel like personally making up for them. After experiencing the successive hunting cards and the ruthless attack of the solitary golden card, there was no way he could run in the pouring rain like the previous card, with no disruption in his breathing rhythm and even shouting loudly like a horn. Perhaps the opponent's card master level was too high, overlooking these minor details, or maybe the coaching team was deliberately testing the members' observational skills? Su Chen didn't know. However, the other side was too deliberately imitating Tang Wei's chatterbox attribute. Tang Wei may seem optimistic, but when faced with challenges, he always bears them silently. Just like before the school selection, even though he was behind in points, he wouldn't let Su Chen help, whether it was guiding in making cards or customizing tactical analysis. Therefore, Su Chen acted decisively when dealing with the Tsinger card, and the rain started to lessen. Summer showers come and go quickly, and it's estimated that it will stop completely in a while. Su Chen paused for a moment to think. Previously following the markers on the road, they encountered a golden card, and while seeking shelter from the rain and following the original direction, they encountered a disguise card. It seems like the coaching staff had a hand in this, or else there wouldn't be so many coincidences. It seems they can't follow the code anymore. In that case, in the vast mountains and forests, it seems that only the mountaintop remains the most suitable gathering point. After all, the foot of the mountain is so vast that they, who were randomly teleported at the beginning, couldn't find the starting point at all. Hopefully, everyone will understand that gathering together is better than fighting alone. Su Chen began to climb towards the mountaintop, while on the other side, the other members were being betrayed one by one. They were not having it as easy. Even though twins like Luoying and Luo you could see through the disguise of the cards at first sight, their mental strength not fully recovered, they were running back and forth unable to summon cards. The supervisors above the mountains could clearly see everyone running while frantically consuming energy potions, using the scarce summoning opportunities to maximize skill effects and solve the current dilemma. Various extreme operations emerged. Skills that could only be transferred 10 meters were now doubled. The attack distance was fast and accurate, with the damage value increasing rapidly. Even defensive skills were being used with anticipation partially virtualized, and skills concentrated. And behind them, the agile and elusive lily girl with a lantern, the graceful and charming hyacinth dancing in the wind. Along with the gecko unable to shake off due to pretending to be injured on someone's back, and the flytrap with corrosive abilities, all relentlessly chasing. Disguise, approach, ambush, chase. After the series of moves, no one could stand on this land unscathed. Fortunately, it seemed that the coaching staff was aware that mental strength had been pushed to the limit, and seeing it was almost over, they finally had the supervisors retrieve the cards. "Everyone's here?" Su Chen, who had arrived early at the mountaintop, heard the sound and turned back vigilantly, only to see disheveled teammates emerging from all directions in the jungle, or rather, dear teammates. He was somewhat surprised. Were they really that in sync? Hearing this, the exhausted Wang Wei and others looked up and realized that everyone was here, starting to exchange information. "I was chased here by the flytrap, but they didn't continue the attack and left. I saw the mountaintop ahead, so I came up to take a look." "Similar to you, except I encountered the hyacinth," Gao Yakia said. "I ran into the injured Xiao Xiao, kindly carried him to safety, but ended up being grabbed tightly by vines," Tang Wei said irritably, his back covered in countless wounds. He show expressionless added, "I was also him. Why is everyone pretending to be me?" Xiao Xiao looked innocent. "It's not my fault, I encountered the cactus that turned into Luoying." While Luo Yu had long been sitting next to Luoying near Su Chen, waving her hand. "Why are we all standing and chatting? It seems the coaching staff finally gave us a break, so let's not waste time." Hearing this, everyone found a rock to sit on, not minding that the stones were damp, as they were covered in mud anyway. If the stones could speak, they wouldn't know who to criticize. These people either didn't have healing cards or were running low on mental resources. After a long rest, Su Chen, who had recovered well, summoned Zhu Mang and healed everyone's wounds before retracting the cards. The group thanked him and took out towels and water from the storage cards to freshen up, eating some dry rations with the water. These were all prepared before departure, just in case, but they didn't expect to use them so soon. As they discussed the hardships they had faced on the way, the rain stopped, the sun rose, and a rainbow suddenly appeared in the sky, gradually becoming vivid and colorful, captivating everyone's gaze. It was the first time they had been so close to a rainbow, and they stood up in amazement, with some even taking out their phones to capture the moment. Luo Yu exclaimed, "Wow, is this the rainbow after the storm? Does it mean we have gone through all the hardships today and can now embrace joy?" Tang Wei nodded, thinking big. This meeting at the peak, the rainbow in the sky, is an auspicious sign. Doesn't it hint at a national championship? This statement received unanimous approval. "Great insight, brother. Yes, let's aim for the national championship this year." On the other side, above the mountains and forests, a familiar figure appeared among the inspectors. Hisua Si, who had temporarily transferred over, controlled the illusion while muttering to himself, "In a competition, what's more important than card bonds is the bonds between teammates." The onlookers among the inspectors marveled at the scene. The rainbow disappeared in half an hour. The school team sighed with regret, and the conversation shifted elsewhere. As they chatted, suddenly, there were rustling sounds coming from the surrounding bushes. Could it be happening again? Sure, Xiao Xiao nervously said, feeling like he had been worn out today. While some hoped it was just passing animals, it turned out to be a group of strange creatures, obviously card creatures, surrounding them and closing in. In an instant, everyone fled towards the foot of the mountain, shouting, "When will this end?" As the sky darkened and the moon rose slowly, the dense foliage in the mountains almost blocked out all light, making the path ahead even more unknown and dangerous. Occasionally, other card creatures would suddenly appear from unknown places ahead. They seemed to be the ones from the first wave that had not been dealt with, now swarming towards them in this final stage. Caught off guard, they were almost surrounded front and back. Su Chen decisively had Hou-Yi shoot several arrows to kill them, using the brief light from the last arrow to better determine their direction and avoid running in circles without realizing it. About an hour passed. In the dim light, the members fleeing towards the foot of the mountain finally heard some rare good news. A voice from above informed them, "Descend the mountain, today's training ends here." Upon hearing this, everyone felt rejuvenated, no longer feeling tired or sore, and hurriedly used their cards to accelerate. The hunting card creatures chasing them were left dumbfounded. What's going on? They weren't moving this fast during the day. Although going downhill is easier than going uphill, the light conditions should still affect silver tier card users, right? In the time it took for them to be stunned, the members had sprinted far ahead, about to leave the pursuers far behind. The hunting party hurriedly increased their speed to catch up. However, who had the time to argue with them at this moment? The people in front began to cooperate spontaneously, following Su Chen's commands, some clearing the way, some covering the rear, and others responsible for teleporting everyone. The 8 of them pooled their efforts together. In no time, many of the pursuing silver tier card creatures were defeated. One skill followed another, with an unprecedented level of tacit understanding. Surprisingly, there were no mistakes along the way, leaving the trailing cards at the foot of the mountain unable to catch up, ultimately returning empty-handed and being taken back by the inspectors. Finally reaching their destination, the members stopped to catch their breath, couldn't help but high-five in celebration, not just for the victory, but also for their seamless coordination moments ago. Ahead of them, many people were waiting for their appearance. Although the staff at the training base were all wearing white coats, their badges and responsibilities varied, roughly divided into coaching, inspection, and logistics teams. Seeing Su Chen and the others coming down, the logistics team quickly checked the data on their monitoring wristbands and began administering treatment cards to them. The cards prepared by the coaching team were certainly not low-level. With a healing skill activated, even after the effects were reduced, in an instant, all the wounds on their bodies completely disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Even the consumed status showed varying degrees of improvement. The next morning at mealtime, the team members arrived at the base restaurant one by one, looking exhausted. Upon seeing each other, Tang Wei pointed at Luo Yu's panda-like dark circles on the opposite side and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Luo Yu immediately retorted, "Laugh all you want, do you think you look any better? You know it's eye bags, others might think you hung something on your face." Tang Wei was instantly speechless and silently got his meal. When he was brushing his teeth earlier, he was so scared by his own ghostly reflection in the mirror that he thought the coaching team had placed supernatural cards in the dormitory, punched the mirror, and had to ask for a replacement. Truly, what goes around comes around. The others beside them looked at each other, showing signs of fatigue, yet somehow ended up laughing. A hint of humor amidst the bitterness. Soon, everyone finished their meal and took their seats. Wang Wei, no longer concerned about his appearance, slumped into his chair and said, "It was a real struggle. I dreamt all night of being chased by hunting cards, running frantically on two legs, only to wake up and find my blanket kicked to the floor." Sure Xiao Xiao added, "I feel the same way. Waking up felt like I'd been beaten up." He Shou remained silent, but when others talked about similar experiences, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. On the other side, looking at Luo Yu massaging her eyes, Tang Wei couldn't help but envy Su Chen. "Captain, did you apply some eye mask? Recommend it to me." Luo Ying and Gao Yachou also couldn't help but show interest. Among a group of dark circles, Su Chen stood out as the only one without them. He shook his head and said, "I haven't used those." Perhaps due to his constitution, he rarely had dark circles under his eyes. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Oh, there you all are." From a distance, Hisuo walked over with breakfast, and upon approaching, he exclaimed, "Didn't the logistics team use cards on you after yesterday's session? And the thoughtful dinner from the culinary card maker, shouldn't you all be fine?" Just when everyone thought he was showing concern for them, Hisuo muttered under his breath, "I hope you won't struggle during today's training." Members. I'm sorry, at this distance and volume, they could hear everything just fine. Su Chen smiled and said, "It's a coincidence to meet you, head coach. We can ask for advice, after all, we young ones are rarely down, unlike you, who always seem experienced." The other teammates immediately showed agreement. Yes, they only occasionally fell off, while this person never seemed to lift his spirits. This looming resentment was almost tangible. Ignoring the topic decisively, Hisuosi calmly took out a new training schedule from a folder and pushed it over to the table, saying, "Here, this is the revised schedule based on your performance yesterday. Just follow this for today." The training schedules were distributed, each person receiving one according to their name. Su Chen looked at his own copy and noticed significant changes in the training, especially in the workload, almost doubled. He didn't look at others' copies, but hearing the collective sighs, he understood that everyone was in a similar situation. Hisuosi continued, "The training schedules will be adjusted according to your data, so this one might only be valid for a day or two. I won't print them out in the future, they will be sent directly to the team group chat. Make sure to download them yourselves. Also, the daily training tasks will be announced before the morning training." With lingering apprehension, they asked, "Are we going back to the mountains and forests again?" Hisuosi then smiled mysteriously, "What do you think?" Understood. Indeed, being close to the mountains and waters was like having the perfect conditions, and the coaching staff wouldn't miss such a great place. Then, Hisuosi added with a surprise, "Don't just think about sightseeing, tomorrow I'll take you to a new place, don't get your hopes up too much." With that, he left without much movement of his untouched chopsticks. It was only when Hisuosi was far away that everyone finally snapped out of it. "What do you mean by sightseeing? Was yesterday's running around the mountains considered fun?" Tang Wei covered his ears in disbelief. Joking around, having fun? Where was the fun in that? Even if there were smiles, they would only appear on the coaching staff's faces. Wang Wei, equally shocked, said in disbelief, "According to Old He, are we not part of a grueling school team training but a tourist group visiting a scenic area?" As a mixed-race individual who grew up in China since childhood, he began to doubt if Chinese was truly his mother tongue for the first time. Hearing this, Suchin couldn't help but add with a chuckle, our tourist group not only arrived at a secluded paradise, but also has a team far exceeding the number of members, all here to serve us. It seems like the highest scale. Ha ha ha, can it be explained like that? They are really good, not only responsible throughout, but also not charging us a penny. Luo Yu joked along. As they spoke, things started to get more and more absurd. They bantered, but soon couldn't help but think about Hiswosi's mention of a new place. Tang Wei absent-mindedly stirred the wonton in his bowl, put down the spoon, and sighed, unbelievable. I can't even imagine what the new place will be like. It would have been better to stay at the old place, at least it was somewhat familiar. Looking out at the scenery outside, Luo Yu pondered, the mountains rise and fall here, besides the difference between one mountain and another, what else is there? Then Luo encountered, sightseeing in the mountains and rivers. Yesterday's rain wasn't exactly playing in the water, maybe they'll take us to the seaside we passed by on the way here? Yao Yakiyu was the first to agree. Others also found the reasoning sound, since the training base was located in a coastal mountainous area, there must be a certain purpose. Thus, Tang Wei already envisioned the scenario, drawing parallels with yesterday's situation. Could it be that they'll drop us on a small island at sea, or directly into the sea, to face the siege of sea creature card decks? Suddenly, someone exclaimed beside him, "Oh no, I can't swim." Stone Xiaoxiao, a non-swimmer, wailed. Although there was a river near his home, ever since he almost drowned as a child, he never went near the water again. The thought of training at sea in the future made Stone Xiaoxiao's legs go weak. My worldview is all about the aquatic world. Gao Yakia bravely patted his chest. Don't worry, I'll have my cards help you swim when the time comes. Sure, Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly, but also wanted to plan ahead. Maybe I should get another water-based card to avoid being randomly teleported again. It's really frustrating when things don't go as planned. Yao Yakia said, that's a good idea, as long as your worldview includes aquatic creatures. It does, after all, there are countless delicious things in the water, but, sure, Xiaoxiao asked in confusion, even if it doesn't fit the worldview card, it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Su Chen on the side asked, are you talking about scatter cards? Scatter cards refer to scattered cards without a worldview card orientation, but I remember the textbook mentioned that scatter cards have certain limitations in terms of stability and potential. Sure, Xiaoxiao shook her head. I mean, making another worldview card, wouldn't that help us better cover our blind spots? It's inevitable for a worldview to have areas it doesn't cover, and since the Tiangong space doesn't restrict the appearance of only one worldview card, and bond skills are difficult to trigger, it's understandable that Sure Xiaoxiao had such thoughts. However, the others hesitated upon hearing this, but didn't the teacher tell us to use the same worldview card as much as possible? At this moment, Wang Wei suddenly said, I once attended a gathering and had the privilege of hearing a patriarch who was a divine-level card maker instructing his grandson in the same way. I didn't dare ask more at the time, but when I got home, I immediately asked my father to gather information to investigate. Do you know what we found? Everyone urged, don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. Wang Wei then slowly continued, every appearance of a divine-level card maker is big news, and many media outlets try to get interviews. Although there are always exceptions, not all divine-level card makers like to be in the spotlight. Based on all the publicly available data, we found that although the proportion of card makers is much smaller in normal circumstances, in the divine-level field, there are even fewer card makers than card makers. It seems that the presence of worldview cards is the reason for this. Unfortunately, the specifics are unclear. After this statement, several divine-level card makers in the group couldn't help but feel disheartened. Doesn't this mean that even as students of a special class, it will be difficult for them to reach the divine level in the future? Seeing this, Wang Wei quickly added, this is just one-sided information. My family has never produced a divine-level card maker, so it could just be baseless speculation. Su Chen also consoled, besides, proportions don't explain everything. A smaller number doesn't mean none at all. It's too early to worry about these things. After some thought, the group realized that being in a special class only meant having the potential for divine level, not a guarantee of reaching it in the future, and even if they did reach the divine level, who knows when that would be. Among the training schedules of everyone, only Sure Xiaoxiao's was unique, as the coaching team arranged for his daily training to be under the guidance of the three-eyed gourmet card maker. Of course, they would still come back together for the collective projects they were participating in. Therefore, after breakfast, Sure Xiaoxiao stayed in the dining hall waiting for the chef, while the others headed to the training ground. They had just been taken to the mountains yesterday, and now they were finally experiencing the comprehensive nature of the high-precision training equipment. Many of the items on the training schedule required cooperation from others, such as precision training. The usual random placement of machines was too rigid, only real people could provide the most realistic attacking atmosphere. The high-precision equipment here could simulate various types of opponents, ensuring the most authentic feel in any card battle environment. At this moment, the equipment across from Su-chun was simulating a card maker with mechanical characteristics, engaging in a battle. Each strike sounded as if it were hitting copper and iron, and it could promptly display how a real opponent would react defensively. Su-chun felt like he was truly engaging in a battle of wits with an opponent who could constantly improve. Sometimes the opponent would even use some dazzling tactics to confuse his senses. This stems from the fact that these instruments have all been implanted with massive amounts of data, not only the behavior patterns of college students, but also those of some professional card players. Unfortunately, at this moment, Su-chun was unaware of this. As he finished, he began to doubt his life as he looked at his less than half hit rate. Clearly, after returning to his dormitory yesterday, he felt a significant increase in his mental strength, as if he was more adept and in control. Now seeing that he couldn't even guarantee a hit rate against a machine, how could Su-chun not waver? Fortunately, shortly after, he quickly tidied up his scattered thoughts and pressed the start button for the second time with full concentration. Su-chun's focused state made his teammates look at him in awe, marveling at how some people were destined to excel, not only possessing exceptional talent but also being diligent beyond compare. Gradually, they couldn't help but be infected by this seriousness and began to train more diligently. By the time they finally completed all the tasks on the training list, they were all dripping with sweat as if they had just been pulled out of the water. Luckily, the coaching staff did not schedule any other training sessions in the afternoon. Seizing this opportunity, after lunch and a shower, Su-chun changed into a comfortable yet presentable home outfit and went to the reading room. Here, there was a lot of information collected by the coaching staff, carefully selected useful information from the vast sea of the internet, with many insights to draw from. A table, a chair, a cup of tea, a book. Su-chun spent the afternoon like this. The next day after early training, the members were taken to a new place mentioned by Hisua, a secluded building. Unlike the other buildings in the base that were clustered together, this one was placed far away at the end of the road, backed by green mountains and surrounded by lush woods. From a distance, it seemed to be immersed in varying shades of green, blending with the scenery, almost indiscernible if not looked at carefully. Its style was also starkly different from the white technological buildings, with its dark exterior walls, rusty iron chains, overgrown garden, and cracked stone paths. A dilapidated castle left behind at some unknown time, standing alone under the gloomy sky. It exuded a decadent yet hair-raising beauty. Looking back at the thick fog outside the fence that the coaching staff had stirred up upon leaving, everyone couldn't help but swallow nervously. Could it be that we really have to go in? But it feels like a haunted house. The coaching staff was adept at creating an atmosphere. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, but as soon as they stepped in, it was overcast with dark clouds, and a cold wind occasionally blew, rustling the fallen leaves on the ground. Even though they knew they were only facing supernatural tarot cards in today's training, the spine-chilling atmosphere still immersed them involuntarily. A few timid ones had already started to move back uncontrollably. As the team captain, Su-chun stepped forward to take the lead. I'll go first, follow behind. One step at a time, left and right, there was no turning back. One after another, they entered the castle. The interior was even more gruesome than the outside, as if no one had cleaned it in ages. All the furniture surfaces were covered in a thick layer of dust, cobwebs adorned the corners, and strands of spider silk hung down, swaying in the wind, ready to catch the unwary. The walls were adorned with intricate wallpaper, mottled and emitting a damp, musty smell. Various items of different sizes were scattered on the floor, with pieces strewn about as if there had been a dispute, along with traces of dragging. The main idea was to create a crime scene. Bang! Just as they were carefully observing, suddenly, a sound came from behind. Luo Yu instantly grabbed Luo Ying and Gao Yaqia's arms, trembling between the two, but still wide-eyed, constantly looking back until she finally saw the culprit, the door. Unable to contain her hope, she asked, "Did one of you close the door?" However, no one admitted it, and the last one in the team, Wang Weidao, said, "The door was closed by ourselves after we walked far away." Luo Yu couldn't help but shout around, "So today is about supernatural tarot cards, right? Why do such eerie activities? Can't we just go to the competition field and have a fair match?" If there was some light, she wouldn't be so nervous. Unfortunately, the response received was that the dim chandelier started swaying and flickering, occasionally going completely dark, taking about 10 seconds to regain brightness. In the darkness, rustling sounds echoed in their ears, prompting Su-chun to warn, "Watch out for sneak attacks." No one responded. When the light returned, they saw the completely changed decorations around them, and an empty room with no one in sight. Their speculation finally settled. Indeed, the coaching staff always hoped everyone would fight alone from the beginning. After all, having 8 people together was at least reassuring. Su-chan silently prayed that his teammates who were afraid of the dark and ghosts were okay. His room seemed to be a child's room, with playful decorations, bright colors, and a seashell wind chime hanging above the door, making a pleasant sound of dingling even without the wind. A lot of toys were piled on the small bed against the wall, with one palm-sized rag doll particularly unsettling, with messy hair torn off and dusty clothes, but the mouth was meticulously sewn back and forth several times. Thinking of horror movies, this kind of eerie doll was the most terrifying. Su-chan didn't hesitate to summon Black Impermanence. In an instant, the emissary with the peace in the world high had appeared, wielding a morning staff and fiercely striking the ragdoll. It was completely bewildered by the sudden blow. No, I won't confirm it again. What if I'm really just a toy? Seeing himself about to be defeated, the ragdoll quickly transformed into a 3-year-old boy, with a delicate face still carrying some baby fat, but the sewn mouth made it look particularly terrifying. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he looked at Su-chan, a mix of accusation and pleading in his gaze, as if asking him to take back the card that hurt him so much. However, Su-chan remained unmoved. Seeing the boy's resentful expression, the wind chime rang urgently, and he instantly disappeared under the morning staff. In a flash, a pair of small hands tightly wrapped around Su-chan's neck, the still fleshy fingers squeezing hard, the joints turning white, indicating the force used. Suddenly restrained by a pair of pale hands, the boy looked up, and Black Impermanence had already pulled him off Su-chan's back, firmly locking him with the dark soul-binding rope. The cold metallic sensation turned scorching upon contact with the boy's skin, as if invisible flames were penetrating flesh and soul. Tears fell like broken beads, the boy's face contorted in pain, all screams muffled by the meticulous stitches, only muscle spasms visible. It had to be said, the coaching staff was quite adept at attacking the heart before the body. Even knowing that the opponent was just a highly spiritual supernatural tarot card, it still evoked a sense of pity, a feeling of guilt for adults bullying children. Fortunately, Black Impermanence, in charge of soul binding, remained indifferent, acting decisively when necessary. With each strike, the boy's form began to dissipate more and more, until he completely turned into smoke and vanished on the spot. At the same time, a piercing scream suddenly came from outside the door. The piercing scream pierced through the heavy door. Su-chan felt dizzy and his head throbbed painfully without even facing it. Without seeing it, he knew it was the power of a golden level card, a long-range locking technique that didn't require physical contact, targeting based on specific conditions, a long-distance attack lock. As for the specific conditions, there's no need to think too much. The card of the little boy just now is definitely the medium. The Black Impermanence beside was immune to this attack, but he was also an offensive card and couldn't defend for Su-chan. Enduring the dizziness, Su-chan mobilized his spiritual power to summon the White Impermanence. Compared to the Kuanping with the purifying skill of free roaming, the White Impermanence was more effective in attacking the spiritual aspect, even against opponents one level higher. However, just as he appeared, the source of the voice had come closer from afar and burst in violently. The solid wooden door was miserably destroyed, hanging precariously on the doorframe. Coming in was a female ghost card in patient clothing. Her messy hair scattered as if tangled threads rolling back and forth in dirt, emanating a foul smell. A pair of pitch-black pupils were embedded in her pallid face, dark and deep like an unfathomable black hole. Coupled with the blood-soaked patient gown, the whole ghost looked nervous, completely devoid of any rationality. Yet she was cradling the little boy who had just dissipated in the room, patting and soothing him gently. Looking closer, both of them were surrounded by the unique effects of the bond skill. As time passed, the unstable figure of the little boy gradually solidified. Su-chan immediately had the Black Impermanence stop the maintenance of this skill. The long soul hook moved like a venomous snake, spitting out its tongue, aiming to sink its fangs into its prey. The female ghost dodged his disturbance with a flash. Su-chan then knew it was tricky. This agile golden card of the spiritual type was highly agile, so he promptly took out the formation compass. Across from him, the female ghost gently patted the boy's back, raised her head, fierce in her eyes, muttering back and forth, "It's you, you hurt my child, you can't, I won't allow anyone to hurt my child, no one can hurt my child." As she spoke, her momentum became fiercer, and she suddenly let out a sharp scream, black mist rising all over her body, continuously corroding everything around her. Wherever she went, the objects and utensils suffered varying degrees of damage, as if they had experienced long years in an instant. Seeing this, the White Impermanence, who had just removed Su-chan's negative status with the morning staff, connected the soul hook to the 3 friendly units present. In an instant, the black mist encountered a barrier and couldn't advance. Despite the level difference, the Black and White Impermanences, who countered the supernatural from the Worldview, conveniently rendered many of the attacks of the female ghost card useless. Meanwhile, in the control room, the coaching staff was discussing fervently. These two cards are indeed supernatural cards. Lan Xinling scratched her head at the data, unable to understand why, facing those two silver-level cards, can the offensive of the golden card be blocked? Isn't this a clear suppression? The energy fluctuations are within the range. Another coach confirmed repeatedly, it is indeed a silver-level card. Hearing the repeated speculations, Hiswosi suddenly connected the images of these two cards with the Hutu on the touchscreen. This action immediately caught the attention of Lan Xinling and others. Coach, do you think these three cards are related? Otherwise? Hiswosi retorted, in the same worldview, although this card with the reincarnation skill is not initially a supernatural card, all three have special effects in this aspect. I suspect that in the worldview, their connection is quite strange. Not surprising, Lan Xinling added, pointing at the Hutu on the screen, last time we compared her to the Western King of the Underworld card, it's very likely that this is also a force from the same hell, which explains why it can counter supernatural cards. She stood up straight, watching the monitor as the black impermanence and the female ghost fought, and continued, but this mother-son card duo is not to be trifled with. The bond they possess allows them to share a connection, not only replenishing the sun card's status but also enhancing its effects. When the sun card is attacked, the mother card will lock onto the attacker with hatred. As the anger value rises, the attack damage increases dramatically. At the same time, the sun card, originally without counterattack capabilities, becomes troublesome to deal with after being revived. In the blink of an eye, the unstable little boy was fully restored under the influence of the mother-son bond. He turned to look at the black impermanence who had just attacked him, raising his small hand in anger. All the toys in the room instantly floated into the air, hurling towards them. An array of various toys fell like meteorites, empowered with damage, swift and heavy. However, they were sent back by the white impermanence with his morning staff. Although his main role was to provide buffs, he was not without the ability to strike back. The little boy, furious, empowered the toys, making them move at an incredible speed. Unfortunately, they were all intercepted by the white impermanence. On the other side, Su Chen had already used the Nine Palaces Bagua formation to transfer the black impermanence to the side of the female ghost. After a few rotations, the long soul-locking chain blocked the opponent's escape route. The card master hidden in the shadows quickly had the female ghost card use teleportation, only to find that she remained in place after a flash, firmly restrained by the soul-locking chain. Doubtingly, was it the cooperative card mentioned in the data? The presence of a high-level card master could not be detected by Su Chen, but this was not a game of unequal sides. The female ghost was locked by the black impermanence, who seemed ready to unleash the Grim Reaper's scythe. The female ghost began to melt into a puddle of asphalt like black water, flowing on the ground. The floor corroded, emitting bursts of white smoke. Meanwhile, the little boy floated in the air, gleefully directing the toys to attack Su Chen. With a change of mind, Su Chen redirected the black impermanence, originally targeting the female ghost, towards the little boy, entangling his limbs with the soul-locking chain. The black water began to bubble, as if the female ghost was cursing. Judging by the frequency, she seemed quite furious. Soon after, the black water rose again, revealing the outline of a woman, enveloping the little boy in an attempt to save him. Su Chen's spirit lifted, now was the time. The figures of the black and white impermanences suddenly turned semi-transparent, drifting like smoke to the vicinity of the mother-son card, one on each side, placing their hands where the female ghost's shoulders were. Ah! With a scream, the existence of the female ghost was invisibly erased, disappeared without a trace. The little boy, who had not yet accepted his mother's death, looked bewildered at the solid form of the black impermanence returning, raising the sinful morning staff towards himself. The little boy. However, this time there was no bond technique to allow him to be reborn. After 3 strikes, this card disappeared completely from the children's room. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the black and white impermanences restrained the supernatural, and with the passive skilled lifetime of wealth, the success rate of skill judgments was increased, allowing the higher-level female card to be easily taken by the Grim Reaper. He couldn't help but recall the time when he first started at the special class, when the Bronze Jerome took away the platinum-level robot. It seemed that he had been quite lucky that time, actually making a successful judgment. However, was the robot a bit too useless? If the robot in the Heavenly Workshop knew what Su Chen was thinking at that moment, it would surely be speechless. Sorry, I've embarrassed the platinum-level card with my teaching card. Leaving the children's room, Su Chen heard commotion all around, continuous and tumultuous, like the rolling waves at sea, making him worry about the stability of the castle. The coaching team should be prepared for defense, just need to hold on for a day. Hopefully, everything will be fine. As he turned his steps, he headed towards the nearest commotion, and as he approached, the fishy smell in the air grew stronger, and the name Galyakia suddenly came to mind. In the school team, her card was also quite unique. Upon arrival, it was indeed seen that an entire room was enveloped as if by a fish tank, with surging water blocked at the doorframe's edge. In the water, Gaoyakiu, with blue-purple fish fins growing behind her ears, was playing the water zither, producing a chilling music that trembled in the water. By her side, she had summoned several cards, various water-based skills resembling attacks, continuously assaulting a fierce octopus. Shuchen couldn't help but feel puzzled. If he remembered correctly, this octopus was also Gaoyakiu's own card. Was it being controlled by the opponent? Indeed, after Gaoyakiu, who had finally managed to eliminate the octopus after great difficulties, came out, she informed Shuchen that it was actually a water ghost card invading her own card, uncontrollable and unable to be recalled. In the end, she could only send both away together. The octopus card was currently regathering in the Tiangong space, and this wave of mental consumption was truly unjust. Throughout, Shuchen did not hesitate on whether to help his teammate deal with the opponent because he could see that the other party could handle it, and the meaning of the training was for each to strive and grow. After the two reunited, they continued to search for other teammates. By this time, they had basically each dealt with the cards arranged by the coaching staff. So quickly, the 8 people gathered in the castle's hall. "Have you seen the token mentioned by Laohi?" Shuchen asked. Before entering, Hasu Temple had announced today's goal. There was a flag representing completion hidden in this castle, and they had to bring it out to conclude this training session. "Found a ghost." Tang Wei shook his head. "A real ghost." The coaching staff materialized the card in the drawer. Can you believe it? It curled up like a cartilage creature, emitting a stench of sticky slime. Murky, dirty, putrid. Every time that card acted, it would leave behind a puddle of such slime, viscously dragging and breaking on the floor. Just thinking back to the scene made Tang Wei feel nauseous. That card was truly his lifelong enemy. He didn't even want to use his own deck to attack it. It was like his mental attack was at its maximum. The remaining people each had their own torment, all focusing on how to deal with those cards and how to spare extra thoughts to find the hidden token. In short, they now needed to search through each room again. But fortunately, this time everyone was together. In the dim and gloomy ancient castle, amidst the bleak and chilling cold wind, the group strode confidently, their momentum as if they could faintly hear the BGM of roaring through the wind and clouds. "I charge as I please. The east wind blows, the war drums beat, who in the Qin Nan school team is to be feared." Even Luoyu, who was startled by the closing door upon entering, successfully resolved the supernatural card in a solo fight and underwent a tremendous transformation. "You dare scare me, I'll knock your brains out," Luoyu thought disdainfully. Human fear mostly stems from the unknown. Once one's martial virtue is abundant, discovering the unknown is nothing to fear, and there is nothing to be afraid of. After seeing the skills of Ho-Tu the day before, the coaching staff temporarily adjusted the training program. After all, it was better for them to adapt in advance than to be caught off guard by such unconventional characteristics in a match. And the results were very satisfactory. The 8 people who gathered afterward were full of vigor, like bandits, turning each room upside down. Occasionally, they would find a piao, but that was just a diversion. Under concentrated fire, not a single supernatural card could last a minute. Even if the opponent tried to escape, they had to be brought back to be slapped a couple of times. "Still nothing," Wang Wei said, somewhat annoyed as he placed the dusty picture frame back in its original position, then turned to survey this last room. The castle was very tall, but there were only 3 floors in total. After rummaging through boxes and cabinets for a while, the group found no clues at all. Tang Wei was getting a bit frantic. "Inside and out, we've searched everywhere, even tried using cards in the sewers. Where on earth could the coaching staff have hidden things? Could it be bricked into the wall, and we have to push the house down to see it?" Loing raised a doubt. "Is the flag really hidden inside the castle? We tried to explore the techniques before but got nothing." "Sis, are you saying it's outside?" Lo Yu added. Su Chen pondered. "There is a possibility. The coaching team only brought them inside the fence, even the thick fog enveloped the outside, indicating that the gardens outside the castle were also considered part of their training area. It was a common tactic for Hisua Temple to hide under alternative lights. After a brief discussion, they decided to give it a try. As they walked towards the corridor, about to descend the stairs, suddenly, click, all the lights turned on abruptly. They had been unresponsive when they first searched. Bright chandeliers shone from above, casting intersecting light sources that extended multiple times behind them, elongating and distorting all the shadows, gradually blending with the dark wallpaper. They cautiously observed their surroundings. Bang, 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 all doors and windows were simultaneously flung open. A fierce wind howled into the room, causing the lights to sway violently, casting flickering shadows. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to the commotion, Stone Xiaoxiao's shadow suddenly betrayed its owner, unexpectedly grabbing his leg and pulling him down, unable to be pried off. The once smooth and hard floor seemed to turn into a swamp, making it difficult to break free once trapped. Su Chen quickly used a card to shift Stone Xiaoxiao's position, and He Xiaowu, who was skilled in martial arts, reacted swiftly, thrusting his red-tasseled long spear towards the shadow. The shadow then turned into black smoke, rising slowly and drifting into the wallpaper, disappearing. Stone Xiaoxiao, still shaken, suggested, "Should we poke everyone's shadows?" Just as He Xiaowu was about to act on the suggestion, everyone's shadows seemed to realize it too, suddenly lashing out, pulling, or attacking, creating a tense atmosphere. Everyone fought back, and next to Su Chen, the figure of Hui appeared out of nowhere, shooting several arrows. In an instant, all the shadows turned into wisps of smoke and escaped from the wallpaper. As they were in a smoky state, all attempts to stop them were futile. They could only watch as the black mist continuously gathered, eventually forming a giant approximately over 2 meters tall. The giant was entirely black, and the light shining on him seemed to disappear into a black hole, making it impossible to discern any facial features. "The flag is on him." Loing keenly noticed something unusual on the giant's chest and quickly alerted the others. After all, they say girls are detail-oriented, right? Only a hint of maroon flag was visible, almost blending in with the giant, but Loing spotted it at a glance. Even the coaching team believed they would need to go through more twists and turns, at least attacking back and forth a few times before noticing it. Unlike the previous day's defense-only requirement, today's task was for the members to defeat their opponents. When someone in the team realized the flag was on the periphery, the giant carrying the flag would appear. Only when the giant was defeated could the token be taken by a member. This was the process set by the coaching team. At this moment, they had reached the final stage. The giant, composed of shadows, exuded a formidable aura, reminding Su Chen of the deceased General Wang Wei, who was formed by the convergence of multiple torn cards, far exceeding the limit of a silver tier card. The pressure brought by the giant was even more intense. Fortunately, this time Su Chen was not fighting alone. The 8 individuals simultaneously summoned their core cards and engaged in a fierce battle. Due to their previous cooperation experience, occasional moments of tacit understanding emerged, with controlled techniques seamlessly transitioning between them, without any waste. At the same time, others seized the opportunity to launch continuous attacks. However, the giant remained unyielding. Countless black threads radiated from his back, converging to form sharp tips resembling multi-jointed spiders, piercing through the floor from top to bottom. If not for a few people dodging in time, they would have been strung up like a string of candied haws. Unable to help but imagine scenes of their own deaths, everyone shuddered and became even more resolute in their actions. The diverse array of skills seemed like a dazzling magic show, while in stark contrast, the third floor of the castle was riddled with holes. Crumbling walls and scattered debris filled the air, accompanied by the escalating creaking sounds underfoot. Even though the coaching staff had mentally prepared themselves, the sight of the castle on the brink of collapse caused a momentary panic and ringing in their ears. "Can you hear it? That's the sound of funds burning." This castle was not an original structure of the base but a product hastily built in a day using the power of cards, with all building materials requiring monetary payment. The original plan was for the head coach to use illusions as the home field, but due to the whims of someone questioning the difference between this and the Star Network, would the team members be able to maintain a sense of urgency once they found out? In pursuit of authentic settings, it was vetoed. However, this was not unfounded. Data showed that since the establishment of the Star Network, the lack of life and death trials had diminished the value of cardmasters. This was an inevitable result of societal development. Even though most humans were aware of this issue, they still chose a stable and secure world. Peace was always the desired outcome. On the other end, the team and the giant had shifted the battlefield to the first floor. Looking up, all they could see was a scene of ominous clouds looming over the ruins, where the roof had been shattered. In the dim light, the giant's sprawling black threads were perfectly concealed in the shadows, lurking beside the team members, then swiftly and fiercely entwining around their bodies. Su Chen felt as if his limbs were bound by iron rings, unable to move an inch, while his cooperative cards were suppressed by the giant, preventing them from successfully transferring. He suspected the giant possessed platinum-level energy. Unlike the teaching robots that accumulated scraps and had a barely passable energy utilization rate, the strength of the giant's skills had reduced the success rate of most of their skills to rock bottom. Fortunately, this card's defensive capabilities were not top-notch, and the relentless attacks from the 8 individuals caused his condition to deteriorate continuously. At least it made everyone realize that he was not invincible in attack and unbeatable in battle. The black threads twisted under the giant's command, and with Sin Mang present, the passive protection bought Su Chen some time under the golden shield for everyone. The next moment, the black threads retracted completely, and the team reappeared nearby as streaks of light. Roar! The giant angrily dropped 8 exuvii, which dissolved into a black shadow on the spot, then transformed into a network of threads that ensnared everyone. The densely woven threads overlapped and crisscrossed, resembling a network spread out in midair, a dark mass pressing down. At the outermost edge above, a wine-red flag fluttered in the wind, capturing all the attention present. "Let me try," Tang Wei said, and the small tiger with wings on his back beside him immediately soared high, while Gao Yakyu instinctively created a shield for it. In the pale blue bubbles, the small tiger curiously slid its limbs, realizing it was not in water, and continued to focus on the instructions of the cardmaster, shuttling back and forth under siege by the threads, moving closer to the flag. Unfortunately, the threads were too dense, and apart from the part protecting the flag, the rest rapidly contracted, squeezing the internal space relentlessly. The small tiger was inevitably entangled by the black threads, about to extend its claws to tear them apart when a terrifying suction suddenly appeared. It howled twice, and the entire tiger suddenly turned into a tiger-shaped white mist, gradually tinged with ink, becoming part of the threads and turning to attack the team. "Why is it still infectious?" Realizing his control was futile, Tang Wei exclaimed in frustration. "Trouble." This form of the giant could actually assimilate the enemy's cards to compensate for the damage suffered earlier, and these controlled cards, strictly speaking, were not truly dead, unable to return to the cardmaster's space to regroup. As one side gained, the other side suffered greatly. "How many cards can your fusion technique merge at most? Can you merge other people's cards?" Su Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked Wang Wei. Wang Wei was taken aback, quickly understanding Su Chen's intention, and said seriously, "For now, I can only merge 4 or 5 cards. I'm not sure if I can merge your cards, but I can try." 4 or 5 cards. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen moved the 5 Elements God card in front of Wang Wei. "Let's give it a try." Wang Wei nodded, "Okay." So, he mobilized all his remaining mental energy and began to activate the fusion technique. Previously, he had only merged 5 damaged cards during school selection and 4 complete cards when testing the skill's power, but he had never used other people's cards before. Feeling a bit nervous, he quickly turned the pressure into motivation and carefully controlled the process. Gradually, the 5 Elements God cards were shrouded in a hazy light, their forms starting to ripple like water, moving closer to the other cards. At the same time, the giant sensed something amiss and accelerated its attack, while the other members rushed forward to buy time for the two. The two sides were in a race against time, with the giants scheming to stop them. They tried various ways to delay, considering the opponent's assimilation technique, resorting to long-range attacks or using control techniques to disrupt their rhythm. Just as the giant, now reduced to a thread, was about to shrink the space to less than half a room, suddenly, a never-before-seen divine card appeared. Clouds and mist enveloped the surroundings. The atmosphere inside the dilapidated ancient castle was eerie, countless black threads intertwined like conduits, constantly drawing life force from the surroundings to nourish the giant. The school team members retreated to a safe distance to avoid contamination. The eerie black mist entwined with the threads seemed no different from a source of infection. The little tiger, serving as a cautionary tale, kept roaring at them. Other cards were also attacked, but they had gained experience and immediately retrieved the cards into their minds upon sensing danger, to prevent their forces from becoming pawns of the opponent. "Little tiger, I seem to be a legendary scapegoat." However, the giant, surrounded by everyone, was not as confident as it seemed, feeling a sense of unease for some reason. Despite having a spiritual power comparable to a platinum-level card, as he looked at the towering figure continuously materializing in the virtual light across from him, he couldn't shake off the feeling of discomfort. Even though he was just a fusion form of the shadow card, even if he perished, he would only disperse and return to the card space. As long as the card master survived, the card would not be destroyed. At this moment, the giant couldn't suppress the rising sense of crisis within. This intense emotion even transmitted to his card master. In a hidden corner, the coach responsible for today's training couldn't help but be surprised. It was just a commotion caused by 2 silver-level cardists. Why were they showing signs of fear before the battle even began? Little did he know, in the monitoring room, Hisua Temple, who was lazily sitting in a swivel chair, had stood up excitedly, fists clenched, staring intently at the screen. Lan Xinling, who was beside him, rarely saw him in such a spirited state and was startled, asking hurriedly, "What's wrong?" Hisua Temple didn't answer, muttering to himself, "Truly a candidate for the divine level, this is his true potential." As the highest-ranking cardist present, he was closest to the divine level and understood it the best. His powerful vision and keen perception allowed Hisua Temple to notice some clues even through the screen. Although the figure that had just appeared on the scene was only at the energy level of a gold card, the mysterious rhythm surrounding him already hinted at the form of a divine card. At the same time, this made opponents with higher energy levels subconsciously sense danger. This was an array created by a student who had awakened his talent only a few months ago. This was truly remarkable. On the other side, the giant had broken through layer after layer of defense, the black threads like a hunting spider's web, enveloping the form after the fusion of the 5 elements god card. The pervasive black mist continued to erode, attempting to assimilate it, but to his surprise, the skill not only failed to trigger successfully but instead his own energy was sucked back by the opponent. The giant panicked and retreated, but it was too late. He was too close. He was like a prey caught in a trap by this divine card. Wood bones, golden tendons, earth muscles, water blood, fiery temperament. For some unknown reason, the card of the fusion of the 5 elements still remained as a phantom existence. Vaguely, one could see his majestic and extraordinary figure, standing on a blue lotus flower, with a heavy and ancient axe in his idle hand. At this moment, he raised one hand and casually stopped the black threads in the sky, allowing the struggling giant made of threads to continue. The uncontrolled end of the threads began to fiercely attack the 2 people who were fully focused on controlling the fusion card. Seeing this, the phantom immediately raised his other hand. Amidst the flying dust, the sharp axe swept through the air. Swish, what seemed like a simple strike was accompanied by a breaking sound, and the next moment, the previously resilient threads instantly scattered like withered flower petals, turning into wisps of black smoke that gradually dissipated in the air. Only a lonely flag remained on the ground. Boom, the sharp cold light continued forward after cutting down the enemy, and in an instant, the entire wall collapsed, the broken hole contrasting with the skylight in the roof. At the same time, the phantom disappeared, leaving Su Chen and Wang Wei pale-faced and staggering. What's wrong? Everyone hurriedly gathered around, concerned. My mental power is depleted. Su Chen shook his head to indicate that he was fine. After awakening as a card master, he could command only 5 cards shortly after, but for some reason, this time, just summoning a Pangu phantom of the fusion of the 5 elements consumed so much mental power, even though it was not a complete form. Fortunately, it didn't last long. After regaining their senses a bit, Wang Wei looked admiringly at Su Chen. Your mental power is incredible. I'm drained just from handling the fusion technique. I can't imagine how much mental power you need as the main controller. I'm not sure either, more than I anticipated, Su Chen replied. Come on, let's eat something first. This is a recovery dish I just learned. Shi Xiaoxiao took out a large bag of buns from her storage card and handed them to the 2 of them. As they ate and chatted, they picked up the flag after a while and then walked outside. Back in the main area of the base, everyone handed the flag to the coaching staff. Upon hearing the announcement of the end, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking they could leave as usual, but then they heard, wait, let's have a brief summary first. Hisua Temple stopped them, saying, after these few days of experience, I believe you have realized that there are only 2 most important things on the Cardmaster arena. First, defense. Catch the thief first, catch the king. This is the tactic with the smallest input and the greatest return. As a controller, once the card disappears, you will leave with it, which is cost-effective to an absurd degree. Therefore, you must use all your tricks to persevere under attack, rather than attacking recklessly and losing everything in one go. Of course, if you can kill your opponent without a scratch, then forget what I said. But don't blame me for not reminding you, card skills are diverse, so don't capsize in the gutter. Second, accuracy. Regardless of the skill's damage, it only counts if it hits the enemy. While you focus on defense, your opponents will undoubtedly come up with countless ways to save themselves. I hope you can shoot straight and not make all your efforts in vain. Then, he gestured to the people beside him, and each person was handed a booklet. Understand your shortcomings, plug the gaps. A mature card system is not built in a day, it requires continuous improvement. This is the material card menu. If you need it, send it directly to the training group, or you can send it to me privately. There will be someone dedicated to delivering the items. For a moment, the sound of flipping paper back and forth filled the room. The menu only printed silver-level material cards, with vivid graphics and detailed descriptions in cases below each one, all marked with internal prices. Xin Nan didn't need to earn the price difference from selling material cards, risking small gains for big losses. Su Chen carefully looked through it and suddenly noticed a series of material cards he had never seen in Ziyuan Tower before, all marked with high star rarity. As members noticed the anomaly, Hiswosi began to explain. After a moment, Su Chen's confusion cleared up. Blue Star humans have outstanding mental talents, so various animals and plants naturally cannot be as ordinary as in the previous world. However, except for a few exceptions, the upper limit is not high. Some species, even after being certified and locked, are allowed to be freely raised in the city. The main way for humans to obtain materials is still from the secret realm, solidified into blank cards. It is said that regardless of the terrain or species, the secret realm is completely different from other places on Blue Star, with mysterious origins and varying lifespans. Some only last a few days before disappearing without a trace, while others can stably reside for decades. Internal personnel must evacuate during the alert period, or they will vanish without a trace. The initial investigators were all missing persons. Therefore, it is widely believed that this is a crossover point to another world, as rumors of humanoid creatures appearing in the secret realm suggest a unique civilization. However, the truth remains unconfirmed to this day. But undoubtedly, this is a treasure trove that humans cannot resist, buried under the river of time like mountains of bones. All under heaven is for profit. All under heaven is bustling for gain. Even the Second World War revolved around the division of secret realms. To this day, secret realms of all sizes are controlled by the authorities, similar to mineral resources not allowed for private mining. Entry quotas require layers of screening, with joining the Cardmaster Association being the primary condition for civilian access. As a governing body, apart from core personnel, the Cardmaster Association does not restrict the work direction of its members. Peripheral members only need to fulfill corresponding obligations according to the rules and, after a series of thresholds, obtain limited quotas to enter some authorized secret realms. The depths inside are vague and unclear, glossed over by Hiswosi, only mentioning the varying material outputs, some of which are akin to internal benefits and rarely circulate in the market. Suchin immediately understood that this was akin to not being able to buy collectibles at a supermarket. It can be said that resource monopolies are not uncommon under the blue sky. Wang Wei was also astute, exchanging a knowing glance with him without speaking. Some understood the hidden meaning behind the words, while others remained quiet, listening attentively as Hiswosi finally touched on the key point. All special class school teams nationwide are entitled to policy subsidies, and those listed on the menu are considered benefits, with each person able to choose 10 material cards. Although prices were indicated on the menu, the actual value was definitely not just a simple number. Upon hearing this, the members' eyes lit up instantly. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. They hadn't expected such treatment for participating in a competition. After scanning the material card menu, Su Chen inquired, "Are there any time restrictions, like expiring after a few days, or can they be used throughout the entire national competition?" After a moment of silence, Hiswosi replied, "Try to apply before leaving the base, it's more convenient." Everyone tacitly understood that discovering special channels in front of everyone was always different. The Card Master Association has also sent people to supervise the Qin Nan base. After all, it was an unrestricted area, and the issuance of permissions did not mean there were no protective measures in place. He also reminded them that these menus were not allowed to be copied or circulated outside privately and would be collected upon departure. The menus had undergone preliminary anti-copy measures, and if any anomalies were detected, they would automatically turn to ashes. Unsaid is that even members who have joined the Card Master Association without establishing their qualifications, many material cards are not accessible to them. At this moment, young university students naturally cannot fully comprehend the investment of Huawei in top students. On the way back to the dormitory, they chattered about the topic just discussed. The benefits had just been announced, and everyone needed to carefully consider. It was impossible to make a decision on the spot. One couldn't help but marvel at the adaptability of people. Enduring the devilish training of Hosoji upon enrollment, after a period of time, they adapted to the rhythm of the training. Although Gao Yakyu, as a college entrance examination student, adapted a bit slower, fortunately, with the care of teammates, she gritted her teeth and made it through. Amidst their busy schedule, they would find some time to have fun. On this day, rare to finish the coach's arrangements while it was still early, they decided not to rush back and instead set up a picnic by the lake. Finding a picturesque flat lawn, they laid out tablecloths, pots, bowls, grills. One by one. Instead of using their own ingredients, everyone decided to gather fresh ingredients, caught some fish from the lake, and processed them themselves. Many members lacked cooking skills, with Wang being the worst, once again failing to remove the peritoneum layer, causing the gallbladder to rupture, and Su Chen took over the miserable fish corpse, being scorned to the side. Wang. So he took out a violin from his storage card, intending to set the mood. The melodious sound of the violin flowed by the lake, and everyone nodded contentedly. Apart from the endless innovations of the devilish coaching team, life is quite comfortable. Hearing this, Luo Yu glanced at Tang Wei. By excluding one, you've taken away nearly 70% of our time. Tang Wei chuckled. We're not really a tourist group, but it's been over half a month. I'm sure the coaching team has tried all their tricks by now. Su Chen's eyebrows twitched. Don't jinx it. Tisk tsk, kids say the darndest things. Yao Yaqi used an old-fashioned way to shut Tang Wei up by mentioning his childish words. All right. At this moment, He Shawu suddenly spoke up. Everyone looked over, and in just a short moment, he had officially cleaned up over a dozen fish, even though these fish scales were tough and sturdy, as if enhanced by a skill. Applause erupted from the others, praising the young man's excellent knife skills. Wang immediately played a sonata on the side. The head chef was naturally Shi Xiao. After receiving one-on-one guidance from the gourmet card maker, not only did his skills improve by leaps and bounds, but his special effect dishes also made people unable to resist. They all ate to their heart's content. Su Chen praised, impressive, the mental fatigue that was almost depleted during training has almost recovered. Shi Xiao was happy to receive the diner's approval, quite excited, thanks to Lu Shi's guidance. It seems that mental strength improves much faster in reality than in the Star Network. Lu Shi is Shi Xiaoxiao's respectful term for the gourmet card maker, and the two already have a half-mentor relationship. Wang nodded in agreement. This is probably why the coaching team arranged the training in a non-restricted area. As they chatted, they talked about other schools, wondering how Beiyuan arranged their training. Unfortunately, as Wang had mentioned on the first day, the training was the most secretive weapon, and all schools kept it strictly confidential. While chatting away, suddenly the surface of the lake in front of them began to churn like boiling water. Everyone stood alert, hesitating whether to retreat, yet feeling it was beneath them to leave without a fight. Su Chen quickly took a photo and sent it to the group, evaluating whether this was an accident or a carefully planned move by the coaching team. As the team leader, he had to consider the safety of his teammates. In the warm and tranquil sunroom, with the varied and lush vegetation, colorful flowers competed for attention. The best viewing spot had set up an easel. Su Chen was immersed in the world of painting when he suddenly heard the sound of a car horn from the next door, followed by a cheerful call. "Grandpa, I'm here." He immediately knew it was the neighbor's grandson who had come to visit the old man during the holidays. In this retirement community where cats, dogs, flowers, and plants were well taken care of, he was always the youngest resident, except during holidays. "Jiwen, come have some cherries and take a break." A white-haired old man suddenly appeared at the door, waving kindly. He was dressed in a neat Zhongshan suit, with silver-rimmed reading glasses perched on his nose, looking very refined. His eyes reflected the wisdom of the tides, allowing things to come and go freely. "Okay." Su Chen put down his paintbrush upon hearing this and walked over. The sunroom was built in the courtyard on the ground floor, with a pine tree that stayed green all year round planted by his grandfather after he was born. There were rattan chairs and a coffee table under the tree, and now a plate of plump and juicy cherries was placed on the table. Sitting down on either side, Su Chen casually ate a few cherries, then the grandfather asked, "You seem to be in good health lately. Do you want to take a break after this semester? Young people need to make friends of the same age. Following a group of elderly people all day long leaves you with no vitality. I do have friends of the same age, one by one." Su Chen's eyes changed in an instant, paused, and then smiled, "But I'll have to ask my parents to transfer my school registration over here." The grandfather scolded, "Nonsense, there are no good schools around here. Having a retired professor like you is more than enough." The two chatted back and forth, saying many things, and gradually fell into a comfortable silence. After a moment, Su Chen composed himself and said softly, "Grandpa, I'm completely healthy now. Not only did I get into university, but I also joined the school team. I will soon participate in the national competition, and my teammates are all great companions." The grandfather across from him smiled as if he was listening intently, and in that moment, Su Chen seemed to see the old man breathe a sigh of relief. "Don't worry." With the last sentence spoken, the surroundings seemed to turn into an old photograph, disintegrating from the edges, while the central figure, with a kind smile, remained intact before eventually disappearing. In its place, a magical scene unfolded before his eyes, where the sky and sea seemed to intertwine endlessly, with water ripples appearing above and clouds drifting below in a strange phenomenon. Su Chen began to doubt if he had just come out of one illusion only to find himself in a larger one, just like a set of Russian nesting dolls. He stood on a land of clouds, with 7 teammates lying beside him in various poses, their faces now filled with happy smiles, just like his own a moment ago. Not long ago, they had discovered something unusual on the lake during a picnic. Before they could make a judgment, a sudden force dragged them into the water, causing them to lose many memories in an instant. Su Chen mistakenly thought he was still in a past life until a subconscious response revealed a flaw, bringing him back to reality. The not-so-rigorous illusion persisted because their hearts were deeply immersed and reluctant to be exposed. Su Chen tried to awaken his teammates, but after a brief struggle, it ended in failure. Seeing the dejected Kuanping nearby emitting a buzzing sound, he comforted it and suddenly noticed something unusual. With a light touch of his fingertips, Kuanping obediently pressed towards an inconspicuous corner as directed by his thoughts. Chirp! A strange voice came from under Kuanping's belly. Su Chen walked over and saw a semi-transparent clam tightly shut inside its shell, continuously making noises. Did you lead us into this illusion? Su Chen touched the clam's shell and said, "Thank you." The clam quieted down, trying hard to figure out the human's intentions. Was he trying to deceive me into letting my guard down? Soon, they heard him explain, "Thank you for letting me experience such a wonderful illusion. You didn't really attack me from start to finish. Did our sudden appearance disturb you?" Under Su Chen's command, Kuanping released the sea clam and curiously touched it, seeing such a creature for the first time. Was this a card from another card user? It felt different from his own. Sensing the goodwill from the other side, the sea clam tentatively opened its shell, revealing a soft and completely different interior from other clams, saying, "Chirp chirp." Su Chen was surprised by its almost frozen texture but didn't dwell on it, instead asking, "Can you wake up my companions? I promise we won't turn against you and harm you." Chirp. The sea clam seemed to hesitate. After a while, the teammates gradually opened their eyes. "Where are we?" Gao Yaqiu asked. The scene filled with water elements made her feel refreshed. Su Chen replied, "It seems to be a secret realm." "A secret realm?" Wang Wei exclaimed in astonishment, "We haven't even applied for access yet, so the coaching staff couldn't have arranged this. This must be a newly appeared secret realm. What luck!" Although stepping into a secret realm was equivalent to entering an unrestricted area, unexplored secret realms had too many uncertainties and did not allow casual entry and exit. They were students who had entered a secret realm, not knowing whether to consider themselves lucky or unlucky. Luoying pointed at the semi-transparent sea clam carried by Kuanping and asked in confusion, "Is this your new card?" "No, it's encountered in the secret realm." Because the sea clam was not his own card, Su Chen couldn't understand its language and was unsure whether it was a creature from the secret realm or originally a creature that had been swept into the secret realm along with the lake water. Seeing the sea clam getting along harmoniously with the captain's card, the others didn't ask much and began discussing their next actions. Su Chen reassured them, "I sent a message in the group before entering. I believe the coaching staff will take action soon." Meanwhile, Hasu Temple urgently summoned personnel to the location shown in the photo. They seem to have encountered a newly appeared secret realm, being sucked in due to being too close, and there has been no response since. A middle-aged man beside him had a very unpleasant expression. As a supervisor sent by the Card User Association, he had failed to discover the new secret realm in time, causing innocent individuals to be involved, which was considered negligence. The middle-aged man said with a grim face, "I have already reported the situation. Now it is crucial to rescue the members of the Qin Nan school team." On the other end, the inspector who had rushed over first due to proximity brought good news in time. According to the fluctuation threshold, this newly appeared secret realm is miniature, with a danger level of 100. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people finally improved slightly, but they continued to rush forward using their cards without stopping. After a while, the group stood solemnly on the shore of the lake, staring as the first inspector continued to probe with precision instruments, anxious. When a secret realm first appears, it will roam within a certain range. This time, Su Chen and the others had mistakenly entered a small-scale secret realm, which was like a floating duckweed in water. Combined with its unique hidden water nature, only the specific location and situation could be calculated based on the intensity of the fluctuations. After a moment of silence, a detailed report was handed over to Hasu Temple and the Card User Association supervisor Chung Tu. Secret realm, unnamed, territorial characteristics, water, volume, miniature level, estimated stay time 1 to 5 days, can accommodate up to 20 people at a time. The subsequent series of specific data made the veins on the temples of the two individuals throb. It wasn't that this secret realm was particularly dangerous, on the contrary, it could even be said to be the weakest level, but weakness did not mean safety. Regardless of the duration of existence or the limited number of people, these factors increased the difficulty of rescuing personnel. Because this also meant that if anything went wrong, the miniature secret realm was very likely to collapse suddenly. Considering that there were already 8 members of the school team inside, after some discussion, Hasu Temple and Chang Tu each selected 4 people to enter the immediate vicinity. As they were about to be drawn into the mysterious realm, they split into 2 groups. Meanwhile, Su Chen and the others, mindful of their lack of knowledge about the realm, refrained from acting recklessly. Are calves really unafraid of tigers when they are young? No, this is not a child's play, there is no room for mistakes here. If something goes wrong, these promising young people will suffer the consequences. The thought of all their efforts going to waste was enough to make them want to fake their own deaths. But they couldn't just sit around and wait for their fate. Little one, are you a creature from this realm? Tang Wei lay on the back of the Kuanpan, watching a clam opening and closing above them, gesturing with his hands. If it opens like this, it means yes. If it closes, it means no. Chirp, chirp. The clam opened and closed several times before finally staying open. Really? That's great. Tang Wei immediately stood up, dancing with joy. Do you know where the exit of this realm is? The next moment, the clam swiftly closed its shell. The group felt a bit disappointed. They hadn't even figured out how to trigger the mechanism of the realm, let alone find a way out. Just as they were discussing which direction to take, the clam suddenly left the back of the Kuanping, opening and closing as if swimming in the water, drifting forward. After a few meters, it turned back to look at them, as if urging them to follow quickly. Should we trust it? Sure. Xiao Xiao hesitated. Tang Wei replied without hesitation, it didn't harm us even in the illusion, did it? On the other hand, Gao Yakia had a strong sense of empathy. She quickly summoned her cards and created a bubble for everyone. Don't be afraid, with this skill, we can still breathe underwater. She knew that Sure Xiao Xiao, being a landlubber, might feel uncomfortable in the underwater environment, so she encouraged her. Sure Xiao Xiao agreed immediately. Su Chen couldn't help but admire Gao Yakiu's keen perception. She truly deserved to be a student who had overcome unfavorable conditions and made it to the school team, showing exceptional qualities. The 8 of them followed the clam with their respective cards, quickly leaving the range of the clouds. The strong water pressure suddenly swept in from all sides but was blocked by the bubbles. They walked as if on flat ground, watching schools of fish swim above them, a spectacular and romantic sight. Suddenly, one small fish broke away from the group, curiously circling around them and then approaching Su Chen's bubble. At the same time, the Kuanping was also observing the surroundings. The 2 pairs of eyes, big and small, met. Buzz, a clear buzzing sound echoed, and ripples spread across the water's surface like a mirror. The Kuanping was about to greet the small fish when it suddenly stopped in its tracks, looking at Su Chen in confusion. It tried to show how well behaved it was, especially since the incident with the small mushroom it had swallowed whole and was scolded for. It blinked its big eyes, silently pleading, I didn't do it on purpose, you saw it, right? It went in by itself, not my fault. Su Chen chuckled and patted the Kuanping. He wouldn't blame it. Unfortunately, not all fish could understand each other. How could it be that their own child would swim into the predator's mouth? Clearly, it was the big fish's malicious intent. Why else would it open its mouth so wide? Just as Su Chen was about to ask the Kuanping to open its mouth and search for the mischievous little fish hiding in the vast folded space, he felt a tug on his clothes. Looking up, he saw Wang pointing awkwardly in a diagonal direction. Turning around, they saw a vast school of fish heading towards them, dark and dense like heavy storm clouds, rolling down from above in a crushing manner. Before they could explain, the fish descended upon them, breaking the bubbles that had enveloped them in no time. Amidst the chaos, Tang Wei was still ranting in exasperation. Can't these fish see that they can't even form a pair of eyes between them? Didn't they see? Gulp. Themselves. Running in there? He was caught off guard and swallowed a few mouthfuls of water. He just couldn't stop talking. The anxious stone Xiao Xiao, a duck out of water, struggled with no support in sight, feeling like he was about to drown. Luckily, his little mushroom friend pulled him out just in time. Collapsing on the soft cotton clouds, Stone Xiao Xiao felt pressure in his chest, coughed up water, and opened his eyes to see the little mushroom frantically hopping around, trying to save his useless companion. Touched almost to tears, he said, "Thank you, little mushroom, for saving my life." The mushroom waved its hand as if to say, "We're in this together." Without it, this group would fall apart sooner or later. The others retreated in disarray, surrounded from all sides, feeling surreal. Not to mention how the large school of fish keenly noticed the missing member. The situation wasn't their fault to begin with. Kuanping hadn't even protested against the small fish's malicious poisoning yet. It was only their high quality that prevented them from hurling insults. At that moment, Su Chen, almost halfway into Kuanping's mouth, couldn't see the culprit anywhere and hesitated. "Kuanping, do you sense where it is?" "Buzz," Kuanping denied cautiously, his voice heavy with disappointment. Su Chen tried to comfort him, thinking about the failed thousand mechanisms guidance, feeling doubtful. Did the small fish slip into the esophagus unnoticed, or? Behind them, the school of fish continued to shoot water arrows relentlessly. As they struggled to defend themselves, they felt overwhelmed. Luo Yu wondered, why does it feel like the school of fish is getting denser? Wang Wei investigated carefully and his face changed drastically. Not good, new schools of fish are gathering towards us continuously. The already numerous fish had multiplied several times. I'll go. I'll go. Tang Wei changed his tone twice and immediately ran to help Su Chen search. However, no matter what methods or cards they used, even attempting to bring Kuanping back to the heavenly space, they found nothing. Could it be? Luoying suggested that the small fish has returned to the school during the chaos? She pointed at a particularly active small fish in the group. Although most fish looked similar, this one was slightly smaller with exquisite scales, shimmering in a water blue hue under the sunlight, resembling the fish that had locked eyes with Kuanping. The others had shades of deep or light gray. That's it. It must be. Luo Yu clenched her teeth in agreement. Su Chen and Tang Wei stopped searching, looking grim. This is a setup. Tang Wei exclaimed angrily and charged forward. Let's not hold back. Let's fry that fish. Su Chen also acted without mercy, deploying multiple cards to besiege the target, with few surviving. Dong Gong especially had the home advantage in this environment. The tide turned from defense to offense. Members abandoned their defensive strategies and used their most powerful skills to target the elusive small fish. Unfortunately, the fish was slippery, and even if it couldn't dodge, other fish bravely took the hits, transferring the lock-on effects. It was proactive in drawing aggro, showing remarkable survival skills. Thankfully, besides it, the other fish were not difficult to defeat. Even on Ishao's red tassel spear, fish corpses hung like kebabs, one after another, tossed haphazardly at their feet. Soon, small mountains of fish corpses piled up, infuriating the small fish. It suddenly disappeared and reappeared above them, unleashing a thunderous lightning storm. Silver bolts crackled, darkening the sky like ink spreading on white clouds, suffocating like a looming storm. More tricky was the originally clear boundary between water and clouds, which seemed to shatter invisibly, with water pouring in continuously, quickly rising to knee height in the blink of an eye. With the water conducting electricity, it was even harder to avoid the lightning. The group had to navigate through the air, enduring occasional drops of water that they couldn't dodge, causing them to grimace in discomfort. At that moment, Su Chen finally remembered the clam that had been playing dead all along. He looked around and found it submerged in water. He immediately picked it up, lightly tapping with a finger. What's wrong? Do you recognize me? Chirp. The clam responded softly, trying to diminish its presence. Its tightly closed shell resembled a curled-up hedgehog, every part of its body expressing resistance. What grudge did it hold to drag me into this mess? Su Chen could clearly hear his devilish remark. You seem unafraid of lightning. You must be a great material. If made into a card, it could probably have a skill to deal with this little fish. Chirp chirp. The clam hurriedly retorted. Seeing Su Chen's serious consideration, it quickly activated a special skill. With no other choice, facing threats from all sides, even if it meant a significant energy drop, it had to be used. After all, the fish swarm had not broken through the barrier yet, but it had already fallen into human hands. In an instant, pure white smoke rose gently, enveloping the 8 people who were pleasantly surprised to find that the pain of lightning strikes had disappeared. The white smoke continued to drift out of sight, slowly moving towards the fish swarm. Gradually, the fish swarm quieted down, looking around in confusion. Seeing this, the members of the team cleverly held their breath, restraining themselves from making any noise. They were unsure of what the other side was seeing, so they watched as the leading fish circled a few times before eventually leaving with the swarm. The dark clouds returned to a milky white color. Tang Wei made a sound but was immediately silenced by Su Chen until the smoke dissipated, and the clam collapsed exhaustedly. Then, there was silence for a long time. Is it over? Tang Wei cautiously whispered. This is too sneaky. Not only did we play along with the thief, but we also used stealth to turn the tables in the end. Luo Yu also couldn't understand. Aren't fish supposed to be dumb? How come there's such a scheming fish, and we got involved without even causing any trouble? Buzz. The invisible Kuanping, feeling wronged, pressed its head against Su Chen's waist. Alright, it's all because that fish is too cunning. With your big brain, you clearly have a larger capacity than the other party, just different in expertise, Su Chen said with a smile. He couldn't help but feel regretful for not keeping that little fish as material. However, to deal with it, the first challenge was to address the continuous influx of fish coming from an unknown source. Although the small fish was tiny, it acted as the brain of the fish swarm, the core of their operations, and the other fish would not hesitate to defend it. Considering they didn't know when they could leave the secret realm, preserving strength was crucial. Based on the bits of knowledge he had gathered, Su Chen knew that the secret realm had limits and a duration of existence, and exploring it was not as simple as blindly rushing in. This was something Wang Wei understood better. Just as everyone was regrouping, preparing to continue conquering this secret realm, he solemnly reminded them, when a secret realm first appears, there will be an unstable period. Perhaps the chaotic scene we see now is due to this reason. Everyone, be cautious. Hearing this, Su-chen had a sudden realization and asked, since the space is in turmoil, could we end up walking in circles and returning to the starting point after a while? Wang Wei. This question seemed plausible. Shifting his gaze, Su-chen continued, are there 2 entry and exit points in the secret realm? Could the starting point be the same as the exit point? The clam's reaction to the fish swarm just now was enough to confirm that it was indeed a native creature of the secret realm and should have a better understanding of the place according to common sense. Sea snail, are you asking me? I haven't left here. Suddenly, Tang Wei followed up with a question. Could the exit be right here, but temporarily unusable due to the chaotic state of space? Everyone. That's a good question. The 3 consecutive questions from the soul poured cold water over their brief excitement. What's the point of looking for anything now? Let's just wait until the space stabilizes. Without saying a word, they all started cleaning up the fish corpses on the ground. The wild feast before being swept into the secret realm was not over yet. Let's continue playing music, continue dancing. The sea snail watched as Su-chen, who had just tried to persuade himself to do the dirty work, suddenly went to the edge area and started cleaning up the fish corpses with water, leaving a big question mark in its small head. Are humans really such fickle creatures? Su-chen, who was sorting out the ingredients, felt the gaze behind him. Turning around, he only saw the sea snail still lying in place. After a moment of thought, he took out a dozen energy potions from his storage ring and placed them in front of it, saying, "Thank you just now." These potions are not limited to the user's species and should be useful for creatures in the secret realm. He stored only what he and his teammates could use, and for a moment, he really didn't know what was suitable for creatures in the secret realm, so he could only offer this universal potion. After a while, the sea snail, still in place, swallowed the entire bottle into its shell, wriggled its body after closing it tightly, and the cool potion poured out instantly. Moments later, the reopened shell spat out the empty bottle and cap, then turned around to repeat the process with a new spirit potion until the loss was restored. The feast was in full swing. When Isua Temple led the team to find them using card skills, they saw a scene of people singing and dancing while eating fish, making Isua Temple speechless. Aren't you afraid of fish bones getting stuck in your throat? Others suddenly fell silent like mice seeing a cat, but Su-chen remained calm, offering a grilled fish to Isua Temple naturally. Would you like some? Isua Temple was stunned, forgetting what he was going to say, and took the food with a sigh. You guys are really bold. This is a secret realm, not a place where silver-ranked card masters can come, let alone be so casual. Aren't you worried about increasing the difficulty of rescue by wandering around? Su-chen changed the subject. Are we leaving now? Isua Temple said, not yet. Chang too. Another organization has sent supervisors and people to find you. We need to gather first, and the calculation results for the exit location are not out yet. Su-chen then understood what the person behind Isua Temple, who had been focusing on the instrument, was doing, feeling apologetic. Sorry for the trouble, it's our fault for not evacuating in time, making you come in to find us. It's nothing, it's just work. Isua Temple sat down, and the secret realm has just appeared. It does randomly pull people in. Strictly speaking, it's our negligence for not monitoring the arrival of the secret realm in time. Isua Temple's tone became somewhat strange. I don't know what luck you guys have. This base has been around for some years and there has never been a secret realm. It just so happens that this rare secret realm appears, and you happen to be nearby. Members felt embarrassed, touching their heads or looking down. Perhaps this was a tragedy caused by a simple picnic. At that moment, the surveyor approached with data. Currently, we can only roughly measure the location of the exit because the secret realm will take another hour and 8 minutes to stabilize, then we can leave. All right. Should we take you to collect materials during this time, so it's not a wasted trip? Isua Temple suddenly suggested. Another person quickly interjected, Coach, isn't this inappropriate? The secret realm does not allow entry without waiting for instructions from above. We've already broken the rules by coming in without waiting for notification for the sake of rescue. Isua Temple rolled his eyes disapprovingly. Rules are dead. Besides, the secret realm only exists for 1 to 5 days. It might disappear before the designated person arrives to take over. Wouldn't that be more wasteful? After a moment of thought, he carefully instructed the members, remember, you were innocently involved. No matter what happens, claim self-defense, got it. It's also normal to take some loot after fighting back. The group nodded in agreement immediately. Seeing this, the others remained silent. Su-chen and the others quickly tidied up and followed Isua Temple to hunt around. It must be said that having someone leading the way was truly enjoyable. Su-chen and the others were effortlessly carried along, taking turns to collect 2 or 3 materials, even obtaining materials of quality surpassing silver level. which brought smiles to their faces. Such unexpected wealth was truly irresistible. It was at this moment that they finally witnessed Hisua Temple's core deck. Similar yet different from Lin Yeyu's mechanical nature, as a card maker, his deck was much more flexible, seemingly based on an interstellar worldview. In addition to various technological products, there were also cards related to new human and other biological experiments. Unable to estimate Hisua Temple's specific level due to their low rank, they were in awe of his ability to easily deal with the creatures in the secret realm with just a casual move, ensuring minimal disturbance. The group praised him repeatedly, acknowledging him as the head coach of Nan University. Despite being aware of the ulterior motives of these members, Hisua Temple couldn't help but feel delighted, his laziness dissipating into thin air. Just then, a commotion erupted not far away, indicating a fierce battle between two parties. Hisua Temple observed carefully, it should be Chengtu and the others. With the secret realm stable for only half an hour, it was time to regroup. Therefore, everyone hurried over, traversing through space and time. The fluctuating space slightly delayed their progress, turning a 2-minute journey into a 5-minute trek. However, as they drew closer, Su Chen and the others' expressions grew increasingly strange, prompting Hisua Temple to notice something amiss and ask, "What's wrong?" "Well," Su Chen carefully recounted the recent events, emphasizing how the little fish had provocatively caused trouble and turned the situation around, the details of which were too despicable to put into words. Their teammates chimed in with additional details. Tang Wei even mimicked the fish's cunning behavior perfectly. At this moment, the scene ahead was eerily similar to what they had encountered before. A dense school of fish brought to mind the phrase "a dark cloud pressing down on the city, ready to destroy it, exuding dominance." Hearing this, Hisua Temple hesitated, raising an eyebrow. "So, it's Chengtu and the others who are facing this calamity now?" Suddenly, his expression changed, "But based on your description of their strength, those fish shouldn't last more than 3 rounds against Chengtu. Why haven't they ended the battle yet?" Su Chen was also puzzled. The people leading Chengtu's team were undoubtedly skilled, not to mention the supervisor sent by Hisua Temple himself. They should have the ability to handle such a situation. Even if they were targeted by the cunning fish, they shouldn't be helpless. However, from the moment they heard the commotion to reaching the scene, 5 minutes had passed. Considering Hisua Temple's speed, it should have been enough time for a round trip and some card making. It didn't make sense. Who could have foreseen this turn of events? Chengtu was also utterly confused at this moment, wondering how things had escalated to this point. He racked his brain, recalling that they had split into 2 groups, and he was about to lead a search when they were unfortunately caught in a spatial turbulence and randomly teleported far away. Fortunately, he managed to use a skill to connect everyone, preventing them from being scattered. However, this was just the beginning of their misfortune. It seemed like bad luck was following them. Not long ago, they encountered a school of wandering fish. Before they could react, a small fish, swimming too fast, collided with a rescuer. Following that, as if intentionally blocking their path, the fish assumed a confrontational stance and launched a sudden attack. Chengtu, already feeling down due to the day's unexpected events, was not pleased with the situation and directly took action. It turned out that the small fish was indeed no match for him as a supervisor. But the opponent had a trump card, summoning more fish. Sensing trouble, the clever small fish shimmered with a faint light, and in the next moment, a relentless school of fish led by a larger fish, similar in scale but different in appearance, arrived. This larger fish seemed to be the true leader of the school, and upon its arrival, all the fish became excited, engaging in a fierce battle against the group. The thunderous power used by the large fish was on a different level from the small fish, with a force like a divine thunderbolt tearing through the layers of clouds with a silver-blue light, completely breaking through the defensive line between the water and the clouds. The surging seawater created high waves, filling the entire area with turmoil. Chengtu quickly used several skills, creating a mask-like barrier on his face to allow everyone to breathe underwater, but they were still shocked by the electric currents in the water, hastily resorting to defensive techniques. With a solemn expression, he summoned a robust stone man, sturdy and powerful, raising a massive fist to strike forward. The tremendous impact turned the water into fist-shaped waves, fiercely attacking the large fish that had just appeared among the school. However, the large fish calmly flicked its tail, turning the intense attack into gentle water flow dissipating around it. If not for the large number of fish flipping their bellies at the front, the stone man's attack would have seemed like thunder without rain. The large fish then retaliated, its figure suddenly disappearing like lightning, leaving only a faint afterimage, before reappearing in front of Chengtu, unleashing a thunderous explosion of light. "Ah!" Chengtu grunted, enduring the intense pain, roaring to the sky, as special cards instantly infused him with power, his muscles bulging under his clothes, resembling the stone man by 70%. He quickly threw punches, flanking the stone man, engaging in a fierce battle with the large fish. Meanwhile, the other four were dealing with the dense school of fish. The slippery small fish continued to harass them, but it always ended up trapped like a moth to a flame. Filled with hatred, it was struck down by the furious group, sacrificing other fish in its place. The dying fish did not close its eyes. Well done, but don't do it again next time. Hiswosi and Su Chen, among others, arrived to witness the chaotic scene. Indeed, this scheming fish lives up to its reputation. Every time we part ways, it manages to stir up trouble again. Su Chen and the others were speechless, never having encountered such a troublemaker before. Su Chen's gaze involuntarily shifted to the large fish opposite Chang Tu, the source of the small fish's audacity. No wonder, it's actually a primordial beast. Hiswosi muttered to himself. Just as the members were about to inquire about what a primordial beast was, Hiswosi quickly joined Chang Tu in battle, and the questions were set aside as they entered the fray. Members with ample experience in fishing, with each move, took down hundreds of fish, catching the attention of the small fish. Ha! It looks familiar, let's take a closer look. Upon closer inspection, it recognized them from their previous encounter, realizing they had faked their deaths. Quickly turning from embarrassment to anger, it disregarded the others and relentlessly attacked Su Chen, the human who had left the deepest impression on it. The Kunping beside it was even more displeased, old and new grievances combining, buzzing and urging Su Chen to provide mental support. In the next moment, its body swelled rapidly, even larger than when it was in the illusionary duo. Like a scene that covered the sky and sun, it immediately silenced the small fish that usually bullied the weak but feared the strong. Before it could retreat, the Kunping had already engulfed it in one gulp, swallowing it along with countless other fish in its belly. The final struggles in its mouth were crushed by immense force. The surging thunder was treated like popping candy. Buzz, Kunping smugly thought to itself, since you're so eager to rush into my mouth, you might as well stay put and not leave. Suddenly, Su Chen inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. Turning around, he saw the big fish that had been fighting with Hasu Temple and Chengtu had redirected its hatred towards Kunping, burning with fury as it watched Kunping devour the small fish. Without hesitation, it abandoned the two and attacked Kunping. Although it was much smaller in size compared to the restored Kunping, its agile body techniques and powerful thunder abilities also caused Kunping to suffer injuries, which made Su Chen feel a pang of heartache. He exerted his mental power to have Gongdang and Shangliu join forces to besiege Kunping. Among the rescue team was a core card user specializing in powerful healing techniques. With their strong healing skills, most of the people on the scene, including the injured Kunping, were restored to their original state. Buzz. Instantly healed, Kunping buzzed triumphantly towards Su Chen, indicating that it was in good condition. Moments later, Kunping shocked the sea, Gongdang stirred up the waves, and the two cards played by Su Chen unleashed a towering tsunami. The vast school of fish, even more massive than the clouds, was disoriented by the sudden change, losing their combat effectiveness. Despite their numerical advantage, they were soon defeated. The force was so great that even the rescue team couldn't help but look on in amazement, secretly marveling at the exceptional leadership of the captain of the special class team from Qin School. As the frenzy swept through, nearby teammates were also affected, unable to maintain their positions in the surrounding sea. Tang Wei repeatedly shouted, "Friendly forces, friendly forces." Hasu Temple quickly reminded, "Move back." However, the big fish they wanted to attack remained unmoved like a mountain. It only glanced sideways, and after defeating Shangliu, its eyes were full of disdain and deep resentment as it roared, "How dare these scraps of strength hurt my offspring?" The overwhelming anger turned into a tangible force, causing the still conscious fish to panic and attack recklessly. The rescue team quickly intercepted them, but fortunately, there were not many of these restless fish left, and the commotion was soon quelled. On the other side, Su Chen was surprised to hear the big fish not only speak but also in Chinese. Could it be that this secret realm had not descended for the first time? While his thoughts were spinning wildly, a sudden hazy white light emerged. Everyone's eyes stung, tears welled up involuntarily, and as they struggled to look, they saw a massive azure shadow emerging in the boundless sea, resembling the main body of the big fish. The surrounding waters were densely packed with whirlpools of various sizes, with intermittent flashes of lightning spreading recklessly across the sea. The terrifying pressure made everyone feel as if they were being crushed by a heavy load. In a daze, they saw an endless abyss appearing in the shadow, where slender and skeletal limbs were beckoning them in the darkness. The originally water-blue fish scales were so dreamlike, as beautiful as the most translucent foam on the sea surface, but now they transformed into an abyss, seemingly ready to drag everyone into it mercilessly. Under the engulfing seawater, the beads of sweat on Su Chen's forehead were imperceptible, just like his confidence in battling the big fish had vanished in an instant. He was unsure which level of card the ancestral beast represented, but undoubtedly, the gap between them was like a sky-high barrier. In just a few seconds, everyone's minds were filled with frantic thoughts. But why bother guessing the thoughts of ants? The heartless giant fish swept away the whirlpool, and in an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The invisible surging dark tide was like sharp blades, leaving only scars in its wake. Its inherent suction and thunderous shocks made escape impossible, leaving no one unscathed. Fortunately, before this, the rescue team had equipped all the school team members with additional defense skills. Otherwise, they would have been in big trouble by now. Seeing the situation, Hisua Temple quickly made arrangements. Changtu, lead the retreat. It will take about 10 minutes for the exit of the secret realm to stabilize, and then we can leave directly. Alright. Changtu understood that the top priority at this moment was to protect the school team members and organize others decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, Hisua Temple flashed to directly below the giant fish, summoned his cards, and skillfully struck its belly, the softest part of its scales. The giant fish reacted swiftly, dodging the critical hit, and sneered, "You're mistaken if you think you can restrain me." Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, ice spread around, blocking all directions in an instant. Changtu, leading the team, gritted his teeth and hammered the ice wall relentlessly. What seemed like a simple punch turned out to be a challenge as the ice was incredibly hard, beyond Changtu's imagination. Even with the power of his card, he was helpless against the ice block. Without a word, Suchin stepped forward. "No need to force it, I'll try using a transfer skill." The array compass in his hand emitted a faint light, and instantly, some people appeared outside the ice prison. The obstruction of the ice wall seemed to interfere with the transfer skill. Suchin quickly tried to transfer another group of people. However, at that moment, the thick ice wall suddenly collapsed, and shattered pieces fell like meteorites. Everyone dodged frantically. "None of you can escape." The giant fish roared angrily, and its shadow enveloped the area, turning the clear seawater into ink black. 4 or 5 severed arms appeared around each person and each card, grabbing their bodies impatiently. Su Chen and Koan Pang had the most arms around them. Caught off guard by his ankle, Su Chen seemed to hear a faint voice, each severed limb groaning in pain every second. "Give me back my body." Beside him, Luo Yu, also being pulled by severed arms, couldn't help but scream, "How can a fish from the sea have such sinister skills?" After the incident at the ancient castle, she thought she had overcome her fear of darkness and ghosts, but it turned out that this fear was like an incurable wound, only varying in intensity. "Did you all hear that?" Su Chen asked while fighting back. These severed limbs were intangible. They would disperse into smoke and regroup shortly after being dispersed, making it difficult to find a way to eliminate them. If left unattended, the incessant groans of pain felt like a curse piercing their minds, affecting the cards around them, almost causing them to retract passively. "Exactly, they keep nagging. If they had faces, I'd slap them shut." Tang Wei controlled the cards impatiently. Suddenly, he looked down and roared at the severed arm by his waist, "Hey, are you a man or a woman? You casually touch me. Do you want me to report you for harassment?" What started as banter took an unexpected turn. Visible to the naked eye, the severed arm stiffened suddenly, its fingers curling slightly. But soon, it returned to its original state. "Damn it, I thought you were trying to kill me, but it turns out you're just being a pervert?" Tang Wei shouted in frustration, exaggeratedly taking a step back. Others were also taken aback. "Damn, he's a pervert. Is he turning into a pervert? How can he have such a skill? Just by looking at that fish, you can tell it's not from a good family. So shameless." Amidst the uproar, Hisho Wu was the only one who did not join in. "Unexpected. This isn't good," said an anonymous chubby person. Su Chen and the others were furious, so they became even more brutal in their actions. Su Chen immediately summoned Sentence Mang and planted more than one type of grass seed on all severed limbs. Soon, with a single move, all severed limbs turned into soldiers made of grass and began to whip back and forth, their gathering speed unable to keep up with their dispersal speed. The rescue teams. Do we still need to save them? Whom should we save? On the other side, Hasua Temple and Diyu, who had stopped their battle at some point, also noticed this scene. Compared to Hasua Temple's mixed feelings, Diyu was furious, seemingly provoked by something. Thunder roared and lightning streaked across the sky incessantly, turning the entire sea into a thunderous pool, rendering everyone's defensive techniques ineffective. Su Chen thought at an inappropriate time, the Mary Sue of the fish world, emotions affecting the weather, how terrifying. Boom! Thunder rumbled, giant waves surged, and suddenly, all the clouds in sight connected to form an ocean, with waves several meters high covering the sky, turning the once beautiful and clear dreamlike scene into a dark and deep sea. The terrifying vibration felt like all the forces of water in the world resonating, as if a divine punishment was about to descend and punish the sinners. Everyone's faces changed drastically, their hearts pounding. Especially the school team members who had never encountered such a large-scale battle before, feeling as if they had entered another world, realizing that the safety zone covered by the law was just a ridiculous dream. Countless dazzling skills were continuously activated, but they couldn't retreat far enough from the range of the thunderous sea. Bang! Bang! Flashes of thunder came like blazing silver serpents, wreaking havoc. All defensive measures shattered instantly, the intense pain piercing through their bodies and souls, the uncontrollable agony turning into fragile bubbles in the surging seawater. Cheng Tu and the rescue teams desperately summoned cards. Various special cards with different abilities were used one after another. Healing and defensive skills were crazily employed. Although everyone was injured, their lives were preserved. Under their protection, the school team members' conditions improved significantly. At the same time, Su Chen and the others did not sit idly by, using the brilliant golden bell shield, fearless guards, and thick-skinned beasts to support each other through this great change. Hyakyu, who could breathe freely underwater, also used her attachment technique to allow everyone to breathe until the last moment. On the other side, Hasua Temple, who was recently heavily injured, managed to survive by upgrading himself and swiftly returning to the team at a critical moment, sacrificing a genetic person in the process. Only the imposing ancestral fish remained in place. The carefree attitude of the members in the face of great danger thoroughly angered it, feeling its authority had been offended. This was more hateful to it than the killing of its offspring, considering it had more than one fish child, and the small fish was just a favorite with the privilege of a guard team. In comparison, its supreme authority was being ignored, further fueling its anger. And those ants trapped in the illusion. Damn despicable beings. Even though Tang Wei's words were only directed at the severed limbs attacking him, the big fish still felt he was being singled out. So, with a bang, the reassembled severed limbs exploded once again, the intense impact akin to a torpedo strike. Nearby, Tang Wei, who had just emerged from a black hole in a panic, felt his hair stand on end. Fortunately, the coaching team had trained them intensively in survival skills recently, and the heightened sense of crisis allowed him to sense something was wrong and immediately used the crafty rabbit's burrow of the rabbit-eared beast girl to escape the area, otherwise he would have been seriously injured if not dead. Can't handle it, can you? Tang Wei could only curse inwardly. Who would have thought that the big fish would self-destruct at the drop of a hat? In an instant, everyone was on high alert, guarding against the remaining severed limbs, unable to think of a way to eradicate them. Like a chronic illness, they only knew that the giant fish could make them completely dissipate. The raging waves continued to surge wildly. The blood mist from the severed limbs exploded moments ago, instantly filled the nearby waters with an indelible stench of decay, and the remaining limbs, as if sensing an adrenaline rush, attacked ferociously. The rescue team, who had been at the forefront all along, was in a terrible state. Seeing that they were about to exhaust their mental strength and protect them despite their serious injuries, Su Chen immediately activated the Kuanpeng. The abyssal giant mouth swallowed everyone in an instant. Before they could adapt to the pitch-black environment, with a flick of its tail turning into wings, it soared upwards, gradually transforming into a giant pang. Everyone who was also transported appeared on its back. Quick, Kuanpeng, fly in that direction, Su Chen urged, pointing towards the exit of the secret realm. When the measurement report was handed over to Hasu Temple, he also took a glance and remembered the approximate location. However, with the sudden turn of events, it was uncertain if there would be any changes. Hasu Temple was also worried about this and instructed to measure again. It's about time. Maybe the stability of the secret realm has connected the sea area as a whole, not just because of the giant fish. The measurement should be much faster now. 5 minutes, the rescuer holding the instrument said, his hands moving swiftly, operating skillfully. Even in the midst of tension, muscle memory allowed him to complete the task almost effortlessly. Buzz! The Kuanpeng suddenly let out a painful groan, feathers fluttering. Su Chen turned to look and saw that in the blink of an eye, the giant fish had caught up. Oh no! As they watched a thunderbolt as thick as a water bucket about to strike, a sudden burst of white mist sprayed out. In the dim twilight, a familiar voice sounded, chirp. Su Chen looked in shock, not expecting the sea clam that had left on its own after meeting them and the rescue team to return. Even more surprising was that it could make that ancestral beast, mentioned by the head coach, stop in its tracks, despite pretending to be dead in front of the small fish. You! The giant fish squinted at the sea clam, a strong sense of disdain in its eyes. It's you, still so foolish. Your strength has declined to such a level, yet you dare to appear before me? Su Chen looked at the tiny sea clam in surprise. Could it be a big shot too? The crowd couldn't understand what the sea clam was saying, but they heard the giant fish angrily say, impossible. That's your pursuit, why impose it on me? I warn you, don't daydream. As the two argued, Suchin quietly asked, "The giant fish has always looked down on us, as if we were a group of ants, but when talking to the sea clam, it seems to return to an equal footing. Could it be that the sea clam was also an ancestral beast before? I've never heard of an ancestral beast weakening to such a degree," Hasu Temple said solemnly. At this moment, his face was extremely pale, as if he was about to pass out. However, Su Chen's remaining mental strength was focused on maintaining the manifestation of the Kuanpeng, and he couldn't summon the sentence of radiance anymore. Fortunately, Luo Ying's plant card had healing skills. Seeing that the giant fish's attention was completely drawn to the sea clam, she seized the opportunity to shuttle between the people and give all the severely injured a healing touch. She was shocked to find that the members with lower strength were only suffering from excessive mental exhaustion, while the higher-level rescue teams were all unable to move. Tears welled up uncontrollably, and she remained silent with her head bowed. Her twin sister, Luo Yu, who shared a deep connection with her, could only silently place her hand on her sister's back. In fact, it was not just the two of them. At this moment, all the members of the school team were eagerly hoping to become stronger, rather than being a burden in times of danger. They should not be a burden. They must not be a burden. At this moment, the saplings that had been watered and nurtured were eager to grow into towering trees. Everyone was adjusting their state urgently, hoping to delay until the measurement results were out, and then swiftly move away, escaping from the secret realm. Suddenly, good news arrived. It's unclear how the giant fish and the sea clam communicated exactly, but based on the few words of the giant fish, it seemed to have gained some irresistible benefits and was willing to let them go. Ignoring everyone, the giant fish turned around and left gracefully. Before Suchin could understand why the sea clam chose to help them, it swam in front of Hasu Temple and called out a few times. "Is there anything I can do to repay you?" Hasu Temple speculated and asked. "Chirp." The sea clam opened its shell and called out. "Opening is yes," Tang Wei added on the side, which was the slogan they had just encountered, and it was surprising that this not-so-simple sea clam could still remember it. He was still in a daze, not understanding how the sea clam, which could be threatened by them, could persuade the giant fish chasing after them. Hasu Temple immediately said, "Okay, during the existence of the secret realm, I promise to bring professional communication personnel to fulfill your request." The next moment, a pure white pearl emerged from the sea clam's body, then split into two and entered both of them. Immediately, Hasu Temple felt the binding of the contract. With the sea clam mediating, there were no more twists and turns. Following the compass directions, they found the exit of the secret realm. In an instant, a familiar force enveloped their bodies, as if being tossed in a washing machine, and in the blink of an eye, they finally left the secret realm. As soon as they emerged, a group of people who had been waiting for a long time outside rushed towards them, and almost all the personnel from the base were there. What was a grassy lawn just a few hours ago had transformed into an open-air laboratory, with everyone coming out of the secret realm being arranged for physical examinations. At a glance, numerous treatment cards were ready and waiting. They appeared in a gentle and harmless manner, quickly disarming the patient's wariness. Perhaps they also had this passive ability. Since the effectiveness of card treatment on humans would diminish, the logistics team arranged an adequate number for one-on-one service. Immediately report the situation to the Ministry of Security and relevant departments. Bathed in the healing light, Hasu Temple was still full of worries, with a furrowed brow. The duration of this mini-secret realm was too short, so he had to make use of the time and wait for the official personnel to come and handle it. There was no way around it. As a non-official person, getting involved in this matter was already a temporary measure. However, it was Hasu Temple himself who signed the contract with the sea clam, so he had to be involved in the follow-up. The meeting will be held at the Star Network. Remember to include the secret key when sending the transmission ticket. Instructing Lan Xinling to stay and follow up on the subsequent matters, Hasu Temple hurried away, rapidly giving orders, keeping the accompanying people too busy to even take a moment's rest, and the communicator was almost sparking. At the back, the card master controlling the treatment cards could only follow suit, not daring to remind Hasu Temple of his still pale face. Suchen noticed that Hasu Temple's demeanor at the academy was completely different from his state at the base. The lazy impression he left at their first meeting was gradually being replaced by reliable memories. Recalling that Lan Xinling had mentioned in class that this was Hasu Temple's second time serving as a class teacher this year. Perhaps, this was his true arena. Hasu Temple's non-stop rhythm made Chung Tu, who was still undergoing checks in place, couldn't help but feel stimulated, grabbing a handful of hair in frustration. He couldn't understand how he had just been promoted to a supervisory position and was only here to participate in the school team training, yet encountered such a heart-pounding event. Would he be demoted as soon as he returned? Cheng Tu sighed helplessly, feeling like crying but having no tears, and pushed through the crowd, saying, "Don't follow me, the work inside the Card Master Association is not allowed for non-management personnel. Once discovered, you will lose the qualification to join the association for life." Soon, his figure disappeared by the lakeside. "It's safe now, you can put away the cards." Lan Xinling, who was left to watch over them, saw that the members still had their cards at the ready, in a defensive stance, and reassured them, "The nearby instruments have already activated a level 1 alert. Any movement will be detected in the shortest time possible." Outstanding instruments are the combination of cards and technology. Every minute and every second is burning funds, usually kept in high places. If not for this, the arrival of the secret realm would not have been unnoticed, almost causing the entire school team to be wiped out. Even though everyone safely evacuated, Lan Xinling still felt lingering fear. Most of the personnel in Coach Qin Nan's team are affiliated with the Card Master Association. Although they do not have the authority to interfere with core management, they have applied to visit the secret realms several times. From her understanding, the secret realms that are semi-publicly allowed to enter have all been officially developed, negotiated with the ancestral beasts, and reached mutual agreements to reduce the danger level below the red line. Lan Xinling couldn't imagine how thrilling it must be for a group of new students who had just awakened less than half a year ago in an undeveloped secret realm. Lan Xinling looked at Su Chen and others with pity. She saw several people collecting cards in response. Plop, plop. The cold ice fish slapped randomly on their faces. With a twitch at the corner of her mouth, Lan Xinling disdainfully threw away the fish corpse hanging on her pink long hair and looked expressionlessly at Su Chen, who was holding a small fish innocently. "I'm sorry, I forgot." Su Chen apologized in a humble tone. He really forgot. Fleeing for his life under the grand pursuit of the ancestral fish, he didn't even have time to remember the incident of the Kuanping swallowing the scheming fish. He doubted even the Kuanping remembered. Ugh! Tang Wei covered his mouth and nose in disgust, even though these fish didn't have a strong fishy smell. "I really can't eat anymore. I declare that fish will be removed from the menu in the near future." "Eat? Eat what?" Lan Xinling had an expression as if they were wasting precious resources. "With so many materials, isn't it delightful to make cards? These?" Wang Wei had already stepped back several meters, tidying up his messy golden hair. "Except for that small fish, the quality of the others is too low, right? Just now, the large school of fish was killed and sinking deeper. None of them had the leisure to store them in storage cards. Even these fish were accidentally brought out from the captain's card pouch. After 2 wild meals and a terrifying fish attack, their basic attitude was the same as Tang Wei's. For at least a week. No, at least a month, he wouldn't let fish appear on his plate." The rest of the group nodded in agreement. These large schools of fish appeared, relying on sheer numbers for their attacking power, not suitable for high-quality material cards. Hearing this, Lan Xinling was momentarily speechless. Thinking of their recent escape from danger, she controlled her tone, gently saying, "I mentioned in class before that materials can be dissected, purified, refined, and processed to improve quality." The 8 of them looked at each other. Okay, none of them remembered. My bad. Tang Wei couldn't help but feel heartache. Were these materials? This was money. How expensive was a material card? Even if he didn't need it, he could make a profit by selling it. Lan Xinling thought for a moment and comforted them. It's normal not to be clear on your first entry into a secret realm. Almost all physical objects in the secret realm can be made into material cards. Even common ones like these are low-rarity material cards that flow steadily into the market. Seeing Su Chen collecting all the fish corpses, Lan Xinling didn't say more and glanced at the healing card that was no longer working, finally arranging, "You guys go back and rest first. The head coach will be busy with the secret realm matters these days, so training will be moved indoors. And your gains in the secret realm can also be made into material cards by professionals." The next day, members appeared at the training ground with tired faces. The unexpected trip to the secret realm had left them all somewhat sleepless. Every time they closed their eyes, the scenes from that time would flash before their eyes. Lan Xinling supervised their early training today. Unlike remote monitoring by Hisua Temple, she came in person. Fortunately, although Su Chen and the others were mentally exhausted, the training volume for the early session was not perfunctory at all. The textbook-level basic abilities made Lan Xinling admire them. After the end, she handed over the material cards to everyone one by one. These were the materials given to her by the members before they left yesterday, and Lan Xinling had them solidified into material cards overnight. The training camp has been going on for quite some time. I believe you have all gained something from it, and you probably have new ideas for cards. There are no other arrangements this afternoon, so you can check and improve your existing card decks. However, all the materials brought out from the secret realm yesterday are water-based. If they don't fit, you can choose from the menu distributed before the head coach. Card masters don't need to rush. The base has card makers who provide free assistance. Of course, if you want to help each other internally, that's also possible. Among the 8 members of the Qin Nan school team, only 3 were card masters. Among them, Hishawu had no backing from a master, and his cards were deeply hidden and customized within the sect, so he proposed a third possibility. Lan Xinling agreed promptly. This situation had occurred in previous years and there was already a set template process in place. As for Luoying and Luoyu, although they highly praised Su Chen's card-making abilities, after some hesitation, they still chose the card maker arranged by the base. Firstly, they didn't want to delay the team for too long. The training was intense, and they needed to refine their card decks. Secondly, they also wanted to try the coaching team, who knew their data inside out, to see what suggestions they had for their core card decks. It was said that compared to the imaginative young card makers, experienced card makers tended to focus more on practicality when customizing for others, starting with determining the skills and then designing the card face. This process was the opposite of Su Chen's approach, but it was not a matter of superiority or inferiority. Alright, I'll call someone over in the work group. Taking out her phone, Lan Xinling suddenly turned to Ishawu and reminded him, "Oh, your situation is special. You need to apply for real-world transfer qualifications. There are 2 different standards, whether you go there or the card maker comes here." After a detailed explanation by Lan Xinling, Hishawu couldn't help but hesitate. Is it really this complicated? After a moment of contemplation, he finally changed his decision. It's too troublesome. I'll also apply for the base's card maker to make cards for me. Sure, rest assured. The card makers arranged for you all have been coaches with the team for many years, with sufficient experience in guiding national competitions. Of course, if you have your own ideas, you can definitely put them forward. After all, only the card maker knows best what kind of cards suit you. Lan Xinling patiently explained, afraid that she might have missed any details. As the first student in charge of Hisua Temple, she joined the coaching team and could be considered the head coach's trusted disciple. In terms of relationship and ability, she was at an upper level, but her experience was still shallow. At the moment, Hisua Temple was burning the midnight oil, working tirelessly with the officially appointed personnel to handle the secret realm matters together. Lan Xinling only hoped to work diligently and not disappoint the mentorship. Soon, everyone left the training ground and headed towards a building in the back row, a building specifically designated for card customization. As Lan Xinling took 3 people to customize their cards, Su Chen and the others each entered separate card-making rooms. Compared to the dorm room at the university, the base's card-making room was more professional and better equipped. Upon entering, there was a fresh scent in the air, and Su Chen felt energized. Standing at the table, he arranged the material cards distributed by Lan Xinling one by one on the table. There were only 4 in total, specially fused by the master who made the material cards. Since they were all water-based, refining the proportions was a standard operation that helped improve the quality. However, even so, the material card made from the scheming fish was still of the highest quality, seemingly closely related to the ancestral beast. Setting aside this precious material card and another one, Su Chen planned to start with the River Lord card. The River Lord was the water god of the Yellow River in the Dragon Kingdom. It is rumored that He-Bo once presented the river map to Great Yu to assist him in water management. However, he was misunderstood and shot in the eye by Hou-Yi, who accused him of neglecting his duties. Despite some setbacks, Great Yu eventually succeeded in water control. After the reign of Cheng Emperor, He-Bo was worshipped annually, appointed as the river god responsible for managing rivers worldwide. Unfortunately, throughout history, river gods often appeared in cruel feudal superstitions, where countless young maidens in bridal attire were sacrificed and drowned in rivers, their souls departing prematurely. This reflects humanity's blind worship of deities and the influence of selfish desires. However, the choice to worship He-Bo, besides the frequent ancient floods he managed and the traditional rituals performed by his predecessors, likely also stems from his image. Originally named Feng-Yi, He-Bo was appointed by the Heavenly Emperor after drowning in a river. Legend has it that he was a handsome and charming playboy, as described in the 9 songs: Fish Scales House, Dragon Hall, Purple Shell Palace, Red Palace. What is the spirit doing in the water? One can imagine his stunning appearance. However, his romantic escapades were equally renowned. Su Chen skillfully depicted a dashing man with peach blossom eyes on a blank card using divine craftsmanship. Character: He-Bo Feng-Yi. Rank: Silver. Quality: 5 stars. Skills: He-Bo's marriage, active, Shimen Bao. Don't forget to invite others. After all, a river god's wedding should not lack guests. If we're going to do it, let's make it lively. Golden and silver axes, active, young woodcutter. Which one did you drop? the golden axe or the silver axe. River map, active, Hibo presents the map, Great Yu manages the water. The barbaric custom of Hibo's marriage disgusted people, and Shiman Bao's actions in Yoli, throwing 3 witches, were applauded. Su Chen incorporated this into Hibo's skills. Now, the skills are not limited to specific gender cards, as weddings are not attended by just the bride but also by neighbors and friends, making the celebration more lively and realistic. As for the source of the second skill, it is not strictly part of Dragon Kingdom legends but a Han-ized fable. Su Chen was inspired by an anime river god from a past life, transforming from a regional deity to a conceptual one. The phrase "the Milky Way is also a river" was astounding and enlightening. Unfortunately, the silver-level material cards currently cannot support such a skill. It will require upgrades to see if the concept skill is feasible. As for the final skill, Su Chen struggled with it while designing the world-building cards. There are at least 3 versions of the river map in Luo book. 1. Hibo presents the river map. Mi Fei presents the Luo book, where Mi Fei is the daughter of Fu Shi and later married Hibo. 2. The dragon horse carries the river map to Fu Shi, and the divine tortoise carries the Luo book to Great Yu. 3. The dragon has the river map, the tortoise has the Luo book, both are treasures of Fu Shi. The river map and Luo book, as the source of Dragon Kingdom culture, yin and yang, and numerology, contain profound cosmic secrets, known as the cosmic Rubik's Cube, considered the origin of Dragon Kingdom civilization. It involves complex astronomy and geography, seemingly different from what Hibo and Mi Fei presented, which should be a water system map. Therefore, Su Chen retained Fu Shi's river map and Luo book in the world-building setting, while Hibo's river map was simply a map of the Yellow River system. He also omitted the role of Hibo's wife, the goddess Luo, Mi Fei, as her marriage to Hibo and subsequent marriage to Houyi's love triangle left Su Chen perplexed. From childhood to adulthood, Houyi and Chang'e seemed like the official couple, and Mi Fei's sudden inclusion felt odd. Since De and Houyi have merged, this minor adjustment won't make a difference. Su Chen retrieved the Hibo card from the divine space and skillfully crafted the next card, Yu Chang. The name might be unfamiliar, but when it comes to Xianming, it is widely known. Among the water gods of the 5 elements, there is a version of Xianming. However, Xu Chen chose Gonggang. In the mythology of the Dragon Kingdom, the responsibilities of each deity are clearly defined. For example, in the water system, the one in charge of rivers will not oversee the seas, and Yu Chang is the sea god of the North Sea. But at the same time, he is also the wind god and the plague god, rumored to specialize in the northwest wind. It turns out that the saying "so poor as to drink the northwest wind" is the work of Yu Chang. No wonder he is the plague god. Xu Chen suddenly felt that he was probably blown by Yu Chang's wind, hence his current predicament. If not for the benefits of choosing a school and being on the school team, his card deck would probably have shrunk by half. Thanks to the school, thanks to Huagua. Xu Chen silently recited in his heart, then refocused his attention, with the performances of the 2 fish and the secret realm constantly emerging in his mind. Looking at the energy distribution provided by the material card master, he pondered for a moment and ultimately changed the wind of Yu Chang to thunder. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that when designing the Worldview cards, he left room for adjustment. When writing about Yu Chang, he only emphasized his identity as the North Sea god, leaving room for flexible adjustments in the details, otherwise, it would have truly wasted the energy of the thunder attribute in the material card. It should be noted that the utilization rate of energy directly determines the strength of the card skills. It is Xu Chen's high score and positive utilization rate that have made all his cards 5-star and quite powerful. Making up his mind, he began to draw as if guided by a divine hand. Soon, Yu Chang with a human face and bird body, adorned with 2 green snakes and trampling on 2 red snakes, appeared vividly on the card. Character, North Sea Yu Chang, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, skills, see shocking waves, active, doubts turn the vast sea into emptiness, amidst the sound of drums. Thunder unbounded thunder pool, active, thunder and waves surge, wild electricity turns the day red. Plague soul of pestilence, active, mark the target, release the soul of pestilence, causing dizziness, weakness, and other negative effects during its existence, while absorbing the enemy's vitality to enhance the endurance of the soul of pestilence. Xu Chen almost replicated the skills of the ancestral fish, with the first 2 skills being area of effect skills. Compared to Gonggang's floods and hidden currents, Yu Chang's water skills have a more pronounced rotating effect, accompanied by the negative effect of drowning. Even good swimmers, let alone fish, would find it hard to breathe here. Gratitude should be given to Shi Xiaoxiao for her heartfelt performance reminder. As for the unbounded thunder pool, it is an area of continuous thunder attacks, belonging to pure attack type damage, with better effects in water areas. The final soul of pestilence is a locking skill, a semi-spiritual attribute. Unless this type is countered, attacks from other types will invisibly weaken the damage to the ghost. If the enemy fails to realize this in time, giving the Soul of Pestilence more time, its strength may even surpass its initial state. Once it drags on to the later stages, not only will the damage of the Soul of Pestilence be off the charts, but its resilience will also be extraordinary. After using up the materials cards in hand, Shuchen left the card-making room and found it empty outside, with only a few scattered staff members moving around, while the rest of his teammates had not yet come out. So, he sat on the sofa in the lobby, waiting, and took out the menu to browse through. He began selecting what cards to add to his deck next. In no time, a cup of tea was placed on the table. Shuchen looked up and found that the receptionist had kindly brought him the tea, so he smiled gently at her and thanked her. The receptionist smiled back and pointed to a button on the wall behind the sofa, reminding him, "This is the service bell, you can just press it if you need anything." "Thank you," Shuchen replied, then asked, "Are all the material cards listed on the menu available here?" "Not all of them," the receptionist patiently replied, "only the cards circulating in the market are available here. We have to apply to the Cardmaker Association for special rare cards. Rest assured, this batch of material cards is specially reserved for the national school team and will not be purchased by others in advance. The quantity is guaranteed not to be affected by applications from other school teams, ensuring there will be no shortage. And as long as you make a selection, the material cards will be delivered within 2 hours. The organizer of the national competition is the Cardmaster Association, which, under official guidance, cooperates fully, ensuring that rare material cards for all school teams are allocated by the association. Of course, this is not a loss-making business. In addition to the compensation policy provided by the authorities, a reduction in tax rates, the national competition, with a massive audience, allows the Cardmaster Association to make a fortune just by selling tickets. After all, the competition is held in the Star Network, and with the proper use of spatial stacking technology, no matter how many spectators there are, everyone can be accommodated. "I see, alright then. If there's nothing else, I won't disturb you any longer." Shortly after the receptionist left, Gao Yakiyu walked out and spotted Su-chen sitting on the sofa. "Captain, you're already out," she said as she sat on a nearby sofa. Su-chen didn't expect Gao Yakiyu to be the second one to come out, but upon seeing her joyful expression, he immediately remembered her aquatic world and said, "It seems like your card-making today went smoothly." "Yes," Gao Yakiyu beamed, "the expedition made me realize that even in the underwater environment, my original card deck still had many flaws. So, this time, I made quite a breakthrough. I can't say more, or the novelty will be lost in the first show." "Then I'll look forward to it," Su-chen said eagerly. Unlike the professional cardmaster competition, the national competition is a team-based event that not only tests individual abilities but also emphasizes teamwork. As the strength of his teammates improved, Su-chen, as the captain, naturally felt elated. Moreover, even if they weren't teammates, after spending so much time together, they had all built friendships, so being happy for a friend's success was only natural. After a while, Wang Wei and the others also came out one after another, followed by He Xiaowu, Luo Ying, and Luo Yu. Judging by everyone's expressions, things seemed to have gone smoothly. Lan Xinling glanced at the time and exclaimed, "I didn't expect everyone to finish so quickly. Because I only added 2 cards, I plan to take my time with the rest," Su-chen said. Wang Wei added, "I added 3, 4, 2. The others also mentioned the number of cards they had added, showing no rush to use up their application quotas. Lan Xinling agreed, "That's good. Adding cards while getting familiar with them allows for continuous adjustments. I just didn't expect everyone to finish so early. We certainly can't waste the remaining time." Tang Wei couldn't help but sigh, "It's almost time." "No way," Lan Xinling shook her finger, rejecting firmly, "If the head coach finds out I gave you time off, I'll be the one in trouble." "Shall we go back to the training ground then?" Su-chen asked. The expedition area was their usual training ground, but it was currently off limits. There are official delegates outside, so it's not suitable to move around. "How about going to the Star Network Cafe?" After a moment of thought, Lan Xinling clapped her hands, "But your accounts haven't been transferred yet. Remember not to disclose any information about the base or training. Everyone signed a confidentiality agreement." Returning to the Star Network, Su-chen felt a sense of being in a different world. It had only been a little over 20 days since he last visited, but he had completely immersed himself in the training atmosphere. The rule of 21 days to form a habit was indeed true. Su-chen appeared in the same spot where he had logged off initially, at the school's training ground. On that day, after receiving an early notification during the evening training, he immediately got busy with exams and hadn't logged in since. The same was true for his other teammates, who soon appeared one after another around him. Stepping away from the scorching heat of summer, Tang Wei stretched his arms and sighed, "Long time no see, this gentle spring breeze, no need to worry about our lives." "Hey, why are you pushing me?" Su Chen gestured silently with his eyes. Tang Wei quickly looked around upon seeing this, only to find that the entrance to the training ground was already surrounded by layers of people. How did they manage to spot them so quickly and gather here? The members had staggered online times, with the longest gap being only 1 or 2 minutes. These people were supporters attracted after the official announcement of the school team, as well as other students who came to watch the excitement. Seeing the sudden appearance of the school team, they were all excited. "Wow, I didn't expect to see the whole team, I thought there were only a few people." "Exactly, how come you only told me you saw the captain? Who knew there were others behind him? Didn't they go for training? How come they suddenly appeared at school? Maybe they were teleported back." In the public's mind, training was done in the Star Network, just in a more secure closed environment. Soon, some began to worry, are we blocking them from doing their work here? Let's move, let's move. The halo of the school team certainly made the students of Qingnan University have a basic fondness for Su Chen and the others, but since the national competition had not started yet, most of the onlookers were just there for the fun. They sensibly cheered for the few and then turned to leave, leaving only a few scattered individuals behind. The members thanked for the support and then summoned their panels to use the encrypted transfer tickets sent by Lan Xinling. As they moved away, Su Chen vaguely thought he saw a familiar figure among the dispersing crowd, but before he could see clearly, he found himself on a sandy beach. "Our class should have just finished at this time," Su Chen suddenly remarked. Wang Wei slapped his forehead. Mistake, it's rare to be online, we should have said hello to our friends, the special class training ground is right next door." "They're not there," Shi Xiaoxiao kept tapping on the panel, seemingly chatting with someone. Wan Yun said their class was changed to a theoretical class in the classroom. "I see," Su Chen pondered, realizing he must have been mistaken earlier. It made sense, if Wan Yun had come over, why wouldn't he greet Shi Xiaoxiao? They were so close and always hung out before training. Lan Xinling had been waiting at the seaside, and as everyone gathered, she walked over. Originally, there was supposed to be a sea hunting battle after the training, but since you just experienced the sea realm, the original plan had to be changed to just floating on the water. Implicitly, Lan Xinling seemed regretful. Luo Yu, who was close to her, paled and said, "Teacher Lan, you've changed. Have you been with old he for too long and caught the demon attribute?" Tang Wei immediately made hand seals, evil spirits, retreat at once. "Haha," Lan Xinling couldn't help but laugh, unabashedly saying, "Maybe when work pressure is high, one can't help but want to shift emotions. Seeing others in misfortune makes me happy." Members. I'm crying. Su Chen suddenly had a whimsical thought, wondering if the former Hesua temple had also undergone such a change in mindset and transformed into a big demon, putting himself in their shoes, if he became a coach. Well, suddenly it wasn't hard to understand. Why was there a hint of restlessness? He quickly hit the brakes, listening to Lan Xinling continue. "In fact, the coaching team constantly trains you in specific environments for a reason. Besides getting used to various types of card attacks, it's also to enhance your ability to deal with field cards." Everyone immediately understood, and Tang Wei also pondered. "When I watched the past national competition videos, it seems that field cards were used." Yes, in fact, field cards are quite common special cards. Seeing that they had come to this topic, Lan Xinling sat down and explained carefully to them, gesturing back and forth on the sand. "Field cards are used to make the playing area advantageous for our side while restraining the opponent's special cards. By placing a card, it significantly boosts the damage of other cards, which is a cost-effective strategy." Su Chen sat across, resting his chin on his hand, writing and drawing with his right hand. However, the disadvantages and advantages are equally obvious, as a single environment represents a single attribute of the cards, making it too easy to target. Moreover, the worldviews of card creators and the characteristics of card users vary greatly, making it difficult to perfectly coordinate all powerful cards in one field card. On the beach, the rest of the teammates sitting in a circle nodded. For example, Gao Yakia's cards would thrive in a water-based environment. Even though Luo Ying's plant cards could benefit from water sources, it would have a negative effect on Luo Yu's butterfly cards. It was difficult to satisfy the requirements of even 3 girls simultaneously, let alone more people. Yes, this is also the limitation of field cards, but using them strategically in phases and on a small scale is still a good tactic, Lan Xinling agreed. Wang Wei immediately suggested, "During the match, we can use scene cards according to the opponent's moves, allowing teammates who match well to launch the main attack. This way, even if the opponent persists and tries to counter, we have other teammates to support and play steadily." Tang Weixing exclaimed, "Perhaps we can get a few more cards, switch them out after a wave, making it difficult for the opponent to predict, wearing them out in battle." Surprising them can work, but it becomes harder as the game progresses, Lan Xinling said. Because behind every school team, the coaching staff continuously gathers information and tries to analyze countermeasures as much as possible. That must be a lot of information. Luo Yu's remark hit Lan Xinling's sore spot, and she immediately complained, more than you can imagine. Every time during the national competition, we all work overtime to the point of exhaustion, seeing countless data flashing before our eyes even when we close them. On the beach, as the group became more engrossed in their conversation, when they came back to reality, the sky in the virtual network had already darkened, simulating dusk automatically. Seeing this, Lan Xinling's face changed drastically. Alright, are you guys trying to skip training by deliberately delaying time? Su Chen looked innocent. The latter part is teacher Lan's lengthy discourse, let her talk. Tang Weiqing and the others quickly agreed. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Lan Xinling hurriedly made a stop gesture. Alright, enough. The heavens know, the earth knows, I know you know, no one is allowed to mention today's events again, or else if I get reprimanded, you all will have to train more, and no one will have a good time. Everyone immediately fell silent, their index fingers raised straight in front of their mouths, a sign of their firm belief. Heads may roll, blood may flow, but who dares to betray as a dog? After Lan Xinling left, the members did not rush to leave. Except for Wang Wei and He Xiaowu, the rest had long lived inland and had never been in such close contact with the ocean before. Otherwise, they wouldn't have exclaimed at the sea outside the car on the way here. Now, they all sat comfortably in a row, watching the sea from the shore. As dusk approached, the sea and sky shimmered together, with the sun and moon swimming like fish. Layers of waves approached from afar, crashing against the sand. Between the ebb and flow of the tide, it felt like an echo between heaven and earth. The vast and magnificent scene opened up everyone's hearts. It's always a pity when you realize the value of something only when you need it. Facing this scene and feeling, I can only say one thing: wow, it's so beautiful. Luo Yu leaned back with his arms behind him, admiring. The seaside has always been a popular tourist area. I heard that Western Hunan is also very beautiful, Su Chen multitasked, continuing the conversation while digging out seashells buried under the sand. Looking at the exposed shells, he suddenly thought of the sea clans in the secret realm and wondered why they sought human help. Unfortunately, shortly after they left yesterday, the secret realm was heavily guarded, making it impossible to approach casually. The sea conch dugout was sticky with wet sand, so Su Chen leaned forward, cleaning it with the waves before bringing it close to his ear. With a casual move, unexpectedly, he really heard it. The faint sound seemed to resonate with the external waves. Even though Su Chen knew it wasn't the conch itself making the sound, he couldn't help but marvel at the creator's wonder. Beside him, Luo Yu replied, "Different beauty, where we live is full of mountains and woods, but it's quite fun too. You should come visit my home sometime. Looking forward to it." Tang Wei said, "It's a pity that my and Shiwen's hometown doesn't have many tourist attractions, otherwise, we could take turns hosting. Exploring around and tasting local cuisine is also a good idea." Wang Wei thought Tang Wei's idea was great and immediately suggested, "After the competition ends, let's go on a spontaneous trip. But my home is in Qinnan, too close. How about I invite you all to my grandfather's house, the romantic country?" Going abroad directly? Zhao Yaqiu was somewhat shocked. Don't we need to prepare visas for that? Wang Wei nodded. Don't worry, tourist visas are easy to get. That's perfect. Experiencing various cuisines is like a culinary journey for me too, Shi Xiaoxiao suddenly said. These days, he had been learning a lot from Lu Shi and was benefiting greatly. It was the right time. Killing two birds with one stone. Su Chen chuckled. He Xiao's lips moved silently in a place where others couldn't see, but in the end, he didn't choose to dampen the mood at this moment, just thinking it was terrible. The dark history he had been trying to avoid, wouldn't it be known by his teammates now? Lost in his thoughts, even though he was usually quiet, Su Chen quickly noticed and leaned back to look at He Xiaowu, asking softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." He Xiaowu made an excuse. "I was just thinking about fun places in Beiyuan. There are many historical sites in Beiyuan." Wang Wei explained, "Various ancient buildings are well preserved. If we really start exploring, we probably won't finish even after a month." The group enthusiastically discussed their travel plans, completely unprepared. A big wave swept in, soaking everyone's clothes with seawater. The tide was rising. Luo Ying quickly pulled up Luo Yu and Gao Yaqiu with one hand. Only then did she remember this was Star Network, no need to worry about their bodies. The rest of the group also stood up, their clothes mostly soaked. Star Network's environmental simulation is too realistic, even simulating the rising tide. Tang Wei twisted his clothes, letting the seawater drip back into the sea. Su Chen didn't bother with the clothes sticking to his skin. Instead, he gazed out at the sea, pondering, If the star network simulates so comprehensively, would there be other creatures in the sea? As he spoke, he raised his hand, palm holding the sea conch he had just picked up. There should be? Tang Wei thought for a moment. Since there are sea conches, it's not hard to imagine other creatures existing. I'll go check it out. Gao Yakyu summoned her card. In an instant, her ears transformed into fish fins, then she walked forward until the water reached her waist, plunging into the water. The card skill not only allowed her to breathe underwater but also kept her vision undisturbed. She didn't need to wear waterproof goggles, she could see the surroundings clearly. Soon, Gao Yakyu swam to the shallow seabed. Among the colorful corals and swaying seaweed, she saw various fish swimming around. They seemed rarely encountering humans, and upon seeing Gao Yakyu, they didn't panic but swam around her, as if trying to figure out what kind of fish she was. Yao Yakyu couldn't help but touch the nearby small fish with her fingers. Perhaps the water card's blessing made her emit a similar scent. The small fish happily touched her palm. A slight itch made Gao Yakyu chuckle, then a string of bubbles appeared. She quickly added a water bubble protection for herself before surfacing upstream. Yes, they don't seem as aggressive as the fish in the secret realm, quite friendly, she said. It's really amazing that it's all simulated. Should we go take a look? Su Chen asked. Forget it, I don't want to see any fish for a while, even if it's safe. It's only been a little over a day since we left the secret realm, and the fish debuff is still active, Tang Wei said, shaking her head directly. Sure, Xiao Xiao added, it will be completely dark soon, and we probably won't be able to see anything underwater. After thinking it over, they stayed a while longer before logging off to rest. The next day, after morning training, Hisua Temple suddenly appeared at the training ground. The members, including the supervising Lan Xinling, were startled, thinking he knew about yesterday's incident and had come to question them. Fortunately, Hisua Temple explained promptly, the secret realm has disappeared, and I'm here to lead the training again. He looked around suspiciously and asked, what did you think was happening? Hisua Temple's demeanor was casual, but his gaze was sharp. Lan Xinling's heart raced, trying hard to remain calm as she said, it's nothing, just surprised at how quickly the secret realm vanished. The mini-secret realm only lasts 1 to 5 days, Hisua Temple said calmly. Although his tone was even, he became more convinced that they were trying to deceive him. Otherwise, with Lan Xinling's personality, she should be seeking credit and praising their hard work. However, Hisua Temple did not press the issue further at that moment. He walked up to Su Chen and handed him a pearl, similar to the one the sea clam had given him that day. Su Chen couldn't help but ask, is this from the sea clam? Don't call it a sea clam, it's called a mirage, Hisua Temple said. It asked me to pass this on before it left, saying it was payment for the meal that day. The mirage pearl was round and smooth, slightly warm to the touch. As Su Chen brought it closer, a faint fragrance lingered around his nose, like a hint of spring in the snow. Before Su Chen could ponder its purpose, the pearl in his palm melted into a milky substance and disappeared without a trace. Having witnessed Hisua Temple's contract with the mirage that day, Su Chen was not surprised but failed to notice any changes in his body, as if it had all been a dream. Tang Wei nudged his arm excitedly and asked, how was it? Did you absorb 100 years of power in an instant? Su Chen almost rolled his eyes but chuckled, I was almost possessed. It was obviously a joke. He didn't believe that items from the secret realm could be circulated without inspection. If there were any issues, the Mirage Pearl would not have passed official testing by the appointed officials and coaching staff to end up in his hands. Unless Hisua Temple smuggled it out. However, such irresponsible behavior was not something the head coach would do. After examining it repeatedly and trying various methods, Su Chen concluded, I don't feel anything. He then looked at Hisua Temple and asked, Coach, does the Mirage have any instructions for the use of the pearl? To dispel illusions, Hisua Temple replied seriously. Breaking through illusions to reveal the truth, guiding the lost without falsehood. The Mirage's core ability is to create misty realms, so the treasure it gives naturally relates to that. You're quite lucky, being involved in the secret realm not only turns bad luck into good, but also brings blessings from misfortune. Hisua Temple scrutinized Su Chen from top to bottom, trying to figure out why the Mirage held him in high regard, but even after hearing the accounts from the others, he couldn't find anything special. Was it because of his appearance? Hisua Temple then regretfully thought to himself that he was quite handsome too, but the Mirage didn't give him a pearl. It seemed to prefer young men like Su Chen. It was understood that the Mirage was a primordial beast whose powers had degraded for unknown reasons, and such unique treasures could only be provided by primordial beasts. Unfortunately, almost all primordial beasts were proud and exclusive, banding together at the slightest provocation to force the secret realm to close prematurely. Humans had to rack their brains to cooperate with them, let alone be looked upon favorably. Therefore, from ancient times to the present, the treasures successfully obtained by humans are few and far between, always priceless. Even after seeing the Mirage Pearl, one person shamelessly proposed to take it back for further inspection. Fortunately, Hisua Temple had the foresight to impose a ban that only specific individuals could use the Mirage, skillfully dispelling the person's greedy intentions without leaving a trace. Undoubtedly, wealth stirs the heart. Thankfully, apart from that person, the rest restrained themselves, not daring to covet a student's possession. Moreover, the other party was a genius of this special class, with limitless potential in the future. Under these circumstances, it was truly remarkable for a Zusho to voluntarily pay for a meal fee, as it was unheard of to encounter someone so friendly, kind, and generous, resembling a naive person. Through Hisua Temple's brief introduction, the members finally understood the preciousness of the Mirage Pearl. They gathered around, discussing excitedly, "Isn't this equivalent to the captain having a permanent skill like a card? How cool is that? If we stack a few more, wouldn't we be invincible? Wow, is it really that awesome? Don't be foolish, didn't Oldie say that this is a treasure only a Zusho can provide? Think about that big fish, it's already good that it didn't eat us, let alone give us something? It's simply wishful thinking. Encountering a mirage like this is truly a once-in-a-century opportunity. If only I had stuffed it with grilled fish back then. Envy, jealousy, hatred. I can't believe I missed out on such a good thing. It hurts too much. Clearly involved throughout, yet I feel like I just passed by the whole world." On the other hand, Wang Wei was thinking more deeply, perhaps the meal fee was just an excuse. Maybe there's another reason? I don't know, Su Chen was equally puzzled. Upon careful recollection, it seemed like he had resorted to threats and intimidation. It couldn't be that the Mirage was a masochist, right? It would be great if we could thank it in person. Stop thinking about it, Hisho interrupted. You being involved in the secret realm is already a special case. Whether considering safety or regulations, silver-ranked individuals like you won't be allowed to re-enter. And living creatures in the secret realm, no matter what means are used, cannot leave the realm. If you want to thank it in person, you'll have to encounter the secret realm again after gaining qualifications in the future, but the probability is so slim it's pitiful. Seeing Hisua Temple's straightforward response, Lan Xinling comforted from the side, maybe you'll have the chance to meet again? There's still hope after all. Su Chen nodded gently. The group continued to discuss for a while. Hisua Temple then conversed with Lan Xinling on the side. After finishing, he clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, announcing, "Alright, you've discussed enough, let's continue training now. I heard from Teacher Lan that you're interested in scene cards, so today we'll try something different." As a highly respected head coach, Hisua Temple had the ultimate authority to arrange training programs, so adjusting plans was no big deal. With a casual notification in the group, the coaching staff on the other end promptly left without questioning. Soon, the members finally realized what was different. Hisua Temple had once again enveloped the entire training ground with his illusion card, randomly changing the internal scenes. Perhaps one moment it was snowing heavily, and the next it was a rolling sandstorm. The training ground that could be seen at a glance suddenly became vast and disorienting. Fortunately, they had fully adapted to the high-intensity training, and instead, they were eager to experiment with their new cards. Outside, watching the monitors as the 8 individuals were polished from raw gems to shining gems step by step, Hisua Temple nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with pride. It seems that the journey into the secret realm has brought them significant gains. Not only were their actions more skilled, but meaningless movements had disappeared, and the new cards they displayed were truly impressive. Wang Wei's edition of the Water Army card focused on stealthy attacks, not limited to aquatic scenes, able to be flexibly utilized in solid earth, sandy deserts, or marshy stone forests, filling tactical gaps. Under the guidance of the veteran cardmaker, the trios hit rate soared, learning how to mislead enemies with feints and successfully unleash their skills. Tang Wei and Xiao Xiao also made progress, but what caught the attention of Hisuosi and Lan Xinling was Gao Yakyu, who secured a spot on the school team as a college entrance exam student. Her new card image was no longer a marine creature but a shimmering water mirror. Whenever she used her skill, the water mirror would briefly turn invisible, reflecting Hisuosi's card attacks like a mirror, bouncing off all damage. The Worldview card is the strongest support and the biggest limitation. Gao Yakio has finally broken free from conventional thinking, Lan Xinling exclaimed excitedly. Hisuosi also praised, her strong mentality is her greatest advantage in standing out from the college entrance exam students. Clearly, even after joining the school team, she has not slackened, constantly exploring other possibilities for her cards. Worldview cards should not be a prison for cards. In their conversation, Hisuosi's gaze shifted to Su Chen, the only one who had not used a new card. He cursed inwardly, thinking, good lad, no wonder he managed to hide the bond skill last month. Truly patient. Little did he know, With the Mirage Pearl illusion enhancement, the illusion before Su Chen's eyes took on a completely different appearance. Hiswosi made a temporary adjustment to the project, curious to test the Mirage Pearl's effect. Unexpectedly, the astonishing aspect of the illusion breaker not only included breaking illusions but also had a simple activation condition. As the illusion unfolded on the training ground, Su Chen suddenly saw overlapping images, as if two worlds were intertwining. Besides Hiswosi's controlled illusions, the actual training ground was also exposed in his field of vision. The illusion breaker seemed to function as a passive skill, merely requiring a continuous absorption of Su Chen's mental energy to reveal the true side. Even though Hiswosi's illusion card level was overwhelming for the school team members, Su Chen decided to actively endure an illusion attack to understand the effect. Watching the willow fluff of Luoying flutter down and gradually heal the wound, Su Chen realized that while the illusion breaker made it easier to distinguish reality from illusion, it did not truly free him from the illusion. In an instant, he increased the intensity of mental transmission, making the real scene clearer. As the illusion faded, the teammates' fleeing counterattacks seemed like a chaotic dance of demons, but ironically, even though he saw clearly, he had to face them just like the others. Fortunately, Su Chen quickly identified the real target. Having dealt with Hiswosi's illusion card many times, this was the first time Su Chen saw the true face of his opponent. Not far away in midair floated a luminous blue brain, semi-transparent, devoid of organ texture, resembling cold inorganic conduits transmitting data according to a set program. Rows of 0 and 1 wove together to create various scenes in the illusion. It wandered between the virtual and the real. Outside the brain were lighter cubic blocks, resembling a Rubik's Cube of 3 layers. Each rotation altered the illusion, with minor changes and major shifts in scenes. Su Chen observed quietly and soon realized that the illusion card always stayed outside the member's attack range, in the most difficult-to-reach positions. For instance, within a mountain in the forest or high in the sky on the plains. The sensory deception of the illusion card made its inner space seem like a separate world. He attempted to discern the pattern. Not only Hiswosi recognized the utility of the Mirage Pearl, the well-coordinated teammates noticed the captain's unconsciously slowed pace of action and instinctively provided cover, like peacocks displaying their feathers, using their dazzling card skills to attract the attention of the two spectators, creating opportunities for him. With this cooperation, Su Chen finally seized the moment and gave the signal. Next second, he used the synergy card to transfer all attack cards that were withdrawing resistance, surrounding the newly transformed area's fluorescent blue brain. With a command of full attack intersection, everyone simultaneously controlled the cards, dazzling skills aimed at empty space, beginning an intense bombardment. Meanwhile, the units chasing them not far away experienced obvious lag, as if receiving a bad signal. Even without seeing the cards Su Chen instructed them to attack with, the members knew they hadn't made a mistake. The two coaches on the sidelines were shocked, and Lan Xinling's brain seemed to be in sync with the fluorescent blue brain, experiencing a brief blank moment. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that Mirage Pearl so powerful? It can make Su Chen ignore so many levels. It seems to be effective against your cards, head coach." Hiswosi remained silent, the data on the screen continuously changing from the teaching robot by his side. After observing for a while, he finally confirmed that there was indeed an energy fluctuation on Su Chen's body, rather than the speculated outcome. It seems that the energy contained in this Mirage Pearl exceeds our previous estimates. But doesn't the condensation of such treasures require a considerable amount of energy from the ancestral beast? How can Mirage be so willing to give it to someone with just a passing connection? Lan Xinling asked in confusion. Just a passing connection? Not necessarily, Hiswosi paused, knowing that there were some things Lan Xinling wasn't ready to know at this stage. He changed the subject, saying, "Regardless, this will certainly increase the winning rate of this year's Qin Nan school team, won't it?" Hearing this, Lan Xinling set aside her questions and exclaimed excitedly, "Ha, it looks like this year's prize money will double." Naturally, what workers love to hear most is a raise. They couldn't help but start planning how to reward themselves once they received the bonus. In the illusion, the silver level members were naturally unable to inflict fatal wounds on the platinum level and above fluorescent blue brain. On the contrary, the fierce counterattacks left them in distress. "Help, Lao, he really overestimates us. How can we handle such a tough situation?" Tang Wei collapsed, blood dripping once again. Su Chen quickly had Sin Mang treat the injured, apologizing, "It was my decision-making error, underestimating Lao He's illusion card's defensive attributes. How can we blame you?" Wang Wei, a base card master, was chased around the field but still said, "Lao He doesn't hold back at all. How can we possibly defeat cards of this level?" Others were at a loss. Fortunately, Hiswosi didn't require them to defeat his cards. Seeing the members reaching their limits, he timely retrieved the cards, calmly saying, "I believe you now have a deep understanding of various scenarios, allowing you to design the scene cards you want better. No need to thank me. As the head coach, it's what I should do." The exhausted members. "Thank you, sir." The training days continued in an orderly manner. Although the coaching staff occasionally challenged the 8 individuals' physical and mental limits, their progress was increasing day by day, and they obediently followed the training orders. On this day, during break time, Tang Wei was chatting in the special class group chat, when suddenly his phone received a push notification. With a quick glance, he immediately shouted to the others in shock, "Something's wrong, something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Su Chen's heart skipped a beat from the shout, and he, along with a few others, gathered around Tang Wei to see the information he had opened on his phone. The headline read "National Competition Preliminaries Begin," followed by related information and various introductions. Luo Yu also pointed at the screen in a panic. "No way, has the national competition already started? Is it early? Why didn't the coaching staff inform us? Are we being forced to withdraw?" Questions fired off in rapid succession. As a person from Shangxi, Luo Ying and Luo Yu had very little understanding of the national competition. Fortunately, there was Wang Wei, a veritable know-it-all in the team, who calmly smiled and said, "It's okay, it's not a big deal, right? It's the national competition, it has clearly started, and here we are, as the school team, still stuck in the deep mountains and old forests." Tang Wei exclaimed in disbelief. Su Chen stared at Wang Wei without blinking. He had never come across such information before. The gaze was somewhat unsettling, prompting Wang Wei to stop beating around the bush and explain, "After all, Qingnan University has always been a seeded team in the national finals of the national competition. How could they not receive any special treatment?" The national competition is divided into 4 stages: the preliminary rounds, the qualifying rounds, the regional rounds, and the national rounds. Seeded teams automatically skip the preliminary rounds and only need to participate in the following 3 stages. At the same time, seeded teams usually do not encounter each other before the national rounds. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. Shi Xiaoxiao patted his chest and said, "Scared me, I thought we were automatically eliminated." After this period of hard training, he had lost quite a bit of weight, his tightened arms even showing visible muscles. He Xiaowu added, "The same goes for Beiyuan, so the 2 schools usually only meet in the finals." Suddenly, Su Chen understood why there was so much animosity between the 2 schools. Facing such a formidable opponent at the doorstep, the final hurdle before the championship, the hatred was indeed at its peak. The difference between the champion and the runner-up may be just a step, but the honor they represent is incomparable. When they came across information about the preliminary rounds, the members naturally did not want to miss it. They gathered around, planning to find videos to watch. Unexpectedly, Su Chen searched for a long time before finally finding a video posted by a relative of a participant. Surprisingly, even the official website of the national competition did not broadcast the preliminary rounds. Wang Wei was not surprised by this. Water flows downwards, people move upwards. After hosting so many editions of the national competition, the public has basically figured out which schools have good teachers and excellent students. Even if they don't actively recruit, outstanding students will apply on their own. And the school teams from good schools have basically secured spots. Even if they didn't skip an entire stage like us, they wouldn't appear in the preliminary rounds. Although cruel, the reality is, so far, the school teams that still need to fight from the beginning are basically just following the crowd to broaden their horizons. 80% of them will be eliminated before the qualifying rounds. Therefore, even as the opening match of the national competition, the excitement is almost zero. The others listened carefully, lacking empathy as they couldn't relate. What Wang Wei didn't elaborate on was the importance of the environment for a card master's growth. Since discovering his talent at a young age, his father immediately decided to move the family near Qingnan University, hoping that he would be influenced by the surroundings. Birds of a feather flock together, people of the same kind gather. It's easy to imagine the standard of the school team he stayed in. Is it true? Tang Wei asked in surprise at the end. Then why bother holding the preliminary rounds? After all, the national competition is the most authoritative competition for university students. At the very least, it must ensure a fair and just platform for all school teams to showcase their skills, Su Chen speculated. Besides, who can guarantee that there won't be any dark horses? Have you forgotten about the one-eyed person in the duel arena? After Su Chen's reminder, Tang Wei shook his index finger, finally remembering, "Oh, you mean the person who couldn't find a suitable card group and delayed choosing a school? Indeed, he's really unlucky. Who are you talking about?" Luo Yu asked in confusion. Seeing everyone else puzzled, Tang Wei quickly described in detail the situation on the day of the awakening period. It's so unfortunate, the golden period of spiritual power enhancement was delayed for so long because of such a reason, Galyakia said with a heavy heart. Among all present, she felt the deepest empathy. Just one day after the enrollment requirements for the special class, Galyakia, after entering the Chinnan for the college entrance examination, shed countless tears and fought many late-night battles before finally catching up with them, squeezing into the school team, where the bitterness could only be known to oneself. And the one-eyed person sounded even more miserable, unable to seize even the opportunity to choose a school. He has too few contacts with card groups, Hishawu said in a deep voice. At least in Baiyuan, he had never heard of anyone being delayed for so long due to the vague characteristics. The market in Nanjing is indeed much poorer compared to big cities. Although Nanjing is the hometown of Su Chen and Tang Wei, they still find it hard to praise this aspect against their will. The market is linked to goods, and without a huge output, most businesses will choose the most popular goods. Unfortunately, the most convenient star network cannot yet conduct a comprehensive survey of characteristics. Then why not go to a big city to test the compatibility of the card group? Wang Wei asked in confusion. Big brother, not everyone is as wealthy as you, Tang Wei said with a helpless expression. Orphans without family to worry about can only rely on themselves. After spending a few months together, they had learned that their team captain was an orphan. As soon as the words fell, they immediately looked at Su Chen, with a hint of affection in their eyes, which made the latter shiver and smile. What, do you want me to show you what it means to rely on oneself? Hearing this, they all shook their heads. Who climbs, who fights? They already knew in their hearts. Amidst their conversation, the video playback finally reached the main event. After the host's witty remarks, sparse applause from the audience, and the two school teams took the stage together. After a peaceful round of trash talk, the whistle signaling the start echoed throughout the venue. The spectators were soon disappointed. The arena, wider than the dueling field, saw the two teams fight for a long time using only a small part of it, as if it were just a minor scuffle, with tactics being poorly executed. No, Tang Wei widened his eyes. How come the level here isn't higher than the seasonal competition? Perhaps? Are you watching the seasonal competition in Qinnan City? Su Chen emphasized. Yes, I remember they just reported on their school, and those two places have always been included in the Cardmaster Desert area, with terrible teacher and student resources, Wang Wei said, understanding the situation. Even though the authorities have been trying to support local education as much as possible, it's not something that can be achieved in just a few years. These few people have decent skills, Su Chen pointed at the screen, but unfortunately, in a national competition as a team event, cooperation is crucial, and it's hard to turn the tide because of individual players. They must be senior students, Wang Wei observed for a moment. They look more experienced, probably with competition experience. The participants in the national competition are not limited to freshmen. Apart from schools with special classes, most other school teams are made up of senior students. However, even so, most of the final battles in the finals are still fought by the top schools with special classes. Talent and mental potential are mountains that are hard to surpass. Fortunately, students in the special class graduate early and do not slow down their graduation pace for competition results. Otherwise, ordinary schools with average teachers could simply not participate in the national competition and just watch the geniuses compete from the audience seats. Like Qinnan University, all the students selected were from Su Chen's special class. Had the previous special class already graduated? No. It's just that the other party is busy with their graduation thesis. Since the end of the last national competition, these matters have nothing to do with them. Participating in the competition again means not just battling among university students but heading to the professional cardmaster arena, a more formal stage. With the start of the preliminary competition, Su Chen and the others' base training trip came to an end. Before leaving, they emptied their free quota, stored it in the Tiangong card space, and then handed over the previously distributed menus. On the way back to school, the school teams finally boarded the bus that they hadn't taken on the way there, which could travel on the elevated expressway. They looked out of the windows curiously. Between the green mountains and rivers, a seemingly ordinary vehicle suddenly transformed into an aircraft, roaring into the sky from the ground. After a brief sensation of acceleration, what came into view was a vast expanse of white clouds and mist, with a flash of emerald green in between. It's not that high, is it? The visibility is so low, Tang Wei muttered quietly from his seat. Beside him, Su Chen glanced thoughtfully at Isuasi, who was finally traveling with them, and immediately understood that this was a security measure to keep the specific location of the base confidential. Those who would come here next would be the next school team. After a while, the bus passed through the foggy area, and the undulating sea came into view. Su Chen couldn't help but recall their original plan, realizing that the Kunpeng's departure to the sea ultimately took place in the secret realm, a scene they had been too preoccupied with escaping the ancestral beasts to appreciate at the time. However, looking back now, that day in the secret realm was indeed a quite extraordinary experience. Few were involved in secret realms like them, undetected by the authorities. As the summer clouds dispersed and a cool breeze arose, autumn arrived silently, with the cicadas chirping fading away and the dense greenery on campus gradually thinning out. The news of the school team's return was like a bombshell, igniting an unprecedented enthusiasm among the students of Qingnan University. The street kids of Xinguang suddenly shifted their focus to reality, and for a while, the place was bustling with people, full of excitement. As Su Chen and the others made their way through the crowd to reach the dormitory building, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The campus official website and the members' accounts were rapidly updating, with messages flooding the screens. The special class students who received the news all came to the members' dormitories. On the girls' side, things were uncertain, but on the boys' side, Su Chen and Tang Wei's room once again became crowded, fortunately leaving the 2 central beds for the members by tacit agreement. "Tell us quickly, how was the training camp?" Su Min asked excitedly. Lin Yeyu, who had already participated in other competitions, showed a fleeting discomfort on his face, but quickly adjusted his mindset. No regrets, as an adult, he should calmly face the decisions he had made. Su Chen, leaning against the bedding, shook his head at the question. "There's not much to say, all I can reveal is that it was tiring, and the rest that I can't reveal. Regarding your answer, leaving aside the content, I can still understand." Su Min nodded reluctantly. Laughter erupted suddenly in the crowded dormitory. "The last time I heard such a conversation was the last time." Tang Wei laughed heartily, the bed frame creaking loudly. Wang Wei was startled, sitting up abruptly, afraid of the bed collapsing. "Hey, is your bed not very sturdy?" Tang Wei rolled his eyes. "As a single bed, it has already borne more weight than it should, and you're still complaining." On the other side, Wan Yun admired Shi Xiaoxiao's slim figure. "Impressive, why did you go for training and end up losing weight?" Hearing this, the classmates chimed in. "Exactly, it's just controlling card battles. How did the card master end up losing weight?" Someone speculated, "You must have been stimulated by the joke about the beauty ranking, planning to secretly lose weight and amaze everyone." No one expected that the Qingnan coaching staff would arrange an unrestricted area as the training base, leading to a lot of teasing at the moment. "Not really, it's also part of the training," Shi Xiaoxiao vaguely replied, "but you guys can try it. Exercising does affect the Xinguang projection." "We understand, but can't do it." Most people are aware that the reason why ancient martial card masters dominate the arena is due to their powerful physical fitness and reflexes, which are essential keys. However, few truly attribute physical training to enhancing strength training programs because this subtle change is difficult to yield quick results compared to improving card battle abilities. Sometimes, after toiling for many years, seeing others directly soar with just one card can be frustrating, leading to a sense of explosion in one's mindset. Over time, everyone becomes indifferent, as long as it does not affect their ability to manipulate card skills. But I really didn't expect the training to be so detailed, even including physical exercise. No wonder we need to leave school and find a special place. Lin Yeyu looked at the somewhat darkened members and sighed. Only the captain seemed unchanged. After chatting for a while, they left on time, heading back to their respective dormitories to log into the Star Network. Class time was approaching. Since the members had already finished their exams, they did not need to attend. Tang Wei happily stretched and sighed. "Days without classes are truly great. I have to leave now." He Xiaowu quickly stood up. "I need to contact both my family and the sect." Snap, across from them, Wang Wei suddenly slapped his forehead in regret. "Oh right, my dad said to wait for me at the school gate." Seeing that he was already late for the agreed time, he hurriedly rushed out the door and disappeared from view. After the 3 bid farewell and left, Tang Wei quickly called Lin Yi via video, shouting, "Mom, Jiwei and I are back at school. Didn't you say you were almost there in the car?" Lin Yi asked coldly from the other side. While Tang's uncle was still dismantling something, this kid definitely forgot. "No, the car suddenly got stuck in traffic," Tang Wei explained calmly without changing his expression. "Can a road with no traffic get stuck?" Lin Yi's expression softened slightly. Although she knew her son was not telling the truth, she didn't press further and looked at Tang Wei with concern. "Why do you look so dark and thin? Did the training place not keep up with the meals?" "No, we eat and live well. You can ask Ji Wei if you don't believe me," Tang Wei said as he pointed his phone at Su Chen. Watching Su Chen greet them on the screen, Lin Yi said with relief, "Indeed, Ji Wei seems to look healthier, with broader shoulders. Did he need to change his clothes size?" "Not much change. My clothes are more casual and still fit," Su Chen added to prevent Lin Yi from spending money on Tang Wei again, "and the national competition qualifiers are about to start, so we mostly wear team uniforms on a daily basis, rotating between 2 sets." Tang's uncle became interested and took the phone from Lin Yi's hand, not caring about being slapped hard, and asked, "I heard that the university team on the southern side has already started. They are said to be participating in the national competition. What's going on?" But when I went to watch a game, there weren't many people, the stands were empty, it looked like a scam. "It's not a scam," Tang Wei said proudly, "but they are participating in the preliminary rounds, while the Qin Nan team has a direct qualification. We will directly participate in the qualifiers in 3 days. "I see." Tang's uncle finally seemed to understand. Both he and Lin Yi attended schools in the South Star, and back when the national competition was not widespread, they were not familiar with the details. "So the competition is divided into stages, huh? I see. In the past few years when I went to watch the games, it seemed like it was still early." "You were probably watching regional or national competitions," Tang Wei said helplessly. "I'm lucky if I can spare a few hours to pay attention to a few races." Tang's uncle waved his hand, and Lin Yi immediately complained, "If I didn't stop him, your dad would have wanted to sign up for the race. Look at his age, still competing with young people. What's wrong? Do you think I'm old?" "I didn't say that." Amid the commotion, Tang Wei shook his head helplessly as he ended the video call. They could argue about this for hours. Su Chen chuckled, "Lin Yi and Tang's uncle are very affectionate." 3 days before the qualifying match, Su Chen and the others were not idle. Besides filling out forms for confirmation, Shi Xiaoxiao's team uniform was sent for adjustments, and they were mostly at the training ground. Hisua Temple did not arrange anything extra for them. The training was as usual, taking only a couple of hours to complete, with the rest of the time spent on tactical analysis and studying past data. Relaxation was essential to allow the members to adjust their state while avoiding physical fatigue. And so, the time came for the start of the qualifying match. In the competition room, members dressed in gray team uniforms sat upright, following the instructions of the staff beside them, putting on the competition helmets provided by the Cardmaster Association and logging into the Star Network. The next moment, they appeared at the national competition venue, a spacious player area. This was Su Chen and the others' first time at the national competition venue. As soon as they were teleported to the player area, they looked around in amazement. The spacious and bright venue left a strong impression on them. The Cardmaster Association spared no expense in constructing the venue, with costly building materials and facilities. However, the excessive spaciousness made the nearly half-empty spaces seem desolate. Obviously, the audience attracted at this stage was only slightly better than the previous preliminary rounds. Fortunately, there were no empty seats behind the Qin Nan school team area. All player areas were arranged around the competition venue, with spectator seats further out. Therefore, it was generally assumed that the supporters sitting near a particular player area were rooting for that team. With a position established, attitudes naturally became distinct, whether cheering, sighing, or remaining indifferent. The vastly different reactions were a true test of the player's mentality. Especially when one's team was striving hard while receiving no feedback from the audience, doubts would inevitably arise. Alongside the highly acclaimed Qin Nan team, there were several seeded teams from other schools, evenly distributed and placed at a distance, with some less popular school teams filling the gaps in between. Across the player area from the Qin Nan team was another group of players, who were now locking eyes with Su Chen and his team from a distance. The spirited young individuals always paid the highest attention to their most frequent opponents. Both sides remained calm in expression, but their gazes were sharp, as if blades were crossing in the air. Many players and spectators who noticed this scene instantly became excited, with the atmosphere filled with whispers of let's fight, goading on the situation. Unfortunately, both sides showed exceptional restraint. Negative news could affect their qualification for the competition, and no one wanted to harm themselves while benefiting others, allowing others to reap the rewards. After a while, they casually shifted their gazes away. Although they had never met before, both sides had seen each other's official announcements and immediately recognized each other. The organizers had intentionally arranged for Qin Nan and Beiyuan to be placed diagonally across from each other, a distance that was far enough yet close enough to be visible with just a glance. Shortly after the school teams were teleported onto the field, some members of the coaching staff also arrived. A few of them set up video cameras to collect information for later pre-match analysis. Hisua Temple, as the head coach, did not need to bother with these trivial matters. He leaned back in a specially designed chair in the player area, his expression nonchalant but with an inexplicable hint of gritted teeth, as he tapped the panel forcefully with his fingertips, making a clack-clack sound. His focused expression piqued the curiosity of the 8 members of the team, who tentatively approached. To their surprise, Hisua Temple did not stop them but instead looked on calmly. Soon, a sense of camaraderie and indignation arose among them as they saw a conversation displayed on the screen. Coming to vie for second place again? You're still talking crap, be careful not to get destroyed. Vulgar. You're truly a barbarian who hasn't fully evolved. You can only talk tough, your subordinates are all losers. Heh, who was the one I made lose their mind on the professional stage back then? So what? You can only bring up the past. In the coach's arena, it's clear to everyone that the perennial second place refers to the Nan school team, and to you. Whether you got first place with your guidance or with the students' background support, everyone knows the truth. Don't act all high and mighty with the team you've cultivated on your own, it's disgusting. The two of them were passionately exchanging words, but their conversation was quickly interrupted by someone behind them. The username of the other person was none other than Coach Wen Qingyu of Baiyuan. Su Chen was secretly surprised. Trash talking was a part of the competition, but did the head coaches also engage in this off the field? Lao He, you're amazing at trash talking. I have to learn from you to crush the opponent's mentality in no time, Tang Wei praised enthusiastically, but Iswosi did not feel honored and glanced at him disdainfully. Is that all you've got? Tang Wei quickly corrected himself. How could it be? We promised to crush them completely and help you vent your anger properly. Su Chen expressed some regret. It's a pity that the seeded teams will only face each other later on. The others also chimed in, and Iswosi finally nodded in satisfaction, signaling, turn around, continue listening to the rules. At this moment, a platform rose in the center of the field, with the host warming up the crowd on it, eloquently introducing the commentators and, as customary, the indispensable rules of the game. The national competition determined the winner in one round, a 7 vs 17 match with the criterion of annihilating the enemy as the victory condition. Even if a player is mentally exhausted or other unexpected situations occur, both sides must quickly recover their combat power and resolve the opponent without external assistance. In addition, situations where both sides surrender or are completely wiped out occasionally occur, but a draw means both sides earn no points, a clear double defeat, so all school teams try to avoid it. The entire match does not require human referees, everything is done according to the referee cards and rules, without any emotional bias, ensuring fair judgment. However, commentators are essential to enhance the viewing experience of the match. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, insiders watch the doorway. Commentators can stir up the audience's emotions, analyze and explain the situation, preventing the audience from being confused. Of course, maintaining neutrality is always the commentator's code of conduct. The two commentators present today, one male and one female, looked young but were somewhat famous in the industry. When they were introduced, many audience members applauded in cooperation. After nearly half an hour, the host finished the introductions and finally activated the big screen. All the participating teams and players in the qualifying matches were displayed one by one, densely packed, with about 100 school teams. Su Chen knew that the qualifying matches, also known as the 100 Regiments competition, would determine 1/5 of the teams advancing to the regional stage, then 1 out of 5, with only 4 teams participating in the national finals. The current qualifying matches did not require all teams to compete against each other, they only needed to participate in 5 rounds, earning 1 point for each victory, and were ranked accordingly. If the last group had the same points as the team in the last position, an additional tiebreaker match would be held. All teams were named after schools, with special prefixes to indicate seeded teams. When the system randomly matched them, potential encounters were automatically excluded. As the host announced, the big screen started rolling, and amidst everyone's breathless anticipation, the matchups were displayed in chronological order. Hiswosi summoned a teaching robot to extract it, and in the blink of an eye, the 5 matches of the Qingnan school team were singled out: Tianshui, Jaha, Suqin, Lingyang, Yuning. According to the schedule, we will only compete against Tianshui School today. It shouldn't take too long after the match at Baiyuan ends. The match schedule was out, marking the official start of the qualifying matches. As Hiswosi had predicted, when the first group of Baiyuan school team and their opponents took the stage, the battle was completely one-sided. The two sides had vastly different strengths, and soon, amidst the cheers of the audience, they ended the battle in 3 minutes and 8 seconds. In an instant, the whole arena erupted. Many people couldn't help but stand up, cheering loudly, the noise deafening. It was worth noting that the fastest record in a single match at the national competition had always been 3 minutes and 27 seconds, but the Baiyuan school team had almost broken it by 20 seconds. Originally, when the two schools announced their team members, many netizens compared them and found that Qinnan's top combat power had an advantage. The calls for Wan Nian's second place to turn the tables and win the championship soared, making Baiyuan furious. Although Baiyuan's school team, which had won the championship for years, had higher support rates, they couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. They had long wanted to shatter some people's fantasies, so they decided to take the initiative at the beginning to make it clear to everyone that strength was not just talk on paper. Now it was clear to everyone that Baiyuan's school team had broken the shortest record. Their mood instantly lightened, and they returned to their seats with smiles on their faces. The pressure shifted to the upcoming Qin Nan school team. After a heated discussion, as expected, many spectators glanced at Su Chen and others, whispering among themselves. The atmosphere suddenly changed. In the players' area, Hisua Temple comforted, "Don't be nervous, just follow our own pace." Baiyuan is trying to shake your confidence with this move. Sometimes, the harder you try, the more awkward it gets, focusing too much on trivial details and neglecting the main points. He naturally hoped that Su Chen and the others could decisively deal with their opponents. However, unexpected tactics were most effective. With Baiyuan as a foundation, the Tianshui school team's coaching staff had probably already started planning delaying tactics. It would be even harder to launch a quick attack now. Lao He, have a little more confidence in us. It's just 3.08, rest assured, it will soon become history too. Wang Wei said with a brilliant smile, his eyes filled with soaring fighting spirit, shining like his golden hair. Beside him, Su Chen's lips curled up, saying lightly, "It's just a blitzkrieg. We've trained for this. Just because the opponent is prepared, does that mean it won't work? Does the head coach not believe in us? Or does he not believe in his own devilish training?" Exactly. Tang Wei and the others echoed. Being hesitant and timid was not Qin Nan's style. Hisua Temple chuckled lightly at their words. "Alright, I was worrying for nothing. You guys have no worries at all. On the contrary, you've been inspired to fight. In that case, let's stick to the fast-paced tactics we've planned." The Tianshui school team was not really intimidating. Their true opponent was the time record just broken by Baiyuan. At the same time, the members of the Tianshui school team were all despondent, looking back at the defeated team from the previous round who had already returned to their seats. Seeing their dejected expressions, they couldn't help but feel a sense of shared misfortune. It was really unlucky. Out of all the teams, they had to be matched with the big shots in the finals. As regular participants in national competitions, the Tianshui school team's past records were decent, and at their peak, they even made it to the regional competition one year. Who would have expected such a pitiful situation this year, facing the Qin Nan school team with bad luck right from the start, especially with Baiyuan's strong start, breaking records directly? How could Qin Nan, as old rivals, remain indifferent? But still, why should they bear the brunt of it all? Collapse. Why don't we just lie down flat? Anyway, the outcome of this round is clear, why struggle? One person muttered dispiritedly, only to be fiercely glared at by the head coach. Is losing without a fight acceptable? The captain quickly encouraged, every battle will make us grow. Let's not slack off, let's play well. The somber atmosphere made the members who had just joined the team this year feel uncomfortable. With a mix of doubt and dissatisfaction, one of them interrupted, is it necessary to lose confidence before we even start? The members of the Qin Nan school team have only been awakened for a few months as freshmen. I admit that they do have exceptional talent, but growth takes time, it takes a process. In terms of time, we have the advantage. Especially with the captain and a few seniors having experience in national competitions, we should have some chance of winning, right? The rest of the group fell silent instantly. How should I explain to the eagerly anticipating junior brother? Top players like Qin Nan from Baiyuan and others are simply not the same species of genius as he understands. But it's not suitable to argue about this during the pre-match preparation period. Soon, they tacitly put aside their despondency and earnestly begin to plan the tactics for the upcoming match. Qin Nan has been set up. To avoid a brutal comparison, they will definitely choose a quick battle to settle it. In this situation, we can focus on early defense, delay the opponent's rhythm, and then use their anxious mindset to expand our advantage. There is a 10-minute interval between each match. At this moment, the entire audience is focused on the expression of the Qin Nan school team. Baiyuan has really given them a difficult problem. But judging from their expressions, they shouldn't be too worried, right? This can only prove that their mental resilience is good. They probably feel confident of winning. As long as it's not a speed match, Qin Nan's performance will definitely not be bad. The problem is, will Qin Nan not give his all and try to break Baiyuan's record? Apart from the supporters of the Qin Nan school team, the audience generally lacks confidence in them. If the shortest record were so easy to break, it wouldn't have been maintained for so many years. Even the two commentators who were analyzing the match beforehand were not very optimistic. The next round's opponents are regular guests of our national competition. I remember there are a few familiar faces in the Tianshui school team. Yes. The other commentator glanced at the information in his hand and continued, the captain and several key players participated in the national competition last year. Although they didn't stand out in the qualifying rounds, it's clear that this year they will return to the national competition in a better state. Do you think the Qin Nan school team will opt for a quick battle? I think that would be unwise. If it were me, I would definitely change tactics in Tianshui to be prepared. After all, catching the opponent off guard can give you an advantage in the match. But obviously, I'm not a genius from the special class at Qin Nan. A summer insect cannot talk ice. The commentator shrugged self-deprecatingly. Amidst the conversation, the players of the second match were transported to the arena, and the screen entered the countdown. Trash-talking segment. It's not surprising to hear any kind of foul language. However, please guide me. Su Chen greeted friendly, causing the Tianshui team captain, who was about to boast, to suddenly freeze, instantly forgetting the pre-prepared provocation, and stammered back, Please guide me. Is trash talking like this now? The Tianshui school team looked at each other. Wang Wei and others tried hard to hold back their laughter. Having seen all kinds of full-on trash-talking compilations, the captain's friendly attitude was simply bizarre. Some in the audience burst into laughter, while others thought it was too mild, but fortunately, once the match started, neither side held back. At the sound of the whistle, over a dozen people immediately summoned their cards and sprang into action. From the top-down view, the Qin Nan school team was like arrows, launching an attack on the enemy, while the Tianshui side immediately used a scene card, turning the field into a difficult-to-attack strategic location. With rugged terrain and dense vegetation, the members of the Tianshui school team were completely concealed among the mountains and forests. Unfortunately, Su Chen and the others didn't find it challenging at all. Mountains and forests? Wasn't this the location they trained at the beginning? Perfectly walking into the trap. Moreover, Su Chen now possessed the Mirage Pearl's ability to see through illusions, making the Tianshui team members completely visible to him. In an instant, their true forms appeared, and with a gesture, 7 of them swiftly tore through the opponent's defense, swiftly breaking their formation in the counterattack. The faces of the Tianshui players changed drastically, full of surprise and doubt. What's going on? How could the concealment technique of the scene card be broken so quickly? The Silver Cards Group reconnaissance ability couldn't have such intensity, which means each of the opponents must have used a card with reconnaissance ability. Making such a move with the limit of 10 cards per person, it seems that Qin Nan is determined to break the record. Off the field, the commentator was passionately shouting, the Qin Nan school team has used the scouting card. Obviously, their skill intensity is greater than the illusion level of the Tianshui field scene card. They smoothly located the opponent without any lag and directly broke through the defense. This is the most common tactic of infiltration and flanking in the battle, encircling and annihilating separately from behind. We can see that the Tianshui school team has been quickly isolated. The situation is very unfavorable for them. He analyzed without pausing, finally stopping, and another commentator immediately continued without interruption. From the close-up shot, we can see that the Qin Nan school team not only has the ability to teleport themselves but can even change the enemy's position. The shocked expression of the Tianshui team captain after the transfer just now is enough to show that he was passively moved. The next moment, the original commentator took over. The situation is completely in the hands of the Qin Nan school team. They are all on the offensive, accepting the silent challenge from Beiyuan. They are striving to shorten the duration of the match. Can they do it? 3 minutes and 8 seconds. Can they end the game in less time than this? We wait and see. The two commentators dutifully exchanged words, their mouths quickly moving, their fast and clear voices broadcasted to all the spectators, creating a tense atmosphere. The audience excitedly craned their necks, alternating between watching the battle and the time, busy and thrilled. The Beiyuan players' area also started to panic. One person, with a shocked expression, exclaimed, "No way. We practiced so many times, only to break the record in the official match, and they." Beside them, when Xingyou's face turned grim, silent. Just then, the panel vibrated, a message from Husua Temple popped up. "Thanks, if you hadn't reminded us, we wouldn't have thought of breaking the time record." Scanning the area, that person was leisurely leaning back in the chair, unable to contain his joy. As a result, when Xingyou's expression became even more unpleasant, suppressing his anger, he comforted the already disheartened members. "It's okay, at least we can gather a lot of information." Of course, this was just a form of consolation. Due to the lightning tactics, the Beiyuan side also used many powerful skills, exposing an equal amount of information. The scene card is not the same as the illusion card, originally not within the scope of the skill of breaking illusions. However, due to the limited mental power of the silver-level card master, to avoid subsequent powerlessness, a combination of reality and illusion is usually used. The unreached parts only maintain illusions, and the areas used are constructed with mental power. These mountains, rocks, and vegetation are all induced by the cards. Naturally, Shuchen cannot use the skill of breaking illusions, but by excluding most of the illusions and then using the reconnaissance ability specially trained by the coaching staff, finding the people of the Tianshui school team becomes as easy as pie. This kind of ability is generally achievable by card masters with enough competition experience. It's just a matter of time. Talent and targeted training make this process as short as possible. The Qin-Nan team members are more or less able to investigate details. With just a gesture from Shuchen, his teammates act in unison, and he himself goes straight for the Tianshui team captain, using the formation compass to shuttle back and forth. In the dense mountain forest, he moves like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he is just a stone's throw away from the target. In team matches, there is naturally no saying of capturing the leader first, but the enemy commander is obviously crucial, equivalent to the tactical brain. Once paralyzed, the rest of the personnel will be affected. Therefore, in the pre-match preparation stage, Shuchen had already determined the opponent who would serve as the commander through the coaching staff's information, which is the Tianshui team captain. We've been discovered, quick, use the thorny forest. Seeing the opponent's clear and precise movements, Captain Tianshui sensed trouble and quickly directed the members controlling the scene cards to intercept. However, Qin-Nan's teleportation technique advanced swiftly, surrounded by howling thorns, yet relying on abundant mental power reserves, he frequently teleported regardless of the consumption rate, quickly breaking through the encirclement to find his opponent. Efficiency above all else. At the beginning of the match, the Qin-Nan school team aggressively inserted themselves into the opponent's defense line, launching multiple attacks simultaneously, leaving them overwhelmed and unable to support their teammates. In a moment, Tianshui's main attackers found themselves surrounded, while their defensive teammates seemed blinded to the situation, hesitating to react. They could only grit their teeth, using their limited defensive skills to protect themselves and begin to counterattack. Unfortunately, under the attacks of two members from the Qin-Nan school team, they were defeated and forced to retreat step by step. On the other side, the lone operator Su Chen had already reached behind Captain Tianshui. A disorienting move made it impossible for the opponent to discern, forcing them to use reconnaissance skills. Captain Tianshui wore a single-sided eyepiece with various intersecting auxiliary lines on the transparent lens. This was his cooperative card, with the core skill of analytical support, also possessing reconnaissance skills to search for targets. However, Su Chen kept shifting positions using formation techniques, causing the red dot representing his location to flicker unpredictably. Another image update. In an instant, the red dot jumped, astonishing Captain Tianshui as he realized that the updated position it represented was right behind him. Before he could react and activate his defensive skills, Rukal suddenly emerged and struck down his cooperative card, halting Captain Tianshui's retreat abruptly. The Slaughter Warrior, summoned in advance, quickly protected his master, blocking Rukal's punishment. A deep, bone-visible wound appeared on his chest, the pain triggering his bloodlust. The Slaughter Warrior's card design enhanced damage values for the next skill, whether attacking or being attacked. With blood in his eyes, the Slaughter Warrior bared his fangs, ready to face Rukal, but he keenly heard a loud bang from behind, like a warning signal, sensing danger. Turning around, he was shocked to see a bronze furnace as tall as a person, emanating scorching heat. The message in his mind informed him that his card master was inside. Ignoring Rukal's attack from behind, the Slaughter Warrior followed Captain Tianshui's command to go for the rescue, but it was already too late. The Slaughter Warrior vanished in an instant under Rukal's axe, and to make matters worse, the physical form of Zhurong retrieved the heaven and earth furnace. In the next moment, the furnace opened, a dazzling pill floating into the palm, while Captain Tianshui had completely disappeared without a trace. Before the audience could react, the two had barely clashed, and the result was already out. Only after the prompt from the two commentators did they realize that Captain Tianshui had appeared below the player area with a pale face. During the national competition, the competition helmets used by the players were specially adjusted so that they would not be forcibly disconnected from the star network after death. However, Captain Tianshui now wished he could log out quickly, never expecting to be the first one eliminated from the team. But soon he composed himself, looking back at the arena, focusing on the real-time battle. The consecutive defeats of his teammates made Captain Tianshui empathize, while inside the arena, the member who had boasted before the match was now starting to doubt life, finally understanding why the captain and teammates had been hesitant to speak. The Qin-Nan school team was truly formidable. He, a sophomore, felt like he had wasted a year. Watching the senior controlling the scene cards nearby, clearly attacking the Qin-Nan girl, yet it was he who suffered the damage, he could only swallow his defeat, and the forest scene he controlled dissipated immediately. With determination, this member did not dodge as a shot whistled through the air, allowing his body to be pierced, unleashing all his mental strength. In a moment, the remaining members of the Tianshui school team were all gathered together, with myself appearing on the sidelines to the right of the team captain. "Well done," praised the Tianshui team captain. A member spoke discontentedly, I don't know what kind of skills Chang-gu and the others have acquired. Even though they sensed our danger, they couldn't come to support us and kept circling in place. I can't hold on much longer under the joint attack of that martial arts card master and the other girl. I might as well release some heat and let them converge to see if there is any counterattack power. The Tianshui head coach timely interjected, setting aside skills, the tactics of the Qingnan school team are also very practical. They directly target the squishy targets from behind, making it harder for us to resist. In just over a minute, the commander and the main attacker have fallen one after another, leaving only 3 tanks on the field. It's an uphill battle. With a sigh, he shook his head in resignation. Hearing this, the captain sighed, they are not at the same level. Just now, I felt like a block of tofu, easily dismantled by the Qingnan team captain with a single blow. Another person clasped their hands together in front of their chest, I hope the seniors can hold on longer, otherwise, the shortest duration record. I feel like we're going to be put on the pillar of shame. She tearfully hoped that their teammates with defensive card skills could survive as long as possible, but unfortunately, the game field, now restored to its original state, suddenly burst with greenery again. The 3 Tianshui players who had finally gathered together summoned numerous cards, preparing to defend with all their might, when a gust of wind swept through. Across from them, a huge golden butterfly flapped its wings, and a whirlwind swept out, bringing the grass seeds of Sinmang to their side. The tiny particles seemed insignificant like grains of sand, but in an instant, they transformed into a swarm of soldiers rushing forward. Although the damage dealt was negligible for the 3 players skilled in defense, the dense attack made it impossible for them to avoid being distracted. Seizing the opportunity, the Qingnan school team launched various group attacks, causing a massive amount of damage that instantly turned their opponents into white light. Beep, the whistle signaling the end echoed throughout the arena, and the duration displayed on the large screen hanging high above was frozen at that moment, 2 minutes and 39 seconds. The entire audience was in an uproar, and after a moment of silence, thunderous applause erupted. Regardless of which school team they originally supported, at this moment, everyone cheered for the brilliant performance of the Qingnan school team. Cheers resounded continuously, expressing everyone's excitement. Prior to this, no one expected that within just an hour, or even less, the record for the shortest duration in the national competition would be broken twice in a row. With a 10-minute interval between matches, including the time for field restoration, Su Chen and the others did not linger long, quickly leaving the arena amidst the host's control. Behind them, the host summoned cards, and in an instant, the pitted ground affected by the battle was revitalized. A host capable of overseeing the national competition is truly skilled, even if the players leave a mess behind, they can perfectly handle it. As the members walked towards the player area, they saw Shi Xiaoxiao standing up from the back row of seats, smiling warmly to congratulate his teammates on their victory and breaking the Beiyuan record. As a substitute, the coaching staff naturally did not arrange for him to debut in the first match. However, as a member of the Qingnan school team, he was still proud and happily gave thumbs up. During the conversation, Shi Xiaoxiao mentioned the events that had just unfolded on the sidelines. It was then that Su Chen noticed the special class students sitting in the front row of the audience seats. Among them were some unfamiliar faces. At that moment, Gao Yaqiu exclaimed with joy, "My deskmates are here too." Although she had spent limited time with her classmates after the school selection, as a successful candidate who had joined the school team through her own efforts, Gao Yaqiu was highly regarded in her class, and their relationships were very harmonious. Seeing familiar faces come to support them at the event, they naturally went over to greet them. He Hao Temple greeted the group, and everyone sat in the back row of the player area. Unexpectedly, these people didn't pay much attention to them at all. They were all focused on tapping on the panel with their heads down, completely engrossed. Seeing their teammates confused, Shi Xiaoxiao explained in time, they are still clashing with the fans from Beiyuan. After their school team broke the record in the first game, those fans arrogantly went to Qingnan's school team website to taunt us. It really got us worked up. Fortunately, in the second game, you broke Beiyuan's record again, and now is the time to revel in our success. Yeah, I'll make sure to give them a piece of my mind. They actually came over here to mock us. How audacious, Lin Yeyu said without even looking up from the audience seats. On the left, Wang Yun also expressed his indignation. They are still saying that Beiyuan's school team didn't give their all, otherwise, they could have ended the game in minutes. Ridiculous, they are such big talkers, another classmate chimed in. While the group murmured in agreement, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Impressive, the players, coaches, and audience, everyone was fully engaged in this battle, not a single person left out. What's so funny? Tang Wei asked, puzzled. Seeing Su Chen shake his head in silence, he didn't press further. Instead, he quickly brought up the panel, logged into his associated account on the Star Network system, and, under a pseudonym, dove in passionately to confront them, determined to show the power of his words. Seeing this, Wang Wei sighed helplessly, "Don't lose your cool, or you'll just be giving them a chance to make a fuss." He Xiaowu added, "Usually, in such situations, someone deliberately stirs up trouble. The more you engage, the more fired up they get." Coming from Beiyuan, he had heard many stories within the sect. "Why is it like this? Don't the players have freedom of speech?" Luo Yu exclaimed angrily, as the battle had reached her account, and some mindless comments were truly eye-opening. After a moment of contemplation, she posted a black and white panda emoji, without any text, as if saying everything and nothing at the same time, but ensuring that everyone would understand. As the real battle unfolded, Luo Yu's fans suddenly doubled their efforts, clearing out those troublemakers one by one from her comments section and returning to the official account to continue the skirmish. Alright, go back and watch the game. Su Chen and the others' approach caused a stir among the audience behind them, and soon they were kindly sent back by their classmates, sternly warned not to hinder everyone's enjoyment. Members, sorry for the disturbance. The national competition did not require players to watch the entire event, but on the first day, most people stayed to show face to the organizers. Therefore, even after today's matches ended, no one left. Of course, there were also factors of wanting to understand the opponent's strengths. Even though the coaching staff would gather information, being there in person was different from watching recordings. One match after another, with varying levels of skill displayed, it was finally time for the next round of matches for the Qin Nan school team against Jiahe. Initially, no one paid much attention because Jiahe's school team was not considered a favorite in the national competition. Their past results were unremarkable, not even comparable to the ease with which Su Chen and the others crushed Tianshui. 1 minute into the match, Hisua Temple, who was lazily leaning on a chair, suddenly sat up straight, his expression changing. Blue Xinling, who caught a glimpse of this scene, was startled. "What's wrong? Is something not right?" On the screen projected by the robot, Hisua Temple circled a person and said in a deep voice, "Golden tier." "What?" Blue Xinling was full of astonishment. As the card tier levels progressed, it became increasingly difficult to advance. Most people hit a talent ceiling, making it hard to break through, so the majority of university graduates couldn't reach the golden tier, the level of the general public. As a top-tier institution with admission requirements set at the silver level, the card master level of Qin Nan students is naturally incomparable, but it won't be too high either. Almost all are gold-level graduates. Only a few geniuses can not only graduate early with full credits but even reach the platinum level. However, such students are rare. This is also one of the reasons why the institution with special classes can confidently let freshmen participate in competitions. Although they compete on the same stage as sophomores and juniors, their levels are not far apart. Sometimes, their own talents are astonishing, and their growth rate is faster, often surpassing the seniors from other schools in the later stages. Unexpectedly, this year Jiahe University made a big move. This fourth-year student who didn't quit the team to prepare for the graduation thesis quietly advanced to the gold level. Currently, they are keeping a low profile, only revealing up to 3 skills with the cards they use. If it weren't for Hasu Temple's sharp eyes, it would probably not have been noticed immediately. At this moment, very few people in the entire competition venue have discovered this news because energy detectors are prohibited here, and the commentators cannot reveal the information that the players are hiding in advance. Although Hasu Temple did not explicitly say it, Shuchen immediately understood that Jiahe was planning to hide their strength and make a surprising breakthrough in the future, asking, "Are there others pretending to be weak?" The levels are not hidden. Except for this person, the rest are still silver-level card masters, Hasu Temple compared as he flipped through the information in his hand. However, the strength they have shown is almost the same as last year. Looking at Jiahe's team on the field, who are evenly matched with their opponents, everyone suddenly understood Hasu Temple's unspoken words. They were planning to play possum and surprise everyone. Tang Wei expressed speechlessness. "In a competition, do we really need to test acting skills? Fortunately, during our training, we often battle against gold-level cards. Even if our level is not as high, we are not inferior at all," Luo Ying pondered. That person's gold card must not be as arranged by the coaching staff, so she was not too worried. Wang Wei could understand, all is fair in war. It's important to be cunning. All tactics are reasonable. Jiahe's only mistake is that their second-round opponent is us, and Laoyi sees through it at a glance. Shuchen nodded. If this trump card can be hidden for longer, Jiahe might become the biggest dark horse this year. No, even if they lose a round, there should still be hope. As he looked at Hasu Temple, he received a positive response. Based on previous years, not all teams that make it to the final round are undefeated. Glancing at the data extracted by the teaching robot for Jaha's 5 matches, Hasu Temple continued, Jaha has been very lucky this year, encountering only one seeded team in 5 matches, which is Chin Nan. With Jaha having gold-level card masters, they have enough advantage to stand out. Jaha's victory did not cause any waves among the audience. Even the commentators' eloquent words could not make the ordinary match exciting. With Baiyuan and Chin Nan's outstanding performances in the past, the audience's expectations were raised to the limit, making other matches seem lackluster. Fortunately, the players' unique and innovative cards were quite entertaining, so no one left midway. On the contrary, there was a slight increase in the number of spectators in the stands. Some who were not interested in the qualifying matches immediately bought tickets upon hearing that 2 records were broken today. Even though the matches of the 2 school teams had already ended, they still wanted to join in the fun, especially since tickets at this stage were very cheap. Is it just me, or does it feel like the average level of the players this year is higher than in previous years? Someone in the audience asked their companion after watching for a while. They quickly received agreement, I have the same feeling. I thought it was just me. Their friend nodded repeatedly. Not only those seeded teams, but other school teams have also presented many impressive cards. That judge card just now was very interesting, being able to determine if the enemy has committed a crime and then convict them. It has a bit of the shadow of reality law, feels like a card with great potential. Seeing the admiration on his friend's face, the person immediately suggested, this card suits your characteristics perfectly. You can find out who the card maker is and get one customized. The friend hesitated and scratched his head, but the core card decks of players are not open for public, right? Just inquire, you are not a competing player, there won't be any conflicts of interest. Besides, the card maker may not be someone from the school team. If you offer more, they might agree, the person said confidently. The 2 enthusiastically discussed, inspiring a nearby spectator who then summoned a panel without delay. Shortly after, Su Chen's account received a private message, excuse me, hello Su team, I am an old fan of the Chin Nan school team. Congratulations on your first victory, I will always support you. Then, I dare to ask, can I customize that wood element card of yours? I really love it, willing to pay double the market price. Meow card seeker JPG Sin Mang, with his group attack skills, made quite a splash in the competition, but Su Chen never expected someone to show up on the first day, demanding the same card to be customized. Unfortunately, this business that came knocking on the door couldn't be sealed for now. No one could guarantee if the other party was arranged by another school team. Even if not, customers buying cards would surely use them, exposing the details of the card quickly, leaving no secrets. If Su Chen had the chance to get North Yuan's card, he would also study it thoroughly to find the best countermeasures. To prevent such a situation, he politely replied, sorry, the core card deck won't be leaked. If interested, you can privately customize a similar type of card. This message was left unanswered. The other party read it but didn't reply, whether it was a lack of trust in Su Chen's ability to create a new card of the same level, or for some other reason. After a while, a plea came, do you have concerns? I promise not to disclose the card information, it's a fan's private collection, not for battle. I really love the image of this card, that's why I want to customize one, please. However, Su Chen didn't waste more words, he raised his head and continued watching the match. The 100 teams matched up for battle, some dominating with their strength, others evenly matched. Some matches were resolved in a few minutes, while others took 10 to dozens of minutes to conclude. Along with breaks and to prevent viewers from getting fatigued, each round ended in about 3 days. The next day, Su Chen and the others didn't go to the venue. With a reliable coaching team as their support, they didn't need to worry too much. Even though the Chin Nan school team had outstanding results, the team led by Hiswosi didn't underestimate any school team, collecting all information regardless of whether they would face them in the future. Knowing that the coaching team deliberately split into 2 teams for shifts to record videos and summarize them, Su Chen was deeply shocked. No wonder Chin Nan ranked top in the national competitions over the years. But he was also more curious, how did North Yuan manage to win consecutive championships in such a situation? Wang Wei hinted that the old prestigious families of Huagua were mostly concentrated in North Yuan, meaning their members mostly had rich family backgrounds to inherit. It had to be admitted, some people were indeed born in Rome, but fortunately, this also motivated the members, who immediately expressed their desire to double their training. Leaving the unrestricted area, their training returned to the Star Network. Today, without using special helmets for the competition, and not being in the national competition arena, they were surprised to see an unexpected person on campus as soon as they logged in. Zhang Hui, a member of the North Yuan school team, was a person who left a deep impression even if they only met briefly. He tied his hair in a Taoist style, never letting go of his whisk. Unlike charlatans, Zhang Hui looked like a true disciple. and his card also suited his identity. Suchin vividly remembered the opponent's performance yesterday, which was like a skilled tactician in battle. The deck he controlled was filled with mystery, a few talismans causing the opponent to be eliminated in confusion. There seemed to be a touch of misfortune in it, making people involuntarily keep their distance. On the side, Tang Wei raised his arm in a defensive stance, alerting, "Attention, attention, enemy invasion." He scrutinized the opponent's hands, fearing that they would pull out a talisman and stick it on himself. With a vigilant look, Zhang Hui chuckled and didn't approach further, explaining kindly, "No reconnaissance, no ill intentions, I'm just here to find someone." Suchin jokingly pressed down Tang Wei's hand and stepped forward. "He's kidding. Who are you looking for?" At that moment, He Xiaowu stepped forward. "It should be me." The teammates then recalled that He Xiaowu came from Beiyuan. Although he attended university in Qingnan, he must have acquaintances there. Zhang Hui nodded. "Yes, I have known Xiaowu since we were young." Then he turned to He Xiaowu. "Your master closed up recently. He asked me to have a chat with you." "Okay." The two quickly left together. Su Chen and the others headed towards the training ground. Along the way, Luo Yu expressed concern. "It's so mysterious. Could it be that He Xiaowu was going back to Beiyuan?" Her sister, Luo Ying, quickly hushed her. "Trust your teammates more. Xiaowu was not that kind of person. Besides, the national competition has already begun. How could they allow random team changes? Lao, he wouldn't leave such a loophole. Don't forget the stack of contracts and materials we signed before the official announcement." Luo Yu covered her mouth dejectedly, mumbling, "I don't distrust Xiaowu. My brain must have short-circuited again. But I didn't expect that person to be a Taoist." Tang Wei turned around curiously. "I thought he dressed up yesterday to match the card's theme. Do you think he might have done some fortune-telling before the match, checking his luck?" "Wow, that's cheating," Luo Yu exclaimed, but then waved her hand. "But so what? Even if he can predict, it's not always accurate, and even if it is, it doesn't mean he can change it." Beiyuan was just one move away from victory yesterday. The others agreed. They began training shortly after He Xiaowu returned, and he didn't mention the incident with Zhang Hui, nor did the teammates inquire further. Meanwhile, the news of breaking records continued to spread online. By the time of the second round of the competition at Qingnan, the arena was packed, with some areas even overlapping. After showcasing their skills, the players attracted a considerable number of fans, especially under Su Chen's account, where the comments section was lively, filled with rainbow-colored compliments. Unfortunately, Tang Wei stood out with his persistent commentary in Su Chen's ear. He specifically chose the most embarrassing ones, such as "You don't look like a skilled player" was just the beginning, followed by some more outrageous ones like "Your waist is not a waist, it's the curved blade of a killer," or "The first time I saw the universe was when our eyes met." The written words were enough to make one blush, not to mention being recited loudly in one's ear. It was like peeling an onion for Su Chen. At that time, the other teammates were also teasing on the side. It wasn't until Tang Wei received a beating that everyone finally behaved. However, Su Chen felt narrow-minded, so he made a note of it and arranged a punishment using provocative methods during training that day. Each of them had to read 100 comments under their own accounts in front of the onlookers. After all, listening was more impactful than reading it yourself. Online, everyone had no taboos. Fortunately, the Star Network's real face projection prevented everyone from going overboard, slightly restraining the banners. Although still a bit juvenile, it wasn't considered out of line among the enthusiastic supporters. The passionate cheers blossomed behind the players, drawing attention, and Lan Xinling deliberately took a photo of the school team and fans, posting it on the official website. The only thing that dampened her spirits was the soft-bodied creature in the photo, Hisua Temple, truly unique. Lan Xinling zoomed in on the photo with 2 fingers, disdainfully remarking, "No proper standing posture, no proper sitting posture, be careful not to get a spinal disease." However, Hiswosi pretended not to hear, leisurely digging his ear, then said to Su Chen, "Get ready, there might be journalists coming to interview you later." "Might?" Su Chen emphasized. Hiswosi waved his hand. "Ask the people from the school's publicity department for specifics. Anyway, the journalists will be coordinated with them. Let old he fulfill the duties of the head coach." He was as diligent as ever. However, when it came to other matters, laziness would almost certainly resurface. Lan Xinling sighed wearily, strands of pink hair seemingly about to turn white. "The publicity department told me that it's a special interview arranged for the competition. Every school team will be featured, and today it's our turn." They will definitely talk about Beiyuan, this year's goals, and the perennial second place, to increase the discussion topics. But there's no need to worry too much. The journalists arranged for the national competition still have integrity and won't take things out of context. After speaking, Lan Xinling looked satisfactorily at the 8 people in their team uniforms, admiring her own discernment. The combination of these uniforms with their outstanding looks was truly photogenic. If Hiswosi had initially chosen the blue and white sports uniforms, they would have been overshadowed in this sea of school teams vying for attention. The first round of the qualifying matches started with the top school teams, and as it progressed, things normalized, with all seeded teams evenly scheduled. Shin Nan, today, was even placed at the end. Therefore, there was enough time for Su Chen and the others to be interviewed. Upon receiving the notice, they all tidied their hair and clothes. Wang Wei played with his golden hair, asking, "How do I look, handsome?" Shi Xiaoxiao generously praised, "You look incredibly handsome. Look at those deep facial features, truly a mixed blood beauty." Tang Wei shamelessly borrowed Luo Yu's mirror, with a touch of an idol, adjusting himself. Su Chen didn't notice any changes before and after, waited for a while, and then led the team to the interview room. After a series of preparations, they sat in the front row of the arranged seats. Just as Lan Xinling predicted, the journalists didn't skip the topic of the perennial second place, but they didn't dive straight into it. They started with casual questions to lighten the atmosphere before suddenly, and casually, throwing out, after Beiyuan School broke the record a few days ago, Xinnan School once again shortened the time, breaking their record. What are your thoughts on this? Do you have confidence in achieving outstanding results this year and breaking Beiyuan's winning streak? In that instant, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, knowing that the moment had finally arrived. Beiyuan, with its championship title, had left its fans in the dust nationwide, a position that Qin Nan couldn't easily shake. In recent days, many had been excusing Beiyuan's opponents, claiming that Tian Shui was stronger, even though these two teams had yet to compete against each other. This confidence was built year after year of victories, as a solid foundation is the key to a towering building. If Qin Nan's school were to declare their aim for the championship at this moment, they would likely be mocked for being too arrogant. But if they were too modest, others might think this year's Qin Nan team lacked backbone. Several people couldn't help but look at the team captain. Su Chen, at the center, calmly replied, "Victory always brings joy, especially achieving excellent results in such an important competition as the national championship. This is the fruit of the sweat that the Qin Nan team has put in, and we are proud of it. We will continue to move forward with sincerity, not letting down the school and the coach." The journalist pressed further, "Do you have confidence in breaking the perennial second-place curse this year?" Of course, athletes should always maintain confidence, no matter when or where, shouldn't they? Su Chen didn't want to speak self-deprecating words. But rather than being confident in myself, I trust my teammates more. They all are outstanding cardists with both talent and hard work. Hearing this, his teammates couldn't help but feel touched, looking at their captain with admiration. The journalist, speechless, knew that this line of questioning had reached its limit. He continued the interview, with questions not solely directed at Su Chen. The conversation went back and forth like a spinning wheel, until the journalist turned to Shi Xiaoxiao, as a substitute. "How do you feel about being put into play in certain matches by the coaching staff? Do you ever feel lost or anxious while waiting?" Shi Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, then smiled. "I am already happy to fight alongside everyone. I will patiently wait for the coaching staff's arrangements. Besides, isn't it a good thing not to play as a substitute? It means there are no unexpected situations." After returning from the interview, they waited for over an hour before finally reaching the climax of today's match, the showdown between Qin Nan and Jiahe. The audience collectively perked up, eagerly watching the arena. Fans of both teams raised banners, their cheers organized and full of strength, as if trying to convey their emotions to the players they supported through shouting. Many school teams who were absent due to not having their own matches that day also tuned in at that moment. Inside the arena, as the countdown reached 0, the two sides faced off. 14 young and talented individuals in two different team uniforms, one side in elegant gray uniforms, the other in spirited red and white outfits, shone brightly under the enthusiastic commentary. During the trash-talking segment, Jiahe's confident declaration of war quickly won over many spectators. After all, most people understand and appreciate cardists who do not easily admit defeat without a fight. Those who are content with the status quo and lie flat will never overcome great challenges or embrace a brighter future. However, as the match progressed, more and more people began to notice that things were taking an unexpected turn. It seemed like Jiahe was not as weak as they appeared in the previous round. Suddenly, Jiahe's player Hong Hui raised his hand, and dark clouds instantly covered the arena. Raindrops fell steadily, the gray rain seeming to contain impurities. Upon contact with any surface, it emitted a chilling, corrosive sound. On the other side, Gao Yakio had already set up multiple water mirrors to reflect the rain curtain, while Su Chen had everyone protected with a golden shield. In an instant, the attack that was supposed to affect only the enemies suddenly backfired, causing the exposed skin of Jiahe's players to start decaying. In shock, Hong Hui hurriedly stopped controlling the cards, while another teammate, Feng Yang, used healing cards amidst cries of pain to restore everyone's condition. Jaha's captain, Xiao Ziyu, frowned. It's actually a counterattack technique. It seems that Hong Hui's scene card cannot be used. Activate the backup strategy. The other players responded in succession, changing their positions from a sharp formation to a smoother arc. Right from the start, the Qin Nan team forced Jaha to make sacrifices. Precise predictions, perfect defense. While the experience from past competitions made these veteran school teams more adept, their individual habits and the exposure of their core card decks were also fatal weaknesses. Even if the card decks could be updated, their thinking and strategic logic remained the same. After all, as the saying goes, old habits die hard. Each cardist has their own suitable card battle style, which cannot be changed in just a few words. Taking advantage of this situation, during the preparation period, Hiswosi used the Jaha players as models to create scene simulations, deducing several preset opening moves and preparing tactics based on various probabilities, ultimately finalizing the current plan. Different from the tactics used in the Tian Shui match, Su Chen and the others did not recklessly exhaust their mental energy using teleportation for this attack. They had to be cautious of being blocked by Jaha's Golden Card Master, which would weaken their own endurance for no reason. The enhancement of a golden level card not only involves adding a new skill but also the option to strengthen the original skill upon leveling up. Its defensive skill is particularly effective against lower level skills, making it doubly efficient. It was possible that Su Chen would unleash an attack, only to have it all absorbed by the opponent using a skill similar to Incomplete Mountain, even if they broke through the card's limit. The redirected skill would ultimately go to waste. On the other hand, Gao Yakia's counterattack skill could be used for offense or defense. If the opponent's Silver Card Master attacked first, she could reflect the damage. If the opponent's Golden Level Card Master took the lead, she could ensure to alert her teammates at the moment of the water mirror's shattering, rather than being unexpectedly broken through by a skill with stronger defense but limited range. Su Chen's skill Golden Cicada Sheds its Shell provided another layer of protection. Although it consumed a significant amount of mental energy from the entire team, caution was paramount. Xiao Ziyu was the strongest attacker on the Jaha school team before the breakthrough, and after advancing, no one knew to what extent his attack had improved. Each stage of the cards underwent a qualitative change. As the average level of Blue Star Card Masters, the Golden level had a vast card pool, and the coaching staff could not guarantee that the opponents would not introduce powerful card sets from veteran Golden Card Masters. Xiao Ziyu's card attribute was Insect Clan, which was not considered too niche. While Jaha was contracting its front line, Wang Wei, He Xiaowu, Luo Yu, and Luo Ying had already flanked the opponents. Wang Wei and Luo Ying's cards formed a cluster, with the former's army exuding a formidable aura and the latter's vegetation covering the ground. Jaha naturally could not sit idly by and plan to break through the blockade using displacement skills. However, how could Su Chen allow such a situation to occur? He decisively summoned the cooperative card formation compass array, quietly arranged a maze, and manipulated it in secret. As a result, the people from Jaha were left puzzled, unable to understand how they had seemingly left under the cover of the cards but returned to the same spot the next second. Everything was done without a trace, except for the number of cards controlled by the players displayed on the full-screen monitor. Jaha was like standing on the edge of a cliff, with their situation deteriorating. Even though Xiao Ziyu's golden card power was surging, it was inadequate under siege, making it impossible to ensure both his and his teammates' safety. At that moment, through the comprehensive monitoring of the card split-screen display on the competition field, people outside the arena noticed that He Xiaowu was wielding a red-tasseled spear straight towards the core, while the agile butterfly had unknowingly approached Feng Yang's neck. The excited commentator's voice echoed in the ears of all the spectators. We can see that Luo Yu's butterfly card has already launched a surprise attack on Jaha's Feng Yang. This card did not appear in the previous rounds. What kind of skill effect it possesses remains unknown, but undoubtedly, initiating a team battle by targeting the support, Feng Yang, is in trouble. Will the members of the Jaha school team notice this? Can he escape this predicament? Let's wait and see. Many spectators unconsciously held their breath, as if forgetting to breathe. Inside the arena, Xiao Ziyu finally noticed that something was amiss. Although the referee cards would block out the voices of the audience and commentators once the match began, the players could not hear any reminders, but their vision remained unobstructed. He keenly observed through the gaps and saw that the Jaha coach's face had turned pale. He immediately warned his teammates who were resisting, "Be careful." At the same time, about a dozen palm-sized beetles swiftly moved around, and in the blink of an eye, they discovered something unusual about Feng Yang. Before they could take any action, as the skill's cooldown ended, Foamy Yang was suddenly enveloped by a huge white cocoon, startling his teammates. At this critical moment, Xiaowu took advantage of the opportunity to target 3 people's vital points. One of them was caught off guard and died on the spot, while the other 2 narrowly escaped the pursuit at the last moment. However, they were soon hit by Su Chen's rapid-fire arrows from Hui, leading to their immediate demise. The 2 cooperated seamlessly, one move after another, leaving no room for the enemy to react. With multiple cards in play, they disappeared without even using their skills, leaving the enemy bewildered. On the other side, under Luo Ying's protection as a pea shooter, Tang Wei's green snake successfully claimed another victim. In just a few minutes of confrontation, Jia had already lost 4 members. To make matters worse, after breaking free from the cocoon, Foamy Yang shouted for help while attacking his own teammate, causing an uproar among the audience. Foamy Yang felt like a marionette, his mind trapped in his body while his actions seemed beyond his control. He kept shouting, save me, Captain, come quickly and save me, help." Realizing his uncontrollable limbs were attacking his teammate, he quickly changed his tune, stay away from me, stay away, it's dangerous. The contradictory feelings of detachment and drama amused the audience, but Foamy Yang on the field found it all incomprehensible. Puppetry skills were rare but not unheard of. Either the victim lost consciousness and was manipulated at will, or they remained conscious but disconnected from their cards, becoming a punching bag to absorb damage. Success depended on the energy guidance during card creation or upgrades, with the skill's intensity determining the final outcome. Yet, why was his consciousness still intact, and the cards still under his control? Setting aside these thoughts, even if the puppetry skill was weakened by the healing skill, it was clear that his attack was directed at the Qin Nan school team, so why did the skill fly straight towards Xiao Ziyu? Foamy Yang began to doubt if he was under an illusion. Just earlier, after escaping, he and his teammates inexplicably found themselves back in the same place, much like the skill of the Illusion Realm card. The girl across from him, named Luoyu, appeared innocent but was actually cunning, swapping the faces of both sides to mislead him into attacking his captain. Once believed, the target would change accordingly. In fact, he did attack an enemy, maybe even the captain of the Qin Nan team. Yes, that must be it. So, the venomous dual-bodied soft octopus of the poison doctor sprayed dark venom desperately, while other cards joined in. As members fell one after another, Xiao Ziyu, contemplating his next move, helplessly watched as he became the target of everyone except Hong Wei, with his teammate Foamy Yang being the most ruthless attacker. The overwhelming venom poured down like a torrential rain, targeting only one person. Even the commentators outside the arena were baffled. It seems that player Luo Yu's card skill is special. Although Jiahe's Foamy Yang can still communicate normally, in reality, the control between his mental power and the cards has been taken over by the former. Although such puppetry skills are rare, they are theoretically achievable. It seems that the card maker who created this butterfly card is a very skilled master, and as the card holder, Luo Yu has perfectly executed the card maker's design. The commentator attempted to analyze. Unfortunately, reality was far from their speculations. Luo Yu's Phoenix Clam butterfly was indeed powerful, but not to such an exaggerated extent. It could be said that Foamy Yang's clear speech misled others. Beast, Phoenix Clam butterfly, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, skills, larva marking, active, breaking cocoon into butterfly, active, drunken butterfly, active. No matter how hard I try, I can't fly out. In this flowery world, it turns out I am a drunken butterfly. At the bronze level, this card could only transform the marked person's body into a friendly unit, slightly influencing their behavior. That's why Xiaowu was in a daze after being targeted, regaining consciousness briefly only when the card holder was distracted. After advancing, Luo Yu aimed to add a new skill to influence the opponent's cards through the Phoenix Clam butterfly. Although there is a layer of separation and a lack of understanding of each other's cards, this kind of manipulation has great limitations, but it has always been the direction of upgrading for such cards. Just then, Su Chen suddenly proposed a new possibility. Since Luo Yu could not possibly have a thorough understanding of others' card decks, why not combine puppetry skills with chaotic skills? As long as the opponent cannot distinguish between friend and foe, it is entirely possible to make the target unleash their full strength against the opponent they intend to attack. One word awakens the dreamer. Luo Yu immediately admired Su Chen's ingenious idea, as conventional puppetry skills usually strip the target of consciousness, rather than making the target willingly engage in internal strife. By removing herself as the intermediary, the target's card deck can also unleash its full power. She only needs to control the influence of Drunken Butterfly on the opponent's thinking. Individuals like Foamy Yang, who remain articulate even after being debuffed by drunkenness, make it even more difficult for Jaha's people to figure out a solution to rescue them, as purification skills have limitations and require targeted treatment. Just like Su Chen at that time, unable to restore consciousness to Yishou without using Kunping's carefree roaming. This can also keep the skills of this card secret for longer, hitting two birds with one stone. Both on and off the field, chaos has already erupted among Jaha's people. Xiao Zhiyu desperately dodges, while reminding Ron, the skill attack was wrong. If you can't retract the permission, try to retrieve the card back to the space. Alright. Foamy Yang vigorously nods, driving the cards without hesitation. Captain, rest assured, I will definitely do my best. How can mere illusions deceive me? Hong Hui is completely puzzled. What are you talking about? What illusions? Xiao Zhiyu, who is still under siege, is completely numb. As the only golden level card master on the field, he never expected to be in such a sorry state before the match, with his tactical opening failing, his own side being surrounded by Qin Nan, his weaker teammates falling to defeat, and finally being struck by his own teammate. Fortunately, Hong Hui can teleport through the puddles left by the initial raindrops, and Qin Nan and the others did not insist on dealing with him first, so he managed to survive tenaciously until now. Seeing the last hope, the captain, being locked by a skill, Hong Hui decisively swaps positions with Xiao Zhiyu, believing that taking one away without loss and gaining two in blood, he uses all his remaining mental strength to unleash his ultimate move. In an instant, as they watch Hong Hui suddenly appear surrounded by cavalry, his resolute expression makes Wang Wei feel uneasy, immediately controlling the cards to launch a full-scale attack. However, it was already too late. Just as the white light representing his death enveloped Hong Hui the second before, his skill had already taken effect. In an instant, the muddy bubbles spread under everyone's feet, except for Xiao Zhiyu, who stood as if on level ground. Everyone in the competition area felt the corroding and piercing pain. Su Chen and the others immediately planned to levitate, but the skill infused with a large amount of mental power had already become so powerful. Once touched, it was difficult to break free. After many attempts, they finally managed to break free from the ground, but in the process, Xiao Zhiyu had ultimately gained an opportunity. With Foamy Yang wrapped in a white cocoon and his logic lost in confusion, impossible to wake up, Xiao Zhiyu had lost all his teammates, making it very difficult to turn the tide. Jaha's defeat was almost certain. The head coach's confident prediction before the match had completely turned into nothing at this moment. Indeed, one person's power is hardly enough to influence a team match. Moreover, after fighting until now, Xiao Zhiyu realized that he could not threaten the members of the Qin Nan school team. Each one of them seemed accustomed to golden level cards, making it even more effortless for them to deal with. With a self-deprecating smile, he did not give up. As the captain of Jaha, he must fight to the end, not in vain of everyone's efforts, Hong Hui's substitution, and the fans' support. Xiao Zhiyu roared in anger. In an instant, countless types of insects swarmed in one after another, like dark clouds drifting around everyone. The noisy buzzing of their wings made onlookers' scalps tingle, unable to imagine the feelings of the surrounded members of the Qin Nan team. The insects attacked in groups, like locusts passing through, making the DNA engraved in people's bones seem to come alive. As the audience was awed by Xiao Ziyu's impressive performance, in the Jaha team area, the head coach was angrily reprimanding the returning players who had fallen in battle. Useless. Halfway through the match, you couldn't even take down a single opponent. He looked disdainfully at the few people cheering for the team captain with clenched fists, but quickly averted his gaze as if something had caught his eye. We were shut out by the Qin Nan school team from the start. Xiao Ziyu as well, barely advancing a level, unable to break through the blockade. In front of the public, the Jaha head coach restrained himself, but his words still stung the players. Hong Hui, hot-tempered, couldn't help but retort, "Isn't it your tactical mistake, coach? It's clear that Qin Nan has completely figured us out, if not for the beginning. The Qin Nan school team are all freshmen. Where would they get information from?" The head coach, embarrassed and furious, interrupted, "Hong Hui, how dare you speak up? In the end, your move didn't make a difference. Don't think I didn't notice. This matter won't be over. You'll face consequences when we return." With that, he left the arena without looking back, ignoring the silence that fell over the scene. The remaining coaches exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward to ease the tension. The head coach was just a bit impatient. "Don't take it to heart. After all, this year Jaha's team finally got a golden card master, so expectations are high. But think about it, the Qin Nan school team is one of the best. You've already done well. Got it, let's continue watching the captain perform." A teammate quickly pulled on Hong Hui's sleeve, urging him to calm down. The captain hasn't given up yet. Inside the arena, Xiao Ziyu's forehead was covered in sweat. He had never exerted himself like this before, knowing that with such intense use of his mental power, he couldn't hold on for much longer, desperately hoping to find a breakthrough. Through the dense swarm of insects, the 7 members of the Qin Nan team were faintly visible. Su Chen attempted to activate a formation to move, but only managed to move himself, quickly returning to his original position. It's a locking technique. Even after changing positions, these insects still clung to them like shadows, impossible to shake off. Beside him, Luo Ying, sensing the paralysis control of the insects, immediately summoned a healing card. The next moment, a green light shuttled through the teammates, soothing invisible wounds. Wood, water, light, these 3 related materials, naturally more suitable for making healing cards than others, so Luo Ying, with plant characteristics, was the team's main healer. Of course, others did not completely abandon healing skills, just focused on different aspects. Tang Wei, realizing the uselessness of the bird-beak doctor, had the latter peck at the insects crawling on him. Watching the insects being eaten without diminishing in number, he sighed, "I've noticed, this person's card skills are all about quantity. Although the damage is average, it's endless, can't be cleared at all." The teammates of the insect extermination squad, accustomed to the coach's arrangement of various powerful golden cards, all agreed. Despite being able to handle this level of insect cards, the quantity exceeded expectations for all members of the Qin Nan school team. Unfortunately, Xiao Ziyu himself had turned into a nest of insects. As long as there was a single insect left in the arena, he could regenerate through it, like an indestructible cockroach. With the lessons learned from his teammates, Xiao Ziyu dared not leave his defense skills blank for a second, even if it accelerated the depletion of his mental power. If it weren't for advancing, Xiao Ziyu wouldn't dare to do so. In this situation, for Qin Nan, to end this match, either exhaust Xiao Ziyu's mental strength or eliminate all the bugs completely. Fortunately, with victory in hand, they remained calm. Su Chen observed for a while and analyzed, the opponent's bug card is the mother body, while the rest of the bug swarm are all offspring bodies. Both look exactly the same, and their concealment skill is of golden level. As long as the mother body is hidden well, summoning the offspring bodies will consume much less mental energy. This is why Xiao Ziyu can use quantity as an advantage without depleting his mental energy all at once. I feel like I can learn from this. Listening carefully, Wang Wei seemed pensive. His cards attacked in army mode, similar to the explosive soldier flow of bug cards, facing the challenge of mental energy restriction. If something goes wrong midway, it's hard to recover. Xiao Ziyu's card deck shared forms between the cards themselves and the skills, making it difficult for the opponent to find the cards and reducing the mental energy consumption by summoning the offspring bodies with skills. The more he thought, the more Wang Wei's eyes sparkled. Seeing this, Su Chen lightly chuckled and suggested in a low voice, "Let's not rush to break the deadlock, take another look." Wang Wei readily agreed. As for the funds spent on updating the cards, being wealthy, he shrugged it off. Thus, only Feng Yang, controlled by Luo Yu, remained focused on attacking the captain. Due to the noise in the arena, others couldn't hear Su Chen's words clearly, but Xiao Ziyu, listening through the card monitoring, understood everything clearly, his face full of black lines. As if venting, he used his understanding of his teammates to deal with Feng Yang since his card deck had no cards to dispel puppet skills. However, after that, Xiao Ziyu grew angrier the more he thought about it. Are they crazy? This is a match. What do they take it for? What do they take me for? Xiao Ziyu ranted in his mind, but unfortunately, no one understood except himself. After watching the match and listening to the commentators, the audience who already knew he was a golden-level card master, seeing Qin Nan's 7 players not making a move amidst the bug swarm, began to doubt more and more. Could it be that there will be an upset this year? Qin Nan's school team can't even beat Jaha. Fans supporting Qin Nan argued on the spot, "How is that possible? Are you blind? Jaha has already lost 6 players, while Qin Nan hasn't lost a single one. But Xiao Ziyu is golden. Just one person, if they could really crush Qin Nan, they wouldn't just watch their teammates disappear. So what are they waiting for? Planning to wait for the opponent's mental energy to deplete? This kind of match is too boring. Regardless of black cats or white cats, a good cat catches mice. Who cares what tactics they use? Winning without revealing many cards is good, right?" The audience was full of doubts, but those who understood them at the Hesu temple laughed heartily after a moment. The sudden laughter left Lan Xinling puzzled. "Wait, why are you laughing? And what's the situation now? Did the head coach arrange some tactics that I'm not aware of? It shouldn't be a challenge for them to deal with the opponent's cards, right?" Having witnessed these members adapting well to various devilish training at the base, Lan Xinling couldn't believe they were at a loss now. Just Su Chen alone is enough to deal with Xiao Ziyu. On the other hand, having experienced the cunning of Su Chen, Xiao muttered to herself on the side, "I always feel like the captain was laughing with ill intentions just now." Hesu Temple didn't beat around the bush and explained, "It seems they have discovered a commonality between Wang Wei's core card deck and Xiao Ziyu." "Oh, really? Lan Xinling tried to recall and finally caught on, but if you arrange a skill to summon offspring bodies, won't the strength of the card itself decrease? There are pros and cons. Hasu Temple nodded. Let's see how Wang Wei chooses. At that moment, Su Chen, who received a signal from the king, finally summoned his cards to end the game. 2 cards appeared instantly on either side. Ganbang suddenly condensed a flood, spreading wildly across the field, then under the command of River Lord and River Map, formed a winding river that snaked through the insect swarm, encompassing Xiaoziyu, who was restricted by his teammates. Xiaoziyu, who was planning to continue using the insect nest technique, was stunned to find his skill malfunctioning. Looking up, he saw the card with peach blossom eyes smiling and asking him, "Young card master, are you dropping these gold bugs or these silver bugs?" Xiaoziyu. What the heck? Before he could react, the insect cards crawling swiftly in the water and the offspring created by the skill turned into gold and silver, plop, plop, sinking to the bottom of the water. With the insect card gone to save his life, the remaining mental power was not enough to accelerate the reassembly of the cards, and Xiaoziyu was ultimately unable to hold on alone. Dude, with the referee card blowing the whistle, today's match came to an end. Qin Nan vs. Jaha, Qin Nan school team wins. It was a fierce battle all the way. Feng Yang, well done. The opponent's moves were spot on. The one who succeeded happened to be the only one among us who could dispel the puppet technique. We were too careless. Clearly, the casting time for this skill is long, but we still didn't interrupt it. Stop nagging. Honestly, I'm still confused. What you guys are saying is miles away from what I know. Feng Yang, who was being criticized by his teammates, held his head in his hands, racking his brains to recall the scene just now, realizing that everything seemed like a thin veil separated him from reality. It felt like a dream. Hong Hui was speechless for a moment. Did you drink fake alcohol before the match? He joked casually, but Feng Yang suddenly said, "Don't say that, it really seems like it." "No, I didn't drink fake alcohol. It's probably the opponent's card skill." Just then, Xiaoziyu returned to the player area with a dejected look on his face. Behind him came the cold announcement from the referee card. Then the host came on stage, announcing that today's matches had all ended. The Jaha group stopped arguing and surrounded him. Before they could speak, Xiaoziyu waved his hand to interrupt. "It's okay, I was just outplayed." Even though he felt frustrated as a golden-level cardmaster, easily defeated by Su Chen, he admitted, "I had some expectations. The results of the Qin Nan school team have always been proven on the battlefield. If they were so easily suppressed by levels, they wouldn't have been brilliant for so many years. Previous teams have faced opponents of higher levels." He scanned around. "By the way, where's the head coach? Any plans after the match? We need to prepare more tactics for the upcoming matches, or we'll easily collapse." To be honest, they played this match in a daze from start to finish, without even a break. If the next matches continue like this, they have no chance in the regional competition. Therefore, he urgently hoped to come up with a plan. Teammates and coaches on the field. In the silence, Xiaoziyu quickly understood, smirked, and stopped asking further. While the atmosphere was awkward on one side, the next opponent of the Qin Nan school team, the Suqian school team, was discussing enthusiastically. Sun Yu sighed, "This is the strength of top-tier schools? Even facing opponents of a higher level as freshmen, they still handle it with ease." What impressed her the most was that until the end of the match, not a single player from Qin Nan was eliminated, completely dominating the game. Although Qin Nan's victory was expected by everyone, after Xiaoziyu's strength was exposed, they thought there would be more twists, but it turned out that with just one person, the match could be ended effortlessly, truly remarkable. The impression of the strength of the Qin Nan school team grew even stronger. The crowd control of that humanoid card is indeed powerful. Captain Chu Zilin praised, Xiaoziyu had so many insect cards and summon creatures, yet they were all wiped out in one go, turning into metal and losing their combat power. What Chu Zilin didn't say was that the design of River Lord also resonated with her aesthetic sense. As someone who values appearance, most of the cards she owned were beautiful ladies. Those slightly less attractive just didn't fit in. Another member, Wu Hong, sighed, "The key is that Jaha collapsed from the start. Even if the captain is strong, it's useless if all teammates are defeated, leaving only him for a comeback." After a moment of thought, he continued, "We need to be cautious, make sure to set up defensive skills properly. If we wait to use skills only when attacked, it will be too late. The people from Qin Nan are quick. They strike swiftly, and suddenly the damage output is overwhelming." Chu Zilin pondered. In the first 2 rounds, Qin Nan was indeed strong in advancing, flanking directly, controlling, and causing explosive damage. If we can't counter that, I'm afraid. The unspoken words were understood by everyone. The huge gap in strength made them feel like they were at the foot of a mountain, feeling discouraged. Compared to Jaha, the head coach of Suqian had more responsibilities. Seeing the team's morale low, he quickly encouraged, the more powerful skills often require longer preparation time. Jaha failed due to the lack of teammates, otherwise, they wouldn't have been defeated so easily. With them in the mix, let's study more these days and surely plan out suitable tactics. The hall was now empty. The coach said, "It's time to leave, we'll discuss further back at school." As the Suqian school team prepared wholeheartedly, the coaching team of Qin Nan was also diligent. On the large screen in the meeting room, the information about the next opponent was displayed. "Wow, the captain of Suqian is a beauty," Luo Yu exclaimed in admiration. In the photo, Chu Zilin smiled gracefully, dressed in a blue lotus shirt and a lotus leaf skirt, looking like a figure from a painting. As fellow girls, she couldn't help but hold Luo Ying's arm and praise repeatedly. "Wipe that drool off quickly," Tang Wei said, handing over a tissue. Luo Yu touched her mouth and realized she had been teased, giving him a stern look. Sitting at the forefront, Hisua Temple emphasized, "Apart from a few insignificant cases, we still follow the merit system. Most teams in the national competition prioritize skills over appearances, so don't judge based on looks." "Of course not," the members echoed. Nodding, Suqian carefully read the information below. As a member who joined the team last year, although Chu Zilin hadn't become the captain at that time, her details were quite comprehensive. He couldn't help but marvel at the immense workload of the coaching team of Qin Nan. They wouldn't be working overtime all year round, right? Glancing at the exhausted Lan Xinling and other coaches, Suqian felt deep sympathy. At this moment, Wang Wei exclaimed, "Chu Zilin is a card maker?" It was well known that compared to card users, card makers enjoyed many more benefits and almost all could enter top universities with the policy of lowering admission scores. Not that Suqian University was bad, but compared to schools with seed quotas, it was slightly inferior. Hisua Temple shrugged, "It's a personal choice, not your concern. Keep reading and pay attention to her card deck." Supernatural. Luo Yu was speechless. Whenever these types of cards were mentioned, she couldn't help but think of the castle with the skylight, a memory still fresh in her mind. Su Chen reminded Luo Yu to continue looking at other players' card decks. As the only card maker in the team, Chu Zilin seems to have made cards for her teammates as well, or was it arranged intentionally? The whole team seems to have a unified style. This makes it easy to use scene cards, right? Sure, Xiao pondered. Although he was on the bench, he also hoped to contribute his part and analyze diligently. "That's right. Does this mean that we'll have a use for scene cards against every opponent we face?" Although Jaha's attempt failed, Tang Wei suggested excitedly, "How about we use scene cards for the next round? How can we miss out on such excitement?" "Sure." Hiswosi did not object and asked if the others agreed. The group quickly reached a unanimous decision and began debating whose scene card to use. Standard preparations have their own routines, and scene cards have their own ways of playing. The pre-match preparation for a formal competition is not just about saying "I have an idea." Once this idea is revealed, it can be instantly shut down by Hiswosi. "Everyone, focus." Importing existing data of all players, including substitutes, from both teams into the model, the coaching staff and players of the Qin Nan school team engaged in an intense brainstorming session. At the front, Su Chen looked at the word supernatural highlighted in the data and suddenly smirked. "Oh." Tang Wei, who was sensitive to the situation, reflexively leaned back in his chair, shrugged his shoulders, and exaggeratedly drew everyone's attention to Su Chen, whom he was wary of. Under everyone's gaze, with a slightly stiff smile, Su Chen pretended to touch the corner of his lips. Before he could move, he remembered that everyone present had been together for so long and knew each other well. He decided to play along and suggested gently, "I just remembered that in my worldview, there happens to be a good place for a supernatural card." Oh, Hiswosi became interested and adjusted his half-slouched posture. He immediately thought of the 3 cards that had left a deep impression on him during training camp. As he stroked his chin in thought, a coach next to him hesitated slightly, using the supernatural against the supernatural? But, it's easy to dig your own grave with the same attribute. The unspoken meaning was clear. It's no wonder everyone was so cautious. Looking back at the records of previous national competitions, while the highlights were exhilarating and considered classics, the number of failures was also alarming. Intentions don't matter, only results do. Every person, every dark history, will be immortalized on the internet. And with one's future achievements, their presence will also rise. The vice captain retorted, "The captain is not someone who talks nonsense." Exactly. Luo Yu, who didn't shy away from big issues, shook her head, recalling the miserable past where she had been tricked by the captain. She couldn't believe that when these tactics were used against opponents, she would still be the cheerful girl she used to be. Now that the captain had a bad idea, Luo Yu naturally had to support it. Seeing her teammates about to speak one after another, Hiswosi raised his hand slightly, took control of the situation, and looked into Su-chen's eyes, asking, I remember your supernatural card has a suppressive effect on the same attribute, is it a divine card? Yes. Su-chen nodded, lifting a corner of his Worldview card slightly. The 3 supernatural cards belong to the faction called the Underworld, specializing in ghosts and demons. You're quite bold. Hiswosi marveled, but didn't delve further. Just by looking at Su-chen's card deck, he felt it encompassed everything, and this was only the beginning of his awakening. Who knows how long he had been contemplating his Worldview card, almost including half of the card types. Ambitious indeed. Hiswosi's lazy expression couldn't hold up any longer. He covered the lower half of his face with one hand, adopting a serious thinking posture. The scope of his ambition was expanding. Ambition. Ambition is good. Qin Nan needs his ambition. Ahem. Soon, Hiswosi put on a serious expression. Tell us in detail about the scene card you've conceived. After all, your teammates also need enough space in it. After a while, over the entire meeting room, it seemed like a sinister smile was brewing in the depths. On the other side, Chu Zilin suddenly shivered. A coat promptly covered her exposed arms, and Sun Yu asked considerately, is the temperature in the meeting room too low? It's fine. Chu Zilin smiled faintly, then looked back at the information in his hand, his beautiful face serious. Over the years, the invisible record had established a divine image for the seeded team, intangible yet exceptionally intimidating, making others unconsciously look up. Among them, Beiyuan and Qin Nan were 2 peaks that were beyond reach. As several rounds of matches passed, the strength of the players in this edition gradually revealed itself like a puzzle. Strong they might be, but to say that their strategies were impenetrable and impossible to deal with was underestimating the players selected for the national competition. No one was there to lose. Qin Nan's captain, Su-chen, may seem gentle, but I'm sure everyone has noticed that he's a smiling tiger. Even though we know he's the team leader, it's not easy to target him. Judging from the card pool they've shown so far, they focus on offense, high attack but low defense. Unfortunately, their skills are a bit tricky, strong control that's hard to defend against. The vice-captain is, Coach Su-chen said as he drew a mind map. After a thorough analysis, it was evident that Qin Nan School's overall attack and defense data was severely lacking. What is old he's conspiracy after all? I need to think about it some more. Countless classic reversal scenes from previous years flashed through his mind. Even the head coach couldn't be sure if this was the breakthrough point. This set of virtual and real tactics was played too skillfully. While the coaching staff continuously deduced the opponent's strategies and counter-strategies, the players' attention naturally focused mostly on their peers who were of similar age. General against general, soldier against soldier. They have more control on their side. We need to be careful not to get drawn into their focus fire. Wu Hang and Wan Qin need to be cautious from the start. Chu Zilin recalled the strategies of Qin Nan School in the last 2 rounds, emphasizing it once again with concern. Losing members at the beginning was truly detrimental, especially to the remaining team members' morale. Got it, Wu Hang and Wan Qin replied earnestly. As the main defensive players on the team, they had to ensure their teammates' safety when it came to positioning and attacking. Zilin, which scene card should we use? On her left, Sun Yu was selecting from several tactical sets. Scene card. Because of the uniqueness of our team, most opponents will counter this hand, so they will also play scene cards that target it. In the past, we have mostly been able to seize the initiative, but facing Qin Nan School, it's hard to say. She hesitated, leaving room for interpretation. What should we do then? Sun Yu was already getting a headache, but from the previous 2 matches, they don't seem to like using scene cards much. Maybe their team has different attributes that don't suit them? She looked to the head coach for confirmation. Unfortunately, the head coach agreed with Chu Zilin's statement. 2 matches are not enough evidence to show that Qin Nan School doesn't have suitable scene cards, and according to Kochi's consistent style, this possibility is less than 10%, while the probability of them using scene cards this time is over 50%. Although the participating players changed every year, a mature head coach would always have an influence on the team he led. Moreover, Kochi was not someone who allowed absolute weaknesses to exist. No scene cards? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Su-chen coaching staff unanimously agreed. In that case, seeing the coaches so resolute, Chu Zilin put forward her own idea. The timeline for the national competition's qualifying matches was drawn out for a long time. After 2 rounds of matches, Qin Nan School had several days off, which allowed Su-chen and his team to calmly prepare their scene cards. Otherwise, making big moves before the match was simply asking for trouble. Even with strong abilities, they wouldn't act so recklessly. While they closed themselves off to prepare, The national competition also witnessed the birth of many memorable moments, attracting more and more attention from the audience. On this day, the audience area already had overlapping sections. Unless intentionally purchasing adjacent seats, some spectators even ended up sharing the same seat, a phenomenon of passing through each other's worlds. This group of kids is really impressive. I feel like there are many talented individuals among them. It's a pity that those special classes in top universities see new faces every year. If they were to include older students, I can't even imagine how exciting it would be, lamented a white-haired elder in the audience. His companion immediately retorted, "The golden period is crucial. Their journey is still long, they can't let the national competition hold them back." "True," the elder took a sip of tea, "of course, I know that. But why are you in such a hurry?" His companion turned back to watch the game, rolling his eyes discreetly. "Wasn't it you who always liked to stir things up? It's rare to have a holiday to watch a few days of the competition. It's a shame that we missed the matches in Baiyuan and Qingnan," sighed the elder. "It seems that Qingnan has a match in a couple of days, just before our holiday ends." The companion carefully observed the fleeting preview on the overhead screen. "Oh, which school team are they up against?" Coincidentally, the companion gestured towards one side of the arena. "It's the Suqian school team. If you miss me, just click the yellow button below to let me know, love you." *3. The bright arena was shrouded in thick fog, white floodlights engulfed in darkness, like withered wood sinking into a swamp, slowly and heavily disappearing into the muddy surface, everything with a rough quality reminiscent of an old videotape. Faint figures flashed by. Abrupt footsteps halted, a sudden roar exploded. Where are they? Suqian School's opponent in this round was Linshi. Captain Chen Yan, halfway in pursuit, suddenly lost track of the opponent, manipulating the cards as if lost, hovering in midair, his whole being suddenly furious. Since awakening his talent successfully, Chen Yan had been sailing smoothly until now, never feeling as frustrated as today. It was a long-lost sense of defeat. "Dare to play tricks on me, don't let me catch you, or else." His remaining sanity reminded him that he was still under high-definition cameras. Chen Yan clenched his fists tightly, restraining his language, but his face was grim and frightening. The understaffed teammates remained silent, the atmosphere tense. One muttered to himself. Being trapped in the enemy scene card was already uncomfortable, but the headstrong captain, disregarding obstacles, insisted on biting the enemy's bait. It was hard to evaluate. "Damn, it's really maddening. Who can outweak you?" At this point, they could only cautiously scan their surroundings. The Suqian team used a desolate Suzhou-style garden for this match, with crumbling walls everywhere and numerous blind spots. The untended greenery added a wild charm, lush and vibrant. The decaying flowers and leaves on the ground emitted a silent, foul odor. The air was filled with damp fishy smells and sweet floral scents. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sudden sound of dripping water put everyone on guard, all cards ready, looking towards the nearby pond. "It's Chu Shuejia's flower-eating servant." Lu Mini, a fan in the Suqian fan zone, cheered excitedly. Unlike the Linshi players limited by the scene card, the audience had high-definition special effects from various angles, and the commentators didn't miss any details, explaining both sides' tactics continuously. Soon, all spectators noticed the eerie card dripping with saliva hidden in the dense bushes. Disheveled hair covering snow-white skin, the dark green dress almost blending with the surroundings. Through the half-covered bangs, hungry eyes fixed on the enemy, following the card holder's instructions, waiting for the best hunting opportunity. In theory, the sound of dripping water at close range was the easiest to locate. Unfortunately, under the flower-eating servant's feet were rotting branches, greatly blurring the sound's direction. On the other side of the pond, a water ghost card had long been lurking, silently floating under the lotus leaves. Was the drooling intentional or unintentional for the flower-eating servant? The commentators were trying to analyze. "Great, let's finish this in one go." In the scene, the Suqian players seized the opportunity and swiftly resolved the situation. As the host announced the results, Lumini excitedly shook her boyfriend's sleeve. "Wow, the cooperation between the senior students is so cool." With her supernatural abilities perfectly matching the Suqian team, it was a pity that her combat awareness was lacking. Being selected for the school team before was thanks to her father's financial support, customizing a powerful card deck for her. "If only the initial adjustment period was shorter, maybe I wouldn't be cheering in the audience now," Lu Mini said half regretfully, half smugly. "You've done well to overcome your fear of ghosts. Let's continue next year." Boyfriend comforted. To divert the attention of his dear girlfriend, he brought up the topic he had been avoiding these days. "In a couple of days, it will be the turn of Suqian and Qingnan. Where should we sit then?" "Oh right, I almost forgot. Senior, Su Shin. Both sides of the hand are flesh, how should one choose?" Lu Mini furrowed her brows in distress until she noticed the increasingly dangerous look in her boyfriend's eyes. She cleverly raised 3 fingers in an instant. Of course, we'll still sit here, she affirmed. As a student from Suqian, I swear to firmly support the organization and not deviate from the masses. Only then did her boyfriend smile and nod in satisfaction. It's okay, we can catch up after the match. Since you've always liked the Chao Qian card, do you want to find old classmates to customize a card? Sure. Escaped a disaster. Lu Mini happily hugged her boyfriend's arm, seeing the end of today's matches, the audience starting to leave, eagerly making plans to go on a date with him after the Star Network. Just a few meters away, the elder rose slowly and left the national competition venue, strolling in the Star Network, stealing half a day of leisure. Too impatient, he commented casually. Are you talking about that young man named Chen Yan? His companion reacted after some thought. Young people, their hearts are fickle, it's always hard for them to control their arrogance and impatience. They'll learn after a few setbacks. The elder shook his head, not optimistic, stubborn. With age comes wisdom, having lived long enough, with just one glance, one can see through some people's character. How did you notice him? The companion was quite surprised. After all, in his view, the performance of the Suqian school team's children in the previous match was more commendable. His cards have several different styles. That's normal, they're random cards. Didn't you notice the host saying he's also a card maker? The two walked in silence for a while, then sighed in unison. The companion, looking at the diverse cards displayed in the Star Network, said, having cards with multiple worldviews is normal. The higher-ups just encourage single worldview cards, not enforce them. Ha! The elder chuckled softly. If they were really clear about it, wouldn't old Li and his gang be in trouble? Teasing. Time flies. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen and others arrived early at the player area to watch the matches. Today, they were the last to play, a routine of the organizers to save the exciting matches for last, boosting the audience's seating rate. Just get used to it. Due to the qualifying match system, at this stage, Xinnan only needed to study 5 school teams specifically, so the other teams were somewhat unfamiliar to them for a while. Not their concern, so they started snacking on melon seeds. With Wang Wei, the young master, Tang Wei's task of distributing snacks was completely liberated, the golden VIP card shining in harmony with the luxurious hair color of the wealthy deputy team, dazzling everyone. Long live the young master! Tang Wei flattered, climbing up the pole, pulling out the menu. I want this. Beside him, Shi Xiao, with the taste buds of a food-making card maker, assured, trust me, this matcha flavor is amazing. Gao Yaqiu and the sisters gathered around, picking at the calorie bombs they wouldn't dare touch in reality. He Xiaowu, as always, had no appetite. Anything is fine. It felt a bit like hosting a sports event in a past life. Su Chen reminisced. Due to health reasons, he had participated in activities only a few times, with the most vivid memory being the scripts constantly being sent into the broadcasting room. Hisua Temple, who always freeloaded on food and drinks, stopped Wang Wei from paying the bill. Are you silly? The meal allowance from the school doesn't need to be used. Are you saving it to grow cobwebs? The seasoned freeloader of one generation for another said so. Wool pulling skills +1. Hisua Temple, who moved to the front row, squinted his eyes and watched the performance of various teams on the field, occasionally making sarcastic remarks, teasing the players, and reminding them, this team is okay. Judging by the current winning rate, they might make it to the next stage, and then they could be opponents. Immediately, a group of echoers responded with "oh" in agreement. Just like a group of monkeys. From the coach's perspective, he always noticed some details that Su Chen and others had overlooked, enlightening them. After all, in general, card makers and card users in the early stages of awakening tend to focus more on the strength and fun of the cards. Some strong coaches are very strict about this. The national competition is a team event, not your own stage. This is often their mantra. Fortunately, Hisua Temple is not the kind of coach who stifles the natural instincts of young people. His strong track is different. Several hours passed, and they were finally at the climax of today's match. Instantly, the air in the arena seemed to be filled with excitement. It's Qin Nan's turn. Why is my heart beating so fast? Look at me, do I look like I'm blushing a bit? Is my face red? Shinjin, you're exaggerating. I'm so looking forward to this. Wake up, your Sushin is about to play. Go Team Chu. The cheers for the Qin Nan school team in the stands were high, but there were also many supporters of the Suqian school team. Among them, as a sophomore, Xu Zilin himself had already attracted many loyal fans last year. Because the supernatural card is popular in the Blue Star, many cards even make appearances in certain movies and TV shows, often becoming popular. In the center of the arena, After a conservative trash-talking session, almost as soon as the whistle blew, all the players began to move like precision gears in coordination. With the protection of his teammates, Su Chen immediately unfolded the scene card. The gloomy twilight completely enveloped the entire arena, swallowing the external lights like a black hole, as if this area had been detached from the original world, pitch black, with visibility reduced even with enhanced vision. Fortunately, the Su Chen deck had ghost fire skills to provide them with illumination, preventing them from being in the dark. Looking around, the desolate field had no grass, and white ghostly shadows crowded together, creating a weird and lively atmosphere. Wu Hong quickly cleared the nearby ghostly shadows. Fortunately or unfortunately, this was not an enemy's ambush but was indeed part of the scene card's background. This made their faces look grim. This meant that they couldn't let these ghostly shadows drain their energy, yet they couldn't let their guard down either. What if a real threat sneaked in? Just then, not far ahead, behind the sturdy and heavy battlements, there came the sound of metal clashing and the wailing cries of agony. Despite the Su Chen players being mentally prepared, the realistic immersion still made their hearts skip a beat. I thought I had already adapted, but for some reason, my back is all goosebumps now. My cards are getting restless too. Don't get distracted. Chu Zilin stabilized the troops, raising his voice. Continue with the original tactics. At the same time, there was a commotion in the stands. Is this Su Qian's new scene card? It feels more detailed than before, with a great horror movie atmosphere. Look at those drifting ghosts. The background board looks like it's manifested from a card. No way. Some were quite disappointed. Did Qin Nan just give up the field advantage like that? Is that fair? The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Wait, look at the expressions of the Su Chen players. It seems like this scene card isn't theirs after all. In the next moment, the commentator made a decisive statement. Although the number of cards being used has changed simultaneously, through the behavior of others and the display of one on Su Chen's row, it can be basically determined that he has used a scene card. As everyone knows, the mental power required by scene cards far exceeds that of regular cards. Also, pay attention, He Xiaowu has been hovering around Su Chen all this time, and currently, the number of cards he has played has reached 4, it's quite obvious. Even those slow to react at this point suddenly understood. I knew it. As the commentator mentioned, the energy mobilized by scene cards is multiple times that of regular cards. The finer the detail, the more energy it consumes. In order to use other cards later on, Su Chen blurred the scene parts that would only be used later. This is a common practice for low-level card users. It's sufficient to deal with those without abilities like Su Chen's illusion breaking. Over in Su Chen, they are definitely using the scouting card. Su Chen manipulated the cards while his brain raced with thoughts. Compared to the stumbling of his opponents, Qin Nan, who didn't use the illumination skill, moved freely, like a fish in water. This was due to the buff from the state enhancement, scene, special underworld, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, skill, landscape, active, fixed special skill of scene cards. It is rumored that there is the best architectural team that can replicate all designs 1-to-1, but so far, no one has seen their true appearance. Office worker, passive, working in the underworld, living beings stay away. Walk of the Reaper, active, I am a temporary worker, with strong abilities, I will catch all those wild ghosts and bring them back. The buff stacked, turning teammates and cards into temporary reapers. Since it's an office environment, there's no reason for blind spots, right? However, Su Chen's burden was heavy. He needed to constantly monitor others' card changes, keeping an eye on all sides and ears open to all directions. Even if Walk of the Reaper was cast on the card user, the card couldn't gain a bonus out of thin air. So, for now, the command of this round was entrusted to Vice Captain Wang. As a base-type card user, commanding was his forte, setting up the sand table confidently in the rear. His scout cards had already joined the teammates at the front line. Attention, the Chuzilin you're surrounding is fake. She and 2 others disguised as cards have already entered the Ghost Gate, Luoing. They are getting close to your side. Got it. Something's not right. Chu Zilin, with the appearance of a flower-eating slave, said uneasily. What's wrong? Sun Yu, disguised as a ghost bride, asked vigilantly, looking around, is it because they haven't chased us? Yuan Qin, also assigned to the small team, pondered, but most of the combat power is being held outside the wall. Even if Qin Nan knows there are stragglers, he will definitely choose to focus on the main force first, right? Hard to say. Chu Zilin carefully examined the sea of blood-red flowers she encountered after entering the city gate. The unfamiliar flowers bloomed in a vibrant red, like flames, yet the stems were devoid of leaves. The dark green dress of the flower-eating slave stood out amidst the sea of red. Feeling a sense of crisis, Chu Zilin decided to quickly cross this area and head to the other side of the bridge. Just as she was about to speak, suddenly, the previously quiet flower sea swayed like flames. On the road to the underworld, the Higanbana flowers bloomed. Although these were unique sites of the underworld card, the matching characteristics and the identity of a temporary worker allowed Luoying, who possessed the florist card, to command them effortlessly. Leveraging the home advantage, they immediately surrounded the invaders layer by layer. The flower sea was like a fire scene, every step was a crisis. The experienced Chu Zilin and her two companions calmly counterattacked, realizing that manipulating the cards was particularly sluggish. They immediately sensed that the condensing fragrance in the air was a skill effect. Fortunately, the flower-eating slave had a skill that countered this aspect. Swiftly manipulating the possessed cards, she used flower-eating fragrance. As a few wisps of crimson smoke drifted into their red lips, the three of them instantly regained their mobility. Chu Zilin was the first to find Luoying hidden in the dark and alerted his two teammates. "She's over there." He then activated the flower eater's skill, Flower Banquet. Regardless of the type of flower plant, whether poisonous or not, this card could enhance combat power using the flower eater. Once it grew, its killing power was not to be underestimated. To this end, Chu Zilin specially created a matching 100 flowers ghost to provide petals for the flower eater. At the moment, this scene saved mental energy. After a tacit eye exchange, Sun Yu and Yuan Qin decisively protected both sides, fighting for development time for Chu Zilin. Entangled with Luoying. In theory, with a 2-to-1 advantage, they should have the numerical upper hand, but soon the two felt the pressure. Is this the personal strength of a seed team? Seeing Luoying about to approach the captain for interception, Sun Yu and Yuan Qin acted decisively, releasing the possession state to better control the other cards. Several cards were successively deployed, fighting until the ground was covered in fallen flowers. Nearby, a demonic wind arose, swiftly sweeping up all the fallen flowers, drifting towards Chu Zilin shrouded in a cold aura. In the dim light, the semi-transparent flower eater leaned forward eagerly, devouring voraciously. Chu Zilin timely released the possession as well, leaving space for the cards with surging momentum to be displayed later. Because in a match, the safety of the player was definitely more important than the cards, the possession state would tie the player's hands and feet, making it difficult to unleash the card's full potential. As the number of Higanbana flowers on the ground decreased, the sense of crisis brought to Luoying by the flower eater grew stronger. There was probably no card master who could resist the temptation of snowballing skills. When used by oneself, it was incredibly powerful, but seeing the enemy use it made one want to stomp their feet in frustration. The academic faction had deep research on this. Luoying understood that continuing like this would undoubtedly be courting disaster. Unable to quickly break through the defense of the two alone, she decisively made the Higanbana flowers wither. In an instant, countless petals fluttered in the air, resembling dancing butterflies, constantly turning into twinkling stars and disappearing. Watching the greenery slowly sprouting on the empty flower stems, usable cards flashed in Luoying's mind. Coincidentally, at this moment, high in the sky, a hawk blended with the darkness issued a warning cry. Shoo! The hawk's cry was sharp and urgent. Realizing that this was Wang Wei signaling to her, Luoying promptly used the secret passage arranged by Su Chen to retreat. With a blink, Sun Yu and Yuan Qin found that their opponent had mysteriously disappeared, leaving only two cards behind as decoys. After dealing with them one by one, the two looked at each other in astonishment, just then hearing shouts coming closer from afar. "Captain!" Accompanied by approaching footsteps, for familiar faces gradually became clear in the darkness, and Chu Zilin frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why did you all come now?" The tactics arranged before the match were not like this. "I don't know why, but the iron chains held by Qin Nan's card user have a suppressing effect on our spiritual cards. Even though we outnumbered them, we still lost many cards in a row," a teammate hurriedly explained. "If this continues, we will definitely keep losing members." Seeing the situation was unfavorable, we thought it best to regroup. Although mental power could reduce the time it took for cards to gather in the card space, the rate of consumption was not insignificant. As the battles on the field unfolded one after another, once mental power was depleted, no matter how many life-saving measures were prepared, it was like a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be slaughtered. "What about the people Qin Nan sent over?" Chu Zilin looked at Wu Hong, who had just arrived. His steps were heavy, seeming hesitant. "I let the three of them go first, and I stayed behind, but the people from Qin Nan managed to break free from my entanglement and went to attack the main force," Wu Hong said, looking at the three teammates, his face full of words he wanted to say but held back. "Ha!" The three players who had just arrived from Shuzhou were almost shocked to hear this, exclaiming in unison, but we didn't encounter them." After setting up the scene cards, Su Chunhan finally relaxed. With a smile in his eyes overlooking the entire field, he watched as the 6 players from Suqian were filled with suspicion on one end, indulging in their paranoia. Their dilated pupils, in a state of delusion, peered through the city walls towards Wu Hong struggling outside the gates of the underworld. Card after card manifested and fell, being dealt with by Tang Wei and Luo Yu working together. In the end, with no other choice, Wu Hong disappeared from the arena in frustration. The commentator outside was announcing Su Qian's team as the first to lose a member. Unfortunately, Xu Zilin and the others were oblivious. Unable to hear the sound and with their vision obstructed by the light, what good were supernatural cards in the deck? Just because the cards could see, didn't mean they could share their vision with the cardholder, and the silver-level cards lacked the consciousness to realize the issue. The possession state just now had a glimmer of hope. Wasn't it Luo Ying's job to interfere from the beginning? You really know how to mess with people's minds, Wang Weixin said with a touch of emotion, having observed the scene from high above like a hawk. It's nothing, really, Su Chunhan modestly replied. It's not my idea, just inspiration from reading. Reading? What book? Wang Weixin asked curiously. Su Chunhan recalled and narrated a short story about a snow mountain. 8 mountain climbers agreed to climb a snow mountain, among them a couple. The girl had to stay at the foot of the mountain due to health reasons, but for 7 days, they didn't return. On the 7th day, among the returning crowd, the girl's boyfriend was missing. They said they encountered an avalanche during the climb, and her boyfriend was unfortunate. The boy said, in fact, after the avalanche, I survived, they were the ghosts. It was a very short story, and Su Chunhan finished it in about 2 minutes. The more Wang Weixin listened, the more uneasy he felt. So, who was the ghost? Who knows? After this story became popular in a past life, netizens discussed it for a long time, unable to convince each other completely. Fortunately, in today's scene, the audience could see clearly. Someone in the player area was already looking at their counterfeit, clenching their teeth. Su Chunhan signaled for Wang Weixin to focus on the remaining 6 players from Su Qian. It's time for the next step. The tacit understanding among teammates aside, disguising cards as cardmasters was not an easy task, but it was just a casual move. Disrupting the opponent's mindset was already a win. Seeing Xu Zilin coming up with a breakthrough, Su Chunhan signaled Wang Weixin, and together with him and Xiaowu, who had been around, they rushed to the scene using the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation. In the darkness, ink-colored wings cut across the sky. The brief eagle cry pierced through the twilight, breaking through the dusk. Swish on the other side, after dealing with the opponent, Luo Yu, who had come to flank, without a word, remotely controlled her 1,000-faced butterfly. And then, in the crowd, the Wu Hong who was asked to manifest the card suddenly split open, like shattered plaster, bursting out a large amount of butterfly scales from countless cracks, fluttering and spreading all around. Not good. With a jolt in his heart, the Su Qian group, still investigating the traitor, was already marked by the skill before they could react. Quick, purify the card. Upon hearing the command, Sun Yu frantically summoned the cards, only to be interrupted by enemies jumping out from all directions. First, Luo Ying and Gao Yaqiu, then Luo Yu and Tang Wei. Finally, Su Chunhan and the other 2. In just a moment, all the players in the arena gathered, and a team battle erupted directly. Too fast. The coordination of the Qin Nan team was almost seamless. From Su Chunhan's signal, to Wang Weixin's command, to Luo Yu's card explosion, and finally everyone teleporting to surround and bombard. In the blink of an eye, the whole process was completed, leaving no chance for the enemy to react. If it weren't for the prepared sacrificial means to save their lives, Su Qian would most likely have been sent away in one fell swoop. Xu Zilin hurriedly instructed the partially developed nectar eater to hold the situation. However, he did not expect to fall right into Qin Nanfang's trap. Dealing with such a late-game card was indeed tricky, but as long as it wasn't given the chance to grow, it would be fine. Without the need for verbal communication, the Qin Nan players who converged acted in perfect harmony and swiftly took down the nectar eater that had just been marked by the scale powder. Even when Xu Zilin accelerated the gathering with his mental power, the newly emerged nectar eater would only be at its factory settings. The consecutive losses made the Su Qian coaching staff sigh in disappointment as they watched. But what could they do? Tactics also required strength to support them, and facing the top-tier seeded team, they had truly grown accustomed to it. Too much talk would only lead to tears. Beside the Su Qian player area shrouded in dark clouds, the audience was captivated, afraid of missing any moment. It wasn't until Xu Zilin's powerful main card was resolved that they came back to reality, offering enthusiastic applause, truly worthy of Qin Nan. That move was amazing. Cheers echoed through the sky. Inside the arena, however, there was wailing and howling. Ghost bride, substitute ghost, hanging ghost. Card after card, their spiritual bodies grew weaker, soon turning into strands of smoke, disappearing amidst the flames of battle. The suppressed supernatural cards were already greatly weakened under the siege of iron chains, let alone facing such a fierce onslaught. The Suqian team of 6 suffered heavy losses, with all the cards summoned at the beginning falling, and now in the battle, it was either the newly manifested ones or returning guests, repeatedly defeated, only able to defend while keeping their distance. This wave was not good. Retreat. Unconsciously, the battle line was drawn to the Naiha Bridge. On the other side, flowers bloom on the other side, sighing on the Naiha Bridge. An old voice echoed from the black mist. On the bridge's other side, an old lady with a hunched back emerged. Xu Zilin was feeling frustrated, as during the match, Qin Nan's people still had the leisure to let the cards recite lines. Thinking it was their arrogance, he suddenly felt his hand being grabbed. Alarm bells rang in his mind, but unfortunately, his limbs wouldn't obey. Helplessly, he found himself locking eyes with the old lady's compassionate gaze, and the next moment, a bowl of strangely colored soup was forcibly fed into his mouth. Oh no, it's a lock-in skill. Xu Zilin, with a pale face, was forced to swallow the soup, the bizarre taste continuously assaulting his taste buds, while the kind advice of the old lady lingered in his ears. After drinking Mengpo's soup, don't dwell on past grievances, girl, be a good person in your next life. Screw that. I'm not dead yet. Focus on the damn match. How did it come to being a good person in the next life? Xu Zilin cursed in his mind, unable to maintain his composure, as his consciousness gradually drifted away. When he came to, his teammates had already been successively eliminated. Unable to hold on alone, she was soon taken out by focused fire. Some in the audience began to feel sorry for Xu Zilin. It's too tragic. Although the title of captain sounds prestigious, it also makes you a prime target. In this match, Xu Zilin was completely controlled. Yeah, that bowl of Mengpo's soup looks all messed up, with green and purple colors and strange bubbles. The taste must be terrible. Mangpa. This card seems to have high spirituality. How do you know it's spiritually high? Maybe the card owner is controlling her speech? That's impossible. We're in the middle of a match, and Qin Nan's players aren't just controlling one card. How could they be so distracted just to say a few lines? What's the point? The audience continued to express their opinions. Standing on the Naiha Bridge, Suqian couldn't help but gaze back, watching the vast scenes that had yet to unfold, and regretted, we've only just arrived at the Naiha Bridge. One sentence silenced all the teammates who were prepared to triumphantly return. As long as you're happy. But indeed. After a moment of thought, Luo Yu didn't mind the scale of the matter and said, there's still the captain's 18 layers behind. Xu Tangwei promptly interrupted, Miss, let's continue this conversation downstairs. His eyes frantically gestured around. They were still on stage, surrounded by cameras. There would definitely be a chance to use the captain's scene card later. It might be a trump card. Luo Yu, who realized her slip of the tongue, quickly covered her mouth with both hands and blinked awkwardly. Oops, she spoke too soon, but thankfully she was stopped. Quietly, she followed her teammates back to the player area, appearing so calm and unlike her usual self. Suqian lightly chuckled and comforted her, it's okay, you didn't reveal anything. Besides, my scene card is based on my own worldview. Even if others hear it, so what? It's just ambiguous terms. That's good. Luo Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Hisua Si beside them didn't say much about it. Every team was composed of individuals with different personalities. Friction was inevitable, but as long as it was a minor issue, they should solve it themselves, which could actually improve their relationships. This was also the case during the initial training camp. The bonds between teammates were indeed mysterious yet valuable assets. Seeing the matter resolved, Hisua Si then spoke up, the next round is quite far apart, so we'll have a day off tomorrow. Everyone can rest. Great! Long live Old He. Several people cheered excitedly. Used to their routine, Old He's sudden kindness felt like a pie falling from the sky, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. However, after a brief chat, Wang Wei received a summons from his father, and He Shou Wu mentioned that there were matters at the sect. Shi Xiao Xiao grinned foolishly. Coincidentally, Wang Yun has been wanting to invite me and Monkey to a private kitchen for a while. It's rare to have some free time to get together. Since Luoying and Luo Yu's hometown in Xiangxi was too far to travel back and forth in a day, they made plans to go shopping with Gao Yiqiu, who also didn't intend to rush back home. In a few words, everyone had their own schedules. They gradually went offline one by one. My mom has been accompanying my dad to a car race for the past couple of days. I guess there won't be anyone at home for the next half month. Tang Wei sighed as he hugged Su Chen's shoulder, sympathetically saying, it's just the two of us left to rely on each other. I'm not a left-behind child. Su Chen helplessly dragged his avatar, planning to log off in a flash, when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Following the voice, he saw a somewhat unfamiliar face. Looking about the same age as himself, it was a trendy guy with a 3/7 split hairstyle. Despite searching his brain for a while, he couldn't recall the person's name. Just then, the guy spoke. Su-chen, Tangwei, long time no see. The familiar attitude made Su-chen momentarily embarrassed to ask for the person's name, but thankfully, through Lu Minyi, whom he was holding hands with, he confirmed that he did know the person. Long time no see, Su-chen smiled and greeted. Wow, suddenly, Tangwei exaggeratedly pointed at the hands of the two and gave a thumbs up to the guy, teasing, bro, you're awesome. Congratulations on the lovebirds finally getting together. Thank you. The guy laughed heartily, and Lu Minyi blushed shyly, the two sharing an exceptionally sweet moment as if the air itself was filled with the cloying sweetness of love. Wait, who is this person? Help, help, help. Su-chen maintained a gentle smile to cover up his confusion. Sensing his brother, who was the only one still out of sorts, Tangwei whispered, this is Chen He. Have you forgotten? The guy behind Lu Minyi, the one with the bowl cut. He looks quite presentable with this new hairstyle, no wonder he could win over a girlfriend. He seemed intrigued. Maybe I should go get a hairstyle to attract love tomorrow. You go ahead. Su-chen remained non-committal, not planning to follow suit. His hair had always been on the longer side, and whether he cut it or not didn't make much difference. He rarely visited the barbershop for grooming. However, Su-chen looked at the two people in front of him, surrounded by a pink aura, speechless. The veins on Su-chen's neck twitched, and he hesitated to speak. Nowadays, is it a trend to come and show affection to old classmates? He deeply suspected that the long training period had disconnected him from the current trends. Fortunately, Lu Minyi finally mentioned the purpose of her visit. I've always wanted to have you customize a card for me again, but couldn't reach you. I happened to see you at the match today, so I came straight to you. I hope we're not disturbing you. After entering university, both of them were busy with the national competitions. When Lu Minyi, who was not selected for the school team, wanted to contact Su-chen during her free time, he had already entered the restricted training area and never found a suitable opportunity. Afraid that the national competition would drag on, Su-chen, as the captain of the Qin-nan team, would be even busier. Lu Minyi decisively chose this moment. Of course, this was only one aspect of the reason. The main reason was that Lu Minyi wanted an exclusive customized card. Initially, it cost 15 for a customized black iron card, not to mention now that Su-chen, as the captain of the Qin-nan team, was participating in the national competition, his popularity had soared. Coupled with the span of the silver level and the exclusive copyright fee, the price would more than double, leaving no surplus even for the landlord's family. Her family was only prominent in small places like Nanjing. Thinking that as time went on, Su-chen's card business would definitely shift from a seller's market to a buyer's market, Lu Minyi felt an urgent need to act. How could we be disturbed? Su-chen responded with a business smile. The scene cards and manga cards he made a few days ago once again depleted his already scarce inventory. He was considering whether to check the account backend and choose a suitable employer. How could he refuse business that came to him? Lu Minyi emphasized, this time I wanted to be exclusive. You understand what I mean, right? Not all card makers would take on such orders, so she confirmed additionally. The kind with copyright authentication? Yes. Lu Minyi nodded vigorously, feeling a bit embarrassed as she smiled. I want to try next year's national competition. I heard that this year's overall level is higher than previous years. Next year, when you and those monsters leave, I, as an ordinary person, should have a chance, right? But if it's exclusive, the cost. Su-chen hesitated. Don't worry, I know the market price, we'll stick to the rules. Lu Minyi immediately reassured him. Although they were old classmates, she knew that their relationship didn't warrant a discount. She didn't want to take advantage and ruin this rare connection. And this time, my dad has already prepared the material card for me. It can be sent to Qin-nan anytime. Alright, so this time there are specific skill requirements, right? After confirming the requirements, they decided to seize the day and made an appointment to go to the Cardmaker Association in Xinguang to apply for authorization. This was a crucial process for customizing exclusive cards, requiring 2 procedures before and after card production, respectively. Once the agreement was reached, this authorization would be supervised by the Cardmaker Association, providing a third-party authoritative guarantee for both parties. To facilitate transactions among card makers from different regions, the Cardmaker Association in Xinguang also provided this service. Obviously, it was a paid service. However, compared to the customization fee, this fee was negligible, and the rich miss didn't hesitate to pay it. Su-chen didn't even have a chance to interject. It was a joke. I've learned a lot about business from my old man since I was a child. Lu Minyi secretly admired her wit. Because the Cardmaker Association had specific templates, they completed the transaction in less than half an hour. Tangwei had been holding back all the way until the procedures were completed. After Lumini and Chen he left hand in hand, he excitedly grabbed Su Chen's neck. "You fool, you've made yourself laugh again. When have students who ask their parents for money ever seen such a large sum of money?" It's not only that he fears his brother living a hard life, but he fears his brother driving a Land Rover. However, recalling the pain and struggle he went through every time he made a card, Tang Wei couldn't help but admire. "Where do you get so much inspiration from? You deserve to make money. You have to treat us to spicy hot pot tonight, kid." Sure. Su Chen pulled Tang Wei's arm down and suddenly sensed a gaze staring at them. He quickly investigated and found two people standing in that direction. One was Zhang Hui, who had come to find Yi Shaowu last time, and the other was his teammate whom he had seen in the team at Beiyuan initially. The gaze shifted quickly, probably just taking a glance at a future opponent. However, apart from the competition, they had no need to interact with the players from Beiyuan. Su Chen and Tang Wei soon left Xingwang. The next day, in the afternoon. Knock, knock, knock. Su Chen, awakened by a series of knocks on the door, groggily glanced at the empty bed next to him, feeling puzzled for a moment, then staggered out of bed to open the door. It wasn't until he saw the dormitory manager in charge of the building and a courier in a professional uniform standing beside him that his brain cleared. "Hello, I need your personal signature to collect this special item," the courier explained, handing over the collection slip and a pen. If it were an ordinary package, it could be handed over to the dormitory manager, no need to come upstairs at all. Realizing he hadn't bought anything recently, Su Chen quickly reacted and signed to receive the package. "Alright, thank you." "You're welcome. Thank you for choosing Flash Express. Welcome back next time." Perhaps for the sake of performance, the courier deliberately left a business card. Su Chen accepted them one by one. Watching the dormitory manager dutifully escort the person away, he returned to his room, closed the door, casually placed the items on the table, and then went to the window to open the tightly closed curtains. The bright sunlight flooded the room in an instant. The high sun made Su Chen realize that he had actually slept until noon. No wonder Tang Wei had already left the dorm. This kid is quite active. Yawning, he entered the bathroom. After freshening up, Su Chen lazily sank into the armchair and slowly unwrapped the tightly packed parcel. The palm-sized package shed its layers of clothing, revealing 3 thin cards in the end. There was more filler than actual items. One was a silver-level blank card imprinted with Lumini's spiritual mark, and the other 2 were silver-level material cards, a desolate well and a videotape oozing bloodstains continuously. These 2 items were not rare in supernatural materials, but their quality was exceptionally good, and the energy contained in them made the images on the material cards particularly exquisite. It must have taken a lot of effort for the Lu family to obtain them. Unexpectedly, they entrusted them to a freshman card maker so trustingly. Captain Qin Nan's value exceeded Su Chen's expectations. Holding the 3 cards with his fair and slender fingers, he spread them out in a fan shape. His brain quickly calculated how to use these 2 material cards to customize cards. Considering that these were exclusive copyright cards for next year's national competition, planned by Lumini, he had to exclude characters he might use in the future. It would be best not to involve cards related to the Dragon Kingdom worldview. Countless classic images flashed back and forth, and Su Chen immediately captured the suitable scene: a female ghost in a white dress with black hair and tears of blood flowing out of a dried well, contorting her limbs as she crawled out of a television screen. If he remembered correctly, the medium of transmission was a videotape. Perfect. As the top star from the neighboring island, Sadako, although her appearance was a bit plain, nowhere near Xiao Qian's beauty, she was famous and had been a childhood shadow for many people. Moreover, this time, Lumini did not emphasize the appearance of the cards. Of course, the most crucial point was that Sadako perfectly matched these 2 material cards. After confirming repeatedly, Su Chen couldn't find a better match, so he happily decided to sketch Sadako on a blank sheet of paper in no time. In the desolate grassland, moss clung to the walls of a dried-up well. A female ghost with limbs outstretched crawled out from the television set, her eyes wide with tears of blood, filled with resentment and curses, as if swearing an oath to never rest in peace. Beside the blank space was a detailed record card. Despite receiving a large sum of money and being one of the earliest supporters of his card-making business, Su Chen was particularly meticulous, carefully considering the card skills. It wasn't until after lunch that he adjusted his state of mind and entered the dedicated card-making room in the dormitory. In the simple and tranquil room, a cold and terrifying card gradually took shape. Character, Sadako, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, skills, videotape, active. Rumor has it that on the 7th day after watching the video, Sadako will appear and take the viewer's life. The only solution is to copy the videotape and show it to someone else. But is there really a survivor? Television set, active. I have a portal, it's quite novel. One day, on a whim, I used it to teleport. I tore out my heart and liver with my own hands, feeling proud, but somehow, there was blood all over the floor. Insane literature, active, dark crawling, screaming, ghostly howling, rapid crawling, attacking everyone, darting across the ceiling, pouncing on faces, backflipping away, twisting, crawling intensely, convulsing, roaring. After finishing the card, Su-chen thought of the feedback from his former employer, Luo-ing, and even handwrote an instruction manual, which he put in an envelope and stored in his storage ring. Because there was still a procedure to follow after delivery, he had agreed with Lu Mini to meet at a suitable time for a face-to-face transaction. After tidying up, Su-chen prepared to leave the card-making room. As he opened the soundproof door, he suddenly heard a familiar voice inside the dormitory, wailing like a ghost. If Sadako's card didn't belong to his deck, Su-chen would have almost suspected that Sadako had come out to use the insane literature skill. What's going on? Ha ha. Seeing Tangwei, Su-chen understood without needing a reply, and couldn't help but chuckle. Sorry, couldn't help it. You're laughing at me. At that moment, a young man's demeanor shattered gently. It's not what you think. Su-chen denied decisively. I'm just trying to figure out how to comfort you tactfully. Ha ha. Another uncontrollable chuckle escaped. Ah. You're laughing again, my image is ruined. Tangwei looked at his dog-chewed hairstyle in the mirror, scratching his head frantically, wishing he could go back and shut down that barbershop. He even claimed to be a top stylist Tony. Damn it! It's clearly a scam, a total scam, fooling ghosts. I'm way better than him at this. Now I can't even go out without summoning up courage. What was supposed to be an exciting outing turned into a whole afternoon of collapse. Tangwei tried to salvage the situation, but even as his teammates returned to the dorm one by one, he couldn't succeed. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, I've never seen you look so ugly. Just get used to it, every haircut is a gamble. This time, I just ended up losing. Even the usually aloof He Xiaowu couldn't hold back a smile, coughing to cover it up. Amidst the mocking laughter, Tangwei buried himself under the covers. I'm tired, I'm dead, please don't disturb me. He bit his pillow, tears streaming down his face. Tony, we met by fate, but you made me lose so thoroughly. I hate you. After a while, when his teammates returned to the dorm with souvenirs, Su-chen considerately placed a roll of tissue paper on his bedside, thinking to himself, should I take away the mirror? Forget it. A true hero must always face the harsh realities of life. As the competition progressed, the popularity of various seeded players soared. Not to mention within the Qin Nan school, the recognition of the school team members was exceptionally high. Tangwei, who carried the burden of being an idol, got up early in the dim light and fussed over his clothes. He pulled out a hat that hadn't been worn in 800 years from somewhere, securely covering his hair before he was willing to leave the house. The vivid emerald green color was so piercing that it made Su-chen's eyes ache, and he walked straight to the meeting room without looking around. As the team captain, he arrived half an hour early. Tangwei, on the other hand, was trying to avoid the peak crowd. Upon reaching the meeting room and opening the door, he saw Isua Temple chatting happily with an old man with white hair and a youthful face. His steps forward froze in place instantly, unsure if he was interrupting the two. Just as he was about to apologize and leave, Isua Temple waved and said, "Why are you standing there? Come in." Then, in a casual tone, he introduced Su-chen and Tangwei to the old man who interrupted. This old man's surname is Xia, you can just call him Master Xia. Don't call me Master Xia, that's too formal. The spirited Master Xia interrupted directly, just call me Master. Su-chen and Tangwei were stunned for a moment, but seeing Isua Temple not objecting, they quickly greeted, "Hello, Master." Curious about this sudden elder. "Well, hello." Master Xia looked Su-chen up and down as he spoke, slightly praising, "I watched your match with Su-chen the other day, you performed well, with great potential." He then asked about future plans. Su-chen had long considered this and answered smoothly, "After graduation, I plan to participate in professional card tournaments and occasionally engage in card making as a side job." This was his plan, and he was determined to follow through. In fact, except for not having graduated yet and officially embarked on the path of professional leagues, the current situation was almost exactly as Su-chen had planned for the future. He was always content. Boring. Hearing this, Master Xia looked disappointed. "You young people are really boring, acting more old-fashioned than this old man. So what if he's master?" Su-chen smiled gently, passing over the comment without a second thought. Pretending not to hear the underlying meaning, he replied good-naturedly, "You look like you're in your prime, how could you be old-fashioned?" It wasn't a compliment, but Master Xia blushed, showing no signs of aging. Except for his white hair, he could easily pass for a middle-aged man. Whatever. Master Xia wasn't the type to insist on his opinions. He tested the waters with a few words and then left directly, without saying goodbye to Isua Temple on the way out. Isua Temple seemed accustomed to this and didn't mind. the unique relaxed vibe between master and disciple was evident, and they didn't make a special effort to say goodbye either. Master Xia's figure quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Tang Wei, who was close to the door, immediately closed it, approached Hisua Temple with a playful smile. Master has approved the disciple, so it's time for us to change our address, right? It's too early. Hisua Temple said expressionlessly, crossing his arms. Do we have to wait until I finish my postgraduate studies? Tang Wei was genuinely distressed. This remark made Hisua Temple roll his eyes on the spot. You can talk about it after you pass my graduation thesis. Postgraduate studies. If it weren't for the special admission during the awakening period and the bitter experience of the cultural exam and the college entrance examination, Tang Wei would definitely be in deep trouble. As the class teacher, Hisua Temple had all of Tang Wei's academic records since the beginning of the school year. It was a series of ups and downs. He seriously doubted whether Tang Wei could successfully complete his thesis. The defense thesis for the special class was the same as for other classes, chosen according to the topic and assigned to various subject teachers. Only the 8 members of the school team were exceptions, directly supervised by the old teacher Hisua Temple. This was revealed early on by the volunteers during enrollment, and Hisua Temple had also given prior notice in the class before the school selection. Several key points during the golden period of awakening were all passed under his guidance. Therefore, when Master Xia called himself master, Hisua Temple did not object. He was truly worthy of being called a master. He just didn't want to appear too easy. Hisua Temple teased casually, watching Tang Wei's face change instantly, full of meaning as he left. Single-celled organisms are so fascinating. Tang Wei scratched his ear and cheek, wanting to inquire about the topic, but was pushed back into his seat by Su Chen. Wake up, the school can't have confirmed the topic this early, notify the supervisor. Oh right, we're just freshmen. Tang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Still early, still early. Thankfully, the self-proclaimed underachiever thought, the longer it can be delayed, the better. Tomorrow's worries can wait until tomorrow. After a while, the rest of the coaching staff arrived one by one. Su Chen and the others received the materials handed over by Lan Xinling and distributed them to the empty seats, then proceeded to open various instruments and equipment with the coaches one by one except for lazy Hiswosi. When the preparations were done, the rest of the teammates also arrived. Our match against Lingyang is on Thursday. We have 3 days to prepare. Hiswosi sat in the front row, and the screen behind him changed constantly with his words. Although 3 days seemed short, there was no sense of urgency among them. After all, the teams they faced in the qualifiers were not seeded. Even if there was a slight gap in strength, they could handle it. Otherwise, Hiswosi wouldn't have taken a whole day off so casually. Lan Xinling took over to continue. These are all the videos of Lingyang's school team collected by the coaching staff, from the season matches to the school selections, then to the qualifiers, arranged in chronological order. Through data analysis, Lingyang's school team's strength growth trend is almost flat. They also lost a round last week. The video was fast-forwarded to the latest. A familiar face appeared on the screen. It was the Jiahe school team that Qin Nan encountered last time. They're definitely going to lose. Gao Yakia felt that this conclusion was not accurate. After all, Jiahe's captain, Xiao Ziyu, was a golden-level card user, enough to crush ordinary teams back and forth. If it weren't for Su's team, the game that day would not have been so easy. Of course, as a seeded team without a captain, they wouldn't lose. This pride stemmed from every drop of sweat they shed. The match against Jiahe is indeed atypical. Lan Xinling switched to another qualifier match. The opponent was not within Qin Nan's scope of preparation. However, Lingyang also lost. Wang Wei, who was very sensitive to numbers, quickly calculated in his mind, game over. They won't make it through the qualifiers. After all, the next match was against them. Su Chen immediately understood Hiswosi's attitude. Lingyang definitely wouldn't have any hidden cards. Playing possum like this, losing the first 2 rounds, and then facing the regular guest of the finals, no matter how they turn the tables later, their chances of winning the next round are not enough. After discussing, the rest of the teammates also understood. Hiswosi made a timely decision. Let Xiao Xiao play in this match. Sitting on the bench for too long will make his hands rusty. Never did Xiao Xiao expect to have the opportunity to play so soon. Xiao Xiao was excited, his face flushed, his chaotic emotions were like a fledgling bird taking its first flight, mixed with excitement and nervousness. It was hard to contain in his tone. Yes. In an instant, Xiao Xiao noticed the encouraging gazes from the captain and teammates, feeling a sourness in his nose. The twists and turns during the school selections allowed him to smoothly pick up the substitute position, but also left him with a sense of unworthiness. The weight he lost during the training camp was not only due to the intensity of the training, but also because of the psychological pressure he endured. Faced with the care of his teammates, the sensitive Xiao Xiao felt very guilty. Fortunately, during the training camp, Lu Shi, also a gourmet card user, realized the problem and guided him. This person looked cold and ruthless, but his thoughts were unexpectedly delicate. Xiao Xiao, with complex emotions, sat up straight, focused his attention on Iswosi, and listened to the head coach's further arrangements. Unexpectedly, a scene that no one had anticipated unfolded. Since Xiao Xiao was playing, someone had to be substituted. Iswosi looked around and finally settled on Su Chen. The young man, elegant and refined, with a gentle temperament but an exceptionally strong presence, was the most satisfied and promising among all the past captains trained by Hasu Temple. As the captain, Xu Chen's importance far exceeded that of his coach in a way, almost like a vital anchor. However, this also meant that the team relied too heavily on him. If there were any shortcomings during a match and Xu Chen was absent or unable to intervene, it would surely unsettle the team. Unfortunately, he was targeted the most frequently. Now, during the qualifying matches, facing Lingyang once again, it was a perfect opportunity to try desensitization. With this in mind, Hasu Temple made a decisive decision. The captain doesn't need to play in the next match. What? No. Sure, Xiao Xiao was thrown into chaos by the sudden decision, his hands shaking with a blur, his chubby body trying to squeeze back in his chair, wishing he could disappear into the gap between the backrest. How could he, a substitute player who had only heard of elimination rounds, one day take the captain's place? What qualifications did he have? Coach, isn't this inappropriate? Sure, Xiao Xiao stammered. How can the captain not play? Luo Yu questioned, while Gao Yakyu nodded in agreement, and Luo Ying, being more composed, did not rush to express her opinion. On the other side of the table, Hesha found it difficult to discern what was going through his mind from his expression, while Wang Wei reflexively tried to decipher Hasu Temple's intentions. The meeting room fell silent. After a moment, Tang Wei jokingly raised both arms, volunteering, "Old he, why not give me an extended vacation? Get lost." Hasu Temple glared at these restless individuals, feeling more assured of his plan. Thankfully Xu Chen's performance did not disappoint him. Thinking from a coach's perspective, Xu Chen keenly sensed Hasu Temple's concerns and, recalling the victories in the past 3 official matches, found the proposal increasingly appealing. Testing in low-risk situations was prudent. After all, his deck was constantly being studied by outsiders, trying to find ways to counter it, and even Xu Chen couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't make a misstep. His cards had been deciphered by his teammates before. Seeing Shi Xiao Xiao and others still trying to persuade Hasu Temple to change his mind, Xu Chen decisively refused, playing the role of a traitor, and agreed. Tang Wei's suggestion is good, the vacation is mine, you guys do your best in the next match. Teammates? Heart to heart with the captain, playing mind games with the captain? With the dual support of the head coach and the captain, the matter was decisively settled, and the strategy underwent significant changes. All tactics surrounding Xu Chen's deck were undoubtedly banned internally. Initially, Wang Wei and others found it extremely challenging to adapt, but thanks to their prior intense training experiences, they quickly adjusted. Treating the opponent's strategies as Xu Chen's new deck, they worked together seamlessly. Even Xu Chen couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine as he looked at the pitiful Lingyang school team model. Disastrous, the hatred value was off the charts. And so, the day of the match arrived swiftly. After another long wait, the Qin-Nan school team took the stage. The unfamiliar chubby figure that appeared on the screen, and Xu Chen sitting calmly in the player area, elicited gasps from the audience. What's going on? Is Captain Su not playing? No, I came here specifically to support him today. What a waste. If the captain doesn't play, isn't the Qin-Nan school team too arrogant? It would be a joke if they fail. What a lack of vision, they are up against Lingyang school, Qin-Nan could win with their eyes closed. The host faced the sudden uproar with a puzzled expression on his face, but his professionalism kicked in, and he quickly began to reassure the audience. Alright, we can see that there has been a slight change in the lineup of the Qin-Nan school team. The substitute player Xiao Xiao is now on the field, a competitor who has not appeared in the arena before. Information shows that he is a rare food-type card maker in card battles, so let's look forward to the exciting performance he will bring. The commentator receiving messages through his earpiece also analyzed, food-type card makers are usually classified under the lifestyle category. It seems that Xiao Xiao has his own ideas. Instantly, the audience's attention was redirected, and discussions began. The atmosphere started to harmonize. However, inside the arena, the members of the Lingyang school team had particularly grim expressions. Knowing their own chances of winning was one thing, but not being taken seriously by their opponents was another. In their view, Qin-Nan's substitution was undoubtedly an expression of arrogance and disdain, a clear sign of disrespect. Tensions immediately rose. Trash talk started to flow. The captain of the Lingyang team provocatively sneered, food-type card makers should just stay in the lifestyle category, Why bother coming to the national competition to be a laughingstock? Naturally, Xiao Xiao was the primary target of his remarks. After all, why did this substitute have to play against them in this match? And it seemed like he was picking on the weak ones. The other Lingyang team members discreetly swallowed their unease, lacking a bit of confidence but still chose to support their captain. Exactly. What's a chef doing on the battlefield? The Qin Nan players were momentarily stunned. This was like a big girl suddenly being put on a pedestal for the first time. Up until now, they had a peaceful start, but suddenly they were caught off guard by the verbal attacks. Fortunately, Vice Captain Wang Wei quickly retorted arrogantly, "We've had enough of you, Po Fang." Po Fang was even more provoked. Xiao Xiao, rarely assertive, retorted, "A cardmaker's skills speak for themselves, don't let a chef like me scare you off." The verbal sparring began, and the flames of battle were about to ignite. As the sharp whistle pierced the sky, both sides were almost impatient to engage in combat. In the spacious Qin Nan player area, Su Chen leaned on the armrest, resting his chin on his hand as he watched the match. Inside the arena, perhaps influenced by the trash talk, both sides moved swiftly, unleashing a variety of cards one after another, soon turning the arena into a chaotic battlefield. With an external perspective, Su Chen easily noticed clues. Someone had been concealed in an inconspicuous corner, strategically using scene cards to assist in tactics. This tactic was understandable. After all, the gap in strength was not enough for a direct confrontation, so they had to resort to indirect means to compensate. Therefore, apart from the players focusing on deploying scene cards, almost all other Lingyang members used defensive cards. Whether it was the visible muscular strength of a brown bear or the reflective metallic shine of a copper wall, the idea was good. However, the members of the Qin Nan team had a higher mental fortitude, seizing the advantage of speed. Lingyang's defense line was not fully established before being restrained by several players, with He Xiaowu, who possessed the skill effect of the Luyu hidden butterfly card, stealthily lurking and flanking from behind. A glint of cold light appeared first, followed by a swift strike like a dragon. As the sound of breaking air rang out, it was already too late. The players who focused on deploying scene cards, unable to use life-saving cards in time, were eliminated with their zero experience. "Weren't you supposed to protect him?" Turning around, the Lingyang team captain furiously shouted upon discovering the breach in the rear. The person felt innocent. He did try to defend, but skills always had a cooldown period. Who knew how the Qin Nan team seized that fleeting moment? But he dared not argue back. Ultimately, it was his negligence. All right, now is not the time to investigate. Internal discord was the last thing you wanted in a battle. The Lingyang team captain, unable to control his temper, vented a sentence, but now that someone was offering a way out, he quickly gestured to adjust tactics. The pre-match strategy had become obsolete due to the absence of a key player. To the audience's surprise, the Lingyang school team's playing style showed no signs of decline. Instead, it became even more aggressive. The commentator speculated, starting off with a loss and missing players have been tough on Lingyang. The already significant gap has widened, but this has spurred them on. It is said that desperate soldiers will win, and this might not just be empty talk. Let's see if the resurgent Lingyang can bring us surprises and turn the tables. The Lingyang school team in their aggressive state, disregarding mental exhaustion, began to play card after card, almost reaching the limit of cards allowed in a match. The captain's highly destructive attack card also made an appearance. Su Chen couldn't help but tilt his head. Although he had been modeling the Lingyang school team for the past few days, seeing some of the horrifying cards with his own eyes still made him shudder, like this spineless creature that resembled an alien. He was thankful that there was no concept of sand value for cardmasters, otherwise, they might have surrendered without a fight. Wait, was there really none? Weren't those skills like confusion, bewilderment, and stiffness just weakening versions of mental contamination? Countless fragments flashed through Su Chen's mind, trying to grasp them but unable to. As a newcomer who had just awakened in the world of cardmasters this year, there was too much unknown information for him to piece together these thoughts. He could only quickly jot down a private note to his personal account for future reference. During Su Chen's silence, Hisua Temple thought he was shocked by the bizarre appearance of these cards and casually remarked, "You lack exposure. There are always cardmasters who fail to hone their talents before awakening as cardmasters and then rush to improve their card-making skills while preparing for advancement. It's inevitable that their early card decks will be a bit rough." Of course, this situation rarely occurred with cardmasters. Cards that made it to the market had to meet quality standards, otherwise, it would tarnish the cardmaster's reputation, except for those that matched special characteristics and unique tastes. Thinking back to some cardmasters who insisted on creating abstract art but lacked the finesse, Hisua Temple quickly raised his eyes and refreshed them with a small mushroom. After Shi Xiaoxiao's promotion, the power of this card had undergone a tremendous change. The bouncing little mushrooms scattered spores in the air, stealthily parasitizing opponents amidst the hurricane coordinated by teammates, then moving on to the next phase. Soon, someone from Lingyang realized that their cards were no longer under control, behaving wildly as they picked up colorful candies from the ground, stuffed them into their mouths, and even forced the card owner to eat them. Oh my, the coach was right, the skill of effect transfer is indispensable for card masters. Look, it seems I'm not the only one being controlled. The purification card was immediately played. Seeing Lingyang distracted and losing control, it was the perfect opportunity for Wang Wei to command his teammates to swiftly harvest. In an instant, soldiers, plant cards, and orc cards rushed forward, beginning to clear the battlefield. Meanwhile, the control-oriented Gao Yakyu and Luoyu interfered with the opponent's reinforcements. The lone assassin-type card master was audacious, using the mark to enter and exit 7 times. Kill and run. If the opponent had life-saving skills, go back and kill them again. The multi-line siege left Lingyang team members overwhelmed, the captain's eyes turning red as he realized his mental strength was insufficient to deploy more cards. He knew this round was lost, so he made a ruthless decision to recall all his cards, taking advantage of his Xiaowu's once again entering a state of emptiness. Boom! A massive white mushroom cloud rose slowly from the center of the arena. When the smoke cleared, there was no one left, just a large crater. The Lingyang captain chose to go down with the ship. Gugu Wang Wei and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. The highly intelligent but still incomprehensible little mushroom, extremely excited, pointed at the dissipating mushroom cloud in the sky and conveyed to its card owner, Gugu. It had decided, the next promotion should give it a skill like this. Sure. Xiao Xiao looked puzzled as she met the gaze. Am I not a serious food card maker? Don't do it, won't it hurt to expose yourself? Gugu the little mushroom waved domineeringly. It's okay, back in the heavenly workshop, it's a hero again. In the end, Sure Xiao Xiao couldn't resist the shining eyes of the little mushroom and agreed to this request. The captain's all-out attack seemed to have opened a hidden switch on the Lingyang members, holding onto the mentality of I'd rather lose than let you off easy. They all seemed pumped up, facing Qin Nan's card attacks, sticking to the card owner himself. Each one turned into a suicide squad. Under the rapid reduction of cards and members, Sure Xiao Xiao was eventually worn down. 10 minutes later, looking at Lingyang players celebrating despite clearly losing the match, Su Chen chuckled. Beside him was a dejected Sure Xiao Xiao and a silent, more intimidating He Xiaowu. Sure Xiao Xiao held her head and wailed, my first battle ended like this. If it weren't for the sympathetic He Xiaowu by her side, Sure Xiao Xiao would have felt like shutting herself off completely. Tang Wei hooked his arm around Wang Wei's neck, gloating, I just noticed, the Lingyang people were all focused on you and Sure Xiao Xiao. Wang Wei shook off his arm disdainfully, but didn't argue. A base-type card maker isn't a wooden stake, a living person who can run and jump. Why would their movements be restricted? Wang Wei strategically placed himself in the position of power in the card group. It was more like a bait than a weak spot. After all, since his base card skills could deploy troops, he wouldn't overlook tactics, with such high flexibility and a wide range of applications. Therefore, even though the Lingyang members saw him as a thorn in their side, he ultimately blocked them with the explosive tactics he learned from Xiao Ziyu. Multiple card types heavily replicated, requiring numerous skillful bombardments. Moreover, seeing Wang Wei being targeted, how could his teammates remain indifferent? They immediately counterattacked. In the end, only He Xiaowu and Sure Xiao Xiao, who didn't react in time, were dragged down. Su Chen and the others didn't take it lightly. As card makers of the same level, their mental thresholds were there. It was difficult to handle multiple opponents alone. Unexpectedly, after the match, they were immediately informed that Qin Nan's school team's official website had been hacked. Soon, everyone was gathered in the meeting room to discuss solutions. Under the account, it was a bloodbath. It's really disappointing. Lingyang is just an unknown school team. It's already lucky to make it to the qualifiers, yet they managed to take down 2 people from Qin Nan. In my opinion, Qin Nan's team is too arrogant, actually replacing the captain with substitutes. It's like a funeral without a coffin, no one to be seen. North Yuan is more reliable. I think they will win again in this national competition. I'm switching sides. I'll wait and see, hoping Qin Nan will learn from this and stop changing players randomly. I'll be fair, Qin Nan is still strong. They just underestimated the opponent this time, almost crashing. But speaking of which, watching North Yuan's matches is more exciting. They never drag their feet. Amidst the widespread criticism, Qin Nan's fans were also trying to control the situation, but with little success. Those following the final winner's betting odds could see that North Yuan's school team had an 8-point lead over Qin Nan's team. In the school team meeting room, Lan Xinling was stomping her feet in frustration. Damn it must be North Yuan's navy at work again. They always steer the ship with the wind, probably trying to make a profit in the betting pool. This scene was all too familiar. North Yuan, as a gathering place for old aristocratic families, had always had astonishing control over the capital market. Even if the old foxes didn't personally intervene, they would let their young ones gain some experience. The betting pool against Qin Nan was just a suitable little project. In contrast, the more academically inclined Qin Nan Academy is somewhat inferior in this regard, with public opinion mostly against them. After many years, Hasu Temple has become adept at turning a blind eye to such matters. Perhaps there was some initial struggle, but now, it's best to just lie low. He's just a broken record of teachings. The only ones working hard are the Qin Nan propaganda department, always trying to control unfavorable news for the school's reputation, currently busy guiding public opinion. In the midst of silence, Hisho suddenly stood up and self-critically said, "Sorry, I was too hasty for quick success," repeatedly provoking alone, not considering the consequences, giving Captain Lingyang the opportunity to remove the displacement mark, ultimately leading to a mutual destruction. Another member at the center of the storm, Shi Xiaoxiao, also stood up, hanging her head, unsure of what to say, filled with self-reproach. A thought kept surfacing: if only Qin Nan's substitute was Lin Yeyu. "Hey, what are you guys doing? We haven't lost." Luo Yu couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere and spoke up first. The others quickly followed with words of comfort. Today's events were too dramatic, reaching this point unexpectedly. Honestly, except for Vice Captain Wei, no one else could guarantee holding up under siege. Because the card limit was set, even if they were revived after being defeated, they could only use the previous cards, not applicable in all situations. Moreover, at the critical moment, Lingyang's people didn't care about winning or losing, they just wanted to drag others down with them. This resolute decision won in terms of momentum. "What does the captain say?" Hisu Temple calmly asked Su Chen. To be honest, in the eyes of those with more experience, the small matter was not worth mentioning. It was just a test of psychological resilience for these young people. At this moment, Hisu Temple had the leisure to test the captain's attitude towards handling things. Su Chen didn't rush to answer. Instead, he looked around, first at the teammates who had just pleaded, then at the two standing there like stunned geese, tapped the table with his index finger, and finally, in a tone that brooked no refusal, said, "In the next few days, Shou and Shi Xiaoxiao will train 4 times as much, the rest, including me, will train twice as much, until the day of the match with Yuning. Sometimes the result is more important than the process, sometimes the process is more important than the result. In any case, negligence is definitely not allowed. To prevent future troubles, it should not have been allowed from the beginning." At the same time, Su Chen set a rule: from now on, in all matches, the same system will be adopted, those eliminated midway will be punished, and the rest will be confined. Once gentle people become assertive, there is no room for argument. All the team members dared not breathe a word and obediently nodded. However, after accepting the punishment, the psychological pressure on the two of them was somewhat relieved. Hisu Temple on the side did not intervene, waiting for the dust to settle before letting the others leave first. "Captain, please stay." Su Chen nodded, and as his teammates left, he exchanged a glance with Tang Wei. The latter nodded in agreement. Su Chen did not explicitly emphasize it, but everyone assumed that the punishment would start from today. Therefore, after leaving the meeting room, they all instinctively headed to the dedicated training ground. "Oh, why the long faces? If you're really frustrated, let's sneakily steal their bags." Tang Wei suddenly attacked on the way, landing a solid punch on each of them. In theory, Hishawu, who had practiced martial arts for many years, should have been able to dodge, but at this moment, he was still solidly hit by Tang Wei. Similarly, Shi Xiaoxiao, who was also hit, shook her head frantically. "I dare not. If we were caught, it would be enough to make old he lose face and then he would torture us like crazy." "You're right, but there are always more solutions than difficulties." Tang Wei was not satisfied. "I wonder if the disguise skill can be used outside the Star Network." It's not necessary. Shi Xiaoxiao desperately tried to dispel Tang Wei's intentions. "In a formal competition, using proper methods, if I'm not as skilled as others, there's no need for such actions." With Luing on her left arm and Gao Yakyu on her right, Luo Yu suddenly released their hands, took a step forward, and struck a pose as if eager to stir up trouble. "Who said you're not as skilled as them? Clearly, they are the ones lacking sportsmanship and deserve to be tied up in sacks." "Miss, please don't add fuel to the fire." Shi Xiaoxiao quickly interrupted Luo Yu. Wang Wei, at the end of the crowd, watched the person who had just been self-blaming, now running back and forth to dissuade others, no longer sinking into an emotional whirlpool, secretly relieved. Indeed, these two troublemakers always had a way. They were just eliminated midway, constantly targeted by everyone. You might also stumble in the future. After the crowd dispersed, the meeting room fell silent. Hiswosi's lazy demeanor now seemed indignant. "They care, we care." Su Chen's tone was flat, calmly stating, punishment is punishment. As a captain, leading by example is a basic principle. Not worrying about the outcome doesn't mean being unaffected by gossip. Not to mention the sensitive Xiao, even Isuawu's attitude just now felt a bit awkward. Instead of letting them speculate, it's better to focus on training. When tired, there's no room for anything else. But it doesn't mean they should be sidelined. Hiswosi, known as the devil, with a heart as compassionate as a bodhisattva, gave Su-chen goosebumps. The coach couldn't act at all, so pretentious. He didn't insist on dismantling their arguments but emphasized, "We are a team participating in a team competition." Issuing such a rule for the first time, his emotions were equally complex. From the intense training during the training camp, to the smooth sailing in the qualifying matches, to the current public scrutiny, Su-chen increasingly understood the significance of the national competition. Is it just an annual intercollegiate competition between universities? No. Those universities choosing to participate in the national competition, did some of them have aspirations to enter professional leagues in the future? It's a debut, a signal. It's about achievements and topics of discussion. Since proudly reaching this stage, he would continue to be proud, growing with his teammates until they qualify. Hiswosi silently gazed. The captain, who initially seemed gentle to the point of doubt, gradually sharpened his edges, understood his responsibilities bit by bit, and now, with a glance, no one would mistake Wang Wei for the captain. He was pleased that Su-chen had clearly grasped the essence of being kind but firm, prioritizing actions over emotions, making decisive changes when the team needed it. As the head coach of Qin-nan, Hiswosi had seen too many spirited school teams, crying in despair after winning second place. That trophy was never about glory for them. Over the years, he had encountered former students who came to visit, joking in a relaxed tone, blame me, if I had persisted a bit longer at the critical moment, maybe I could have saved face for you, coach." But if they truly let go, why, after so many years, would they take the initiative to bring it up again? Memories fading, Hiswosi irritably rubbed his head, making his already unkempt hair look even messier, like an unkept dog. "I've always felt that the format of the national competition is unreasonable. The top players disappear before the finals, creating a spectacle, but isn't continuous victory a form of complacency? Suggested to the Card Master Association?" Su-chen didn't quite understand, but seeing Hiswosi sneer, he dropped the topic and asked, "Regarding the lineup for the next round, do you have any thoughts?" Su-chen understood the implication and mentioned Isuowu and Xiao, saying, "Compared to their teammates' mindset, outside gossip is insignificant, they can handle it." Hiswosi nodded, "All right, you lead the team." After all, Yuning was considered a veteran team in the national competition. Half an hour of discussion later, as they left the meeting room, Su-chen suddenly changed direction towards the dormitories and indeed found the group sweating it out on the training field. The training intensity of the Qin-nan school team has always been strong, not to mention the additional training afterwards. Several players with poor physical fitness seemed as if they had been pulled out of the water, looking extremely embarrassed. Su-chen's face was full of frustration. "Why weren't you training on the Star Network?" "Ha!" Everyone who turned back at the sound was dumbfounded. Wang, with his golden hair, seemed to lose its luster in an instant. "Card training is done on the Star Network, but physical training has always been in reality." Su-chen rubbed his temples in pain. "This is not a no-restriction area. How can we clear the negative effects of card playing if we get muscle strains? This is the preparation period for the competition. Let's go back to the dormitory." "Ah," Tang Wei wailed, pressing his weight onto Su-chen. "It's not easy being an honest person, what a loss." They had intended to show some initiative and self-awareness, but the captain just found them foolish. On the side, Luoyu wiped the sweat off his face, took out a mirror, and sighed deeply, "My makeup is ruined." He lightly removed his eye makeup with a wet tissue to avoid looking bad on the way. Luoying and Gao Yakyu were too lazy to bother, so they didn't have this worry. "It's not that bad, it's like losing weight." Xiao touched the fat that was starting to turn into muscle, saying that his parents were very surprised at how much weight he had lost when he went home recently. He estimated that he would reach a normal weight after the national competition. Of course, the best condition on the field was still Xiaowu. He had a few beads of sweat on his body, and his muscle lines rolled down into his clothes. For him, who had been practicing martial arts all year round, this level of physical training was not worth mentioning. He would also do basic exercises assigned by his master on a regular basis. Su-chen chuckled with his arms crossed, "Rest for a while and then continue." The feedback after advancing allowed the cardmaster's physical fitness to improve significantly. After some adjustments, everyone had recovered well. Su-chen led them back to the dormitory like a mother hen with her chicks. Just as they stepped onto the stairs, they met Wan Yun, who was coming down. "You're back." He had obviously noticed the online news and had come to find Xiao, so the others tactfully said their goodbyes and went upstairs. Back in the dormitory, Tang Wei collapsed onto the bed and said to Suchen sitting at the table, "I didn't expect your Xiaoxiao and Wan Yun to get along so well." Although Wan Yun was from a collateral branch, he was still from a prestigious family, so subconsciously, Tang Wei always felt that they were from different circles. After a moment of silence, he added to himself, "Wan Yun has some psychological trauma because of the Tiangong incident, and your Xiaoxiao is easy to get along with, so it's normal." Suchen rarely discussed other people's private matters and didn't respond. He took out his phone to check the messages and felt relieved to see that, thanks to the efforts of the school's propaganda department, public opinion had been somewhat controlled. After browsing for a while, he returned to his own account and immediately noticed a message from Lu Mini. Inside the hotel, Lu Mini had arrived in Qinnan yesterday. She had planned to congratulate Su Chen after today's competition, settle the transaction, and then leave. However, she had unexpectedly witnessed a commotion online. But she had taken leave to come to Qinnan, and she still had to go back to attend classes. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to send a message to inquire if it was convenient. Zhenhe hugged his girlfriend with a hint of jealousy. "It's fine, Qinnan won, those people online are just talking nonsense, who knows how much exaggeration there is. Besides, you and Su Chen have the same employer and are on opposite sides of the card-making business. Why do you still need to consider the other party's feelings? Oh, I'm just worried that Lord Su won't check his messages." Regretting not making arrangements with the other party in advance, Lu Mini suddenly received a message from Su Chen. She immediately stood up and said, "Let's go, let's go. Let's meet at the Card Master Mall in Qinnan City." The branch of the Card Master Association was usually integrated with the Card Master Mall, floating above the city, with azure clouds as its garment and brilliance as its crown, exuding a mysterious aura within its solemnity. This kind of aerial building, which only existed in fantasies in the previous life, made Su Chen involuntarily feel a sense of unreality every time he returned here. However, the surrounding environment vividly reminded him that he was indeed in a different world. "Over here!" A familiar voice interrupted Su Chen's self-absorption. Lu Mini waved to him, then accompanied by Chen He, they took the teleportation elevator together. Upon reaching the 4th floor of the building, the notary they had pre-booked quickly received them. Under his witness, Su Chen took out the prepared cards and manual from his storage ring and handed them over. "What's this?" Before even looking at the cards, Lu Mini's attention was immediately drawn to the thin 2-page document. Curiously flipping open the cover of the manual, he burst into laughter, saying, "It seems like your skill introduction has been heavily criticized. Surprisingly well prepared." Su Chen smiled without saying a word. Presumably, this, like the white dragon sketch on the back of the card, would become his customized card symbol in the future. "Well, it's quite special." The notary on the side dutifully went through the process and gestured, "There is a dedicated card summoning room upstairs for card wielders to inspect the cards. Please proceed there. Let's go after signing the contract." Lu Mini was very straightforward. "Can I not trust an old classmate?" The national competition was in full swing, and the notary had long recognized Su Chen as this year's captain of the Qinnan team. Hearing this, he did not question Lu Mini's decision. After all, compared to short-term benefits, reputation and prestige were more important. Those who could reach this stage were unlikely to have such short-sightedness. In fact, as long as both parties agreed to the contract, even if one side had issues, it was not within his professional scope to dissuade them. Reasoning with stubborn ghosts was difficult. His eyes had seen too much already. The notary immediately took out 3 prepared documents. After both parties confirmed and signed, Lu Mini promptly settled the final payment. "Thank you, Su Chen. How about having a meal together later?" Su Chen felt that this classmate who was generous with money and straightforward could easily be awarded the title of the best client of the year. However, facing the dinner invitation, he politely declined. "As a half-host, I should be the one treating, but unfortunately, there are still some matters at school." His teammates were still being punished on the Star Network. How could he enjoy a meal alone? If it weren't for fear of delaying the other's schedule, Su Chen would surely be training at this moment. "I understand." Lu Mini immediately recalled the bloody scenes online and understood that the Qinnan coaching team was strict at this juncture. He bid farewell understandingly and left. "Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." "Okay." After leaving the office, Lu Mini and Chen He took the internal stairs. Su Chen waited alone for the teleportation elevator to arrive. Ding! The elevator doors opened to the side, and a group of people walked out. Among them was Cheng Tu, whom Su Chen had met during training. These people were probably members of the association. Su Chen stepped aside to make way, but heard Cheng Tu take the initiative to greet him. "Su Chen, are you the captain of this year's Qinnan school team?" The elderly man at the front looked over, his hair white, his body fat, and his smiling face resembling a kind Maitreya Buddha, yet exuding a very obvious authority. "Yes, hello, I'm Su Chen." Su Chen greeted calmly. A hero in his youth, clearly a talented individual. After a brief assessment, the man praised cheerfully and asked, "Are you interested in joining the Card Wielders Association? We welcome young people like you to join." Su Chen felt a strange discomfort with the other's friendly attitude and decisively followed his heart. "I'm not considering it for now. I want to focus all my energy on the national competition. If there's a suitable opportunity in the future, I'd be happy to join." "All right, we look forward to your performance in the national competition," the man casually said, not insisting further at the moment. A group of people walked towards the office, with Chang Tu staying behind to say a few more words. "Actually, joining the association has good benefits. Some materials cards won't circulate downwards at all." The down he mentioned naturally referred to the card merchant downstairs. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "But you are still a student, focusing on your studies and competitions is more important. It's for the best. Does the association need fresh blood so much? Or is it for talent recruitment?" Watching Chung Tu's figure disappear into the distance, Su Chen returned to the dormitory in a daze, quickly putting on his helmet, pushing aside distracting thoughts. Preparing for battle required discussing tactics, and naturally, the lineup for the match would not be concealed. The next day, everyone was informed that Gao Yakyu was not scheduled to play this time. Gao Yakyu, who had some suspicions, accepted it gracefully. In the previous round, even the team captain was given a bye, so it was not surprising for others. It was the familiar meeting room again. Hiswosi briefly introduced, Yunning school team is a typical combination of old and new, half old members, half freshmen. At the same time, this was the usual route for national competitions. After all, the top talents were divided among several special classes in different universities. Fortunately, there were hidden rules, otherwise, other universities would have protested long ago. The opponent's captain is a fire-type card master with impressive burst damage. Among the cooperating teammates, one has mostly wind-type cards in their deck. Stirring up the wind and fueling the fire, Yuning's offensive tendency was strong. The data also showed that besides these two individuals, the decks of others contained cards of wind, fire, and plant attributes. Su Chen flipped through the data. Even without watching the videos, he could imagine what the opponent's lineup would be like. With the already high attack power of the fire type, combined with combustibles and accelerants, this team was focused on explosive plays. From the integrated data, it was evident that whenever Yuning won, the match duration was generally shorter than the average time announced for the national competition. Of course, this also exposed a flaw. Yuning also lost quickly. Wang Wei clicked his tongue. This pace is really impressive. Each match had 7 players on each side. Although the card limit was 10, they could regroup as long as their mental strength didn't dry up, and they had life-saving measures in place. This match could last for an eternity. To disregard the opponent's wishes and accelerate the pace of the game with full force, in a sense, Yuning's school team was also formidable. "That's great," Luoyu smiled, "just charge in and fight, much more straightforward than the kite strategy." Tang Wei reminded, "Although fire types are most effective against Gao Yakyu, your butterfly trait doesn't have high adaptability." Luoyu raised an eyebrow, displeased with the comment. "Who says so? Maybe your orc is turned into kebabs first." The two troublemakers bickered and then quickly settled down. Talking about counters was actually a highly flexible dialectical topic. Take water and fire for example. Fire dominates over water, water extinguishes fire, the balance between the two is delicate, and the cardmaster's manipulation plays a significant role. Su Chen scribbled and doodled in the blank space of the draft, looking at the 5-element diagram he drew. Another thought came to his mind involuntarily. Previously, when discussing Gao Yakyu's bye with Hiswosi, it was more about considering Yuning school team's rich experience in dealing with water-based strategies, but when it came to their own tactics. In fact, after that adventure, they had used the materials obtained to supplement their decks, and these cards were more or less related to the water attribute, perfect for a clash of water and fire. Sensing Su Chen's gaze, Luoyu asked puzzled, "Captain, what's wrong?" Su Chen then briefly recounted the rough tactics. Whether it was the trust between teammates or the captain's authority, he had the confidence to speak frankly. The only thing to consider was the teammates' feelings. Upon hearing that he was given a bye unexpectedly, indeed. Great! Unexpectedly, Luoyu showed a joyful smile and said cheerfully, "It's my turn to take a break this time." Luoyu understood that although she had specifically improved her deck's adaptability in various environments when upgrading her cards, she was still only at the silver level and couldn't handle things with ease. Therefore, she quickly accepted this adjustment. As for the bye, if Gao Yaku's calmness was based on her firm and stable mentality, Lo Yuzi's came more from her carefree attitude. Sitting on the bench? Non-existent, this was clearly a holiday bonus. Lo Yu held her head high in pride, actually able to rest openly in front of the devilish head coach. So, in the upcoming preparation phase, Lo Yu, who was happily giving pointers on the side, was soon mercilessly appointed as a sparring partner by the ruthless Siswosi, tasked with strictly controlling Yuning's player modeling based on data. Overjoyed turned to sorrow, Lo Yu's face instantly paled. I was wrong, Lao He, someone's going to die. This servant can't do it. 3 days later, a dried fish that had been bullied lay lonely in the Qin Nan player area, looking exhausted, while her dear teammates had already gathered at the arena according to the host's announcement. Behind her, the scene was unprecedented. The recent gossip did not dampen ticket sales. Instead, after public opinion fermented, it attracted more spectators to the national competition venue. Additional seating areas were continuously added, and the Cardmaster Association and other partners were surely making a fortune. Lo Yu, who sat between the coaching staff, was surrounded by discussions from the audience, almost drowning out the enthusiastic voices of the two commentators. It's strange, Qin Nan actually sent in substitutes. Looks like they haven't suffered a big loss yet. We'll know later. The purpose of substitutes is to fill in when someone is absent. They should be on the bench during normal times. Lo Yu got a bye, such a pity. I was looking forward to seeing her play. Arrogant and conceited, after all, it's Qin Nan. Of course, there were fans who felt indignant. These people are making a big deal out of nothing. Qin Nan didn't lose, they just lost 2. Is that a big deal? Can they take on 10 opponents alone? Ridiculous. Among the discussions, what irritated Lo Yu the most was, wouldn't it be better for the food master to stay in the life department obediently? Why come to the national competition and show off? This kind of statement was not surprising, as the concept of card games was always diverse, with each having its own opinions. But what puzzled Lo Yu was that this comment actually came from a life department card master. She had just scanned the crowd and recognized the person who said this as a volunteer who had hosted her before, mentioning their profession at the time. However, their attempt at small talk was too obvious, and they had no further interaction since then. In front of everyone's eyes, Lo Yu couldn't be bothered to argue with such people. To avoid tarnishing the image of the Qin Nan team, she immediately summoned the Star Network system, blocking out external noise, and focused on watching the match. At this moment, the battle horn had already sounded in the arena. Just as Su Chen had said, the attack intent of the Yuning team was very clear. Almost as soon as the whistle blew, half of them had launched an attack, with teammates helping with the first wave of survival tactics. Swish, a rain of arrows came whistling down, accompanied by howling winds, and in an instant, flames burst forth, spreading continuously. This kind of strong and efficient rhythm often intimidated some opponents, gaining an early advantage. However, this strategy didn't work well against the Qin Nan team. Strong in attack? Wasn't that their specialty? Faster than the flames was Gong Gong's overwhelming flood. Under the passive flow of the rushing stream, the surging waves surged relentlessly, ravaging most of the field. The skewed line between water and fire visibly encroached on the Yuning team at a rapid pace. Wang Wei's water master cards and Gao Yaku's aquatic creatures had already submerged into the dark tide, swiftly approaching the enemy under Su Chen's protection, occasionally releasing a dark arrow. The rest of the team also used various means to attack the front row cards from a distance, drawing fire. The main card holder was at the back, making it difficult to flank for a moment. Even Yi Xiaowu, after experiencing the previous match, wouldn't recklessly stray far from his teammates to fight alone. Fortunately, as a solo card master, he also had long-range skills. With the swing of the red tassel spear, blades seemed to rain down like thunder from the sky. Boom, the thunder and explosions were incessant. Amidst the clash of water and fire, a large white mist rose, indicating the temperature within. Just after one round, everyone noticed that the Qin Nan school team had gained the upper hand, squeezing the survival space of the Yuning school team. Captain Yuning immediately ordered, focus on the breakthrough point. They had naturally studied the data of the Qin Nan school team, from the speed of advancement during the awakening period to every performance since the qualifying matches. As the last-ranked substitute, they were obviously the easiest target in the face of unequal strength, so they had to quickly reduce the number of Qin Nan's team members to achieve balance. This expectation almost replicated the nightmare of Shi Xiaoxiao in the previous match. Sitting on a flying meal cloth, dodging sudden fire snakes, Shi Xiaoxiao looked frustrated. It's me again. Well, I knew it would be me again. Mixed with helplessness was a tinge of bitterness, but fortunately, she was prepared. The captain had warned her before the match that others wouldn't assist her at the beginning, giving her a chance to showcase her skills and also a means to deceive the opponent's skills. so Shi Xiaoxiao's current task was to withstand this focused attack for as long as possible. Among various skills, a crystal-clear candy house floated above the water, enveloping Shi Xiaoxiao entirely. The bright candy colors shimmered in the light, reflecting a luster that made one's mouth water. Suddenly, a domineering sweet scent replaced the smell of water and fire. In the intense battle, the candy house seemed to create a corner of an out-of-place fairy tale scene. With the skill amplification, the heat bombs seduced the body's craving for sugar intake. Who hadn't, in their childhood, held onto a lollipop despite having cavities? The whimsical appearance of the candy house made it seem harmless and sweet. Suddenly, Captain Yuning noticed a decline in their firepower and turned to see two teammates succumbing to the allure of a skill due to their proximity, already moving towards a dangerous area. He immediately commanded sternly, "Follow up with control skills." At the same time, a muscular boxer card from nearby lunged towards him. With a flicker, the card disappeared on the spot, and Captain Yuning's tense muscles swelled like small mountains, veins pulsating beneath his skin, crimson blood flowing like molten lava, staining his skin red. He continued to gather strength, and with a roar, he soared into the air, raising his fist enveloped in flames and slammed it down fiercely. Crash! The candy house roof shattered, melting into syrup under the scorching heat at such close range. One punch was not enough. Captain Yuning continued to activate his skills. The sticky sugar threads were constantly torn apart, turning into crystal-clear sugar beads dripping down, emitting a caramel scent sweeter than before. It was not enough to shake him under the protection of the control skills. Similarly, his raised fist, like a fireball, contained the momentum to burn down all obstacles, striking once again. Seeing Shi Xiaoxiao's defense card about to be scrapped, her teammates, however, seemed oblivious, still focusing on weakening the enemy's cards without a glance. Were they sacrificing her? Captain Yuning was puzzled, but since the punch was already thrown, stopping would only waste the mental energy consumed by the skill, so he continued the attack without hesitation. Eliminating one was one step closer to victory. Just then, in the room, a delicious fountain suddenly appeared in front of Shi Xiaoxiao. The texture was like cotton candy clouds, soft and light, surrounded by colorful needle effects, starting to complement the candy house. It's a bond skill. The audience was in an uproar. The pleasant surprise and low expectations made them reconsider Shi Xiaoxiao directly. It's no wonder they are from the Qin Nan school team. Even the substitutes are not to be underestimated, they judged too early. In the national competition of food card makers, they can also occupy a place. Inside the venue, before Captain Yuning could snap out of his astonishment, a large amount of fruit juice spewed out from the chimney of the candy house, a continuous flow of water like a waterfall. He felt himself being pulled by two forces. The sticky syrup wouldn't let go of him, while the rushing fruit juice pushed him away. His limbs were like sinking into a swamp in this situation, unable to extricate himself. Captain Yuning made up his mind, decisively released the possession, letting the Fist King card bear this wave of bond skills. However, before he could escape the flood range, the scene around him blurred, and he was already separated from the initial position. Looking back, the rest of his teammates were also separated in pairs. Unbeknownst to them, the waterway had quietly spread in the sea of fire. Shuchen had been summoning the river god, waiting for the right moment, adjusting the position of Yuning's school team to within the attack range of his teammates while the opponents were focused on dealing with Wang Wei and others' attacks. Even if they reacted immediately, they would face the opponent's encirclement or traps, making it difficult to regroup. Commanding his teammates to prioritize attacking the targets discussed during the preparation period, Shuchen rode on the back of the Kunping, darting around the field. Buzz! The joyful buzzing sound revealed the excitement of the Kunping, carrying the main card and another card, swaggering around the enemies. Even if controlled midway, it would slip away smoothly. With the Kunping's carefree body protection, it was truly adept at drawing hate. Even when encountering negative effects that the carefree body couldn't dispel, Shuchen's Bagua Ray could instantly teleport through, then ask for Luo Ying's help. The playful Kunping made the commentator chuckle, but relying on his strong professional ethics, he could discuss Shuchen's intentions with a serious face with another commentator. No one would believe that the captain of the Qin Nan school team was really so boring, acting like this in such a tense match just to provoke the opponents. It seems the key lies in that card being carried as well. Human face, bird body. This player Shuchen's card image is quite fantastical, including the other cards, filled with imaginative elements, making people curious about the beautiful worldview this new card maker has outlined. According to the information, Shuchen's craftsmanship belongs to the painting tools category. No wonder the style of the cards combines the elegance of inkwash painting. There are those who admire strength, and there are also those who are fans of beauty, and sometimes both. With the commentator's casual praise, many viewers were intrigued. I wonder if Team Su accepts card customization requests? The audience next to them looked regretful. I sent a message before, but unfortunately didn't get a reply. I guess Shuchen won't take any orders during the preparation period. So far, the cards made by Shuchen are mainly circulating among classmates and have not yet appeared on the market, leaving his fans somewhat disappointed. While the audience was leisurely enjoying themselves, the members of the Yu Ning school team inside the venue were furious. By the time a few of them broke through the encirclement and regrouped, they had already been eliminated by Wang Wei and others, leaving the remaining 4 in a rather unfavorable state. Captain, my mental strength is almost depleted. I can probably only control 3 cards for another round, and the 9-tailed card only has 2 tails left for survival. The remaining defensive player of the Yu Ning school team had a pale face, hurriedly reporting the situation to the captain during the retreat, to prevent misunderstandings due to lack of data. The internal support position also reported bad news at this time. We have tried control, purification, and detoxification skills, but we still cannot remove the negative status because we are unsure which type of skill the opponent is using, making it impossible to target and remove it. Only Su Chen, who had contact with all of them at the same time, could achieve the same dizziness and weakness. Unfortunately, even if he found the real culprit, without the pharmacist card identification skill, he still couldn't find the right solution. Among the 3 missing teammates, the most crucial healer was included, a position that drew more aggro than the main tank, targeted by Su Chen and placed in a protective circle. It could be said that while the others' positions were only a few meters away, he was the only one who, seemingly separated by thousands of rivers and mountains, was directly sent under the king's nose. Prayers to the heavens went unanswered, pleas to the earth were in vain. Of course, this was also thanks to the data collection by the Qin Nan coaching team, allowing them to make precise ambushes. What about other cards to remove negative effects? In the last defensive counterattack, several cards were used. If we try again without a target, we'll run out of the 10-card limit. Violating rules is more severe than elimination. It's the red line for all players. Hearing this, Captain Yu Ning's face showed a serious expression, continuously pondering a breakthrough. He had a strong physique, full of muscular strength, but now his clothes were tattered, much to the audience's delight. He didn't know what madness the opponent's cards were up to. That snake woman's attack was one thing, but she even grabbed his clothes, causing him to be distracted and bitten hard, wasting a fire jutsu. The snake woman, now catching up, lightly licked her red lips. Under Tang Wei's control, she transformed into a green snake and slipped into the water, instantly shielded by Gao Yaqia's bubble, her silhouette invisible under the refracted light, climbing up the defensive hand's ankle, delivering another poisonous bite. Ah! Watching as one of the tails meant for diversion began to dim, the defensive hand quickly controlled the dragon blood tree to block the snake woman's escape, the surging vines coiling around, only to be pierced by He Xiaowu's spear. The 2 sides continued to clash, water rippling, fire shining, so vivid that even the spectators who came to watch midway could easily discern the sides. It's almost over, Su Chen, constantly calculating values, thought to himself. The next second, Hai Shinyu strengthened into the soul of the plague, like a black whirlwind, rushing into the enemy ranks amidst the waves. Such recklessness puzzled the audience. However, soon everyone noticed that a similar black mist was emanating from the members of the Yu Ning school team and their cards, being absorbed by the opponents. As if taking away their life bars, in an instant, they all turned pale like ghosts, while Yu Chang under the state of the plague soul suddenly surged in power. Like flickering black flames, the dense mist rushed into the battlefield, piercing through all opponents, including cards, with bared teeth and claws. Together with their own cards, they completed the final harvest. The blazing flames were the last struggle of the Yu Ning school team. In an instant, a white light flashed, leaving only the Qin Nan school team on the field. They were all in top condition, declaring themselves as the victors. After the match with the Yu Ning school team, the online discussion about the Qin Nan school team took a completely different direction from the previous round. Even though the national competition held the infinite aspirations of the new generation of cardmasters, it couldn't escape the fact that it was a reality of fame and fortune, just packaged as dreams by the youthful players. Guided by Lan Xinling's words, Shi Xiao also became indifferent, no longer paying high attention to the comments under her account. Compared to Aswosi, the thoughtful Lan Xinling was evidently more suitable for the role of a psychological coach. However, the former, unwilling to be outdone, made a trip to the principal's office, once again securing a dinner allowance for the team, including the logistics coaching staff. Grinning, with his mouth upturned and his ponytail raised to the same arc, he said, "Follow me, kids, it's your lucky day." After 5 rounds, for the Qin Nan school team, the qualifying matches had come to an end. Hiswosi even planned to let Su Chen and others go back to take a cultural class for a while. In Hiswosi's view, attending class and playing games were both ways to pass the time, which Tang Weiga found particularly puzzling. Fortunately, it didn't affect him from hearing the bad news. He ate with relish and recommended, "Xiaowan, try this dish, it's amazing." With that, he turned his head, his eyes shining as he looked at Shi Xiao. "Buddy, learn quickly." Shi Xiao, who inherited the family tradition, was quite adept in cooking. Just by tasting it once, he could easily replicate it almost perfectly when he got back. Oblivious as he was, he didn't realize that because they couldn't book a private room, they ended up occupying 2 tables in the main hall for their meal. The passing landlady was already staring at him with a particularly strange look. Worried that Tang Wei wouldn't be able to leave the restaurant, Su Chen stuffed a spoonful of stewed beef into Tang Wei's mouth. "Eat up, you little glutton." "Whoa whoa." Tang Wei puffed up his cheeks, his baby face looking even rounder. The rest of them fell silent simultaneously, waiting for the landlady to return to the counter. For a moment, the only sound at the table was the clinking of bowls and chopsticks. The conversation from the next table was clearly audible. A burly man with a flushed face unintentionally raised his voice. "Have you noticed that there have been several missing persons cases in the city recently?" Another middle-aged man, holding a bottle of wine, sighed. "I've known for a while. I pay attention to current events every day. I'm telling you, these people must have done something wrong and fled in fear. With so many restrictions in the city and the authorities using cards as surveillance, it's not easy to be harmed. They must have sneaked past the public surveillance areas stealthily. That doesn't seem right." The burly man wasn't swayed by the other man's confident tone. He just frowned. "They're all missing persons with good reputations. One of them is even a member of the Card Master Association, not like fugitives. But think about it, how many cards can be used under the divine level restrictions? Even the secret realms only appear in unrestricted areas." The middle-aged man insisted on his point. "In the city, whenever there's a life-threatening situation, as long as you connect to the Eye of Heaven hub, you can temporarily gain access to some card privileges. And with the recent Thunder Enforcement team dispatched, the efficiency is top-notch. There was one time before. Drinking too much made tempers flare." Seeing him getting more and more agitated, the burly man quickly agreed a few times, then changed the subject. After all, it wasn't anything rare. With so many missing persons every year, it only drew public attention when they appeared consecutively in this city. All right, if you drink so much, your wife will scold you when you get back." "She dares." Su Chen put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, swiped up with his index finger, and tapped, indeed seeing the news the 2 men were talking about. The news items were spaced out irregularly. He specifically searched and found similar missing news in other regions, just not as concentrated as in Nan City. He hadn't paid attention before because he was busy preparing. "My dad asked me to come back last time because of this." Wang Wei cleared his throat with tea, speaking calmly. "He even wanted me to bring bodyguards. It's really exaggerated. He cares about you." Luo Oing, with a small appetite, finished her meal early and joined the conversation. "But I don't think something like this would happen at our school. Teachers are not to be trifled with." Blue Xinling, one of the 2 assigned to the athletes' table due to the crowded coaches' table, tossed her hair at the comment. Her pink hair strands looked like ribbons under the light, accidentally hitting Hiswosi's face. "Pa. Hiswosi disdainfully brushed off the pink hair, saying, "No wonder many spiritual cards use hair as a skill. The strength is comparable to a whip." Lan Xinling, always feeling like something is hidden, uncertain. Let's listen again. Under the dictatorship of the head coach, the next day, Su Chen and 8 others returned to the classroom they hadn't set foot in for a long time. Wanyan asked in surprise, "Haven't you all finished the exam?" Several people just shrugged in response. Su Chen returned to his seat, turned to Ho Hao on his side. "Skinny monkey, do you know about the disappearances?" "You've asked the right person." Ho Hao lowered his voice. "One of the missing persons happens to be my neighbor in the same neighborhood, a promising card maker who suddenly disappeared without a trace. My mom said his family is devastated." "A card maker?" Su Chen had only glanced briefly yesterday, not paying much attention. "Are all the missing people card makers?" "Not all of them." Ho Hao shook his head. "There have been several missing card makers, regardless of age, gender, or level of expertise. It seems random. That's why there hasn't been a clear connection made by the authorities." "I see." Su Chen murmured softly. Shi Xiao asked in confusion, "Captain, why do you seem so concerned about this?" Su Chen hesitated. "I just feel like something is off, but I can't quite put my finger on it." His index finger unconsciously tapped on the table. Tap. Tang Wei dismissed. "You're just being overly anxious. There are professionals handling this matter. We are just students. Can we really get involved in a case?" However, he also had his own worries. "By the way, Lao he made us come back for cultural classes. Could he be planning another round of exams for us?" Just the thought of exams made Tang Wei scratch his head, feeling miserable. Su Chen sighed. "What are you thinking? The preliminary rounds end in a week. followed by the regional competition. We don't have time for that. Card battles are essentially an extension of basic knowledge. He speculated that He arranged this to remind them not to neglect the fundamentals, but focusing on exams might lead to neglecting other areas. Regional competition. Tang Wei counted on his fingers. We are in the southern district, Beiyuan is in the northern district, Dongyue is in the eastern district, and Xiangxi is in the western district. The 4 major seeded teams are evenly distributed. But the other teams that advance to the regional competition won't be as evenly matched, right? The school teams behind will be adjusted. Ho Hao was serious about gathering information and was about to explain in detail. Just then, the bell rang, and the subject teacher entered the classroom. After the morning classes, Su Chen, dressed casually, took off his Star Network helmet, picked up the folder on the table, and prepared to leave. He casually greeted Tang Wei. I need to go find He first. The mental power of card makers becomes purer the more it is squeezed. Although they hadn't reached the promotion threshold, the increasing limit required them to update their training schedule every few days. Su Chen planned to submit it before lunch break, so he wouldn't slack off too much and push the task back to him. On the inheritance phenomenon of Zhou's skin peeling, schools squeeze teachers, teachers squeeze students. How blissful. Alright, I'll bring you food, Tang Wei readily agreed. When Su Chen finished his negotiation and returned from the office, he saw He Xiaowu leaving the dormitory building in a hurry, not even hearing his greeting. Feeling puzzled, his steps on the stairs involuntarily slowed down, suddenly stopping as fragmented pieces of information in his mind finally connected. Since the visit to Zhanghui, He Xiaowu had been distracted. The increasing frequency of leaving the school due to the sex summons, the imbalance in his performance during the competition in Suqian, the growing silence and reticence in recent days. Finally, it all linked to a missing persons case in Beiyuan City that he had casually come across yesterday. The news release date coincided perfectly with the timeline of his visit to Zhanghui. Something's happened. Su Chen swiftly descended the stairs, his whole being moving like the wind, as if an arrow released from a bow, darting through the campus, drawing the attention of many students. Unfortunately, even at the school gate, he still couldn't find any trace of He Xiaowu. He quickly asked the security guard in the duty room, gesturing with his hands, Master, did you notice a tall boy heading in which direction? Did he take any transportation? You mean He Xiaowu? The security guard was well informed and naturally recognized one of this year's school team members. Hearing Su Chen's slightly anxious tone, he quickly pointed in a direction and said, I saw him going that way, running fast, but he didn't take any vehicle. Before the words had even settled, the person in front of the window had disappeared, leaving only an agile figure. Hesitating, the security guard called He Shuosi. Hello, teacher He? It seems like your 2 students encountered something urgent. They just ran out of the school gate. Near Qinnan University, there was a night market with delicious food. At night, the whole street was brightly lit, bustling with people, making it extremely crowded. But during the day, all the shops were closed with shutter doors, giving it an unusually desolate feel. Far from the bustling market, Su Chen could only hear the sound of his own footsteps as he chased here. Looking around, he wasn't sure if he was on the right path, feeling like he was the only one standing in the deserted street. However, he keenly sensed that something was amiss. The food street was usually frequented by stray animals looking for scraps, but now there was not a single one in sight. Could they also have fixed meal times? Although the stray animals allowed in the city were not highly dangerous, cats had their paths, and mice had theirs. Animals that could survive in the wild always had their strengths. Obviously, something had happened here to make them seek safety and hide their presence. But then again, if he was in the right place, why hadn't he heard any noise? Even in the city, storage-type cards were allowed some permissions, and He Xiaowu, who practiced ancient martial arts, always carried his red tassel Yanling spear. In case of any crisis, he would surely resist, and that would not go unnoticed. With a guess in his mind, Su Chen quickened his pace, remaining vigilant and trying to summon his cards. Finally, as he turned a corner, the spatial array in his palm loosened, revealing the formation compass. Indeed, Su Chen's expression turned serious. Who could have opened a forbidden area in the city? Acting decisively, he set up an illusion barrier for himself, concealing his presence and carefully navigating through the situation. After a few turns, he finally spotted his target in the abandoned garbage dump. Besides He Xiaowu, there were a few others in the area, but unable to distinguish between real people and humanoid cards, unable to confirm the current situation, Su Chen did not rush in but lurked behind a broken wall. His gaze fell on the scene, where He Xiaowu was clad in armor, sweeping his long spear, sparking a series of flames. When the strange creature on the other side staggered back, he swiftly thrust the spear, but unfortunately, there was no blood. It turned out that the strange creature was a peculiar puppet card, not a flesh and blood being, so it remained unscathed despite the gaping hole in its chest. With twisted 6 arms attacking Hishawu, in a flash of lightning, Hishawu dodged and appeared behind the creature, still holding the spear handle. The embedded spearhead almost made a 180-degree turn inside it, causing a cracking sound at the hole, with fine wood chips turning into powder, and half of its arms bound between the long spear and its body. The crippled creature let out a piercing roar, turning its head to face Hishawu, while the other 3 hands, undeterred by the blocked body, continued their attack. The wooden joints were incredibly flexible, but they couldn't match Ishawu's speed and were torn apart before they could even struggle. 5 meters away, there was another figure holding a long spear, and his spear technique seemed to be from the same school as Ishawu's, only more skilled and experienced. The man stepped in the 7-star stance, moving around and attracting about a dozen strange creatures before sweeping them away with a single shot, tearing through all of them with the spear's radiance, leaving piles of wooden blocks scattered under his feet. In the next moment, a white light flashed, and the cards had returned to the card holder's space. A slightly shorter man grunted, only to be mocked by the taller man beside him. Useless. These two were likely the masterminds behind the disappearance case. They were dressed plainly, the kind of attire that wouldn't stand out in a crowd, but their faces were adorned with terrifying and eerie masks. The white masks were covered in intricate black patterns, as if countless large and small eyeballs were squeezing out of them. A person lay at their feet, motionless for a while, whether alive or dead was uncertain. Among these two, the taller one clearly held the leadership position, and the shorter one dared not retort in the face of ridicule. Suddenly, the taller man summoned his own card, and a giant ape-like creature appeared, leaping into action with agility different from its massive body, swiftly darting towards the man and viciously swiping with sharp claws, leaving a deep bone-visible wound before anyone could react. Too fast. As blood gushed like a fountain, the intense pain contorted his face, and only then did he howl in agony, belatedly realizing the pain. The pain caused the giant ape to let out an excited oh-oh cry, pounding its chest with fists to display its power. On the side, Hishawu's face had drained of blood, anxiously shouting, "Senior brother." Hishawu leaped into the air towards his senior brother, his usually calm and indifferent expression now shattered. Having grown up together with his fellow disciples since childhood, the depth of their bond was undeniable. Watching his senior brother severely injured, he could not contain his emotions. This was not a game with a chance to start over. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. "Don't come over." Even Mingy noticed Hishawu's reckless behavior and quickly stopped him, using his remaining strength to throw out a wrist guard that turned into iron chains binding Hishawu's waist. The chains forcefully pulled Hishawu back, while he activated a skill to heal his injuries. Invisibly, it seemed as if a doctor was stitching together blurry flesh and blood. In just a breath, the deep bone-visible wound had already healed, leaving no trace of the previous carnage except for the torn clothes and bloodstains around. And all of this was completed in just a few seconds, while the giant ape continued to mock and pound its chest. This was clearly arrogance. Like a fierce beast that never considered ants in its path, Mingy did not flinch, his spear trembling, releasing a chilling aura. In an instant, a bright silver light flashed, dazzling the eyes like a white rainbow, the cold light pointing directly at the giant ape's vital point. Ding! A crisp sound of metal collision rang out. The brown fur seemed as tough as armor, effortlessly blocking Mingy's long spear. Not a scratch. Mingy's heart sank as he clenched his teeth. The strongest attacks of ancient martial card users were always on themselves or their weapons, yet at this moment, the giant ape had not been breached at all. This was enough to prove that the opponent's card level was definitely above his own. Roar! The laughing giant ape suddenly stopped, provoked by the hairless monkey. Whether injured or not, the resistance of the lower ranks was the original sin. Raising its thick ape arm high, Mingy tried to dodge the skill range by leaping sideways, but halfway through, he felt a powerful force pulling him, and in a whirlwind, he was slammed violently to the ground. With a loud bang, a human-shaped pit was imprinted on the dirty ground, cracking the earth and raising dust. Cough! Cough! Mingy groaned, blood rushing into his mouth. He clearly heard the sound of bones cracking, as if broken bones had pierced into his organs. Every slight movement felt burdened by the heaviness his body could hardly bear. The activated healing technique devoured his spiritual energy like a parched desert consuming water, continuously destroying and repairing his shattered internal organs. It was a tug-of-war, finally allowing his body to withstand the wave of skill damage. What seemed like a simple fall and strike was actually a high-impact, sustained move. Facing the chaos he had caused, the giant ape seemed particularly satisfied, opening its blood-stained mouth, emitting a sharp and eerie laughter that echoed in the air above the foul-smelling junkyard. "Oh, oh, oh!" it exclaimed excitedly, waving its arms vigorously, chanting repeatedly, so much fun, smashing you like a big banana, turning you into banana mush, oh, oh, oh." The rich and intense emotional expression undoubtedly revealed the strength of this card's spirituality. It seemed like an independent life form, recklessly venting its anger, treating Liang Mingyi as a mere toy, playing with him cruelly. Meanwhile, the card owner stood calmly nearby, seemingly indifferent. No, the card's behavior hinted at the owner's character. Perhaps the face behind that mask was now eagerly watching this scene unfold. This was not a battle, but a one-sided torment. Su Chen, hidden in the shadows, could not bear to watch and planned to intervene. Of course, he didn't intend to charge into the battlefield directly but pondered how to rescue the person. Even Liang Mingyi's senior brother, He Xiaowu, was no match, let alone himself at the silver level. Just now, Liang Mingyi effortlessly defeated many full-health oddities, clearly surpassing He Xiaowu at the silver level. Su Chen estimated the damage from this wave, which definitely exceeded the just-promoted Xiaoziyu at the silver level but hadn't reached the limit of the gold level. Unfortunately, the gap was too significant to know the level of that giant ape card or its position in the opponent's deck. If it was a main card, it would be somewhat manageable, but if it was a secondary card, then his rescue attempt would be futile and laughable. What should he do? Beads of sweat dripped down Su Chen's forehead as he racked his brain, contemplating which card to use to save the person and how to escape successfully. With the opponent's strength, the chances were slimmer than thin air. A dead end, another dead end, and yet another dead end. Before he could execute any plan, they were already shot down in his mind. While he hesitated, He Xiaowu couldn't hold back any longer and took the opportunity when Liang Mingyi was distracted to break free from the iron chains and rush forward. He knew his limitations and didn't expect to win against this card. He just wanted to divert the giant ape's attention and make it release his senior brother. He marked his position and transformed into multiple shadows, swiftly appearing around the person and the card, moving at such a speed that it irritated the giant ape. It grabbed one of the figures by the neck, snapped it with a click, and then turned to face them. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat in shock. Fortunately, it wasn't He Xiaowu himself. He disguised himself as one of the shadows, sneaked onto the ground, and as the giant ape vented its anger on the shadow, he wrapped Liang Mingyi and teleported them to the designated spot. A distance of over 10 meters. The giant ape sneered mockingly, vines suddenly appearing in front of them. It grabbed the vines, leaped forward, and in an instant, stood before them. With a thunderous roar, exuding a powerful and intimidating aura, it made them freeze in place. Then, its thick ape claws, sharp as blades, came crashing down. He Xiaowu's support just bought Liang Mingyi a brief moment of respite, slightly restoring his ability to move. Witnessing the giant ape entangled and enduring severe injuries, Liang Mingyi, despite being injured, swiftly positioned himself in front of his junior brother. The protective gear on his head and body shattered into pieces, dissipating into dust. He grasped the spear handle and hurled it fiercely, transforming the long spear into a javelin that sent He Xiaowu away once again. He then shifted his position towards the giant ape, while on the other side, the short figure intended to use a hostage as leverage to secure a chance of survival. Compared to the towering figure with profound strength, this person was undoubtedly the weakest link. However, Liang Mingyi underestimated the agility of the giant ape. Even without specific instructions, it immediately targeted its next victim, aiming to strike at his vulnerable spot. Stop! He Xiaowu's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his neck, feeling helpless and resentful of his own weakness, regretting his decisions. As Liang Mingyi was about to fall without any defensive cards left, suddenly, a familiar golden light flashed, and a golden bell shield enveloped him. Crack! It shattered soon after. Although this skill couldn't withstand the giant ape's attacks even for a second, Liang Mingyi disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a tiny discarded cicada shell, barely visible against the backdrop of the giant ape. Since his card skills were ineffective against the overpowering giant ape, Su Chen decisively targeted the weakened Liang Mingyi, which proved successful. At that moment, the tall figure sneered and said, "Oh, the little mouse finally dares to show itself." Despite his imposing figure, his voice was sharp and thin, carrying an inhuman, unsettling quality, likely due to some form of disguise that sent shivers down Su Chen's spine. The sense of crisis intensified. Su Chen quickly stepped back, and the next moment, the broken wall that served as cover exploded, with countless bricks flying around, fortunately blocked by the golden bell shield. As the dust settled, Su Chen's unremarkable appearance was revealed, a short stature compared to his original form, with only the gender remaining the same. The tall figure glanced casually, contemplating whether to toy with him or eliminate him directly, but was reminded by his companion, "Wait, this must be Su Chen." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart sank, realizing that his card skill had been recognized. He hadn't expected a criminal to pay attention to the national competition, let alone identify him through a skill he rarely used in matches. This familiarity was unsettling. Despite the variety of skills in the world, they could be categorized into a few types, often bearing similarities, not to mention imitation cards. Even though card masters prided themselves on originality, there were always imitators. Even without paying attention, Su Chen knew that since his appearance, there had been several imitation cards circulating in the market. Being called out by name made him suspicious if the other party was trying to deceive him. Oh, his eyes widened beneath the mask upon hearing a newly added name on this year's ranking list, feeling delighted to have stumbled upon such a valuable catch while accompanying a newcomer on a beginner's task. Compared to the meager rewards of the assigned tasks, capturing Su Chen promised a much richer return. If not for the strict control and severe consequences imposed by the authorities and organizations, these new cardmasters would indeed be easy prey. However, the associated risks were too high, making it not worth the trouble, hence no one had made a move so far. But now that the opportunity presented itself, he would gladly accept it. Following the command, the giant ape dropped Lian Mingyi and lunged towards Su Chen, unleashing powerful gusts of wind, seizing the initiative. When his identity was exposed, Su Chen was mentally prepared. He immediately activated his second skill, controlling the manifestation of Mangpa, and in an instant, the charging giant ape found itself disoriented, trapped in a loop between 2 points, unable to make any progress. It couldn't help but sneak a glance at its controller, suspecting that he might have withheld the materials used to create it. Otherwise, as just a silver-tier rookie card, how could it have any impact? It should have been able to crush its opponents all the way. Character, Mengpa, rank, silver tier, quality, 5 stars, skills, Mengpo's soup, active, drink the soup in the bowl on the way back, forget about past events in this life. Separated by yin and yang, there will be a reunion, not recognizing each other when they meet again. Past life fate, active, in the past, divided into simple past, past continuous, past perfect continuous, indicating actions or states that occurred at a certain time in the past. Present life outcome, active, present tense, divided into simple present, present continuous, present perfect continuous, indicating the current situation, state, or action. Mengpo's role is a strong control card, with the main skill controlling enemies, and the secondary and tertiary skills being combination skills that switch between the 2 time frames to alter the state of people or objects, without limiting the targets. It can be used against enemies or to save oneself. After being created along with the scene card, Su Chen had only seen Chu Zilin use Mengpo's soup, and now it was being used under his own feet. Since he couldn't control the ape, he could play dirty. Stupid monkey, it's the ground. The tall figure being questioned stabbed the giant ape's sore foot, hating being called a monkey. It was immediately furious. Unable to vent its anger on the controller, it had to vent it towards Su Chen. The vines appeared again, trying to swing over, but Su Chen had updated the target. Halfway through the swing, the giant ape was sent back home for the second time, making it scream in anger on the spot. It was like a comedy. After a few back and forths, the companions on the other side were already uneasy, starting to check the time frequently. This is near Qinnan University. It's been too long, what if we get noticed? Cowards, the tall figure mocked, but also acted accordingly, taking out another card with spatial abilities. A spider half the height of a person manifested, its 8 legs with stiff black hair swaying rapidly, disappearing in the blink of an eye, only to reappear next to Su Chen, pinning down his limbs. The 2 brothers, He Xiaowu and He Shuyi, who came to support, thought they were late, their already pale faces turning even more grim. Fortunately, seeing Su Chen, who was under attack, turn golden, they breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts feeling like they had just been on a roller coaster ride. But there was no time to rest. Following the original plan, they attacked the tall figure's companion. Young spider, are you looking for this golden prey, or this silver prey? The golden and silver Su Chen were continuously replicated by the river god. The real Su Chen used illusion camouflage, not only hiding among them but also occasionally using the 9 palaces Bagua array to switch positions, as if playing a guessing game with the opponent. Even though the spider card could roam continuously using spatial skills, it still couldn't accurately find Su Chen, time passing by second, although in terms of mental strength, Su Chen would surely tire out first. But if this continued, the tall figure finally realized that Su Chen was stalling for time, immediately abandoning the lower-ranked companion, ignoring him being surrounded by the 2 brothers, collapsing to the ground, and focusing all efforts on capturing him. At the critical moment, a voice rang out like a refreshing rain from the sky. Tianlu, you are surrounded, surrender is your only way out. It was the enforcement team. The group of people in uniforms looked heroic and righteous, reciting the same lines, but their actions were decisive, moving in for the arrest. Tianlu, called out by his codename, cursed in frustration. Having dealt with the enforcement team a few times before, he knew he was no match, and quickly tried to escape, but was soon intercepted. surrounded from all sides like a cage, tightly controlled, with no way out. The situation suddenly reversed, the hunter became the hunted, and it was now Tianlu's turn to seek a way out. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, finally. Glancing at the incapacitated Tianlu and his fallen comrade, he retrieved Hui, who had come with the enforcement team, and walked over to Heshewushin's side, asking, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, it's just that senior brother is more seriously injured. I didn't expect it to involve the captain. If it weren't for you, today would have been." Heshewushin supported the swaying Lian Mingyi and looked towards Shuchen. At a loss for words, he didn't know how to express his gratitude and guilt. Shuchen interrupted him, scolding, "Even a 3-year-old knows to seek help from the police. From the enforcement team. Yet you willingly walked into a trap." His words trailed off abruptly. Why did they choose to take matters into their own hands instead of reporting the criminals? Were they trying to get involved in corruption or planning to take matters into their own hands? Suddenly, Shuchen remembered the article and realized that they had acted impulsively, underestimating the enemy. Blaming them was hard to do, considering he himself had been driven by emotions to recklessly follow. Fortunately, the existence of the restricted area acted as a wake-up call, making him instantly alert. He then instructed Hui to attract the attention of the Eye of Heaven station while he ventured deeper into the danger zone to check on the safety of his teammates. Unfortunately, the cards were only unrestricted in the restricted area. Even the skills they used would dissipate once they left this domain. After some effort, Shuchen remotely controlled Hui to pick up some iron sign wooden sticks and use them as arrows to shoot towards the Eye of Heaven surveillance point. Strange items suddenly appeared out of thin air on the deserted street, attacking the Eye of Heaven in a bizarre manner that any law enforcement officer would notice as suspicious. However, this delay was costly. Unable to voice his thoughts, Shuchen decided to summon Mang to heal Lian Mingyi. Due to his severe injuries, the life quality of a golden tier card user far surpassed that of a silver tier card user, with the skill effects weakened by half, barely keeping him alive. Meanwhile, the enforcement team, with their absolute strength and numerical advantage, swiftly captured the criminals and handcuffed them to restrict their movements. "Behave yourself." The team leader removed Tianlu's mask and found a square iron block on him. After manipulating it in a systematic manner, the unrestricted barrier was immediately closed, and everyone's cards were forcibly retrieved from the card, Tiangong, space. Suddenly, Tianlu fiercely resisted, trying to snatch the iron block from the team leader. "Stop struggling in vain." The team leader was admonishing when he suddenly noticed something amiss with Tianlu. He lifted his head and saw blood flowing from his 7 orifices, his thick lips already turning black. Taking out a portable healing device, the team leader tried to save the criminal's life, as a living captive was more valuable than a dead one. The green light emitting a life force continuously entered Tianlu's chest, but the displayed values were not optimistic. "Ha!" A heavy breath escaped his throat, almost vomiting blood that stained his chin and clothes. Tianlu realized he was beyond saving, his eyes revealing a fierce and malicious intent. Soon, his trembling hand was raised by a strong will, and his index finger pointed shakily in a direction, towards his comrade, the short one who had been dealt with and couldn't get up. The enforcement team member responsible for detaining him quickly removed his specially made mask, only to discover that it was a lifelike puppet, and the real person had escaped long ago. Abandoned in drawing all the firepower of the enforcement team, Tianlu gasped his last breath upon seeing the truth, his dilated murky pupils declaring his unavenged death. He never imagined that a routine accompanying task would lead him down an irreversible path. Like a farcical drama, no one expected that a weakling who was easily defeated at the beginning would turn against his comrades, silencing the stronger superior and successfully escaping. Su Chen stood silently, his slender fingers reaching out to stop He Shaowu's impulse. At this point, they could not interfere with official duties. The increased force calmed He Shaowu slightly, no longer looking at the grim corpse. He pursed his lips and carefully placed the semi-conscious Lian Mingyi on the stretcher arranged by the law enforcement team. Moments later, a green light rose again. After some operation of the medical equipment, Lian Mingyi quickly fell into a peaceful sleep, showing signs of improvement from his relaxed expression. The team leader explained, "This is just preliminary treatment. Rest assured, a specialized treatment team will take over shortly for a more detailed examination." In fact, these portable medical devices carried by law enforcement teams were equipped with calming skills specifically designed for criminals, occasionally used for hostages as well. Normally, law enforcement teams would not use them on their own members. Due to their official duties, law enforcement teams had fewer restrictions on card usage compared to ordinary citizens. Even without activating the forbidden domain, they could still summon cards for apprehension. In fact, it would be easier this way. However, to prevent abuse of power, law enforcement teams were subject to strict supervision. recording devices were essential. Hence, there was a self-deprecating saying within the law enforcement team: they needed solitary confinement more than the criminals. With a casual reassurance, the team leader quickly left to continue his busy work. Under his command, the rest of the team members acted methodically, taking photos, collecting evidence. Suddenly, one person exclaimed, "There's another survivor." Xiaowu reflexively looked up at the sound, only to be disappointed. It wasn't the person he had hoped for. The discovered survivor was the person who had been lying under the feet of two criminals earlier. Amidst the chaos and remnants of battle, he had remained motionless, seemingly dead. It was thought he had perished, but not only was he alive, he had not been affected by the fighting, protected by a decaying yet soft toy in a pile of garbage. Was it misfortune or luck? He survived the calamity unscathed. After a few calls and nudges, the person still didn't wake up. So, he was carried on another stretcher and placed next to Lian Ningyi. They would be taken care of by the treatment team later. Also arranged were the wrapped body of Tian Lu and the doll used as evidence. Gazing at the lifelike doll, Su Chen fell into contemplation, his lowered eyelashes concealing his emotions. With his understanding of the captain, Xiaowu keenly followed suit and asked, "Is there something suspicious? What kind of person would prepare so much in advance?" Su Chen softly countered, attempting to simulate the other party's logic to profile the individual. Whether it was Xiaowu, his senior brother, or himself, they were all unexpected participants. Initially, Tian Lu and his companion had only targeted the survivor. The subsequent chaos was an unforeseen development. This indicated that the operation was initially supposed to be extremely safe. However, in this situation, the individual had still prepared an escape doll and poison capable of incapacitating high-level card users in advance. It was meticulous planning to the extreme. These two items couldn't be products of skills, otherwise, they would have dissipated when the forbidden domain was closed. Su Chen speculated that the poison had been administered to Tian Lu early on, lying dormant due to his card protection until the moment the law enforcement team leader pressed the shutdown button, causing it to suddenly take effect. Truly unpredictable. But when was the intent to kill formed? Just from a few taunts? Or was there another reason? Just then, after a thorough inspection of the surroundings, the leader of the law enforcement team walked over once again, raised the credentials in his hand, and said, "Hello, due to your direct confrontation with the wanted criminal codenamed Tian Lu as listed in the arrest warrant, we need your cooperation with the investigation by the law enforcement team." Following the procedures very politely, they were taken to the black room. In the screening process of the Blue Star, there was a more sophisticated lie detector than in the previous life. Under the skillful survey, Hesha's little tricks were immediately exposed. Knowing that he was trying to track down the whereabouts of a missing person and voluntarily engaging in a dangerous confrontation with a criminal, the professional in charge of the interrogation earnestly said, "We understand your feelings as a relative of the victim, but this is not advisable. It is not only irresponsible for your own life but also violates social order." Amid the lengthy discourse, Hesha remained silent, his black hair hanging down, covering half of his face, looking like a pitiful dog drenched in the rain. Su Chen took the opportunity to ask with concern, "I'm sorry, will my teammate be punished?" "It will be handled at our discretion. This time, he only needs to write a guarantee and pay a fine." The commissioner said, after all, it was his first offense and somewhat understandable. Considering that no irreversible consequences had occurred, the punishment would not be severe, and it might not even be recorded in the files. After clarifying the situation, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had some free time. He needed to review the common laws of this world. After a series of investigations confirmed that they had no prior connection with Tian Lu, no accomplices were involved, and after recounting all the experiences of the day, Su Chen and Heshu were escorted out of the interrogation room. Outside, they saw Hiswosi, disheveled and with hair like a bird's nest, waiting for them. After a careful inspection, confirming that the two were unharmed, Hiswosi sighed in relief, "I've already paid the bail, let's go, back to school first." Su Chen, who was given an additional task, had just laid down to rest when he received a call from the security guard. God knows how flustered he was, getting dressed in a hurry, putting on his shoes randomly, greeting the principal on the way out, and rushing off campus. The gourmet street was more of an area than a street, and after some time had passed, before he could locate the two missing students, this area was already cordoned off by the law enforcement team. Even as the homeroom teacher, he was not allowed to contact the two before the screening. This was to prevent any strange card skills that could bypass the prohibition and alter people's memories, so this was strictly avoided. Although the possibility was small, precautions had to be taken just in case. Ignorant of everything, Hiswosi was waiting in the lobby, neither sitting nor standing. Seeing the two coming out unscathed, he couldn't bother scolding them at the moment. he just decided to take them back home first. On the way back, a sudden rain shower poured down like a dam opening, the accumulated puddles with bubbles disappearing in an instant, the muddy water being washed away into the drains. In less than half an hour, the rain stopped, leaving only a moist and fresh scent in the air, along with a hint of tobacco. Tick-tock, watching a drop of water fall from the thick green leaves, as if awakened, Hiswosi, standing by the window, extinguished the cigarette but he hadn't even smoked a few puffs of, threw it into the nearby ashtray, and sighed silently. Turning around, Hiswosi calmly said, "Su-chen, you should go back first." After all, he was only involved in this matter, and there was someone else who needed to communicate. Su-chen, who hadn't heard of any punishment, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Suddenly realizing this, he cursed himself inwardly, exchanged a glance with Heshu, walked out of the office, and casually closed the door. Back in the dormitory, Tang Wei was engrossed in playing games without even looking up. Glancing hurriedly, he nonchalantly said, "Lost people while delivering a document, the food is probably cold by now. As long as it's edible." He didn't have much of an appetite at the moment. Su-chen placed the umbrella next to the sink. The damp state was not suitable for directly putting it into the storage box. He then returned to the table to open the lunchbox. The cooled food was indeed not as fragrant as when it was freshly cooked, but fortunately, the dormitory had air conditioning, so it didn't spoil. In this season, nothing could last long. In the moderately sized double dorm room, there was only intense game background music and barely audible chewing sounds, which somehow felt oppressive. Tang Wei, after finishing a game, turned off his phone, sensing something amiss. He stood up, turned off the air conditioning, opened the window to let in fresh air, and during this time, he couldn't help but sneak glances at Su-chen. Su-chen couldn't help but smile helplessly at Tang Wei's obvious actions and said, "I'm also guessing and waiting for the person involved to come back, to decide whether to tell or not." Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came, and Tang Wei, who hadn't sat down yet, walked over to open the door. The first to enter was Skinny Monkey, followed by Stone Xiaoxiao and Wan Yun. Skinny Monkey held up the campus forum interface and curiously asked, "Captain Su, many people have posted photos of you and Hishawu chasing each other. Did something big happen?" Su-chen. He silently took out his phone and checked. Indeed, a tall building had been erected on the forum. From the initial excitement among fans to confusion, speculation, and then increasingly absurd rumors, even suggesting that Su-chen was chasing Hishawu. Nonsense. At this point, Tang Wei understood that the person Su-chen was referring to was Hishawu. With a slight shift in his thoughts, he jokingly exclaimed, "Wow, their imagination is too rich. Ha, is it a cop drama? The ruthless captain chasing the cold-faced teammate, it's so exaggerated." Su-chen. His gaze wandered for a moment. Just brought back from the enforcement team by the class teacher. How is that not considered experiencing a cop drama? The two men's subtle attitudes made Skinny Monkey tactfully change the subject, cleverly saying, "It's an internal team matter, I understand. You guys talk, leave the forum to me, I'm very familiar with this kind of thing." Patting his chest to guarantee, Skinny Monkey then gestured to Wan Yun. "We were indeed reckless, sorry." Wan Yun paused for a moment, showing an apologetic smile to the others before leaving with Stone Xiaoxiao. "What happened to the team? There's no news in the group chat." Stone Xiaoxiao, with her usual dullness, scrolled through various chat groups, with the last message traceable back to the day of the match with Yuning. I give up. Tang Wei bowed to Stone Xiaoxiao, showing a humble attitude that made Stone Xiaoxiao scratch the back of her head in belated realization. The rest of the teammates gradually arrived, and the three female teammates who couldn't come to the boys' dormitory also showed up in the group chat, expressing a bit of concern. Su-chen didn't say much, casually revealing others' privacy. Seeing this situation, he suggested they go back first, as being too serious about it wouldn't be a good thing. After about an hour, Hishawu finally returned. He went straight to the captain's dorm room, as he was no longer planning to keep hiding after today's exposure. He called all the teammates together. After a long conversation, everyone finally understood that at the end of last month, Hishawu's same-aged junior brother disappeared in Baiyuan City. The sect's search was in vain, and with the increasing number of missing cases in Qingnan City, they suspected that the perpetrators had moved locations. They sent a team to continue tracking, and one of them, Lian Mingyi, was currently being treated in the hospital. Hishawu was worried about his junior brother and had squeezed out time to search outside. Today, Lian Mingyi unexpectedly witnessed Tian Lu and his accomplices committing a crime. Since only the short one took action and underestimated the opponent's strength, he sent a message in the sect group and pursued alone. Hishawu, who happened to be nearby, saw the message. What happened next, Su-chen also came to know. Everyone fell silent, unsure of how to comfort each other. After all, So much time had passed since the golden opportunity had slipped away. It was likely that Heshu, the junior brother of Heshu, had already. After listening to everything, Wang Wei clicked into the official wanted channel, Tianlu. Tian. It should be the organization's code name. Many people on it have names starting with Tian. A series of eye-catching code names stood out in the list of real names. Wearing those eerie masks, they sound like a cult organization. Luo Yui on the other end of the video was indignant, cursing repeatedly, "They are not good people, just a bunch of idiots with bubbles in their heads." Luo Ying pinched her arm and gently reminded Heshu, "Have you reported to your sect? Having a direction for investigation should be a good thing." The people in the ivory tower had never been involved in this dark field, knowing nothing and having no clue. It was better that Heshu's sect had organization, power, and connections, rather than being like them, clueless. Heshu nodded, his usually straight back seeming to slump down. "Master told me not to join the team. Was it today's recklessness? Or was that organization too powerful?" Countless speculations made his head ache faintly. In the silence, Suchen looked at Heshu's pale face and softly said, "So much happened today, and you got hurt again. Go back and rest well. Trust your sect and the enforcement team to bring good news." Although he had also used his skills to treat the injured when taking over the patients in the treatment group before, the lost energy still needed to be replenished with sleep. Hesha had no desire to talk, nodded, and immediately left. The others didn't know what to say and soon left one by one. After the lights were turned off at night, Su Chen, who usually slept early, couldn't fall asleep. In the darkness, Tang Wei's voice came from the clinic with a hint of doubt. "Jiwen, what do you think those missing people are being taken for?" Su Chen was speechless. After a while, he said, "Go to sleep." Summer mornings dawned particularly early, with a faint light already appearing around 4 or 5 in the morning. Under the warm yellow sunlight, Su Chen opened his sleepy eyes, with tiny blood vessels on his eyeballs indicating his fatigue, but unfortunately, the drowsiness had disappeared. He raised his eyes slightly and realized that he had forgotten to close the curtains last night. The room was divided between dimness and brightness, and as his bed was closer to the window, Su Chen experienced the morning first. Feeling a slight fatigue from the intense exercise, but it was not as intense as the training before. Perhaps it was more of a psychological factor than a physical one. Su Chen didn't get up. Lying in bed, he picked up his phone and, the glaring light made him squint, so he dimmed the screen and opened the forum page. Their popular post with Heshu was still high on the list, with so many initial discussions that it couldn't sync for a while, otherwise, it would be full of suspicion. Fortunately, it was no longer a single topic, with many more eye-catching topics added, including revelations and provocations. Among them was a post titled National Competition Star Players Highlights, which surpassed all other topics in popularity. Su Chen clicked on the two posts in succession. In their popular post with Heshu, a well-informed person had revealed in the late afternoon that the school team had conducted a physical test ranking, and due to the captain's outstanding performance and the martial artist's exceptional physical qualities, the two were evenly matched, leading to an additional round of competition. Regardless of the facts, the person's storytelling was so thrilling and engaging that it made the onlookers feel like they were there. Almost all of them were fooled. Few clear-minded individuals interjected with doubts, but it didn't cause much of a stir. Thus, the baseless speculations of the public were quelled. From admiration for the two individuals, the discussion gradually shifted to the intensity of the school team's training. As this was a mandatory event during the annual competition period, it attracted many senior students to chime in and point to old posts. After that, the post's popularity plummeted sharply. A wave quietly subsided under the current. The invisible hand was astonishing. Su Chen couldn't help but admire the skinny monkey. This person was definitely a professional talent. No wonder his characteristics were so unique, almost blatantly indicating his expertise in data. As for another popular post, it was also Skinny Monkey's masterpiece. He boldly used his real name to publish it, focusing on all the popular contestants in this year's national competition. Even though this was the stronghold of Qingnan students, while supporting their own school team, they couldn't help but be attracted by the seductive cheap goods from outside. Ahem. After all, it was human nature. This led to numerous fans flocking to this place, waving their flags high and sharing recommendations. As classmates, there were also his friends in the school team, and Skinny Monkey subtly included some personal touches. Fortunately, it wasn't too obvious, just some skillful editing that highlighted their strengths. His friend, Shi Xiao, was mentioned as riding the wave of the recent turnaround, which allowed her to squeeze into this list. He was planning to nurture his account, so he couldn't be too biased and ruin his reputation. Apart from the two powerhouses, Qingnan School Team and Beiyuan School Team, the other four seeded teams, Dongyue, Xiangxi, Wuling, and Yunhe, also had impressive performances. they almost monopolized the market in the highlights post. Countless highlights and various novel cards delighted viewers, keeping them captivated. Skinny Monkey also specially added full team tactical videos for the 6-seeded teams, showcasing their strengths from various angles. Some people fell into the trap because of this. Of course, the other school teams also had star players. Representing the quality of teachers and early enrollment, the seeded teams didn't mean they had recruited all the geniuses. There were always hidden gems that would shine later on. Moreover, at the lower levels, it was difficult to completely widen the gap, as everyone was in the novice village, and the distance to the limit was far away. The potential exchange became more apparent as time went on. These victories were mainly based on strength. In addition, there were star players who might have average skills but still garnered widespread attention due to their unique charm or novel card combinations. They were examples of overtaking on the special track. It was also very entertaining. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Apart from the cliché Baiyuan school team, he was particularly interested in the captain of Yunhe's school team, known for being a workaholic, and looked forward to facing off against him. He deliberately exited midway to check the map. Yunhe City was also in the South China region, and as long as the number of school teams qualifying for the regional competition in this area did not exceed 5, they would definitely meet in the next stage. Unconsciously, he spent nearly an hour browsing. If Su Chen was like this, other students naturally found it hard to tear themselves away. The comments section was lively, with like-minded individuals, opponents, and even fans of players who didn't make the list expressing their dissatisfaction passionately. In short, it sparked enthusiasm from all angles. Su Chen refreshed the page and found a few more comments. Surprisingly, there were still people who hadn't slept all night, passionately expressing themselves in the post. Even if they were just casually browsing, he remembered their usernames. My apologies, my apologies. As the sky brightened, nearing 6 o'clock, Tang Wei, who had been sleepless last night, still hadn't woken up. Su Chen got up quietly, got dressed, washed up, went to the cafeteria for breakfast, and then headed to the training ground. The campus was still quiet at this time, but there were already people at the training ground, including He Xiaowu. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden stake was being struck continuously, and He Xiaowu's movements were swift and powerful, without any hesitation, executing chops, hooks, sweeps, stabs, throws, headbutts, and collisions. His movements were strong and agile, more like venting than practicing martial arts. Hence, he didn't use his usual Yinling spear. For ancient martial artists, weapons usually had a soul. Su Chen knew that he had always received additional training in martial arts, but judging by his sweaty appearance, he must have come particularly early today. Over there, noticing someone approaching, He Xiaowu stopped panting and greeted, "Captain." He took a white towel and wiped away the sweat. Su Chen walked over casually, raising the breakfast in his hand. "Want some?" "I ordered extra," he said. He hadn't eaten much yesterday, just picked at the cold leftovers and skipped dinner altogether. So, he bought plenty this morning, enough for 2 guys. Ordering lunch early was fine anyway. He Xiaowu, lost in thoughts about yesterday, nodded as he took the buns and soy milk Su Chen handed him. After stretching and calming his body, they both sat cross-legged on the floor and started eating at a leisurely pace. He felt a bit relieved by Su Chen's calm demeanor. In fact, from his difficulty in concealing things, He Xiaowu's stubborn personality was evident. He already felt extremely guilty for involving the captain, who was an unrelated party, in this case yesterday, and now he didn't want to affect anyone else. Su Chen pretended not to notice He Xiaowu's subtle movements. Empty words of comfort felt feeble and inadequate. Everyone was making him wait, which only made it harder for him. It was better to keep him busy. After breakfast, Su Chen stood up and extended his hand. "Everyone on the forum is saying I might catch up to you in the physical test. Come teach me a few moves, in case I slip up. It would be embarrassing," he half-jokingly said. "At least I have some reputation to uphold." He Xiaowu remained silent for a moment, then covered Su Chen's hand and stood up following his lead. That was his agreement. The school team's physical training was assigned to Lan Xinling for supervision. As a beautiful day began and they arrived at their posts with feed for the cattle and horses. Shooing. Outside the training ground, Lan Xinling, munching on toast, saw a row of perfect buttocks that could balance a bottle of soda. Her hands itched to touch. In the end, it was her conscientious professional ethics that triumphed over impulsive behavior. However, soon a fluffy head also joined in, sneakily peeking from the window, curious to see what was going on. Did they really think they were invisible? Under He Xiaowu's guidance, Su Chen, sweating profusely, smirked and glanced at the clock on the wall. "It's already past 7:30, we're all late." The training. His normal voice echoed in the spacious training ground, sounding like a distant bell. "For whom does the funeral bell toll? Here, I'm here, how could I be late?" Don't push me. My stomach, it's stuck. Vice Captain, where's your gentlemanly demeanor? Let me go first, it's only right. Listen. Can't you hear it? Who's barking like a dog? My hair, hiss. Who's stepping on my hair? Slow down, don't rush, wait, let us enter from the back. The noisy chatter at the door played like a symphony, but unfortunately, this symphony got stuck at the first movement because they lacked a conductor, unable to move forward. Fearing the common phrase double the training from the sports committee, everyone scrambled to enter the field, overestimating the width of the doorframe and getting jammed together like sardines in a can. Admiring the scene, Suchin decided to name it The Scream. What a vivid and exhilarating piece of art. After a while, Lan Xinling, who was at the back, couldn't stand it anymore. She hesitated, wondering what was wrong with these 6 people today. How could they be so careless? But she had to go to work. Standing at the end of the line, she placed her hand on Luo Ying's back, took a deep breath, and with a forceful push, crack, bang, the overloaded doorframe collapsed with the 6 people crumbling down. In the flying dust, the 6 bewildered faces looked up as if gazing at the stars. A moment of stunned silence. The 6 of them. He Xiaowu rarely smiled. Suchin helplessly rubbed his forehead and chuckled, while Lan Xinling was lamenting with her head in her hands. Ah, my paycheck. Ahem, leave it to me, teacher. Wang stood up straight from the ground, brushing off the dust while pulling out his phone skillfully to make a call. By a sturdy door, have it delivered to the training ground at my school. Make sure to arrange for workers to install it. Yes, tell them it's for the school team's exclusive training ground, they will understand. Anything that can be solved with money is just a small matter. Wang, who was fixing his hairstyle, thought so. Lan Xinling felt as if she was being illuminated by the golden light of the god of wealth. The disparity between people was truly greater than that between people and dogs. When would she, this cow and horse, be able to turn the tables and become a farm owner? In the following days. Being handled with care like delicate porcelain, He Xiaowu couldn't possibly not notice, but fortunately, this special treatment seemed to be both there and not there, mostly resulting in a few troublemakers persistently causing laughter, making people feel both helpless and warm-hearted. He Xiaowu recalled the words spoken to him by Hesua Temple. For himself, for his teammates, He Xiaowu made efforts to adjust his mindset, to get back to a normal rhythm. The training and classes for the Qingnan school team were almost non-stop, rushing from one place to another, so he eventually started wearing a helmet, which made things a lot easier. At the same time, the preliminary rounds finally came to a close. Amidst the jubilant announcements, hundreds of school teams once again gathered at the national competition venue. This would be their last time gathering like this. 2 parts joy, 8 parts melancholy. Amongst the colorful confetti, the names of 20 teams were successively displayed on the big screen. Each team's entrance was accompanied by a 3-minute highlight reel, showcasing their grandeur. This also helped the audience who hadn't followed the preliminary rounds closely to remember them. Suchin noticed that many familiar faces appeared in the highlights reel of the skinny monkey. As the footage played, exclamations could be heard from the players' area. Each player who appeared couldn't help but feel invigorated, standing tall, straightening their posture, and meeting the gaze of others. As the recording ended, the host spoke eloquently, congratulating all the promoted school teams. All players have remained steadfast on the path to excellence. Today, we share this joy and honor. The final school teams entering the regional competition are Beiyuan, Qingnan, Dongyue, Wufeng. Let us give the warmest applause to all the aforementioned school teams. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause, lasting until the host came out to control the situation, finally stopping to move on to the next segment. Since the 20 teams were not evenly distributed among the 4 regions, a scroll appeared on the screen, with all the school team names being inputted, then one by one popping out and hitting the names of the 4 regions. Bang! 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 Like striking a steel seal, each sound was like an acceptance letter. Almost everyone's heart leaped to their throat. For a moment, there was silence as everyone stared at the scene. First were the 4 major universities standing firm like evergreen trees, followed by the 2 outstanding teams from the previous year, Wuling and Yunhe, who made it into the seeded teams, then the dozen or so teams with high winning rates, and finally, the teams that needed to be reassigned to other regions, Zhaoping and Wufeng. Soon, the dust settled. East China region, Dongyue, Ningcheng, Xinjiang, Panhu. Zhaoping South China region, Qingnan, Yunhe, Shilian, Qingling, Fujian West China region, Xiangxi, Baihua, Yadu, Sanyang, Wufeng North China region, Beiyuan, Wuling, Ye, Tiandu, Dianliang. Unlike the chaotic battles of the 100 Regiments campaign, the regional competition was conducted in batches at the same time, but to prevent the audience from dispersing, the specific times were staggered. For example, this time slot was allocated to the East China region, and the next time slot would rotate to the South China region. Anyway, with a ticket in hand, the audience would be automatically transported to their seats, so there was no need to worry about missing anything. Compared to the all-day tickets for the preliminary rounds, the tickets for the regional competition stage were quite expensive. Fortunately, it was a willing buyer, willing seller situation. Some people bought them happily, while others made a fortune. Everyone had a good life. After dividing the regions, the match schedule quickly came to an end because each region only had 5 teams, so there was no need to randomly select opponents. All school teams had to compete against the other 4 teams, so the matches were arranged by the program. Xinnan's match order was Fujin, Shilian, Yunhe, Xingling. The program didn't understand the concept of saving the best for last, so the 2 seeds met halfway. Suchen took a moment to look at the players' area of the Yunhe school team, and coincidentally, the opposing team's captain also glanced over. They exchanged friendly greetings and then looked away. The failure of the Jiahe school team to advance left Suchen slightly puzzled. The coaching staff had analyzed that they had a high chance of advancing to the regional competition. The standout advantage was their captain, Xiao Zheyu, who had successfully become a gold-level cardmaster this year. The levels of cardmasters increased in difficulty like climbing a steep cliff, with the gold level already being outstanding during university. This meant that the cardmaster had enough potential to break through the bottleneck and rise above the daunting 90% at the bottom of the cardmaster pyramid. Suchen couldn't understand how the Jiahe school team, holding a winning hand, had collapsed midway. Curiously, Suchen summoned the panel. Tang Wei muttered softly beside him, "I didn't expect to not know anyone in the next stage of the competition." It was a bit of a pity because knowing someone made it easier, reducing the workload for the coaching staff. Of course, he didn't dare say this out loud, even whispering, fearing someone might read his lips. The opening ceremony lasted a full 2 hours, testing the patience of chatterboxes. He looked around and noticed Suchen's actions, leaning over and asking, "What are you looking at?" Suchen didn't answer, just tilted the screen slightly towards Tang Wei, muted it, and continued to search for the official channel of the national competition for match videos. Soon, he found a clue. Unlike Xinnan's school team's good luck with the draw, the random pairing of the Jiahe school team could be described as unfortunate, to the extent that even outsiders felt they were out of luck. Not only did they encounter Xinnan, but they even faced the strongest dark horse of this tournament in the final match, ultimately falling in defeat. Fu Jin? Isn't that our opponent in the next match? Tang Wei muttered, his expression becoming more serious. In the video, the Fu Jin school team, with their ancient martial arts card deck, skillfully neutralized Xiao Zheyu, the ace player, using lightning-fast tactics. It was a common strategy, but the Fu Jin school team executed it with such fluidity, like watching an epic martial arts film, exhilarating and breathtaking. As if hearing a key word, Wang Wei also looked over. When the video ended, he said to Su Chen, "I know a little about this." It seemed like he had heard this before. "Oh?" Su Chen gestured for Wang Wei to continue. Tang Wei, full of gossip, said, "Stop beating around the bush." To trace the root cause, the appearance of this dark horse is largely due to the decision-making of the helmsman, Wang Wei recalled. "My dad has praised the chairman of Fu Jin School Board more than once for his exceptional methods, feeling inferior." "I remember your dad is in the business circle, right?" Su Chen asked in surprise. Did people in the business circle also pay attention to the education circle, with such broad interests? If he remembered correctly, Wang Wei, this son, had won the genetic lottery. In fact, his family belonged to the ordinary cardmaster community, perennial gold level. Now they were focusing on cultivating Wang Wei, not only out of deep father-son affection but also to elevate their status. Wang Wei didn't boast about it, but he didn't hide this fact either, nodding and saying, "The chairman is not just an educator but also a businessman. That's why I admire the chairman of Fu Jin School Board even more. Although everyone is at the gold level, the difference in connections is like night and day." As he spoke, he opened the panel and said, "Here, I'll send you a link. Once you see it, you'll understand." The Golden School team's name was not well known, not a seeded team, nor a well-known traditional school team. Even looking at its founding time, it was discovered to be a newly established private high school. Whether in terms of reputation or faculty, it seemed difficult to attract outstanding students. Therefore, when it pushed aside many traditional school teams and successfully advanced to the regional competition, it was truly considered an underdog victory, making headlines for days. However, the fact that it had no backing from a prestigious martial arts school went unnoticed by many. Once the news came out, the media, with their keen sense of smell, quickly dug up information. It had to be said that money could indeed change one's fate. Opening the report, the author lavishly praised its chairman Gao Ming for his foresight, likening him to ancient people who moved trees to create trust, enticing them with heavy profits, and managed to recruit several direct disciples of renowned martial arts card masters. Looking at the composition of its shareholders' meeting, it was not difficult to see that there were many interests involved behind the scenes, as well as the direction the Golden School would take in the future. However, these matters were irrelevant to Su Chen. He glanced briefly, closed the panel, and casually praised, "Indeed impressive." As an outsider, he could only vaguely discern some clues, not as deeply moved as Wang, his father. Naturally, they were more concerned about the Golden School team, their opponents formed from a group of martial arts experts. As a unique feature of the Huaxia country, martial arts card masters were so popular that they had not encountered such opponents in the national competition, perhaps because they had been recruited by the Golden University. Fortunately, they still had Hisua's pearl in the sea. They were planning to invite him to join their chat group. Meanwhile, the host had already announced the end of the opening ceremony, and people around them started to leave, the noise growing louder, but a few engrossed individuals continued their conversation. "Hey, what are you guys talking about?" Luo Yu reminded the three. "Let's go, old he is waiting for us to start the meeting." Okay. After logging off the Star Network, they gathered once again in the meeting room to discuss their preparations. Su Chen clearly felt a different atmosphere. Perhaps because the regional competition was no longer crowded, and there were no more buys, their matches were now more intense and the pace had quickened. Consequently, they no longer had holidays. At the beginning, Hisua Temple directly pointed out these issues. The real national competition is just beginning now. After eliminating the weak opponents and going through layers of collection and analysis, the opponents you will face next, you must be prepared. No one could guarantee whether the opponents had researched cards to counter their deck. Following the routine of previous years, this was an inevitable event. Fortunately, the outcome of a match did not solely depend on the failure of one or two cards, but also on the player's mentality and tactical flexibility. Let's not talk about 5 or 6 cards. That's not a failure, just a matter of skill. Therefore, Hisua Temple supported them in adding cards. The deeper the card pool, the harder it is for opponents to find a weakness. Of course, changing the soup without changing the medicine is not included. The number of same frequency cards only reveals the limitations of the cardmaster. Besides sticking to your own style, making it difficult for opponents to figure out your strategy is crucial. In this regard, Su Chen couldn't help but admire Hisua's natural talent for this game. His cards were unexpected one after another, with very little repetition and skills, often leaving opponents puzzled. After the admonition, Hisua Temple reassured them, "Of course, our coaching staff has also studied many opponents, and with your current cards, you can counter the main cards of many opponents." After a mix of encouragement and criticism, tightening everyone's nerves and helping them adapt, they finally officially entered today's agenda. Information about the Golden School team was displayed on the screen. With a long history of martial arts heritage in the Huaxia country, with numerous schools and styles, broadly categorized into fist and foot techniques and weapon techniques, Hisua Temple belonged to the latter. As a teammate, Su Chen understood that the advantage of martial arts card masters lay in their outstanding physical fitness. Its responsiveness almost merges with the subconscious, possessing a wild intuition that stems from honing combat abilities since childhood. It has reached a state where actions are taken before thoughts form, with the mind issuing commands that the body follows. At the top, Hisua Temple was discussing enthusiastically about how ancient martial card masters rose to the world-class stage. Hands, eyes, body, techniques, steps. Each excels, none fails. In card battles, even if one's card summoning speed surpasses the opponent's, it is highly likely to be countered first. After all, they are weapons themselves. Furthermore, the existence of cards greatly compensates for the shortcomings of ancient martial arts, allowing short-range attacks to have long-range power and agile attacks to also serve as defense. Listening to the coach's data analysis, several individuals became increasingly tense. Luo Yu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Why does it sound like there are no weaknesses? Are ancient martial card masters all-round warriors?" Tang Wei quickly saluted Xiaowu, "Brother, the future is limitless. If wealth and honor come your way, do not forget your friends." Hearing this, Xiaowu was speechless, inwardly wondering, "How come I didn't know I was this good? Then why am I not the team captain?" His stern expression tightened even more, and he managed to squeeze out, "Theory and practical application should not be confused. If discussing warfare on paper could demonstrate strength, then the war god would have long become a common currency." Xiaowu, who had practiced martial arts for over a decade, was aware of his limitations. In the path of spear techniques, he could barely be considered proficient, let alone reaching the pinnacle of mastery. It was an extremely long and arduous journey that tested one's perseverance. Even with talent, extensive polishing was required. The fusion of ancient martial arts and cards posed a new round of challenges. Therefore, coach, don't just talk big. Be careful not to overpraise. After spending time with this group of people, He Xiaowu's inner thoughts became more complex. Beneath his cool exterior, the tendency to mock took root and flourished. The others began to stir, but Su Chen remained focused, staring intently at the information in his hands, lost in his own thoughts. Hisua Temple, who had just started speaking, leaned back in his chair, glanced at the others, feeling that he had been too lenient with them lately. He casually tossed the pen cap in his hand. Suddenly, a perfect arc cut through the air, hitting Luo Yu's forehead directly before bouncing off to hit Tang Wei's forehead on the other side. Ouch! Both of them cried out in pain simultaneously. Their animal-like alertness made them promptly shut their mouths. This swift action had an immediate effect, as no one dared to slack off anymore. Hisua Temple nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Don't say that the Fu Jin school team is all-powerful before the match even starts. According to the data summary, Fu Jin's Yanliqing, the main attacker, has a strong and aggressive boxing style, but tends to be impulsive, with a 68% chance of going overboard. Although this frequency decreases later on probably due to criticism, but one's nature is hard to change. A highly explosive bomb naturally cannot be expected to be stable, right? Too greedy." As the head coach of the opposing school team, he found it particularly easy to make cutting remarks. He hoped that the other side would be full of loopholes. After dropping a bombshell, Hisua Temple summarized the situation of the other players. Shinseki is a hidden weapon card master, skilled in long-range attacks. Her standout moment was when she unexpectedly used the Flying Flower card to defeat 3 players from Jiaha's school team, laying the foundation for that victory. So we need to be on high alert. Huang Cheng's 7 injuries fist is supposed to harm oneself before harming others, but under the influence of the card, it directly transfers the damage to the opponent, making him a card master with a good balance of offense and defense. Li Fei excels in body techniques, and with the support of the card, he has developed remarkable lightness skills, belonging to the Agile Card Master category. Nilmanyu is a lay disciple of Shaolin, specializing in the Vajra fist, and is accustomed to using the card state as the Arhat Golden Body. Another defensive player, Zhang Bo, is quite unique, adept at using softness to overcome hardness. Even outsiders who are not familiar with him can easily identify his origin. Tai Chi Chuan is just too famous. A small sigh, Hisua continued, Fu Jin substitute Yi Kongyu has no record of playing, the information is almost blank, and it is currently only known that he is a disciple of the Jiuhua sect, which focuses on swordsmanship. The last one mentioned was Fu Jin's captain. Xianyi is the only one in this team without a martial arts school. Before awakening, she was quite famous in the southern region, with extraordinary dancing talent, and has won many championships in competitions. The reason for this understanding is that Hisua heard it from the admissions office, where the other party rejected many universities, including Qin-Nan University, and went to a little-known university. There were many doubts at the time. However, things turned out to be interesting. This little-known university made a name for itself in the national competition at lightning speed. It left countless people stunned. After becoming a card maker specializing in dance, she accepted the olive branch from the chairman of Fu Jin, and currently her style leans towards sword dance, which also aligns with the team's style. Don't be fooled by her graceful fighting style. She can become the captain of Fu Jin, gaining recognition from the direct disciples of these ancient martial arts schools. Her strength is not to be underestimated. With that, the text on the screen turned into a video, and no one in the meeting room spoke, all focused on watching the performance of the Fu Jin school team in the qualifying rounds. After the video ended, Hisua asked for everyone's opinions. Su Chen summarized first, these are players who excel in lightning battles, but also have astonishing endurance and strength. Wang, the vice-captain, quickly followed the captain's thoughts and added tacitly, in other words, depleting mental strength is not a good choice because once both sides run out of mental strength and the cards leave the field, the opponent can turn the card battle into a physical fight, easily overwhelming. Our strength. Well, He Xiaowu probably can't handle a 1-on-7. He Xiaowu, with a cold expression, as if the one being teased was not himself. Group fight? Ha ha ha. Tang Wei couldn't help but laugh, inappropriately imagining their group of old, weak, sick, and disabled hiding in the back, leaving He Xiaowu to face the storm alone. But he quickly restrained himself, trying to salvage their precarious brotherhood. He Xiaowu, rest assured, bro, I will never abandon you. He Xiaowu, remain silent. Qin-Nan vs. Fu Jin, guaranteed win. Luo Yuyan raised his beautiful face, not wanting to boost others' morale at the expense of his own prestige. I won't run out of mental strength before the end of the match. The remaining 3 nodded in agreement. Luo Ying and Gao Yakyu always stood united with Luo Yuyan, while Shi Xiaoxiao rarely expressed her opinions, often saying, yes, I think you're right. After intense discussion, the Qin-Nan school team finally settled on a general strategy. kite flow, retreat when the enemy advances, harass when the enemy stays, strike when the enemy tires, pursue when the enemy retreats. Since the Fujin school team excels in lightning battles, they decided to go against the grain. Moreover, even with card supplements, the Fujin school team still focuses on close combat, and the kite flow strategy can effectively restrain their attacks. After the first round of discussions, on the way back to the dormitory, Su-chen left the group and took a detour to the Ziyuan building. Although there was some material card subsidy left from the previous training period, after the consumption of scene cards and manga cards, coupled with his current whim to create a series of cards, it was somewhat insufficient. Fortunately, he had recently taken a custom order from Lu Mini, which fattened his wallet. Fatten what ghost? Half an hour later, coming out of the building, Su-chen seemed as if he had just escaped from the spider cave, drained of energy, his steps floating, as if a semi-transparent white mist was drifting from the corners of his mouth. What had left him? Oh, it was wealth. When making the cards before, he had already known that the prices of material cards had skyrocketed exponentially, but he never imagined that the prices of rare cards would soar even higher, often reaching millions. After using rare materials, Su-chen had developed a picky taste. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. He couldn't bring himself to use the common market materials anymore. Well, money comes and goes, but his cards needed to be well fed. Su-chen comforted himself and returned to the dorm with his heavy storage ring, heading straight to the card-making room. What's going on? Tang Wei, with a mouthful of food, was taken aback by his friend's sudden low spirits. He didn't dare to breathe until Su-chen entered, then asked softly. The response he got was just silence. Tang Wei then answered himself, as long as he can make cards, it's fine. Well, no need to ask about the new cards, we'll find out tomorrow in the online battles. After finishing his dinner quickly, he rushed to the bathroom like lightning to wash up and prepare for tomorrow's battles. Ah, another diligent day. Time flew by in intense training, and before they knew it, it was time for the match between the Qin-Nan school team and the Fujin school team. The weather was scorching hot. Even though summer was over, the autumn heat was still strong, making people reluctant to go outside. The online battles naturally became the best place to be. The national competition reaped many benefits from this, with the audience buzzing with excitement. In the midst of anticipation, both school teams took the stage simultaneously, causing a stir. What's going on? Is the Fujin school team serious? Do they think they can't win, so they're giving up? That can't be right. They wouldn't put substitutes on the field unless they were deliberately setting someone up to take the blame. Something's not right. Look at their expressions, they're all spirited and ready for battle. It doesn't seem like they're planning to give up. Do you think? Speculations were abound, creating a noisy atmosphere. The commentator was at a loss for words. The sound of flipping papers could be heard through the microphone before he finally spoke slowly. Su-chen, who was about to step onto the stage, raised his head at the sound and scanned the nearby school teams, his gaze freezing. Unlike the Qin-Nan school team, the substitute Cher Xiaoxiao remained in the player area, while Yi Kongyu, who had never appeared for the Fujin school team, stepped forward. What's going on? Why change the usual lineup against a strong opponent? Su-chen immediately realized that the explosive Yan Liqing was the real substitute, and Yi Kongyu was the hidden card of the Fujin school team. This card was indeed well hidden, not even played during the match against Jiaha school team. If they had failed in that match, they might have been ridiculed for overestimating their abilities. But now, it only made people admire their skill and courage, and look forward to the true strength of the Fujin school team. The cheers for the Fujin school team surged in the audience. Yan Liqing and Xian Yi, sitting in the player area, looked excitedly at the school director beside them. Before they could share their feelings, they saw him typing quickly on the panel, looking like a workaholic. Yan Liqing was touched. The tall and sturdy boy's eyes were slightly red. Director, we will win. If you're busy, you can go back first. No need to specially come here to accompany us. Confidence filled his words. In fact, the Fujin school team had more than just the captain Xian Yi. Several teammates also had the potential to be recruited by the special class, but it was kept secret at the time of registration. It wasn't until they caused an upset in the qualifiers that the outside world paid attention to this dark horse, making them widely known. Every step was taken steadily according to the school director's script, smoothly reaching the regional competition, giving Yan Liqing full confidence. Perhaps this year's dark horse would successfully defeat the unbeatable opponents. The school director quickly issued instructions and then smiled as he looked up during a break. You are all like children I've praised and watched grow up from your master's teachings. How could I miss such an important match? On the interface that Yan Liqing couldn't understand, a line graph was steadily rising. The constantly changing data actually represented the odds of this match, which was now experiencing a major upheaval due to Yi Kongyu's presence. Just as the match was about to begin, before the odds were set, a large sum of money was quickly sold off to the Fujin side and then entirely bet on the Qin-Nan school team. Victory or defeat, reputation or money, always able to profit. Beep, the whistle sounded, the horn of the charge echoed in the ears of all the players, and almost simultaneously, actions were taken. Su Chen summoned his cards, his gaze still locked on the opposite side. Sure enough, the players from the Fujin school were mostly moving forward, with cards following behind. In the process of advancing, some wielded weapons, while others had cards at the ready, looking extremely valiant. From the audience's perspective, Fujin had a very strong start. However, upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the speed at which Qin-Nan's cards manifested was overpowering overall. Faced with Fujin's charge in a phalanx formation, the disorganized cards of Qin-Nan's team vaguely formed a large pocket, undulating with the flow. Compared to Fujin's formation, the people of Qin-Nan were more scattered, ignoring the presence of cards, each taking a corner, fighting individually. Therefore, this kind of encirclement was not very obvious until Shinseki was maneuvered by Su Chen's 9 palaces in 8 trigrams formation between Wang Wei and Hishawu, surrounded by the marching cards and goosefeather spears, that Fujin's team realized their defense line was not comprehensive enough. Fortunately, the team's concentration also meant better mutual support. Li Fei flashed his figure, darting like a ghost into Wang Wei's marching card encirclement, swiftly moving around, giving Shinseki some breathing space. A sudden attack like a storm of falling leaves struck, with each green leaf piercing into the bodies of the soldier-like cards, instantly breaking the split technique of this marching card. Wang Wei calmly moved the models on the sand table, another naval card joined in, merging with the shattered marching card to form an armored warrior. The warrior was not a burly type, looking rather short compared to the former towering undead general, but he was agile in his movements. With a swift turn in place, the ground beneath his feet, seemingly solid, rippled like water, and he, like a fish, instantly grabbed Li Fei's ankle from below. The restraint lasted only a moment, but it was enough. Hishawu thrust his spear directly at Li Fei's face. Bang! The protective card shattered with a sound. Li Fei disappeared without a trace, but the goosefeather spear was blocked by Zhang Bo, who suddenly appeared. Zhang Bo's movements were calm and composed, his gestures round and powerful, each move filled with an invisible sense of rhythm, like a deep pool, involuntarily drawing people into its hidden currents. Hishawu saw his weapon card being engulfed by the pale blue ripples, and as the ripples fluctuated, his original attack suddenly deviated. The predetermined path had deviated, the skill had failed. His gaze cold and focused, he stared at this changed opponent. Ding! The hand holding the gun suddenly shook, a gleaming light passed over the wrist guard, and in an instant, the tip of the goosefeather spear shimmered in response, bursting out golden light like sharp claws, tearing through the surrounding restraints. Hiss! Water droplets splashed outwards, but as if pulled by gravity, they suddenly stopped spreading after a second, then swiftly reversed course at an even faster speed, once again turning into shackles trying to disarm. However, enough was enough. Hishawu seized that brief moment, a cold light silently attached itself to Zhang Bo's chest, and just as he thought his skill was taking effect, like a falling star, it crashed down with a resounding impact. Bang! The scene in front of Zhang Bo shifted rapidly, and when he realized he was the one moving, his body had already been pinned to the ground by the long spear, piercing through his wound, blood and flesh blurred. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, hastily activating his skill. A cerulean wave appeared on the wound, beginning to repair it. In the blink of an eye, the weapon lodged in his chest was also repelled upwards. Unfortunately, Hishawu naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, and with the crosshairs closely linked to the long spear, he instantly teleported away. With the gun handle in hand, just about to strike hard, a fierce wind suddenly blew from behind. Sensing it keenly, Hishawu decisively swept his long spear backwards, followed by 3 crisp collisions, ding, 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 blocking 3 darts. Even without using detection techniques, one could tell that this was Shinseki's handiwork. Just now it was Zhang Bo supporting Shinseki, but now the roles were reversed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Bo escaped with the cover of his teammates. Unfortunately, he collided with a crystal-clear, fragile butterfly, as delicate as glass, just as he was about to act. Roar! Astonished, at the other corner of the arena, a small tiger with wings the size of an adult's head, stretched its limbs freely amidst eerie drumming. In an instant, its body swelled, reaching a size of 2 meters. Its soft roar suddenly turned into a majestic beastly roar, deafening. With the imposing pressure of the king of beasts, awakening primal fears engraved in their genes, sending shivers down their spines involuntarily. Fortunately, the cardmasters were seasoned in battles and quickly snapped out of the emotional trap, turning their attention to the commotion. In team matches, battles were fought on multiple fronts. While Zhang Bo and He Xiaowu were entangled, others were not idle spectators. The audience was almost overwhelmed, subconsciously following the commentator's perspective, because commentators usually explained the most intense and entertaining moments. As for the battles playing on the other screens, one had to wait for the official detailed videos after the match. Interested individuals would watch them repeatedly on their own. Prompted by the commentator, the audience noticed the large beast with wings transforming, soaring into the sky, leaving a shadow floating like a dark cloud on the ground. With high-definition special effects magnified, the commentator's mention of the dark green color became clear, resembling a green stone necklace peeking out from beneath coarse fur. What is that? Judging by its appearance, it looks like a snake. This kind of design is quite popular among jewelry designers. I didn't expect a beast card to be so trendy. Hey, why did you hit me? Fool, did you forget that this player also has a Snake Lady card? In the center of one screen, Tang Wei, with the cooperative card activated, appeared in a sacrificial manner, holding a human skin drum. Beating it with a rhythm that exuded a primitive aura, under the resonant thump-thump, the winged tiger swooped down. With a whoosh, a fierce wind blew past as it opened its gaping jaws, biting down on Li Fei, who was agilely darting around the field. The biting force, amplified by the skill effect, was terrifying. Instantly, a bone-chilling crack echoed as Li Fei screamed in agony. Ah! 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 A hint of satisfaction flashed in the beast's eyes. It was well known that felines loved to hunt. Moving prey only fueled their hunting instincts further. Li Fei, with maxed-out agility, often danced on the edge of danger, rarely getting caught. But this time, he suffered a major setback. Sensing that the winged tiger's bite seemed to have a locking effect, even his own teleportation couldn't escape the tiger's jaws. Li Fei hastily called out to his teammates, "Help! Help! Help!" Shinseki, who was currently engaged in battle with Gao Yakyu, was unable to assist due to being preoccupied. However, she didn't turn a blind eye and managed to spare a moment to cast a skill towards Li Fei's direction. Immediately, two short blades flew through the air, one engulfed in flames, the other piercing coal ice, landing on the winged tiger, creating a contrast of fire and ice. Smelling the burnt scent, the injured winged tiger clenched its jaws even tighter, a true stubborn creature. Its hatred remained unwavering. In pain, Li Fei was unsure if this was a rescue or adding fuel to the fire, so he decided to rely on his own strength. Enduring the tearing wounds, he unleashed a series of card skills, transforming into a gust of wind that swept onto the back of the winged tiger. Taking another step forward, he leaped into the air, riding on the back of a white crane. Simultaneously, wind blades fell like chaotic knives, and the pure white feathers fluttered down like a snow of goose feathers. Just like a snowstorm of goose feathers. Bald. The Ihu couldn't believe it as it flapped its wings, realizing in its downward trend that its wings were indeed leaking air. It felt depressed, awoe. Saddened, Li Fei, still injured, was unable to move lightly at the moment. He was preparing to ride the crane to find a corner to heal when suddenly, a swift green arrow shot towards the Ihu's neck. It was too close. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the slender green stick-like object transformed into a giant python, carrying Li Fei straight towards the ground with a powerful force like a dragon, making him cry out in pain. Why is everyone targeting this old bone of mine? It can only be said that from the coaching staff to all the players of the Qin Nan school team, it was generally agreed that breaking a leg was the most effective method against agile players like him. For this reason, they specifically prepared restraining skills. Although the effect of the silver level could not compare to the golden card, suspension white-browed tiger, during training, it was still easy to restrict at close range. This was also the real reason why Li Fei felt his displacement skills were failing. Boom! Boom! The human skin drum was still playing, the green scales of the python shining like gems under the bright colors. As the snake's body tightened, it seemed that the Fu Jin school team would be the first to lose a member. A sword aura slashed down, the majestic momentum like a mountain pressing down, causing the snake woman, with her snake tongue sticking out, to be instantly hit off her head. On the other side, among the towering rocks and dense trees, the barren competition field had been completely transformed. If it weren't for the fact that the area was so large, one would think that civil engineers had been hired to renovate it. Su Chen, who was using the Five Elements Divine Circle, quickly noticed Yi Kongyu's departure and frowned in distress. Well, let's deal with these three first, don't let them all run away later. He subtly signaled Luo Ying and Wang Wei. A short burst of fire flashed and disappeared. Soon, guided by many cards, Captain Qianyi, Niumanyu, and Huang Chang gathered between several small hills. In an instant, a flood surged back, with water and grass entwined, and countless other cards joining in the grand momentum, only to find themselves surrounded. Niumanyu roared, his whole body gleaming with a golden light, as if he were as strong as a wall of bronze and iron. He activated the Arhat golden body, and his nearly 2-meter height made him look like a statue at the moment, exuding a reassuring calmness. He raised his left arm. Beside him, Xianyi lightly stepped on Niumanyu's shoulder, floating like a willow leaf. Through the water curtain, she looked towards Su Chen in the distance. "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap." Her tone was gentle, not anxious, like an eel, slippery, still haven't targeted the marking skill. Although she sighed, her voice was pleasant, with a softness that matched her appearance. Many audience members couldn't help but admire her, wondering why the Qin Nan players didn't appreciate her. As she spoke, she wielded a soft sword continuously, showing a weak offensive stance when approaching, covering a small area around the three of them. Meanwhile, Huang Chang used his strength to let Qin Nan's attacks appear on Qin Nan's cards. Even if there were occasional oversights, Niumanyu would defend against them. He muttered something indistinctly, reciting some Buddhist scriptures, occasionally emitting a swastika symbol. The match had only been going on for about 10 minutes, and their mental strength was still strong. For a while, they couldn't lose. The two sides were clearly competing in mental strength consumption. Not making a profit was a loss, and with this mindset, Su Chen immediately manifested another card. Soon, a bald monk appeared in the battle. Dignified and handsome, with white teeth and red lips, this was a fair and tender young monk. Fortunately, he was elegant in his demeanor, looking kind and full of Buddha nature, appearing to be a serious monk. Soon, the three members of the Fujin school team couldn't take their eyes off him, staring as if possessed by something dirty, even suspicious liquid dripping from the corners of their mouths. What on earth? Why would they find a smelly monk appetizing? Lay disciple Niumanyu from Shaolin even looked dazed, murmuring, "Brother, you smell so good." Fortunately, the protective Qingxin spell rang out leisurely, and group attack skills would certainly be much weaker than single-target skills, especially combined with the strong willpower of martial artists. Finally, they quickly came to their senses. Although this controlled period was hit by an attack skill, their state had declined somewhat but was still within manageable limits. However, recalling his embarrassing state just now, Niumanyu wished he could dig a hole and bury himself, but he sensibly restrained his facial expressions from distorting, tried to ignore the national competition's cameras, and solemnly cast the Qingxin spell again. As the Sanskrit chant sounded, the two who were somewhat dazed instantly regained clarity, realizing it was a group control skill. Qianyi almost lost her composure. Although they didn't know what kind of freak Captain Qin Nan was, to actually let a bald monk possess a charm-like enchantment skill, it didn't stop them from feeling humiliated and deciding to drive this card off the field. Especially Qianyi, her killing intent surged. A graceful dance rose, her swirling skirt resembling blooming flowers. Qianyi stood on the water's surface, the rippling waves reflecting her graceful dance. In an instant, the wind calmed, the waves stilled. Gonggon's flood was out of control. Even the remaining cards lurking underwater seemed bewitched, motionless. If it weren't for the flaws in the silver tier skills range, she probably wanted to control the three of them who had been kiting them like kites. There were too many displacement skills on the other side, used consecutively, playing a game of cat and mouse, not closing the slightest distance, infuriating the Fujin school team. Although their opponents weren't just Qin Nan when they were kiting, they hadn't been this difficult to deal with before, relying on their superior physical fitness and reflexes to stick to the opponent. The control skill lasted for 3 seconds, and although Qianyi seemed to sway and move slowly, she was already close to the monk card. The beauty paired with the card, this scene seemed familiar, making Su Chen seem to have witnessed the classic scene of the daughter's kingdom. Unfortunately, this beauty didn't ask if the daughter was beautiful, but instead harbored killing intent, as she raised her soft sword, ready to behead the monk. In the blink of an eye, the monk kept retreating sideways, palms held up in front, murmuring, "Amitba." It's not that this humble monk is acting recklessly, but that the donor is moved by desire, greed, one of the three poisons. This card was spiritual enough, seemingly a talkative person, even speaking lines on the field among Su Chen's cards. Only Kunping would speak up like this. However, Xianyi was completely confused, thinking it was a fixed line and not connecting the monk's words to the control skill just now. Although her enchantment skill was strong and not aimed at a single unit, it was based on sacrificing duration. To prevent falling behind, she decisively swung her sword. Unexpectedly, the monk dodged and continued to speak confidently. If the donor doesn't understand Mahayana Buddhism, this humble monk also knows a bit of martial arts. I hope the donor can forgive and turn back from the wrong path soon. The monk who kept saying he knew a bit of martial arts was not honorable. Not only did he not rely solely on martial arts, but he also raised a weapon. The golden Zen staff in his hand suddenly started to click, amidst a chorus of astonishment, transforming into a heavy Gatling gun. Suddenly, sparks flew, bullets raining down. Da-day-day. Xianyi leaped with all her might, jumping out of the continuous warfare, her previous calm and composure gone, her delicate and ethereal face now filled with astonishment. Well, it seems they are from an ancient martial arts school, pulling out weapons and going hot with firearms, huh? But, which temple exactly told Su Chen that the monk uses a Gatling gun? Not only were the people on stage extremely surprised, but those below the stage were also not far behind. For a moment, it was difficult to keep up with Su Chen's line of thought. The commentator's language system began to get chaotic, quickly took a sip of cold water to calm down. The monk summoned by contestant Su Chen should be a monk. This card, designed by him, has a special contrast, preaching to all beings with his mouth, creating life with his hands. It can be considered a superior Buddhist method. With a calm tone, the more he spoke, the more uncontrollably his voice rose. For some reason, seeing a serious monk suddenly take out a Gatling gun made one's heart race, feeling like one could charge forward. "Monk, I'll follow you." Hearing this, his colleague bit his lip, silently pounding the table, his face turning red from holding back laughter. The audience, not needing to suppress their emotions, burst into laughter, each turning into a laughing monster. Ha ha. Many were moved to say, damn, when can this card be released for sale? I also want a monk as cool as this. Instead of knocking on the wooden fish, he's holding a Gatling gun. The monk looks so cool, handing over the vodka. I want to acknowledge him as my big brother. We are all brothers on the path. In response to them, a series of mechanical roaring sounds followed, da-da-da-da. The kind-faced monk was under fire, and Chen Yi, who had just left, hesitated and returned. What kind of two-way journey was this? As the recitation of the clear heart mantra finished, repressed desires surged once again. Nyomanyu understood this clearly, repeating the release of skills and estimating the next time. Skills can be divided into active and passive, with most people setting them to active. It's not that passive skills are not useful, but on the surface, passive skills do not consume mental energy, yet they actually increase the card's manifestation cost. Initially, active skills undoubtedly consume more mental energy, but the hidden consumption of passive skills is continuous. With time passing, the latter will catch up, unless the former is used too frequently. This undoubtedly requires a card master's mental calculation ability. Nyomanyu never burdened his barren brain, and the customized cards were mostly active skills. He preferred to spend some effort repeatedly casting the clear heart mantra. The recitation of the clear heart mantra lingered in the ears of Qian Yi and the others, but it did not clear their murderous intent. The monk holding the Gatling gun was not a nimble card. After being surrounded by the three, he could not withdraw from the battle on his own. Instead, relying on Su Chen's sentence of thorns, Luo Ying's resurrection grass, and other healing techniques, he preserved his life, allowing him the space to attack recklessly. The sustained damage from the Gatling gun and the other cards striking without a trace caused the three to sustain injuries repeatedly, even with many means at their disposal. The commentator, who had stopped joking, noticed that something was amiss and asked, "Are they getting too carried away?" Just then, the director understood well and displayed Su Chen's gentle smile on the big screen. Character, Tang Monk, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, skills, Tang Monk's flesh, passive, pure yang body, eating it can grant immortality. Eat him, just eat him, our immortality depends on him. Journey to the West, active, humans and demons are all born of mothers. The difference is, humans are born of their mothers, demons are born of their demon mothers. So being a demon is like being a human, you must have a compassionate heart. With a compassionate heart, you are no longer a demon, but a human demon. Source taken from a lawsuit filed by an unnamed Ox Demon Soul, Zen Staff Modified, active, load the special plugin of the Pure Land World, Namo Gatling. The accompanying instruction manual states, great compassion to save all beings. Let's toast to the good intentions of the creators. Under the cover of the bewitching control technique, this card also had a mocking skill that made people have a tendency to self-destruct. The two are tempting, one incites hatred, combined with the modified Zen stick, all belong to the Venus flytrap style attack methods. However, with Tang Seng's flesh as a cover, the skill in Journey to the West is easily overlooked. After all, Tang Seng's incessant chatter is truly infuriating. Nyomanyu, responsible for casting the clear heart spell, should actually add a calm mind scripture. Unfortunately, they are clueless, even starting to overlook details, subconsciously thinking it's a reasonable choice to clear this card first, and then deal with the rest of the cards. As the card owner, Su Chen is well aware that Tang Seng's health bar is fluctuating. It drops to the red line and then gets healed back, repeating the cycle. Several times, because the healing speed couldn't keep up with the burst damage, he almost returned directly to the Heavenly Palace space. Fortunately, Luo Ying's revival grass was specifically customized to deal with this situation. To avoid resummoning Tang Seng and the resulting skill gap, allowing the hooked prey to catch their breath, to wake up, the mocking effect of the previous wave begins to fade. Tang Seng once again invited on his own, Are the three benefactors in such a hurry because they are on their way? It happens that this monk is going to the Western Heaven to fetch scriptures. Why not let me accompany you for a part of the journey? Accompany where? To the Western Heaven? In a different world, going to the Western Heaven still holds the same meaning. Jenny couldn't bear it any longer. Shut up, you noisy baldy. Not far away on a hill, Su-chen has been closely observing the expressions and actions of the three people, trying to figure out the frequency of their skill usage facing different opponents. The means used will naturally be adjusted, something that the coaching team's modeling cannot simulate. It's time. The three members of the Golden School team made a big move. Jenny, floating and dodging amidst the dense bullets, danced again, then her feet were as steady as a mirror, and the monk seemed to start to show mercy, intending to put down the butcher's knife. With a smile, she thrust out her move, the soft sword like a silver snake, stirring towards his throat from behind Tang Sang. Huang Chun unleashed the seven injuries fist, the fist winds roaring, making a loud bang. Under the bulging clothes, muscles tense inch by inch, with the vigorous blood and energy surging, it seemed like the blood vessels that were about to burst were relieved, and the injuries were transferred to Tang Sang with the punches. Nyomanyu, in the state of the Arhat's golden body, diligently released his skills. The Sanskrit sounds and the swastika symbols were continuous, displaying a solemn and dignified appearance. At this moment, realizing that the captain was once again using a group control skill, he followed suit and used the Vajra fist during the best 3-second window, concentrating the golden light on both hands. For a moment, the attack intensity reached its peak. At the moment Tang Seng's health bar hit 0, a rugged mountain peak engraved with "Mount Incomplete" silently appeared between the terrains created by the earth. The activation path of the bond skill is different from the card skill. Even if the card is affected by control skills and cannot resist, the card owner can still remotely open the bond switch between cards. Almost simultaneously, the damage received by Tang Sang was absorbed by Mount Incomplete, reaching the upper limit instantly. The rocks collapsed, and the damage returned to the three people. The attack, after multiple reflections, bypassed Nyomanyu's swastika symbol and directly hit the bodies of the three people. In an instant, the life-saving card shattered. Their full-force attack had exceeded its limit. At the same time, 3 seconds had passed. Swish, 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 various thornflowers burst out of the water, and Wan, who had long been lurking, also unleashed the explosive technique of the Water Army card, launching a full-scale attack. Did Tang Seng's Gatling gun fired again. Su-chen and his teammates cooperated extremely tacitly, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Seamless. Faced with such a tight and sudden attack, Jenny and the others had no time to repeatedly summon protective cards, and their retreat was also blocked by the collapsed hill. In just a moment, 3 white lights appeared in succession. Clearly, their mental strength was not yet exhausted, but they were eliminated. What's going on? Rescuing Li Fei, Yikongyu, who was in a duel with Qin Nan, glanced over due to the commotion, only to witness the disappearance of 3 people, leaving him stunned. The captain was gone. In the same spot, only Su-chen, Luoying, and Wang Wei, who had been safely lowered to the ground by vines, were left, rushing towards this direction. 7 versus 4, the balance of victory had already tilted. Cheers from the audience echoed, filled with enthusiasm and excitement. Among card masters, the desire for strength prevailed, especially in the competitive arena. Even if not loyal to a particular faction, at this moment, they howled like they were injected with chicken blood. Contrasting with the golden area, the autumn wind was bleak and desolate. Returning to the player area, Shen Yi, out of the range of skills, reviewed with the coaching team and finally realized the problem. Looking back at the monk card, the surging killing intent receded like a tide, replaced by a mix of fear and admiration. It's my fault, I didn't notice the anomaly. If I had tried the Tranquil Heart Sutra earlier, even if it was a waste, it would only occupy 1 card slot. I also neglected it. Despite so many wounds, I, who habitually transfer damage, didn't notice any anomalies in the end. I'm not a masochist. Although admiring the design of the card that was unexpectedly formidable, at this moment, their teammates were still competing on stage, and they couldn't let others take the lead. Nyomanyu and Huang Chang racked their brains on the side to comfort and take responsibility, but Qianyi remained silent. After a long time, she sighed, no need to say more, it's my fault for not commanding well as the captain, simply inferior in skills. On the battlefield, those who make decisions and take responsibility are ultimately the leaders. Qianyi admitted her defeat in the card battle and felt inferior in terms of combat awareness. Making multiple wrong choices, she and her teammates were trapped, leading to the inability to use the damage immunity skill at the critical moment. However, even if given the opportunity, she might not have been able to handle it. This truly tested her ability to make decisions on the spot. Because the cooldown of this damage immunity skill was too long, and the mental energy consumption was too high. She always saved it for the latter part of the match, never expecting to be eliminated so quickly today. She didn't say much more. In the end, it's the results that speak. The rest is just sophistry. Shen Yi said with a straight face, "Why are you looking at me? Do I have flowers on my face?" Watch the match. On the field, Tang Wei was at a disadvantage in the one-on-one battle against Yi Kongyu. Truly a hidden card of the Fujin school team, with powerful swordsmanship and elegant body movements. The imposing posture of Fei Hong treading snow made the pile of work cards seem particularly cumbersome. However, each card had its unique strategic deployment, whether defensive, offensive, or controlling. All indispensable. Unlike the ancient martial arts card masters, even if they didn't use cards, they were formidable weapons themselves. Tang Wei naturally acted according to the tactics set before the match. However, there was a substitution. The impulsive and aggressive Yan Liqing was replaced by the unknowing Yi Kongyu, directly undermining the results of days of preparation. If you want to fly a kite, you need to be able to pull the string. Yi Kongyu's agility was simply extraordinary. From a soft target to a tough opponent, the contrast was astonishing. Tang Wei, who had consumed more than half of his mental energy, secretly lamented and hoped for a miracle. He didn't want to increase the already heavy training load after the update. The agile rabbit-eared girl caught up with her opponent, leaped with all her might, her slender legs wrapped in battle clothes resembling black whips sweeping, then suddenly locking and strangling. A crisp clang sounded. It was another substitute long sword. On the other side, Yi Kongyu, deceiving the attacking card, went straight for the enemy's leader without hesitation. He stepped lightly with his left foot, using the bulky orc card as a footstool, flipping over the defensive fortress, then thrusting a sword. The sword energy swept in like a cold icy wind. The exposed skin bore mottled spiderweb patterns, bloodless but frost-stained. The sudden drop in temperature seemed to freeze the pain. Tang Wei remained expressionless, swiftly summoning the winged tiger. Emerging from the Tiangong space once again, Xiaoyihu looked completely refreshed. Despite its small size, its wings were full and it effortlessly grabbed the shoulders of the stuck card master, soaring into the sky with a human of such a vast size difference. At this moment, Yi Kongyu, who missed his strike, noticed his own captain being eliminated. His heart stirred, and a cold glint flashed in his indifferent eyes. In an instant, a sword mound appeared below Tang Wei, with graves of various sizes filled with long swords, surrounding an altar in a formation resembling stars surrounding the moon. Solemn and mysterious, it was engraved with the totem of the sun and moon. A gentle breeze passed by, causing the chains coiled around the stone pillars to rattle like awakening snakes, hissing towards Tang Wei aggressively. Lower altitude. Tang Wei hastily spoke, forgetting that the cards could be commanded by the cardmaster's thoughts alone. Luckily, Xiaoyihu was exceptionally clever, swiftly dodging the chains that came at them, letting out a low roar. Too heavy. Old man, you are my tiger lord, don't even think about leaving me behind to fly solo. Tang Wei shouted. Even though the cards were absolutely obedient, he subconsciously reminded Xiaoyihu. Roar. Xiaoyihu was left speechless, swiftly changing direction once again. They fell silent, focusing on breaking through the encirclement. The winding chains seemed endless, blocking them from all directions. Suddenly, they fell heavily to the ground with a loud thud, as Su Chen was battling Yi Kongyu. Captain, you finally arrived. Since they were on the battlefield, Tang Wei did not address him directly by name. Soon, Xiaoyihu landed with him, finally giving Birdbeak Doctor the opportunity to use his healing skills. The mysterious card then stabbed him in the back, causing blood to flow down, but as the drops fell, Tang Wei's negative status vanished. His health began to rise. Su Chen used Tang Seng's flesh to bait the fish, gesturing to take charge during the intervals. Leave this to me. He and Yi Kongyu were restraining each other, with the remaining players on the field in a 2-to-1 situation. They could now stop playing defensively and increase the pace to minimize variables. Although he had set the rules for punishment, he didn't want to eliminate players if possible. He wasn't a sadist. Understood. Tang Wei gestured back, leaving eagerly to bully his opponents. As the tables turned, it was their turn to suffer now. Their silent communication only heightened Yi Kongyu's vigilance, subconsciously sending out warnings. He halted his attack on Tang Seng's sword abruptly, feeling a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. So, that's how the captain and the others were eliminated just now. He seemed to realize something, as a palm-sized heartsword suddenly appeared in front of his chest, not attacking Su Chen but flying straight into his own forehead. Instantly, his mind felt as clear as ice piercing through it. Yi Kongyu broke free from Tang Seng's control, no longer rushing into the crossfire. Your reaction is quite fast. With precautions in place and countermeasures found, the effectiveness of this card was greatly reduced. Su Chen then withdrew Tang Sang to avoid unnecessary consumption, as he lacked the opponent's agility and relied heavily on coordinated card positioning, which was already a draining tactic. The five elements gods united in enmity, along with the grass seeds nurtured by Zhu Mang and the two generals of Gong Gong, creating a fierce and exhilarating brawl. With the coordination of the formation compass, they formed an impenetrable cage, sealing Yi Kongyu tightly, nullifying his agility advantage. The battle positions kept shifting, moving further away from the sword mound. But what made Yi Kongyu most anxious was the situation of his other teammates, as signals for support kept appearing one after another. The situation had reached a dangerous edge. Yi Kongyu paused for a moment and released the long sword in his hand. However, the sword did not fall but seemed to be invisibly controlled, automatically protecting its master. It hung in mid-air, bearing all the wounds inflicted by the trapped individual. The silver-white sword seemed to have weathered the relentless erosion of time, visible rust marks eating away at it. In the blink of an eye, the long sword shattered into countless starlights. Fortunately, it bought precious time for the trapped person. Suddenly, the abandoned sword mound appeared beneath Yi Kongyu's feet. He stood at the center of the altar, surrounded by tightly locked chains on his left and right. Yi Kongyu no longer held a sword in his hand, but he possessed more long swords now. In an instant, all the long swords in the sword mound began to tremble, a thunderous sound like a dragon's dance, and they collectively emerged from the earth, soaring into the sky. The densely packed long swords towered above, directly facing Su Chen and all his cards, exuding an overwhelming momentum. This was definitely not the power of just a card. Su Chen's heart trembled, keenly aware that the multitude of long swords was not just for show. If he wasn't mistaken, Yi Kongyu's move was similar to Wang Wei's combination technique, surpassing the power of a silver tier category. At the same time, Yi Kongyu formed hand seals solemnly commanding, all swords return to the sect. In an instant, sword energy streaked across the sky, piercing towards Su Chen with an overwhelming force, aiming to strike him down. This full-force strike was truly awe-inspiring. This newcomer to the arena, with no past records, shone brightly as soon as he appeared, stunning the audience. The entire venue fell silent, words of praise stuck in their throats. All eyes turned towards Captain Qin Nan, awaiting his response. Regardless of the outcome, the rise of a new star was undeniable, but for Su Chen, who was already in the spotlight, the situation was completely different. Falling was more sensational than climbing. In the world of card masters, there were often stepping stones to others' fame. Qin Nan's fans naturally did not want to see that scene, hoping that Su Chen would win the match strongly, allowing those despicable creatures to continue crawling in the dark corners. After the previous setbacks, these fans were even more united, spontaneously preparing numerous banners and support items, creating a spectacular scene in the audience stands, truly impressive. Inside the arena, others were not deaf or dumb, how could they not notice? But none rushed to support. The three members of the Fujin Academy team, who were ready to intercept at any moment, relaxed their tense brows, showing great trust in Yi Kongyu's strength but overlooking their opponent's calm demeanor. Manipulating the pieces, Wang Wei remained calm, leisurely calculating. How long had it been since that battle in the Academy selection until today? It spanned from midsummer to the autumn equinox. The altar seemed to be a territorial skill, and Su Chen couldn't move Yi Kongyu out of it. It was the heavy chain swinging that, in addition to protection, ambitiously sought to bind him, directly confronting the swords. Su Chen speculated that perhaps under the combined effect, the damage value of this move, all swords returned to the sect, could reach a new high. However, he was not the type to be slaughtered like a fish on a chopping board. Amidst the onslaught, the five elements' divine aura exuded colorful light, the elements of heaven and earth complementing each other, forming a semi-transparent barrier like glass, with the tolerance of water, the solidity of earth, the vitality of wood, the firmness of metal, and the burning of fire. The perfect harmony of the five elements created the strongest shield in the world, defending the trapped individual. Swish, 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 the sound of breaking air was incessant, but Yi Kongyu, who was exerting all his mental power, quickly realized something was wrong. Crack, crack. The sharp swords, with the momentum of a rainbow, broke with a sound, and the chains melted into iron slurry, flowing down the barrier as if along the eaves, not touching Su Chen at all. Yi Kongyu instantly realized the problem. The bond skill between the five cards was extremely rare, and with the cumulative values, the defense was truly extraordinary, causing his combined attack technique to momentarily falter. However, maintaining the bond between the five cards was not only rare but also difficult. As long as one was missing, it would be in vain. With a change of heart, the precious sword suddenly changed direction, heading towards Zhu Mang in unison. He was not randomly selecting a target. Firstly, following the law of the nanny dying first, and secondly, metal counters wood, and the natural suppression of wood-based cards by the swordmaster. Just as Yi Kongyu expected, with a powerful strike like breaking bamboo, even with the healing skills fully charged, it was inevitable to be pierced through, and the health bar dropped sharply. In order to increase the defense value of the barrier as much as possible, the area was sacrificed, and the 5 elements god was not included, while the agility of the swordmaster could not compete with the speed of the flying swords. However, a stunning scene unfolded. At the moment of the attack, a colorful mist swirled around the swordmaster as if dancing ribbons. The bloody holes were immediately filled, leaving only faint traces, while the other 4 cards that were not injured showed identical marks on their bodies. The endless vitality state was applied, injuries were shared, health bars were combined, recovery speed increased. From the beginning, Yi Kongyu's plan was in vain. All he could do was to unleash the damage value in the shortest time possible, exceeding the total health of the 5 cards. Yi Kongyu gritted his teeth in frustration. The mental energy invested in the combo was too much. Stopping now would be digging his own grave. There was no other way. He saw his handprints flying, and in an instant, outside the sword tomb, the remaining swords left from the battle with Tangwei began to tremble, subtly soaring into the sky, keeping pace with the sword tomb's sword, hinting at a merge. At the same time, Su Chen, whose desire to attack was overflowing, was not satisfied with the defensive turtle style of the 5 elements god card, planning his next move. Hiding in the background was never his strategy, taking the initiative was. With the opponent changing, adjustments had to be made to the prepared set. Su Chen pondered what means to use for a quick battle. To withstand Yi Kongyu's onslaught, his mental energy consumption was not slow. Relying on his innate talent and a broad mental pool cultivated through constant training, he had the advantage from the basics. Currently, with the cooperation card, the 5 elements god, and Tang Sang, he had already used 7 cards, so he had to keep 1 card slot reserved, leaving only 2. Recalling the deck situation, Su Chen suddenly had an inspiration, and 2 cards with little connection, summoned together due to their compatible skills. One was a handsome man with a curved eyebrow and a graceful demeanor, the river god who had appeared many times before. The other, although dressed as a monk, was completely different from the previous Tang Sang, with a chubby face and a silly, smiling expression, standing slightly greasy next to the river god. In terms of fame, the latter far surpassed the former in the original world. Widely known, it was none other than the foolish pig, Zhu Beiji, from the same series as Tang Sang. Rubbing his round belly, Zhu Beiji's small eyes rolled around, as if assessing something. Suddenly, he joyfully shouted, "Chuilan, dear sister, I, your old pig, have come to pick you up." With that, Zhu Beiji ran towards the altar, completely absorbed in the sword formation. Yi Kongyu suddenly felt something was amiss. Who is Chuilan? I am not anyone's dear sister. Due to the distraction, the merging momentum of the long sword slowed down. This was a finishing move built on the combo technique, requiring the cardmaster's exceptional focus. Zhu Beiji, oblivious, rushed straight towards Yi Kongyu, mistaking the handsome young man for a beautiful lady. His eyes filled with hearts. He grabbed the hand forming the seal and pulled forcefully, lifting the person onto his back, attempting to carry him away from the altar. Yi Kongyu immediately sealed the area. Under no circumstances could he leave the altar. But could Su Chen let him go? Just a second after Zhu Beiji stepped onto the altar, the river god also ran up. Since they couldn't leave now, they set up red silk and a few tables right there. The river god smiled joyfully, loudly congratulating the zither and the lute play on this auspicious day. The phoenix and the phoenix sing in celebration of the new marriage. Wishing you harmony and happiness, may you be together forever. The solemn and dignified atmosphere of the altar suddenly changed, with a dazzling array of red colors filling every corner, leaving Yi Kongyu bewildered. Inside the altar, the range of skills displayed by the 2 cards was limited, so Su Chen had to lend a hand, swiftly using the 9 palaces Bagua formation to drag the countless long swords towards the empty space above the altar. The icy swords were then treated as guests and welcomed into the celebration. Amidst the astonishment of everyone, a unique wedding ceremony began. The river deity, who generously gave up his own wedding feast, transformed into the master of ceremonies and announced the banquet. As the competition progressed, it turned into a feast, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. The camera panned across the audience, capturing various expressions on the small screen, all looking identical and neatly arranged. Laughter erupted, and everyone started to lean and twist in amusement. Oh my, this is so hilarious. I never expected Su's team to be like this. Ha ha ha. The man laughed heartily, his hidden anxiety swept away, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. Sitting in the Qin Nan fan zone surrounded by like-minded individuals, he nodded along in agreement. I had a hunch that Su's team had some peculiar skills, but without knowing the details of the cards and with the serious competition environment, I didn't dwell on it. I never expected that in the regional competition, Su's team would completely let loose. Ha ha ha. What to do? I love this Su god even more now. Even though I'm here in person, he controlled me several times. This is accidental damage, he must compensate me, I won't get up without an autograph. The fans below exaggerated, claiming to be controlled, while on the field, Yi Kongyu was indeed controlled by two skills. One was the river deity's wedding transformation, the river deity acting as the wedding master of ceremonies. The skill process was complete, with the cards fully involved throughout, but with two grooms present, the river deity's role was hidden. The other was Piggy's wedding at Gaolao village. Character, Piggy, level, silver, quality, 5 stars, skills, counterattack, active. I warn you not to speak nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation, do you know? I'll sue you for defamation, he's defaming me. Brave Piggy, won't be wronged. Gaolao village wedding, active. I had a beautiful bride named Gaozuelan, but one day, a monkey impersonating the thunder god mocked me, played with me, and hit me. Let's start over, I vow to reclaim everything that belongs to me. Vini 50, I'll tell you the detailed plan. Alms, active, donor, can I borrow a piece of your land to have a vegetarian meal? With the river deity's wedding and Piggy's wedding at Gaolao village, one woman cannot serve two husbands, so the affectionate second man, the river deity, took a step back, tearfully blessing. With both effects combined, Yi Kongyu lost his autonomy before he could react, and seeing this, Su Chen released the bond skill, leaving only the protective shield and walked over casually. He didn't check the almanac before leaving. Today was definitely a dark Sunday. Yi Kongyu had just turned 18. Hailing from the Manhwa sect comparable to a monk's temple, he was reserved by nature and had never held a girl's hand to this day. He could never have imagined that his first wedding would take place on the national competition stage, leaving him on the verge of breaking down. Not of age yet, not of legal age, Su Chen, you're committing a crime. Yi Kongyu silently accused Captain Qin Nan of his misdeeds, but under the control of two powerful skills, he couldn't even speak, only muttering in his mind in his hometown dialect, I was wrong from the start. If I hadn't joined the Fujin school team, I wouldn't have participated in this competition. If I hadn't participated in this competition, I wouldn't have encountered this devil. Truly, the world does not deceive me. Hell is empty, and the devils are here on earth. At this moment, Yi Kongyu even began to regret the existence of Heartsword. If he didn't have this skill, maybe he wouldn't be so clear-headed, facing the bleakness of life. The Heartsword, as the name suggests, is a skill that unravels the control techniques that confuse the mind. It can clear the mind and enhance cognitive abilities within its range, but it cannot prevent control. The latter has a wide range of attacks but unfortunately cannot be sustained for long, unlike the Heartsword, which can maintain its state for a long time. To deal with the card of Tang Sang, Yi Kongyu's choice was naturally correct, otherwise Su Chen would not have decisively taken the card. However, at this moment, Yi Kongyu's mentality collapsed, so everything he saw and heard was wrong. The outside world was in chaos, but Li Fei, who had pinned his hopes of victory on Yi Kongyu, noticed this scene and was in a panic, shouting, "What's going on? Yi Kongyu, buddy, wake up!" Distracting oneself on the battlefield is like calling for help from a tiger and putting one's head under the guillotine. Li Fei had chosen a path to death. Gao Yaki decisively fulfilled his wish. A translucent blue and purple jellyfish silently swam behind Li Fei, climbed onto his exposed skin, and with the injection of neurotoxins, he fell into a daze. Without knowing what he saw, Li Fei plunged into Gao Yaki's water mirror, and from the outside, all that could be seen in the water mirror was him wandering aimlessly like a headless fly, wounds appearing on his body continuously, until he turned into white light and disappeared in an instant. Just then, Yi Kongyu, who had his red veil removed and was led to the guests, witnessed this moment with his peripheral vision. Why wasn't it me who was eliminated? On the other side, in the northwest direction, Shinseki, who had discovered clues, decisively attempted to support. She had control techniques tailored to various types and was the most agile among the remaining teammates, undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Even though the hope was slim, she still chose to make a desperate effort. After the explosion of the bomb technique, under the heavy encirclement of cards comparable to an army, Shinseki bent her knees, and at the moment when the flying flowers exploded from her hands, her figure flashed, turning into a shadow and disappearing from the field, leaving behind the flower cards emitting a charming fragrance, clearing the cards with low health points. Without the eye of delusion, Wang Wei, without using reconnaissance techniques, naturally couldn't see her, but Wang Wei sneered lightly, feeling underestimated. In the encirclement, the opponent actually still had the mind to pay attention to teammates. On the sand table in front of him, although the opponent's chess pieces entered invisibility together, footprints were still visible in the sand below, exposed without a trace. How could the marked chess pieces easily leave the chessboard? Immediately, Wang Wei dragged another nearby chess piece, leaving a trail of sand connected to the footprints. In an instant, the armored warrior emerged from the ground, blocking Shinseki's path. The armored warrior was composed of marching and naval cards, with an agility coefficient overwhelming the opponent, coupled with marking skills, easily catching up to Shinseki. In the moment of proximity, several water arrows shot directly at her eyes. Shinseki had strong reflexes. Even though she didn't expect to be discovered so quickly, she was momentarily stunned, but in the face of the attack, her body could still reflexively dodge. At the same time, her wrist turned slightly, and 5 branches of cold plum blossoms instantly shot towards the armored warrior's forehead and limbs. In order to buy time, she didn't want to linger, choosing a control technique with moderate damage, just to seize the opportunity when the opponent was stiff. However, it was already too late. The bowstring vibrated, and thousands of arrows were released. Although this move lacked the momentum and power of the thousand swords returning to the sect, it excelled in its short pre-attack time. In the blink of an eye, the arrows were already overwhelming. Even if the enemy and ally were indistinguishable, they were determined to turn the opponent into a hedgehog. Soon, the armored warrior returned to the celestial space, and Shinseki, who was struggling fiercely, couldn't hold on for long. Fortunately, just before she was eliminated, Yi Kongyu, who needed her control, had already taken the lead. Control skills are a means, not an end. After probing, it was clear that Yi Kongyu did not have a counter-injury skill. Su Chen took the opportunity to end the opponent. At this point, only Zhang Bo from the Fujin school team remained on the field. Lu Yu, who was fighting against Luo Ying, found it particularly easy. He jokingly said in a rough voice, "Raise your hands and surrender, you are surrounded." The uniform of the Fujin school team looked like a white practice suit, giving off an ethereal and out-of-the-world vibe, especially on Zhang Bo, who had been practicing Tai Chi for years. He remained calm and even replied with a good temper, "Officer, are you going to arrest me yourself?" With a subtle gesture, Zhang Bo seemed to give up resistance. However, Liu had been tricked too many times before, and faced with this situation, it only heightened his vigilance like never before. His wings fluttered behind him, and suddenly he soared up, narrowly avoiding the rippling water waves. Not long ago, Feng Xian Dai had failed due to this skill, trapped in the deep waters, unable to escape. The calmer the expression, the more ruthless the action. "Wow, you are all so heartless." In order to avoid mistakes in training, Lu Yu's intelligence temporarily skyrocketed, making him almost unrecognizable. "My eyes have seen too much already." Lu Yu kept chattering incessantly, her innocent appearance matching her fresh and beautiful face, which surprisingly stirred a hint of affection in Zhang Bo's heart. However, this was a competition, and he wouldn't. Swish! A thick vine suddenly emerged from his blind spot, draining him of all vitality in an instant before the bud could even bloom. Zhang Bo's limbs were bound by branches, tied to the trunk, resembling someone crucified, completely immobilized. It turned out that the twin sisters had coordinated a plan. While Lu Yu attracted attention, Luo Ying skillfully manipulated the cards to lurk underground. This was not a card technique but a strategic move. However, they did not anticipate that Zhang Bo had also fallen for a beauty trap, making their actions so smooth it would likely become his unknown dark history. In mid-air, Lu Yu sprinkled scales to enhance control. On the ground, Luo Ying commanded the vines to launch a final attack, their slender and flexible branches winding and climbing, piercing into veins. As the greenery deepened, the canopy lush and dripping, the competition finally came to an end. Moments later, back in the Fujin school team's player area, everyone looked dejected and worn out, as if they had been through a beating. Yan Liqing swallowed saliva nervously, not daring to speak out of turn. The match against the Qin Nan school team was completely different from what he had imagined. Wasn't it supposed to be a chaotic battle with divine intervention? How did it turn into chaos on their side and slaughter by the opponents? After the host announced the end, they chose to leave immediately. The surrounding area was bustling, a high-energy competition had kept the audience enthralled, reluctant to leave their seats, prompting the host to urge them to depart. Meanwhile, the victorious Qin Nan school team was invited backstage by the staff. Because the regional competition added an interview segment for the winning team. These interviews had remained unchanged for centuries. Before the match, the coaching staff didn't bother with much advice, simply handing out a generic template. After all, with a captain and vice-captain who were eloquent, what was there to worry about? They could probably say it better than the coaches. As expected, the interviews were all the same. The scene was repetitive, and by the time Su Chen and the others returned to the player area, half an hour had passed. They immediately noticed a middle-aged man in a sharp suit handing a business card to Iswosi. Without disturbing him, they left directly, returning the competition helmets to the staff for safekeeping. In a short while, just as they left, they heard Iswosi exclaim, "You heartless bunch, showing no respect for your master, leaving me, this old man, without a word of farewell, sigh." "Hey," Tang Wei laughed, "we didn't want to delay your important matters." "What's the matter?" "It's the chairman of Fu Jin inviting me to be a special professor," Hisosi casually mentioned, not taking it seriously, and walked out of the room towards the meeting room. Adults understand the tricks. The other party was just testing the waters, essentially preparing to undermine. Unfortunately, Nan University was also Isosi's alma mater, holding special significance that money couldn't shake. Luo Yu followed, without hesitation, and said, "The bishop won't go, part-time is too lazy, full-time is even more impossible. Nan is better in every way, and the principal is so generous, the subsidies are always so satisfying." "Ha, coach, you're going the wrong way, the meeting room is in this direction." Hisosi swiftly changed direction, leaving a chic figure behind, waving goodbye. School's out, we'll continue tomorrow." "Ha, it's only 3 in the afternoon, and we're done for the day." Luo Yu was both delighted and puzzled, turning around to see the captain and teammates giving her thumbs up, even more confused. "What's going on? What did I do? Are they praising me?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Chen chuckled, admiringly. He hadn't done much, just reminded the coach to use this opportunity to show loyalty to the principal for a promotion and raise. Is this the power of natural manipulation? Hopefully, the principal is okay. Su Chen was now happily oblivious, still concerned about the principal, unaware of the online uproar. The school's publicity department didn't need to intervene this time because, for the Nan school team, it wasn't considered negative news. Even the captain Su Chen had some negative comments under his account. "In the online world, I've seen it all, but never seen such a method of getting married. #devil After experiencing so many mental attacks, the bride hasn't experienced it yet. Captain Su, when will you arrange one for me too? Shy. JPG #devil Don't learn from the card maker, don't learn. #devil Captain Su was so cool in today's match, although, #devil Don't look, it's a bad review. #devil monks should use Gatling guns. This card has truly opened the door to my new world. I hope after the national competition, Captain Su can take my card customization order. #devil can't imagine how big Econ Yu's psychological shadow is today. Oh my, such a cool and reserved handsome guy, actually forcibly married by a pig monk, so sad. #devil haha, I wonder what the opponents are thinking now, looking forward to that day. Tickets bought. Nan vs. Qi Lian. JPG #devil. The repetitive hashtag topics pushed #devil to the top of the trending list, naturally spreading to the next opponent of the Nan school team. Inside the meeting room of the Qi Lian school team, it was packed but eerily silent. In the meeting room, you could see 2 trees outside the window. One was a jujube tree, and the other was also a jujube tree. It was the season of harvest, the fruits transitioning from green to ripe, emitting a rich jujube fragrance, unfortunately met with a group of people who couldn't appreciate its deliciousness. The Qi Lian school team remained resolute, not tempted by appetite because, when eating jujubes, one must finish them. Ha ha ha. What kind of hellish joke is this? Expressionless on the outside, inside, a herd of wild horses was galloping. There have always been tales of demons and monsters in ancient times, they vaguely remembered, but not quite clear. Looking at the documents on the table, there were photos in the appendix, including Nan's captain with a gentle smile and a courteous demeanor. They scrutinized it for a while, only to see the word devil written throughout. He was probably that kind of person. Truly, the internet-savvy users could see the essence of things at a glance. Coach Chilian walked to the front without saying a word, and on the whiteboard, he listed the known control techniques of the member card group one by one in a table, categorizing them into types such as mental recall, toxin removal, breaking free from restraint, and fear dissipation. Then he said, if there are any omissions, you can add them. If possible, make up for it quickly. After all, rather than strong attacks, we need to be more vigilant against Captain Nan's control techniques. As he spoke, the coach wrote down Su Chen's name on the side, tapped a bit, then arranged it horizontally and vertically below, adding hard control, soft control, and single target control, area control, dividing it into 4 areas. Finally, he summarized the deductions based on the opponent's performance, for example, inexplicable movement, 9 palaces Bagua formation, short-range displacement technique soft control/area control. After recording for a while, it was finally the turn of Chang Xiumin, who was scheduled to appear today, temporarily classified as a plot-oriented restraint technique and placed in the hard control/single target control column. The coach hesitated for a moment, added a question mark at the back, showing doubt. Marriage should be a matter between 2 people, right? Coach, why are you using this tone? What are you doubting? Captain Zui Yuanliang broke out, shouting in frustration, "Are you suggesting having multiple wives and concubines?" Just the thought of his past as a captain, often targeted, made him feel his chastity was in jeopardy. He used to think being a captain was quite prestigious, even if targeted. It only proved that his strength made opponents feel threatened. But now he really wanted to step down. Whoever loves being the captain of this broken team. What's the difference from being a target? Zui Yuanliang's words left the members speechless, negative thoughts spreading uncontrollably. A strange collective silence. Well, it's not impossible after all. Chaos was brewing, but fortunately, Liang Zhua analyzed rationally. To maintain the hard control effect of a silver-level control technique, the target cannot be multiple, otherwise it is easier to break free. After advancing to Cardmaster, if this skill is treated as the main skill, focusing energy, strengthening it several times, theoretically it can be achieved. But at least not now. The coach realized that this was the national competition for students, and he had demonized the opponent based on his own level. He quickly erased the question mark, cleared his throat, and solemnly added, "Ahem, reasonable doubt, cautious preparation, but Liang Zhua's idea is correct." Analyzing Su Chen's behavior logic, in this game, he used 2 cards to ensure the stability of the control effect as he wished, to prevent Yi Kongyu from having a defensive skill. It's unlikely to control multiple people at the same time, as it would dilute the skill energy and weaken it. After the coach's affirmation, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! No one wanted to deal with this move, especially several tall and sturdy boys, imagining themselves wearing red veils with a cheerful pig monk standing next to them, every cell in their body resisting. It was a disaster. Xiaoli suddenly commented, "Compared to a devil, I think man-made disaster is a more appropriate description for Su Chen." It was hard for teammates not to agree. Exactly. That's right, this kid is not a good person. Xu Qihua suddenly grabbed Xiaobing's hands, his gaze sharp. "If I get controlled, buddy, remember to come and save me as quickly as possible." Xiaobing returned the grip, resolutely saying, "If I get controlled, you also have to save me, good buddy." The two of them were serious, making a pact with their fists, then pounding their chests to show, "Trust me, loyalty is the most important thing on the path." As they sought assurance, Lin Sinny suddenly turned her eyes, cleverly leaned on the table, made a pained expression, and said, "Coach, I happen to have my period these days. I have menstrual cramps. Reality data will be scanned by the system and brought into the Star Network to prevent my performance from declining and affecting the game, so I hereby apply for leave." Damn, why didn't they think of such a good excuse? Several people regretted missing the opportunity, and even if they could come up with other excuses now, it would be too late because the coaching staff couldn't be easily fooled. The real substitutes were already confused. "Wait, you're coming down, doesn't that mean I have to go up? Who agreed to this?" He urgently complained, "Your energetic tone doesn't seem right, and you were just bouncing around. Weak my foot." "Coach, she's faking it, pretending to be weak." In order to avoid going on the field, the substitutes spoke with ups and downs, shouting with great authenticity. Fortunately, the head coach saw through Lin Sinny's request and rejected it. "Don't try to be slick, be more serious." "Okay, let's continue the analysis." Hearing this, Lin Sinny pouted disappointedly and leaned on Yulu's shoulder. Meanwhile, the head coach was discussing the deputy team leader Qin Nan, a base-type explosive card master. The cards mostly depict various military units, and this player excels in group attacks, increasing the attack frequency through numerical advantage. Although the individual damage value decreases after the cards split, the total damage increases, and the surrounding blockade ability is strong. Once trapped, it's hard to escape. To counter his attacks, it has to be you, Liang Zhua. Your deck has many group attack skills, but remember to watch out for Wang Wei's other form of card combination, with fewer numbers but significantly increased individual values. Liang Zhua nodded in response, writing and drawing on paper. As the deputy team leader of the Chilean team, he also served as the main commander. Because there were no classes, dinner was served earlier. On the way back from the cafeteria, Su Chen suddenly sneezed. Achoo! He casually put on the coat hanging on his arm. Tang Wei reacted quickly. "My mom says, 1 sneeze someone is talking about you, 2 sneezes someone is missing you. Ha ha ha, were you being naughty today?" Taking out his phone, he quickly searched and indeed found, "Ha, everyone is cursing you, you're even trending." Su Chen nonchalantly smirked, not continuing the conversation, nor looking at his phone, showing great self-awareness. As long as he couldn't see it, he didn't care about the chaos. There was a sudden heavy rain in the evening, and the next day, the road was still wet, with a slightly cool temperature, requiring a thin summer coat over the shirt. As usual, after the morning training session, everyone went directly to the meeting room for assembly. The team leader Lan Xinling was not with them. She went towards the office to fetch something first. They still had no classes in the morning, as the cultural classes were once again postponed. Although the national competition was not held every day, the schedule was undoubtedly tight, and the school team still focused on competitions. Their practical classes were also integrated into the training, making it hard to distinguish between classes and preparation. Not only did they not have to attend, but the whole class was almost in a semi-class mode, as the special class known as the competition class consisted mostly of students who were competitors on the field, starting their preparations one after another, either earlier or later. Various reports and publications related to competitions could be found online everywhere, making it overwhelming, but the national competition still dominated the headlines. Arriving several minutes early, Su-chen was prepared to wait, but to his surprise, Hisua Temple arrived after only 5 or 6 minutes, warmly greeting them as he entered. "Hey, good morning." "Good morning." X8 Everyone was shocked. Had the sun risen from the west? The usually lazy coach was unexpectedly full of energy and excitement today. They quickly recalled what happened yesterday and understood the reason. It seemed the coach had gained quite a lot. Indeed, it was the season of harvest. In high spirits, Hisua Temple sat down with his legs crossed. Following that, the rest of the coaching staff entered one after another. Perhaps due to the sudden advance notice, a sense of urgency was revealed in their hurried manner. Even the materials they received were still warm and carried a strong ink fragrance. Lan Xinling, who distributed the materials, muttered silently, her mouth moving as if chanting a spell. "Achoo!" Hiswosi suddenly sneezed, then seemed to remember something and cautioned, "Take care of yourselves. Once the cold status synchronizes with the star network, the values will remain constant, and not even skills can save you." With a hint of confusion in his tone, Hiswosi continued. Silver-ranked card users had fewer opportunities for advancement, so they could still catch a cold. But it was strange that the one reacting was himself. Hiswosi didn't even glance at the other coaches with a knowing look. Tang Wei struggled to hold back his laughter, pretending to be serious as he buried his head in the materials, exchanging glances with the others. Su-chen found it all amusing, leaning forward to cover his amusement. Luckily, Hiswosi didn't notice and went straight into work mode. Captain Zuiyuan Liang, an attacking card user, is like a walking explosive, causing high explosive damage wherever he goes. The dust he raises isn't damage to the field but a protective skill. Whether to continue attacking or retreat depends on the situation at the time. However, according to data analysis, his attack frequency is 78.8%. Vice Captain Liang Zhua, a long-range card user with the playing cards trait. His attacks mainly involve shooting playing cards, but he can also summon characters from the cards. Previously, there have been the King of Spades and the Knight of Diamonds. There may be other card images created as well, not to mention the Jokers. As for whether the material cards were complete, it was unknown, but Su-chen and the others needed to be prepared in advance. At the very least, they needed to have some understanding. Xiaoli, a card maker with a worldview of elves. His cards are mostly archers and elemental mages, with healing skills from the elf tree. He is considered a versatile player in tactics due to his flexible positioning. Yu Lu, a support card user specializing in healing and control. His cards often depict young animals, with a card like the Nightmare Beast marking opponents, similar to Luo Yu's Phoenix Clam Butterfly. It's important to be cautious, as a turnaround on the field can be quite amusing. Xia Bing, an attacking card user with many control skills. His weather-related cards include tornadoes, sandstorms, heavy rain, and blizzards, making it easy to be affected negatively. Lin Sinny, a control-type card user with main cards like the Music Box, Rose Maiden, and Dancing Shoes. They have an almost 100% appearance rate, with the Music Box being a cooperative card that produces hallucinatory music. Shu Qihua, a defensive card user with a shield as a cooperative card. His group defense skill is quite effective, unlike the type that hinders attacks after defense like a turtle shell. Substitute Yue is not like Yi Kongyu, who hides his cards. With a record of being on the field, his performance is not enough to be arranged against Qin Nan unless he's lost his mind. I wouldn't mind seeing that happen. With a sudden change in tone, Hiswosi emphasized, I've said my piece. But if you don't even finish reading the materials and take it lightly, if I catch you, be prepared to be hammered. No one wanted to pull the tiger's whiskers, so they all responded, understood. Satisfied, Hiswosi continued, that's about the situation. Compared to Coach Chilian, who drew tables and analyzed each one, Hiswosi's coaching style was undoubtedly more rough and casual. Pointing out the key points quickly, he gave a rough explanation and then stopped. The notes left on the whiteboard were incoherent, with messy handwriting and scattered information. If anyone lost focus for a moment, they wouldn't know what he had just written or what it meant. Therefore, the members were all fully focused, not daring to miss a single detail. After highlighting the key points in the materials, they immediately moved on to the crucial brainstorming session. Rather than lengthy discussions, Hasua Temple prefers to let Su-chan and the others brainstorm together, discussing what to do, how to do it, and then throwing them directly into the Star Network and modeling battles to adjust tactical strategies. During the preparation period, Su-chan and the others often had to spend more than 10 hours in the Star Network. Even if their mental strength was exhausted, they would still be tinkering with modeling in place. Isn't this the captain's strong suit? After the coach announced the start of the brainstorming session, the teammates all looked towards Su-chan, evidently waiting for him to come up with some bad ideas. The words that were about to blurt out suddenly got stuck in his throat. In a daze, Su-chan felt that the atmosphere within the Chinnan school team was not quite right, somewhat like the antagonist in a story, who would one day be taught love and peace by a righteous army descending from the heavens, followed by a righteous KO. However, a devil is a devil, so might as well stick to it. Well, he might as well become the final big boss. Su-chan then spoke up, I have some ideas, you guys add to them. At the beginning of the competition, there was inevitably some restraint, coupled with the burden of being a seeded team. The Chinnan school team's performance in the qualifying rounds was quite restrained. Average. It wasn't until the regional competition began that Su-chan set an example. Captain, you have successfully caught our attention. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The teammates all volunteered to adopt the same approach, and Su-chan had no objections, gladly discussing feasible plans. However, letting loose doesn't mean being reckless. Play is play, fun is fun, but don't joke about winning or losing. To cover all bases, Su-chan pulled out the scene card, Hell. Firstly, they had targeted training for it, making it easy to use and reducing the margin of error. Secondly, even if the situation deviated, he could adjust promptly. Thirdly, the match against Su-chan's school ended too quickly, not fully showcasing Hell, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. He believed that the Chilean school team, who successfully advanced to the regional competition, must have exceptional qualities, able to provide a different experience. So during the next 3 days of rehearsals, inside the training ground, there were frequent bursts of laughter. Ha, I can take this part, let me do it, Captain. I apply to join this segment, it feels so interesting. No, mainly to contribute to the team. For the honor of Chinnan school team, I am willing to sacrifice and fight to the front line. Actually, I can do it too. Leave this to me, the deck matches. Sisters united, strength in unity. How can I be left out at this time? Several people were eager to take the lead, looking somewhat mischievous. Leading the pack was naturally a harmless-looking wolf in sheep's clothing. Watching from the same camp, the coaches couldn't help but secretly mock, thankful that they were born a decade or two earlier, not contemporaries of these players. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. However, perhaps being too straightforward, Hasua couldn't let go in a short time, not wanting to disturb the enthusiasm of his teammates. On the first day, he volunteered to be the stay-at-home child for this round. Therefore, on the day of the competition, it was Shi Xiao who stepped onto the stage with Su-chan and the others. Seeing this, there was a slight commotion among the Chilean players on their way to the stage. The two leaders huddled together to discuss, clearly indicating that the selection of Chinnan's lineup differed from what they had prepared for during the training period. Of course, they were not unprepared. The head coach made a gesture of two from a distance. Zui Yuanliang and Liang Zhuo immediately nodded in acknowledgement. The spectators below were also discussing fervently, not about the lineup, but speculating whether Su-chan would once again come up with some new and eye-catching formation today. After watching so many regular matches, something that would make the whole audience burst into laughter like last time was indeed rare. Many viewers who had not paid attention to the national competition before bought tickets for today's event after seeing it trending, and now they were even more excited. After getting through the friendly trash-talking segment, the competition finally began. Beep, with a sharp whistle, Su-chan immediately activated the scene card, Underworld. In an instant, dusk fell, shrouding the once bright arena in endless darkness, as if swallowing the entire space. Rolling black clouds surged like raging waves, stacking layer upon layer, causing the Chilean school team, who were about to strike, to feel an oppressive sensation, halting their steps. The howling wind in their ears, mixed with eerie wails, sent shivers down their spines, prompting them to quickly use their summon cards to scout the surroundings. The scout elf shooter took the lead in reconnaissance, and after a moment, the detailed image within the skill range was transmitted to the cardholder. Is it this terrifying? With one hand covering an eye, receiving the card's perspective, Xiao Li's trembling voice, like vibrating spider silk, fearing it would break at any moment. Even with a clearer video, the immersive experience was still lacking. Moreover, whether it was his own illusion or not, he always felt a slight difference between the environment around him now and the scene when he battled Chinnan in Shuzhou. You, a grown man, are really timid, Lin Sinny said speechlessly. You Lu, help us restore our vision. This darkness is too dangerous. With the eyes of a silver-ranked card user, they could only vaguely make out the general outline, concealing what lay beyond. Beware of enemy attacks. Before the warning was finished, Xiaobing on the left had already been attacked, a spray of blood blossoming on his arm that was shielding him. He promptly swept the hurricane towards the perceived direction to see if he could catch anything in the blind spot. The card summoned at the beginning was an attack card without such skills, so Yulu summoned a fluffy kitten and used a shared skill. As it climbed onto her shoulder and turned into a phantom, she and the others gained clear vision. Fortunately, the coaching staff had speculated on the possibility of Qin Nan using scene cards and had prepared this card specifically. With the skill, they no longer had to act blindly. Missed it, Xiaobing said vigilantly, dispersing the hurricane and surrounding himself with countless sharp wind blades. Looking up, they saw a battlement with the three characters' ghost gate hanging in their memories. Around them, various ghostly figures appeared and disappeared, some grotesque, some horrifying, sending chills down their spines. Are these ghostly figures much more realistic than the scene in Shuzhou? Zui Yuanliang hesitated, holding a few fireballs between his fingers, watching the flickering and wandering ghostly figures, feeling that each one resembled a scene creature disguised as a card, not daring to relax. Beside him, Zhu Qihua raised his shield, and the half-height shield emitted a blue light with a buzz. Then the shield expanded, the solid metallic color turning semi-transparent, not obstructing their view, making it easier to counterattack. He then walked ahead of the team. The atmosphere on the field was tense to the extreme, as if a thrilling battle was about to erupt. In the distance, Su Qin stood quietly in place, observing the changes on the field, watching as his teammates followed the predetermined plan, appearing at the correct positions one by one. His figure was barely visible in the darkness, his blurry outline exuding a remarkable momentum. Meanwhile, the commentators were astonished as they repeatedly confirmed the information in their hands, saying, "It hasn't been long since the last use of the scene card, but the time it took to manifest just now was nearly one-third shorter." Su Chen's mental strength growth rate is truly amazing, deserving of being the talent sought after by both Qin Nan and Bei Yuan. His partner emphasized, a genius who advanced the day after awakening, always possessing extraordinary talent. The commentators discussed Su Chen's mental strength, but at the same time, there were significant changes on the field, prompting them to quickly shift the focus back to the ongoing competition. At the beginning of the game, apart from Xiaobing being attacked once, the two sides did not engage in direct confrontation, not even a chance to meet face-to-face. However, no one thought this state would last long. After all, maintaining the scene card required mental support, and the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it was for Qin Nan. The opponents would definitely take the initiative to advance the front line. The 7 members of the Chilean school team roamed outside, not rushing in. The competition field was covered by the scene card, the outer space was not spacious. On the barren grassland, from time to time, a few ghostly shadows flew by like startled birds, combined with their manifested cards, making it quite narrow. Along the way, they repelled the approaching ghostly shadows several times, but each one dispersed like elusive blue smoke, unlike the real cards that decisively retreated after a single blow. Not being in command does not mean lacking intelligence, not suitable for leadership does not mean lacking brains. As the captain of the Chilean team, Zui Yuanliang was not just a figurehead, immediately furrowing his brows, understanding that Qin Nan, the captain, was using a common tactic in psychological warfare. The human nerves cannot be tense all the time, and once they relax after fatigue, it is difficult to return to the state. Across the river of time, the Chilean school team and the Suqian school team were on the same wavelength, understanding the disgusting nature of these seemingly not troublesome ghostly shadows. The toad jumps but does not bite, the gallbladder responds to people. Therefore, he quickly stopped his teammates. There are many of these derivatives, focusing too much on them is a waste of energy, and it goes against our purpose of avoiding battle. Just, Zui Yuanliang looked around at his teammates and arranged, Shaoli's elven archer continues to be on guard with normal attacks, and then Liang Zhua can use a reconnaissance skill, waiting for opportunities. After all, we shouldn't be the ones in a hurry. The captain's authority needed no emphasis. Okay. The two responded one after the other. Liang Zhua nodded, and a one-playing card suspended at shoulder height immediately appeared, moving with his steps, like his shadow. At this moment, the center of the card was dim with a red heart. With the card as the center, a radius of 2 meters was the effective range of the skill. The red heart would only light up when the enemy was detected. Although the distance was limited, it was convenient and quick. Tensions rose during the standoff. Outside the field, the commentator was digressing, talking about Su Chen's talent. Just then, a distant and ethereal bell rang out, dong, 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 for consecutive sounds, instantly overwhelming the cries and wails all around, as if it could penetrate all barriers straight to the heart. It's starting, everyone pay attention, Zui Yuanliang said, with a red light lingering outside his ears, guarding against sound manipulation, just like that Tang Monk card. Through post-match interviews with the winning side and with Su Chen's consent, basic information such as the card's name was disclosed. It was not revealing the worldview or details of the card anyway. The Fu Jin school team served as a cautionary tale, keeping them vigilant against any signs of trouble. However, Su Chen didn't really intend to start from here. A good show always has its ups and downs, slowly progressing. As the bell echoed, the atmosphere became even more tense. The Chilean school team stood ready, watching for changes, then heard a voice, neither male nor female, reciting in a distant and near manner, Ghost Festival, the 15th of the 7th month, the Ghost Gate opens, 100 ghosts appear. Ghost Festival, the 15th of the 7th month. Repeated several times, like the surging tide. What Ghost Festival? Is there such a holiday? Zui Yuanliang listened in a daze, suspecting he had forgotten some obscure holiday. Liang Zhua speculated, it should be a specific holiday in Su Chen's worldview. Is it a ghost festival related to the scene card? Indeed, as a military advisor, his mind worked extremely fast, and he quickly noticed the Ghost Gate Tower was covered with prayer flags, lanterns hung high. The scene was no different from an old funeral, and continued to ponder. So, Fu Jin is celebrating a wedding, and today they are holding a funeral? His speculation was not unreasonable. At this, several people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the white lanterns emitted a strange blue-green light, creating an eerie scene, the mental pressure was limited as everyone knew it was fake, lacking the intense threat of being forcibly married by Zhu Beiji. In the face of social death, nothing else was feared. It was just the strong aversion to becoming a bride that made them forget that both joy and mourning are two major events in life, and there is no reason to act recklessly. Without much thought, the city gate, which no one pushed, opened by itself with a creak. Accompanied by a grating friction sound, numerous strange and grotesque ghosts and monsters swarmed out. There were burly yakshas, dwarf evil children. There were undead with torn intestines, and non-human souls wandering in the animal realm. Laughter, crying, and howling resounded continuously, like a tide of ghosts. The momentum was fierce. The Seven of Chilean immediately launched their attacks. Under various attacks, most of the ghostly figures were as fragile as balloons, bursting with a single poke. These creatures were only in form, easily dealt with by regular attacks, but eliminating them required concentration, undoubtedly providing an opportunity for hostile cards that had been enhanced by the Wandering Reaper. At such times, it was best to use area of effect group attack skills. Zui Yuanliang immediately cast Thunderbolt, and after a resounding explosion, the imposters within the skill range were already dispersed, leaving only a card that still retained orc features after being disguised, easily recognizable as part of Tang Wei's deck. The Leopard Man had been bombarded by ammunition, with a few blackened spots among his spotted fur, but not in vital areas, and his health was still within a healthy range. Then 3 playing cards spun like darts, slicing towards the Leopard Man's throat, moving so fast that only a fleeting shadow could be seen. However, the Leopard Man's reaction was swift, his waist arched like a full bow, and in a flash, he transformed into his beast form, his limbs on the ground, bypassing the attack and lunging straight at Liang Zhua's face, only to be blocked by a shield. The two collided, emitting a loud bang, and the semi-transparent shield vibrated. Xu Qihua was in the front row, acting as a defensive hand, essentially the first line of defense. Without diverting his attention to defense, Liang Zhua, who was focused on attacking, seized the opportunity, his fingers moving as if controlled by invisible threads, abruptly pulling the 3 spinning playing cards, arcing them in midair like sickles reaping a harvest. The Chilean school team, with all members gathered, combined attack and defense, maintaining a solid front, and the exposed Leopard Man quickly took the lead. At this moment, Liang Zhua's reconnaissance cards suddenly began to flash. The flashing of the hearts was linked to the number of enemy forces detected. The more detected, the faster the frequency. Without needing to be reminded, teammates who had trained together for a long time were naturally aware, and in an instant, they no longer hesitated to expend their attacks, accelerating their attack rhythm. The surrounding area was filled with continuous bombardment, and one by one, the cards revealed their positions. Orcs, gardeners, butterfly fairies. It was obvious that Tang Wei, Luo Ying, and Luo Yu were the vanguard of Qingnan. On one side, Xia Bing controlled her weather deck, and a blizzard began to swirl in the sky. Under the sweeping hurricane, hexagonal snow crystals penetrated everywhere, causing the speed of Tang Wei's 3 cards to gradually slow down. Faced with focused attacks, they inevitably fell into a declining state. This negative state would worsen over time, like a festering sore, becoming increasingly difficult to alleviate as time went on. Puff, puff, puff. The pea shooter quickly switched to ice mode, continuously spraying frozen peas, resistant to extreme cold, uncontrollably targeting Xiaobing as the primary attack, rapidly firing ice balls. Meanwhile, the gardener card beside him raised a potted plant. A palm-sized sunflower immediately began to blow a trumpet and sway its stem in a graceful dance, playing a cheerful melody. La la la, plant the sun, let's plant the sun together. Can the sun really be planted? This is simply fear-mongering. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, one after another, palm-sized little suns floated out from the trumpet-like mouths of the sunflowers. Some attached themselves near their own cards, melting the ice and snow, while others were absorbed by the pea shooter. One cold, one hot, opposite attributes. However, the pea shooter in ice mode not only did not melt but instead grew stronger. The ice balls it shot also grew larger, hitting Xiaobing's head and causing a sharp pain. Shu Qihua, shield shield shield. What happened to our alliance? If it's not a control technique, then you just ignore me. Shortly after, Xiaobing's questioning voice abruptly stopped, his vision suddenly darkened, consciousness plunging into darkness. Shu Qihua was the first to notice Xiaobing's disappearance. Where is he? Why can't I see Xiaobing? After all, they were sworn allies in combat, and he, being a defensive player, was the first to notice that something was amiss. Behind the shield was the strongest defense area, but this state could not be maintained throughout. Once the battle line extended, someone was bound to be left out. Fortunately, he could also choose to break it down into multiple small badges for teammates to wear. Although it diluted the defense value, it was undoubtedly more flexible, not restricted by positioning. Moreover, the small badges were connected to the blood pool card, enhancing escort capabilities. The former was sturdy, the latter long-lasting, each with its own advantages and disadvantages, requiring real-time selection based on the situation. Just now, noticing that the shield was no longer sufficient, Zhu Qihua immediately began distributing badges, but as he did so, one extra badge appeared. Xiaobing was missing. When did it happen? And why him? Lin Sini was still locked in a battle with Luo Ying's Venus flytrap, but she took a moment to recall the only different encounter Xiaobing had experienced, suspecting, was it the attack at the beginning? The opponent's card did not leave, but instead lurked. No, we have been moving as a team all along. We've been apart for so long, if there were enemy cards, my reconnaissance card should have detected them, Liang Zhuo argued, but if it was just marked in advance, it bypassed the heart detection. As for why the opponent did not activate it immediately after marking, it was not difficult to understand. After all, they were all together, with ample card slots and a comprehensive card pool, any anomalies could be promptly dealt with. She was thinking about where to rescue Xiaobing. Suddenly, a disturbance came from behind, with several water cards, and ahead, the sound of hooves echoed through the sky, making the earth tremble. Not good, were surrounded front and back. Before they could react, the cards they were battling seemed to sense the reinforcements arriving and, instead of retreating as before, their attacks became more intense. From the perspective of the Chilean team, they had been pressing Tang Wei's team all along. After all, it was a numbers game, and in a situation of equal levels, this was normal. Naturally, they intended to take advantage of the fact that the opponents had not connected yet, to make the most of their time and try to eliminate a member of the Qin Nan team first. This mindset was as normal as it could be and should have been the correct strategy. However, through the special lens and analysis of the commentators, the audience saw the script from Su Chen's perspective. Setting up the scene cards, waiting for teammates to reach their positions, he then opened the gates of hell, letting Tang Wei's team's cards be surrounded by the 100 Ghosts Night Walk. However, this was just throwing out suitable bait, not so much as to alert the enemy, causing the Chilean team to choose to temporarily avoid the edge, nor so little as to leave the three teammates defenseless. They fought while retreating, showing signs of decline. Unknowingly, the Chilean team, who had been enjoying the battle, were led to the gates of hell. Upon reaching their destination, Fang suddenly appeared. As Su Chun used the scene card Ghost Shadow to signal, a command was given. Ambushed outside were Gao Yaqiu and Wang Wei, who had been well prepared at the gate, instantly executing a pincer attack. In an instant, a team of cavalry charged out of the gate, clad in black armor, faces covered with bronze masks, emanating a powerful sense of intimidation upon locking eyes, like iron needles piercing the temples, causing left Yuanliang and Liang Zhua, who were under control, to slow down involuntarily. These two were as important as the heads of the Chilean school team and naturally received special treatment. Lin Sini, unaffected by skills, was about to manipulate the music box to release a melody when suddenly interrupted by a water arrow. At the same time, under the cavalry's saddle, the steed neighed, lifted its hooves, galloped with astonishing speed, trampling back and forth, forcibly dispersing the remaining six-person team. The wilderness outside the pass was completely exposed, making it too easy to be discovered. Amidst the chaos, the agile Lin Sinny decisively stepped into the arena. Afraid of being alone and falling into Qin Nan's trap, she disguised the Rose Maiden as herself and disguised herself as the puppet on the music box before safely hiding among the amaryllis flowers. Captain, Vice Captain, Lulu, can you hear me? Holding a miniature record player that shrank with her, Lin Sinny contacted each one. Finally, Xiaoli, who was closest, answered. In front of him appeared a semi-transparent miniature horn, from which Lin Sinny's voice came through. After the playback ended, he leaned in and said, "Wait, I see you." Xiaoli, prostrated on the ground with his left eye closed, relying on the keen vision of his cards, found the Rose Maiden with fiery clothes among the red flower sea and quickly went to meet her. "Where are the others?" Lin Sinny asked anxiously, hoping Xiaoli would bring good news, as his cards had reconnaissance skills. "Not yet, still looking." The elf archer explored the surroundings, her body light, with wings on her back to fly. Suddenly, through his left eye, Xiaoli unexpectedly spotted the missing Xiaobing first and hurriedly asked Lin Sinny to follow. "It's Xiaobing. Seems to be in a dazed state, eyes closed. Let's go save her first." On the battlefield, being alone was not a good thing, and losing a team member was even worse news. Following the elf archer's guidance, the two quickly arrived at the Naiha Bridge. Below the bridge was a river, with a human-sized white cocoon floating on it and a water mirror placed on top, reflecting Xiaobing's face, resembling a memorial portrait. Lin Sinny was speechless and quipped through the Rose Maiden's lips, "Is this a water burial? Forget about whether it's a water burial or not. If I remember correctly, this should be the Phoenix Clan butterfly encountered by the Jaha school team. Once it breaks out of the cocoon, Xiaobing will become Qin Nan's weapon." Xiaoli quickly summoned the elf tree, intending to make Xiaobing grow on the tree to cover the marks on her body. This was a measure confirmed to work through Yulu's Nightmare Beast card test. Just as the elf tree extended its branches to salvage the white cocoon, ripples appeared on the water's surface, as if ink was surging, dyeing the river pitch black. A spasm-ridden ghost hand emerged from it, seemingly repeatedly fried in oil, charred like carbonized wood, yet incredibly strong, firmly grabbing the elf tree's branch, trying to drag it into the river of forgetfulness. The elf tree was a healing card but had no means to fight back. The elf archer immediately shot several arrows, but the ghost hand seemed to have no sense of pain, showing no reaction and still holding on. Seeing the situation turning bad, Xiaoli decisively cut off the branch and left the tree. The water rippled. The ghost hand took a piece of the branch and submerged into the water, its whereabouts unknown. Just as they were thinking of other ways to save Xiaobing, white paper money suddenly floated down from the sky, followed by a sharp swana sound. Ding, 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 ding. Among all musical instruments, the swana reigned supreme. Its terrifying penetrating power seemed to tear through the sky, swiftly approaching, its loud and high-pitched tones invading the eardrums in an instant, as if sharp knives pierced the heavens, causing Xiaoli to shiver unexpectedly. Lin Sinny, on the other hand, remained calm and composed beside him. The two formed a stark contrast. Feeling too cowardly, Xiaoli forced a smile and commented, "It's quite good, really reminiscent of the real thing." But in his heart, he kept silently complaining, "Why didn't you do this at the last wedding banquet, Su Chen? Why arrange it for today? Ascension, marriage ceremony, couldn't we have used the swana for all of them? But then again, this is a competition, is it necessary to make it look like a movie set? What's with all the dramatic rendering? It's so annoying." Despite the continuous complaints, it didn't hinder Xiaoli's well-prepared actions honed through competition training. He skillfully manipulated the cards, staying vigilant of his surroundings, with an elf tree by his side providing healing, an elf archer guarding from above, and crystal balls hidden in the shadows for interference and control. With everything in place, Xiaoli was confident in his preparation, with a teammate by his side, ready to escape even if they were to lose. Since there was no time limit set for the competition, there was no need to rush. Xiaoli continued his attempt to rescue Xiaobing. Just as he summoned the Frost Mage, he heard a voice of confusion. "What is this?" He commanded the Frost Mage to battle the reappearing ghostly hands while turning around. It turned out to be Lin Sinny hiding in the music box, sharp-eyed enough to notice the paper coins falling from the sky, some with ink marks on them. She controlled the Rose Maiden to catch a paper with writing on it, holding it close to her chest to read, "In the mortal world, the moon is full, the underworld is mysterious." The small characters made Lin Sinny stumble as she read from the perspective of the music box's inner doll. Growing impatient, Xiaoli took another paper from the air, lowering his head to read a poetic verse, "In the mortal world, the moon is full, yearning for the red string to connect in the underworld. Spirits return to Panglai, sharing a tomb for eternal rest. Twin chopsticks bridge the red silk, the universe still blooms like a lotus. Transformed cranes depart on a distant dark path, unafraid of the entwined fate of towering mountains. Joyfully soaring in the jade pool like birds with entwined wings, twin orchids bloom in the heavens. Although Xiaoli was unaware of the existence of the marriage curse, the poem was relatively easy to understand. Sensing something amiss, Xiaoli hastily discarded the paper, regretting his impulsiveness. Damn, why did I pick this up? Unexpectedly, it seemed to stick to him as it spun in the air and returned to his poem, revealing writing on the back. New words appeared in the blank space. In the underworld, the court of Yama, various ghost judges, the queen of the underworld, here are the spirits of Xiaobing and Xiaoli, after 3 mediators and 6 proofs, getting married today. It was a marriage document for the underworld. At the moment he saw his name, the tension in his heart finally dissipated. Today, it was his turn to face this calamity. The prospective spouse wasn't that piggy, which was a relief. Relief my foot, why did it have to be Xiaobing? How could he face his teammate in the future? Moreover, marriage laws don't even support same-sex unions. Shirley tried to shake off the paper, but it clung to him like a stubborn bandage, prompting him to curse loudly, damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn you, Shuchen. Has he never seen a pig run even if he hasn't eaten pork? Even though he didn't understand the court of Yama, the queen of the underworld, the series of statements, as a university student, he wasn't illiterate and recognized the meanings of spirits and marriage. Wasn't this the legendary ghost marriage, a relic of the old society? Shuchen, you devil! What's wrong, what's wrong? Seeing Xiaoli's frantic actions, Lin Sinny quickly threw away her paper as well. Luckily, she had the Rose Maiden hold on to it. Perhaps the card wasn't on the list of skills in this marriage document, or maybe a teammate had already taken up the slot, but the paper was easily discarded, and no new writing appeared on the back. Breathing a sigh of relief, Lin Sinny remained silent, watching her teammate in distress, unable to utter a word. She had been the one to discover it first, yet it was the other who suffered. Lin Sinny attempted to remedy the situation by commanding the Rose Maiden to burn the paper, but Xiaoli was still concerned that this skill wouldn't be easily removed, considering whether to refresh his status with Tree of Life. However, this would involve a cooldown period, so maybe it was better to first release Xiaobing from control, as his situation was more perilous. Before Xiaoli could make a decision, above the river of oblivion, Xiaobing broke free before Extreme Traveler Master could come to his rescue. Ignoring the graceful Rose Maiden standing there, he headed straight for Xiaoli. Hey, buddy, don't come at me. In broad daylight, under the vast sky, if anything out of line happens, we'll definitely regret it 1,000 times after the match. Don't drag me into this unjust situation. Xiaoli's face paled on the spot as he directed Extreme Traveler Master to try to control the situation and then aimed towards the direction of the elf tree. Only by doing so could they dispel Xiaobing's confusion and bring him back to normal. The case of Yi Kongyu had just happened recently, and everyone remembered it vividly. When Xiaoli saw his name on the marriage contract, he subconsciously thought he had fallen under the influence of a plot control technique related to marriage, forgetting about the existence of the crystal ball. Lin Sinny noticed that Xiaoli was acting freely, not like someone under control, and reminded him, "Didn't you set up your defense already?" During the days of preparation, these boys were on edge, repeatedly confirming ways to resist mind control techniques. Why wasn't it working? Xiaoli suddenly realized, right, the coach said Shuchen is a point controller, it seems Xiaobing is the one truly affected. He felt a bit relieved. He looked at the controlled Xiaobing with pity, first the Phoenix Clam butterfly, then the dark marriage technique. It's too cruel. Buddy, just surrender to the embrace of the elf tree, get cleansed twice, and you'll start anew with a clean slate. In his drunken butterfly state, Xiaobing seemed oblivious, continuing to clash with his teammates, unleashing roaring tornadoes as if they were formidable enemies to be eliminated, showing a stance of wanting to get rid of them quickly. As the clear-headed one, Xiaoli hesitated, not wanting to deplete their internal strength. Therefore, he acted cautiously, focusing mainly on guiding. Perhaps women truly have a sixth sense. Lin Sinny felt something was off instinctively but couldn't articulate it, hesitating. Could the dark marriage be about killing the newlyweds, a double suicide pact? That's too harsh. Of course not. In fact, this scene didn't stem from their speculations about a marriage-related control technique. After the preview of Qin Nan vs. Fujin, the opposing school team would surely take various defensive measures. Knowing this, would Shuchen waste mental energy on futile actions while using the scene card? However, this didn't stop Shuchen from taking advantage of the situation, using elements of the dark marriage like relics, suona, and marriage contracts for psychological suggestion. As long as the opponent didn't find a loophole and still believed in the dark marriage technique, they would inevitably neglect other possibilities. However, beyond the appearance of the marriage contract, what Xiaoli was truly affected by was Luo Yu's marking skill. The methods to undo the two were different. The match was a comprehensive and multifaceted game between the two teams. Besides their actual abilities, psychological factors were crucial. You set up like this, I guess you set up like this, I guess you guessed I set up like this. It felt like being trapped in a loop. Ultimately, it all came down to the final execution strategy and match result. Shuchen set the trap, but whether to fall into it, how to fall into it, was beyond his control. After all, the players from Chilean were not his puppets. To counter Shuchen's mind-boggling control techniques, the Chilean school team had prepared a one-click refresh button, Xiao Li's elf tree. However, due to the limitations of card energy, the wider the range of skills set, the more likely it was to come with some flaws. The skill tree birth came with a long cooldown as a cost. Even if the fallen cards regroup without considering the consumption of mental power, they still cannot instantly erase the cooldown time and repeatedly cast spells. Therefore, after careful consideration, Xiao decided to first save the teammate in a more dangerous situation. Unfortunately, this patient was so stubborn. Why give up treatment? A hurricane and blizzard swirled around, using attacks as defense, clearing a spacious isolation zone. Xiaobing pushed the elf tree several meters away, making its dancing branches like elongated arms, out of reach. He knew he was saving him. Those who didn't know might think he was poisoning him. Clearly, the elf tree is a completely effective healing card. Xiao Li sighed helplessly. Suddenly, the extreme mage rushed behind Xiaobing, his gorgeous staff shining with gemstone light, viciously hitting the back of his head, showing some emotion in the force. The flowing air created a breeze, lifting a strand of hair, alerting Xiaobing to something unusual. He tilted his head and reflexively countered with a wind blade. In an instant, the whistling wind blade was invisible and shot out swiftly and sharply. At the end, snow crystals were also swept in, a white expanse, and through the screen, the audience could almost smell the cold air. The Extreme Mage is a melee card, with low defense but high output, originally meant to be a long-range artillery like the Elf Archer. However, due to the spatial attribute in the card-making materials, it gained a teleportation ability for short distances. Seeing the blade approaching, the Extreme Mage flickered and appeared 3 steps away, giving the airborne Elf Archer space to attack. As the arrows fell like meteors, a dazzling beam of light slowly condensed from the gemstone. At this moment, Xiao Li was focused on pulling Xiaobing back to the unified front line. Meanwhile, Lin Sini's top priority was covert defense. It was known that the cocoon was Luo Yu's card skill, the water mirror was Gao Yakyu's card skill, but what about the marriage contract in Ghost Hand? And the temporarily undiscovered skill of the Suona sound? Were they responsible, or was it someone else's doing? Who knows if behind that patch of grass, a few burly men might suddenly jump out. Yet they were still attacking their own people. The internal strife was intense. It was really a mess. However, Lin Sini didn't guard against it very obviously, pretending to be careless, unaware of this possibility, allowing the Rose Girl disguised as herself to assist Xiao Li, while she hid in the music box, stealthily took out a pocket record player, and continued to sway people. Captain, Vice Captain, Lulu, Zhu Qihua. After several repeated contacts, there was still no response. Lin Sini was puzzled and wondered why. The range of the record player's skill wasn't small. After being dispersed, where did the other 4 teammates go, and why were they nowhere to be seen for so long? Disappointed, Lin Sini tapped a few steps inside the music box, and the melodious notes floated out. Under the dominant Suona sound, a soft melody unfolded slowly and firmly like a delicate flower bud. But nothing happened. What's going on? Lin Sini looked around in astonishment, finally realizing that the Suona sound skill had a suppressive effect on music-related skills. In a place she couldn't see, Wang Wei was watching with interest as the military musician card, originally meant to blow the war horn, was now playing the Suona, puffing his cheeks and boasting, "Truly my card, perfectly inheriting my excellent musical talent." The specific skills of the card cannot be changed, but there is flexibility in some details. As the card owner, Wang Wei had the right to change the repertoire of the military musician's skills. The piece used in this match was taught to him by Su Chen, quite novel and refreshing. Unfortunately, even the captain didn't know who the composer was, and he could only hum the tune from memory. I don't even know if the staff I filled in is accurate or not. As he listened, Wang Wei was not very satisfied. After all, there is a layer in between. If I play personally, the emotions will definitely be more intense. Hearing this, Su Chen, who was sitting in the back row, asked sideways, "Do you also play the Suona? Weren't you learning the violin? Chinese painting, meticulous brushwork, sketching. Haven't you dabbled in all of these? What's wrong with me learning the Suona? It's called drawing inferences about other cases." The violin and the Suona seem to have quite different styles. As an outsider to the music world, Su Chen always felt that although both were musical instruments, they couldn't be connected in any way. It's not bad. Sometimes when I feel drowsy from playing the violin, I play the Suona to liven up. It's been proven that going a little crazy really helps relieve stress. I haven't tried it yet, but it sounds interesting. Captain and vice captain, the two of them were discussing unrelated topics at the back, while Luo Yu and others were quietly closing in. The written text accompanying the Yin marriage was the final link in the gear. Even if Xiaoli didn't personally go to pick it up, they were prepared to use force to ensure the smooth progress of the script. Now it was just a bit easier, skipping a step. From a distance, watching Xia Bing and Xiaoli battle, when the distance between the two narrowed to the right position, Luo Yu manipulated the cards and began to activate the marked skill from earlier. The Phoenix Clam butterfly overlaid with the water mirror, confusing the mind with illusion guidance, leaving Xia Bing in a daze, not knowing what day it was. 1 second, he was still battling with the player from his eyes, Qin Nan, and the next second, he forgot about the match, realizing that the person standing opposite him was actually his beloved from his past life. As for who the beloved person was, it didn't matter at all, because his heart was telling him that this was the person he had been longing for. Suddenly, the tough man softened, his gaze like water. Such deep affection was really untimely. I can't take it anymore, damn it, I'll beat you to death. Xiaoli shivered, collapsing with a loud roar, quickly realizing something, and upon closer inspection, he found a butterfly mark floating on Xia Bing's arm. It seemed to be made up of faint light, exceptionally fragile and beautiful, flickering its wings, scales like fluorescent dots overflowing, scattering into the air, forming a faint light path. Following the direction of the light path, Xiaoli looked down in astonishment, finding the same mark on the palm of his hand, emitting fluorescence that interacted with it. Immediately, he lunged towards the fruit of the elf tree. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Item, Butterfly Lovers, Level, Silver, Quality, 5 stars, Skills, Eternal Commitment, Marriage Vow, Active, I still can't bear to be apart from you, your smile is my greatest attachment in this life. Butterfly Transformation, Active, O Emperor, it's not good, Consort Xiang has turned into a butterfly and flown away. Butterfly Pair Flying, Active, Laughing at the World, what is love? Living and dying together without regrets. Unable to be together in this life, waiting to continue our love in the next. Not staying together in life, accompanying each other in death. Dancing as butterflies together, endless love and affection. A strange scene unfolded on the field. Two big men were holding hands, tears in their eyes, both covered by a grave. After a moment, the grave opened, and the two people who were alive just moments ago had turned into two fluttering butterflies, entwined and disappeared together as light spots. Following Yi Kongyu being killed by the groom's harrow, another pair of newlyweds entered a tragic ending, cause of death, suicide for love. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? What is this, living together in life, dying together in the grave? Still playing this death scene, how melodramatic. Too harsh, but this time it seems to be Luo Yu's card. I almost thought it was Su Chen's again. It seems they truly are a team, everyone is learning from each other. This card must have been customized by Su Chen for Luo Yu, the styles are too similar. Oh, it's possible. Damn, I'm envious. Is this what they mean by the one who gets to the water's edge first gets the moon? Meeting anytime, making appointments anytime, while I can only wait eagerly under my account. First seizing by force, then followed by a ghost marriage, so is this rebirth, I'm a matchmaker on the field? Feels like it could be a series. Genius indeed, back then when Your Excellency wanted to withdraw from the literary world, I strongly opposed it. I wonder when I'll have the honor to read your excellent works. Keep talking if you can. The audience erupted like a pot boiling over, a clamor filling the air, laughter echoing non-stop. Coach Qilian had long covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. In the end, he couldn't escape it. His mind was in turmoil, unable to understand why the players had prepared so many control techniques, yet the outcome remained the same. In his ears, the once joyful yet resentful, eerie and terrifying tune had already changed to a melancholic melody, Butterfly Lovers. The power of music was truly remarkable, making even those unfamiliar with the Butterfly Lovers story unable to resist empathizing. But they were abruptly discouraged by the appearance of these two individuals. Couldn't connect, really couldn't connect. Not to mention leading the team, two familiar students, both male, who had witnessed their rough daily behavior, making it difficult to relate. After a while, after some mental preparation, the head coach finally lowered his hand, raised his head, and continued watching the match. Just as he was about to refer to the commentator's words and analyze the situation, he saw Xiaoli and Xia Bing sitting in a corner of the player area. At this moment, they were slumped like dead fish, exuding a sense of sorrow, their eyes vacant but fixed on the big screen, waiting for the next unlucky one. A tragic love story performed by their teammates replayed in her mind, washing over Lin Sini's brain. She stood dazed in place, unable to snap out of it until the Rose Maiden was attacked. Then she suddenly realized her predicament, sensing danger. Damn, all teammates are gone. Only she remained. How was she going to handle this? It all happened in the blink of an eye. Xiaobing was the first to fall victim, losing consciousness, unable to cooperate. His demise wasn't particularly surprising, but what about Xiaoli? Didn't he summon his crystal ball at the beginning of the game? How did he get controlled? And why was he eliminated just by transforming into a butterfly form? Countless questions raced through her mind. Lin Sinny was at a loss, but she had no time to dwell on it now, because the Qin Nan player, who had successfully dealt with the two, now had her in his sights. The light blue spray fish, resembling an exquisite glass ornament, was now shrouded in black mist, a thin iron chain hanging from its lips, giving the fish a strong social vibe. Surrounded on all sides, the card-like figures, more than 5 in number, butterflies and fish, each with a thick black chain, encircled a delicate woman, resembling a dark force. Lin Sinny knew that these iron chains were Su Chen's scene card skills, with added effects. Seeing several iron chains and other skills closing in on her, her heart trembled. At the critical moment, the Rose Maiden swiftly pulled out a delicate lace parasol, raising it high. In the dim light, the lace parasol emitted a dazzling light, like a blooming flower, beautiful but seemingly impractical. However, as the surrounding attacks approached the parasol, they seemed to hit an invisible solid wall and were deflected. She actually withstood a wave of attacks like this. Unfortunately, such a skill was too short-lived, lasting only a breath, as if all the power had been drained. The lace parasol returned to its original state, losing its radiance and quickly falling apart. Discarding the remnants of the parasol, the Rose Maiden dodged and evaded the attacks of Luoyu and Gao Yakyu, striving to buy precious time for her team. Her health points plummeted rapidly as she retreated further and further away. On the other hand, Lin Sinny had already embarked on the escape route with the music box. Her petite figure was not conspicuous among the amaryllis flowers. She planned to escape early before the opponent discovered the true identity of the Rose Maiden. Just as she was about to step onto the Naiha bridge, suddenly, the spastic and withered ghost hand that had appeared once before burst out of the water. Swiftly and without warning, it reached straight for the music box, snatching the inconspicuous doll inside. Before Lin Sinny could cry out in alarm, she was dragged into the river of oblivion, where the surging water rushed into her nostrils and mouth, leaving her with no choice but to instinctively manipulate the cards. On the water's surface, tiny bubbles kept appearing, shattering one by one the moment they surfaced, much like her struggles. After a while, the river of oblivion calmed down. Luoying emerged from behind the bridge and made an okay gesture towards the team in the Amaryllis Sea on the other side. Triple kill. As for Lin Sinny's other 4 teammates she cared about, where were they now? It turned out they had crossed the Naiha bridge earlier and were now in a place that sent shivers down one's spine at first glance. The sudden pincer attack caught the Chilean school team off guard, especially after Xiaobing disappeared and some static noise arose. Wang Wei's explosive card flow, turning single-target advantage into group attacks, felt a bit like a wild punch knocking down the master. Amidst the dense flow of cards, they could only rely on sound to roughly determine the positions of their other teammates. During the battle, there was no time for reconnaissance or other auxiliary means. Therefore, under the overwhelming force, they were quickly scattered by the flanking shadow soldiers. Before they could regroup, they were once again plunged into endless combat. 3 to lure, 5 to attack, plus Su Chen hidden behind the scene card. The Chilean school team missing one member did not have a numerical advantage. Falling into a trap and missing the opportunity, they could only be dragged deeper into the scene card. Like being caught in a washing machine, everything around them seemed to spin, and the dim light turned into protective sunglasses to prevent dizziness. Yulu's shared skill only gave everyone the night vision ability of the Spirit Cat card, similar to wearing night vision goggles, unable to turn the dark scene into daylight. Along the way, Zui Yuanliang only remembered constantly battling with ghosts and shadow soldiers, manifesting cards dying and fighting, unable to keep track of how many opponent cards he had killed. After all, many were split skills, and whether he was at a loss or gain. When he was carried across the Naiha bridge by the waves and defeated the last cavalry card, he and Liang Zhuo and the others finally had a breather. It was Zhu Qihua who dared not rest, quickly summoning a shield that split into small badges and distributed them one by one. The previous wave of battles had truly kept him busy, and if his teammates did not have self-defense capabilities, he would have almost run out of time to set up defenses. Although the opponents were not in sight now, he had to be prepared for any eventuality. Who knew when the next wave of battle would sound the horn? 2 are missing again. Taking the quarter shield defense value badge, Zui Yuanliang's face turned grim as he said, Xiaoli and Lin Sinny are separated. Beside him, Liang Zhuo was trying to locate the source of the Swana sound, but his view was obstructed, and there were too many obstacles around. This was the advantage of the scene card. Despite the high mental energy consumption, by being familiar with the terrain and cover, players could better hide their tracks, making it exhausting for opponents to scout while they stood out like lanterns. Naturally, the Chilean school team was unwilling to give up such a significant advantage, especially since Su Chen's talent was truly intimidating. As the scene card clashed, they had only a very small chance of successfully executing the scene card. They couldn't afford to lose sight of the bigger picture and ultimately abandoned this strategy. Stopping to look around, Liang Zhua analyzed, just now, there were several rounds of card exchanges between both sides. After the butterfly card, water card, and plant card were defeated, they did not return to the field but gradually disappeared without a trace. It seems like those three went to find them. I'm worried. His words were damaging to morale. Liang Zhuo left his sentence unfinished, but the message was clear. Yulu furrowed her brows in confusion. XINE has a music box and a record player. Logically, she would definitely find an opportunity to contact us. Why can't we hear any movement at all? Suddenly, a thought struck her. She looked towards the dark, boundless sky, and said solemnly, could the Swana sound be blocking the audio transmission? This skill has been active for so long, it can't just be for setting the atmosphere, right? It's such a waste of mental energy during the match. It's possible, Liang Zhuo nodded, agreeing with her speculation. So, they could almost be 100% sure that their teammates were currently battling Qin Nan's players. They didn't know how many opponents they were facing. Not good. Hearing this, Zui Yuanliang furrowed his brows, turned around in place with his hands on his hips, and said angrily, we need to support them quickly. Looking left and right, he didn't know which direction to go. If they chose the wrong way, they would only get further away, so he looked back at Liang Zhuo. Liang Zhuo once again summoned the one poker card, which not only had a heart detection ability but also a guiding skill. The next second, the dim heart on the card lit up, and the whole poker card began to rotate in place, but unfortunately, it couldn't decide on a direction. Liang Zhuo sighed, perhaps the distance exceeds the skill range. Let's walk and see. While they were discussing, Zhu Qihua, who was self-aware, remained silent to avoid confusing his teammates. He took on the role of a defensive hand, vigilantly watching around to prevent any ambush. Suddenly, he focused on a direction and reminded, is there any movement there? Could Xia Bing and the others be there? Zhu Qihua was honest by nature, always mindful of his brotherly alliance with Xia Bing. If it weren't for the captain and vice-captain present, he would have rushed over already. Fortunately, he remembered the head coach's instructions to act according to commands, so he didn't dare to act on his own. Even the hot-tempered Zui Yuanliang didn't immediately rush over, suspecting a trap. Is this bait to lure us in again? They still remembered the previous trap. Once bitten, twice shy, they couldn't afford to act recklessly and appear foolish. It would be embarrassing. Immediately, a grenade was thrown towards the direction, and 3 seconds later, it exploded, burning flames falling like torches, illuminating the surroundings until the fire died out. The four of them were shocked in place, their hair standing on end, stuttering, "WH what?" Although it was a fleeting moment, that scene seemed to be imprinted in their minds, unable to dissipate. In the depths of the dark abyss flowed hot crimson magma, spreading like split blood vessels, gradually eroding the blood-stained ground. Among them, a group of grotesque ghostly figures were bound to instruments of torture. Earlier, their companions had attacked their own side along with Qin Nan's players' cards. Regardless of their effectiveness, they looked fierce and arrogant. But now, they were being held by another group of ghostly figures with iron hooks clamped on their tongues, pulling them out forcefully, emitting a miserable scream, "Ah!" In an instant, blood gushed from their mouths, staining the ground red. College students never had the chance to witness such scenes. The horrifying sight shook their beliefs, making Zui Yuanliang and the others, who had never seen torture before, feel as if they were immersed in it, experiencing it firsthand. It was chilling. Zhu Qihua swallowed hard, trembling. Is this torture? Pull out the tongue. Just pull it out, no anesthesia? Fortunately, he was quickly awakened by Zui Yuanliang's punch, emphasizing with a heavier tone as if dispelling fear, it's fake, we're in a competition, this is a scene card scenario. Despite this, they were still shocked that someone's card could be so terrifying. Su Chen is definitely a pervert. The excellent audiovisual equipment made the audience feel as if they were there, immersed in the sensation of the chilling wind swirling around, with elusive eyes peering at them in the dark. The Chinese-style horror atmosphere was hard to dispel even with a large crowd. Some people unconsciously leaned back until they felt the support of the chair back, then breathed a sigh of relief. Some twisted their bodies, leaning to the side as if they were about to fall off their seats the next second, their upper bodies bent to the extreme, hands tightly holding onto their companion's arm, lower bodies with toes raised, almost parallel to the chair. Of course, there were also brave ones, eagerly discussing Su Chen's design concept for this scene card. We've seen many supernatural scene cards, and there are countless ways to scare opponents, but Su Chen has taken a different approach, arranging a scene of punishment that is truly shocking. Pulling out the tongue, is this inspired by ancient torture methods? It's indeed a good design direction. Lingering, beheading, waist chop, skinning, branding. Just wait, there will be a lot of imitators soon, all learning from each other. Inevitable, otherwise, where would so many gold-level, even higher-level card makers come from, paying attention to a national competition among students who have just awakened, if not for valuing their inexhaustible and unbounded imagination? Your words are a bit radical, aren't they? There are still many pure spectators like me. These players are the new seedlings, the future pillars, witnessing their growth all the way. Isn't that also a kind of fate? Ha, you're right. The most eye-catching player this year should be Su Chen. I heard that Wendashing from Beiyuan is also a good seedling. The audience seats were filled with noisy discussions. If it weren't for the taboo of prying into others' worldview cards in launching, it would probably be a hotter topic to ponder Su Chen's worldview card. This scene is so vivid, card makers are indeed directors. If one day they could publish their worldview cards, for 100, no, 1,000 years, there would never be a shortage of literary works. Lower your voice. What are you thinking? How could they publish them? Passed down through generations within the family, isn't that good? Otherwise, how do you think those prestigious families have thrived for so long? Dreaming too much. In the underworld, in the first level of the tongue-pulling hell, Zui Yuanliang and others who were mentally shocked immediately suffered real harm. The Qinnan school team made their move again. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, scorching magma was instantly activated, spreading everywhere like fiery snakes, surrounding the 4 players from Chilean. Sparks flew, igniting the hanging white flags, scattered paper money, tattered cloth strips. All were set ablaze, menacingly as if everything would be burned to ashes, including their bones. On the side, the Inkai conducting the tongue-pulling punishment also dropped the ghostly chains stained with blood from his mouth and turned to attack this group of living bodies, wielding the dark chains in his hands. The dark chains were impressive, indicating that the Qinnan school team's cards were mixed in. The 4 members of the Chilean school team were unwilling to be surrounded. Zui Yuanliang fired fireballs in succession to slow down the enemy units. Zhu Qihua moved mountains and rivers, lifting heavy iron frames to block left and right. Liang Zhuofei spun poker cards in a circular detection, quickly determining the direction. Finally, next to Yulu, a card that looked like a mole's face immediately wielded its claws. Swish, swish, swish. The pink claws swung out shadows, and in just a few seconds, a clear path was dug out in the sea of fire. Protected by Zhu Qihua at the rear of the team, they rushed towards the outskirts. However, just as they stepped out of the sea of fire, the 4 of them found themselves back to the starting point. Liang Zhuo glanced at the one poker card, its red heart facing an old lady with white hair and a compassionate look, blinking repeatedly. It was the Manga card that appeared in the Su Chen match. Unfortunately, she had not displayed this skill before, so they couldn't anticipate it. But it was strange. In order to counter Su Chen's cooperative cards displacement technique, they had specifically prepared a nullification card, but for some reason, it failed against the Manga card. Was it not a displacement technique? Then why did they return to the starting point? With doubts lingering, Liang Zhuo quickly reminded, be careful with this card, feed it soup. Initially, Su Chen team captain Chu Zilin was directly eliminated after being controlled by a bowl of dark cuisine. They couldn't afford to be careless. Time was running out. Let's deal with her first. Left Yuanliang's eyes narrowed, his right arm swung violently, and a black sphere streaked across the sky like a meteor, carrying a fierce momentum towards Mengpa. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a tremendously powerful thunderous explosion. In the blink of an eye, the thunderous explosion reached above Mengpa. With a deafening explosion, followed by a towering flame and billowing smoke, the elderly lady with a hunched back was instantly enveloped. With all 3 skills activated, the damage from the thunderous explosion was off the charts. Even with Gao Yakuya's water mirror reflecting the damage, there was still damage exceeding the limit, piercing through the water mirror's defense, straight to the back. Mengpa finally returned to Su Chen's heavenly workshop. Fortunately, left Yuanliang, who was hit by the water mirror's backlash, also had his chest badge exploded, and had not yet put on another shield, was engulfed by a huge furnace on the spot. Bang! The furnace lid closed tightly. Zhurong, the furnace of heaven and earth. Clang, clang, clatter. The furnace kept shaking, emitting a series of sounds. The lid seemed to be pushed by steam, trembling incessantly. Locked inside, left Yuanliang did not fall into a rigid state, still had the strength to resist fiercely inside the furnace. Obviously, not only did he have Zhu Qihua's defensive skills to protect himself, but he had also prepared a life-saving skill on himself, which prevented him from being immediately melted into a pill. Clang, clang. But from the increasingly faint movements, the situation inside was not optimistic. Liang Zhuo decisively summoned the Diamond K poker card, the suspended card face resembling a mirror, with swirling circles appearing around it, oscillating like waves, the purple-black tone carrying a mysterious hue, as if awakening a hero in the river of time. The next moment, a king dressed in a luxurious red robe emerged from it. Emperor Caesar, his face dignified, his aura powerful, the dominance of a ruler seemed to overwhelm all enemies. Emperor Caesar wielded a dazzling golden axe in his hand, luxurious yet sharp, fiercely striking towards the furnace of heaven and earth, emitting a tremendous roar. Bang! I came, I saw, I conquered. This man, who was never crowned emperor but was honored as Emperor Caesar, a politician who posthumously received the title of Divine Julius, was depicted on a poker card by future generations, becoming one of the four iconic kings. Naturally, the battle axe he held, rather than being a weapon, was more accurately a symbol of power. Fasces. The name may not be familiar to many, but its Latin transliteration is thunderous fascism. Summoned by Liang Zhuo, Emperor Caesar, upon his debut, displayed his dominance, wielding the axe symbolizing ultimate violence and power, fiercely striking towards the furnace. Where the axe blade passed, the air surged, forming a terrifying shockwave. This powerful force, like a fierce beast, opened its bloody maw and ruthlessly devoured all obstacles in its path. Crack! In the collision, the furnace unexpectedly shattered with a sound. The cracked spider web expanded deeper, and fragments of varying sizes from the furnace walls fell off in patches. Like peeling an eggshell, a ragged figure quickly emerged from within. Although both sides were attack cards, the skill of the heaven and earth furnace targeted only internal enemies, having no defensive properties itself. Faced with external attacks, it could only dissipate in regret, releasing Zhuo Yuanliang. However, the unlucky Captain Qilian did not escape the danger as Liang Zhuo had expected. In the blink of an eye, he was captured by two figures wearing tall hats. Sensing the danger, Liang Zhuo felt uneasy. With a twist of his wrist, 5 playing cards were launched out with a whoosh, and Caesar the Great, closer now, also followed suit. However, in the borrowed path state, the yin and yang spirits were semi-transparent, as if in another dimension, causing all these attacks to fail and pass through the 2 cards, landing on the magma. The 5 playing cards entered the flames, turning into ashes. As Zhuo Yuanliang, just out of the furnace, still felt the scorching sensation on his body, he heard a meaningless sentence in his ear: "Your life should end today, we two lead the way, beckoning you." Beckon me? Beckon what? Seduce me? Perhaps staying in the furnace for too long had melted his brain, as he was now feeling confused. The first half of the sentence did not touch his heart at all. In an instant, his whole body stiffened, his feet felt light, and he floated as if weightless, losing consciousness. Soon, he turned into white light and disappeared within the arena. It turned out that the yin and yang spirits had been arranged by Su Chen in the ghost shadows early on, disguised with illusions, appearing as ordinary yin spirits, carrying out cruel tortures. The 2 cards, neither attacking nor retreating, inconspicuously deceived everyone until Zhuo Yuanliang, with full defense, escaped, revealing their fangs. A move called Fateless Reaper decisively took away Captain Qilian, leaving no room for doubt. Zhuo Yuanliang was rescued in a daze, unable to react, and then eliminated in confusion. The only thing he could be grateful for was perhaps that his death was straightforward, without experiencing a tragic lover's suicide. Below the stage, 2 faces of despair remained sorrowful, as if covered by dark clouds. Xiaoli and Xiaobing always felt that their deaths in this match were unsurpassable. Taking the baton from Yi Kongyu, it seemed that this time, they were destined to be the protagonists. Zhuo Yuanliang's elimination led Liang Zhuo to make a painstaking rescue effort, but it was in vain. With teammates Zhu Qihua and Yu Lu preoccupied, facing the concentrated attacks of the Qin Nan school team, the pressure fell on him as the deputy captain and commander. If he could have saved Zhuo Yuanliang, it would have been better, as the captain excelled in group attacks and strong offenses, primarily focusing on burst damage. In crucial moments, his power to take opponents down with him was much stronger than others. Perhaps they still had the strength to fight, but now, saying anything was of no use. Immediately, Caesar the Great faced off against the yin and yang spirits. The extremely sharp battle axe swung out suddenly, but in the next moment, it was tightly entangled by the soul hook. Black Yin pulled the soul hook tightly like a bowstring, raising the morning staff high in his right hand and ruthlessly smashing it down on Caesar the Great's back. With each strike, Black Yin kept crying out, "Misfortune at the doorstep." His voice was mournful and pitiful, yet his actions were relentless. "I'll beat you to death, you bringer of bad luck." The morning staff in his hand fell like raindrops, each strike carrying a sharp gust of wind, aiming directly at Caesar the Great's buttocks, perfectly embodying the stick education model passed down from the previous generation. The cards and their owners were dumbfounded, almost unable to react. Goodness gracious, you actually treated the mighty Caesar as a naughty child and spanked him in front of everyone. Do I have no dignity left? The somewhat spiritual Caesar emperor was furious and burning with anger. The battle axe immediately emitted a dazzling light, starting to vibrate intensely, causing the soul hook to swing loudly. Ding-clang, just as it was about to break free, Bai Wuchang on the side also joined the battle. As a buff card, Bai Wuchang could increase the allies' recovery rate and attack power, especially when assisting He Wuchang. The effect was outstanding. However, the way he shook the white morning stick in his hand looked too much like cheering with a flag. Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Feeling the strong sense of oppression conveyed by the cards, Liang Zhuo quickly summoned the Queen of Spades, Athena, the female warrior symbolizing wisdom. She had bright golden hair, gray eyes full of indifference, which sharply contrasted with the gorgeous red roses blooming in her hand. Suddenly, her crimson lips parted, and the drifting rose petals rolled into a red wave that enveloped He Wuchang, melting his flesh from bottom to top, revealing his white leg bones. As the saying goes, beauty withers bones, but who would have thought that today He Wuchang, the 8th lord who had been dead for who knows how many years, would also have a day of revealing his ghostly bones. Fortunately, Bai Wuchang immediately threw the soul hook to connect with He Wuchang, and in a short while, the bones were covered with flesh again, and He Wuchang's health bar rose. The confrontation between the two sides continued, with He Wuchang's hands never stopping for a second, swinging more resolutely and frequently than a windshield wiper. If the cards were made of flesh and blood, Caesar Emperor would probably have been spanked red by now. But things weren't looking good either, with skin splitting and flesh cracking, quite miserable. Seeing the continuous decrease in health points, Liang Zhuo immediately controlled Caesar Emperor to release the battle axe, while at the same time, the golden crown on his head began to shimmer. The kingly pressure began to exert on He and Bai Wuchang. This kind of intimidating skill fell under the control category, even though there was no visible disturbance in their minds. The actions of He and Bai Wuchang were still suppressed for a moment. At the same time, Athena keenly seized the opportunity, chanting a spell between her lips, and countless rose petals converged into a red and golden intertwined rose sword, stabbing directly at the hearts of He and Bai Wuchang. The rose sword emitted a dazzling light, with red and gold colors shining alternately, as if mechanics and aesthetics were perfectly blended, containing endless power. In a swift move, the sharp sword energy stirred up a flame whirlwind, exuding a majestic momentum. Just as He and Bai Wuchang were about to fall, a ripple spread out, and in the blink of an eye, there was no one in front of them. Bang! The unparalleled sharp sword momentum was hard to retract, crashing down on the ground with a thunderous roar, leaving behind a huge and deep pit in an instant. The pit was filled with rolling dust, but no one was hurt. Above the dust, a faint buzzing sound rang out. It turned out that Kunping had taken the two cards away, and used the free and easy ability to remove Caesar Emperor's control over He and Bai Wuchang. At this moment, it swayed its tail as if wandering in the clouds, and in the next moment, its huge body suddenly expanded, violently crashing into the ground with a momentum that covered the sky, making an even louder noise than before. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed through the sky, and the earth trembled as if in an earthquake. Damn! Damn! The remaining three of the Chilean team all exclaimed in unison, activating their cards and desperately fleeing like a school of panicked fish. As for Captain Su Chentong, the player from the Qin Nan team who had received the message in advance, he was well prepared. While Kunping buzzed, he and the others displayed their unique skills, each using their own abilities to evacuate the scene. Moreover, Wang Wei and the others had been hiding in the dark all along, and now they were traveling light, very agile, in stark contrast to their opponents who were making mistakes in a hurry. Fortunately, Zhu Qihua was very diligent, occasionally replacing herself and her teammates with new protective skills. In the end, except for losing a few cards, no player truly perished. Inside the palace of the King of Hell, Su Chen, who was observing the situation, quickly commanded, while their life-saving cards are being destroyed, we can use decapitation skills. 1. Understood. On the spot, above the ruins, the Kunping joyfully pressed its belly against the ground, leaving no gaps. With Su Chen's spiritual power growing, it was able to release its true form better. The tongue-pulling hell was completely covered by the giant creature. Even the Naiha bridge was on the edge of the coverage. From the bridge, a large tail fin hung down into the Wangchuan River, creating countless splashes. Unfortunately, the most deserving enemy escaped. Just now, in the blink of an eye, Liang Zhuo shot playing cards towards a distance, which happened to fall outside the Kunping's coverage area. Then, Liang Zhuo switched places with the playing cards, leaving himself unharmed while the cards were crushed by the Kunping. Seeing this, Su Chen gave another command. The broad back of the Kunping moved effortlessly, unimpeded by Caesar and Athena, heading straight for the real target. The mournful staff and soul-snatching rope made Liang Zhuo feel a phantom pain, gritting his teeth. I hit the cards but don't hit me. Just as the mournful staff, Black, was about to strike, a sudden, crazy and sharp laughter burst out, hee 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 hee. Suddenly, Liangjua's chest undulated, as if something was stirring inside, and then a hand emerged. A pale hand grabbed the mournful staff swung by Black Impermanence in time, and in the blink of an eye, a clown with a bizarre appearance emerged from it. He was short and twisted, his face painted with colorful makeup, creating an extremely exaggerated and ridiculous face. His lips were painted bright red, as if freshly drinking blood, a shocking sight. Blocking the attack, the clown threw colorful balls straight at Black Impermanence. Throwing colorful balls seemed to be the clown's specialty. The balls bounced back and forth, moving with precision as if they had a built-in targeting device, agile and accurate. Fortunately, with the boosted Black Impermanence in Kuanping's Ling Yunji, the card's status soared, as if an elusive wind was blowing through the field. Both sides dashed around, changing positions frequently, like jumping fleas, making it impossible to predict their next move. Soon, the fallen Caesar and Athena were summoned back by Liangjua, joining forces with the clown to confront Black Impermanence and the transformed Kuanping. The giant Kuanping form consumed spiritual power too quickly, and Su Chen, as a silver-tier cardmaster, couldn't push it too far. However, the Kuanping at this moment was slippery, leading Black Impermanence around like a pet fish. Hey, I'm here. Hey, I'm back here again. The lively Kuanping was provoking with its fish face, even managing to provoke the clown into throwing knives instead of colorful balls. Now I'll make it pay with fish head soup. Buzz. The Kuanping charged and dodged, exploring deeper into the scene card, receiving information from the cardmaster. Although it had lost the tongue-pulling hell, there were still 17 layers of hell behind, enough for them to explore. However, the enemies had learned their lesson. Hearing the sound of ghostly cries and wolf howls again, memories of the brutal scenes flashed through Liangjua's mind, making him shudder. He suddenly stopped, commanding the cards to turn back, not daring to venture deep into the enemy territory alone. Unexpectedly, as he turned to head back, Liangjua stopped once again. This time, it wasn't his own decision, but Su Chen had ordered Zhirong to hide behind him in anticipation. Watching his opponent set foot on the path he had planned for him, Su Chen thought to himself, since you were able to rescue Zui Yuanliang outside before, this time, you can try it yourself. Looking at how to self-rescue inside the furnace of heaven and earth. Not far away, the spiritual connection with the stuck cards was broken, and the 3 cards outside appeared to be malfunctioning like a power outage, quickly resolved one by Hei Wuchang. Not to mention rushing to shatter the furnace in advance. Alone, the furnace stood in the dim space, flickering flames, reflecting the desolate hell ruins, a silence. No clanging vibrations, no mottled cracked spider webs. Liangjua, locked by skills, ultimately failed to self-rescue, turning into a pill falling into Zhirong's palm. On the other side of the field, under the unequal offensive, Zhu Qihua, who was trying to defend, finally fought for a chance to escape for Yulu before dying in battle. Covered by thick fog, Yulu, disguised as a cat, hid in the grass, silently sighing as she noticed the cards returning to the card space serving as cover. No hope left. It's no wonder that the Lingyang school team, a regular in the finals, is not so easily defeated. Recruiting top talents and coached by a gold medal coach. Amidst disappointment mixed with an unwilling acknowledgement, Yulu decided to temporarily retreat, waiting for the pursuers scattered in search. After all, having come this far, someone has to take the fall. Although the Lingyang school team lost quickly, their act of dragging others down with them undoubtedly became an example for later generations. Just as she turned around, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, Lulu. It's Cindy. So she wasn't eliminated? Yulu looked towards the person with a mixture of surprise and vigilance.